Hashtag C2681, goodbye everyone. Seriously. Seriously injured. All the powerhouses who watched the battle saw a blood mist thrown in the air, their faces changed drastically, and they exclaimed. Celestial silkworm, ancient silk. There was no plan to let Chu Yan go. Ghost-face Saint Emperor, Ice Snow Saint Emperor, and another Saint Emperor, the three of them waved at the same time, and three red and golden threads entangled directly towards Chu Yan, who was thrown into the air. Call out! Call out! Call out! 3 golden silk threads, like 3 golden snakes, spit out fishy silk letters, flashed across the sky like golden lightning, and entangled Chu Yan's whole body. At this moment, a series of powerful auras were released from the silkworm's silk, bringing up a large wave of spiritual light, which suddenly tightened. It's called ancient silkworm silk, but it's actually golden ropes. One by one, with divine breath, it almost binds Chu Yan into a bun. Chu Yan, who was bound by the silk these days, had already dimmed the holy breath, and disappeared in an instant without any breath. At this time, Chu Yan, even if the consciousness of all the strong people present scanned, they all found the same result. That is Chu Yan, who has completely become an ordinary person. The ancient silkworm silk is not only an imperial art, but also a spiritual treasure, a special existence that intervenes between spiritual power and spiritual weapons. It has 2 major functions. One is to restrain the enemy's body, and at the same time, it can seal the opponent's cultivation. Moreover, apart from the caster, once any power touches these silkworm silks, it will cause its backlash. And the soul of the bound person will be directly crushed by this backlash force at any time. Therefore, under such circumstances, even if the Lord of the Forbidden God and the God Emperor of Heaven came to rescue them at this time, they probably would not be able to do anything. If you are not careful, you may even lose Chu Yan's soul and die completely. Chu Yan, it's over. This scene, in the eyes of everyone, made them gasp in unison. However, everyone's original tense soul. Chi-Chi also relaxed at this time. After all, if Chu Yan really used his own strength to fight against the 3 great emperors without defeat, the impact on them would be too great. Now, seeing Chu Yan's defeat, it seemed that the matter finally had an acceptable result, which made them feel relieved. In the world of martial arts, after all, the strong are respected. As for the gap between martial arts cultivation bases and realms, even if the talent is against the sky, it is impossible to leap beyond the limit without limit. In this way, it is reasonable. In the end, this Chu Yan was nothing more than a powerful genius, and in the end it was impossible to defeat enemies who were so much stronger than his own realm. Escort Chu Yan back to the holy mountain immediately. Above the sky, the shout of the Holy Heaven God Emperor exploded directly, obviously with a hasty sound. Although the Xingtian God Emperor who was in the Xingtian Great Hall did not come in person, he has been watching the battle here through the Star Luo chessboard. Seeing that Chu Yan was captured, he immediately issued an order. Moreover, the Forbidden God Lord and the Heavenly Ji God Emperor are still there, and they must act immediately, and they must not be given any chance to take Chu Yan back. Yes. Follow the order. The 3 holy emperors all took orders when they heard the roaring thunder that exploded in the sky. The ghost-faced emperor waved his big hand, and the holy power surged, directly tearing a void crack in the void. With his right hand as a guide, he grabbed Chu Yan's body and was about to drill into the golden void passage. This golden void channel, like this silkworm ancient silk, is also a trick that has been prepared long ago. Hashtag C2682 Volcano Entrance. In front of the gate of Xingtian 9th Branch Pavilion, everyone stared blankly at the disappearing sword light in the sky, with blank expressions on their faces. They never expected that a golden sword light would appear at such a critical moment. Moreover, when everyone did not see clearly what the sword light was, Chu Yan, the God Emperor Tianji, and the land of forbidden gods were all taken away by the sword light. What a green wood, worthy of being the strongest in the world. Humph. At the same time, in the main hall of the Xingtian pavilion, the face of the divine Emperor Xingtian was full of coldness, and he hummed heavily. However, it's too naive to want to escape from my palm like this. Hum. Hum. On the star luo chessboard in front of him, bright stars began to slowly rotate as he waved his hands. With both hands forming seals, the Dao seals were continuously entered into the chessboard, and various stars formed star formations, which became more and more shining. At the same time, strands of mysterious energy overflowed from these star formations, gathered in the sky above the star luo chessboard, and turned into a nearly transparent mass of air, suspended. The way of heaven is facing the sky, all laws are hidden in the sky. Drink. With a heavy snort, a large piece of divine aura surged out from the body of the Holy Heaven God Emperor, and instantly merged with the transparent air mass in front of him, continuously bursting out various brilliant divine light, turning the entire Holy Heaven Hall, all illuminated with a golden light. In an instant, the words one by one, evolved continuously in those groups of divine light, and flew in the sky of the hall, arranging and combining them. This is... Emperor Xingtian looked at the several golden characters that had been assembled in the sky, and suddenly frowned. They actually went to this place, They can't escape either. The consciousness is like a wave, like a shock, flying out from the Holy Heaven Hall. Everyone, head to Flame Island in the East China Sea. The eyes of the experts in Xingtian Pavilion, who received the message from thousands of miles away, suddenly lit up, and they all took orders. Yes, Pavilion Master. Good. Quick. Not only the chasing team of Xingtian Pavilion, but also the spirit of Xingtian and the spirit of heaven also set off quickly, flying towards the eastern sky. At this time, including the other two hunting troops that just arrived, they also joined together at the same time, chasing towards the eastern sky like a tidal wave. They all know that Emperor Xingtian has the ability to communicate with the gods, and can use magic to gain insight into Chu Yan's whereabouts. Therefore, after waiting for a while, the master of the Xingtian Pavilion really sent a new direction. In this way, they will no longer search around, concentrate all their strength, and head towards the East Sea Flame Island. Led by the spirit of Xingtian and the spirit of heaven, they flew towards the target with the hunting army of Xingtian Pavilion. And the original 9th Branch Pavilion, as well as those strong spectators who just arrived, were all startled when they saw the army of Xingtian Pavilion flying away. Go. Follow up and have a look. I heard that the Holy Heaven God Emperor has the ability to penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth, and he may have calculated the place where Chu Yan will appear again. The Divine Emperor of Heaven, and the Lord of Forbidden Gods. Maybe it will trigger a shocking battle. Don't miss it, hurry up. In less than 10 breaths, those strong men who watched the battle all rose into the sky, gathered into a new tide, and chased the army of Xingtian Pavilion. After all, such a peak battle would never happen once in 10,000 years, so it must not be missed. Moreover, many of them were assigned, by the sect, to watch the battle. Now that they leave, there is no way to explain it when they go back. They can only bite the bullet and continue to follow. On the coast of the East China Sea, Flame Island. This was an extremely ordinary island, covering 100 li in area, and there was nothing but the ground fire that kept bursting out of the soil layer. There is no vegetation, and there are no spiritual beast cultivators. There is nothing except a huge active volcano in the center of the island. Such an island, on the vast East China Sea. It can be said to be as numerous as stones, everywhere. Even if a martial artist passes by here, he will leave with a sweep of his consciousness, and will not stay at all. Moreover, the high volcano emits poisonous smoke all the year round, and if you get close, it will even affect the poisoning of the martial artist's body. Therefore, no one has ever set foot on this island for countless years. But today, a sharp sword light suddenly tore through the void on the island and came out. Swish. 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 Following the appearance of the sword light, figures appeared one after another on the island. The appearance of a few figures immediately picked up a large wave of divine breath, blowing away all the poisonous gas over the entire island. Chu Yan, this is it. The God Emperor Tianji looked at Chu Yan in front of him and said, "Here is the entrance of the Yinyang Hall." Chu Yan was startled. "It really is a good place." "Not bad." Nodding his head, he looked up and looked around. Such a place is so ordinary that no one would notice it, and it is not far from Xingtian Pavilion. Setting the entrance of Yinyang Hall under the eyes of Xingtian Pavilion, it is really dark under the lamp. "Hurry up, there is not much time," the Forbidden God Lord reminded. "Good." The God Emperor Tianji looked at Chu Yan, saw that Chu Yan nodded, and immediately shouted loudly. His whole body erupted in an instant. Boom, boom. The whole island was trembling crazily, as if the sky was falling apart, and the volcanic island under his feet seemed to be about to come alive. Boom. 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 A violent pillar of fire erupted from the crater, and a large amount of magma gushed out like a rushing river. At the same time, while the crater magma was gushing out, a large tree slowly rose from the crater. The sky is round and the earth is the origin of all things. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth evolve into a boundless road. With my life, I awaken the spirits of the gods. Trees are the body and humans are the soul. Coexist. Enlightenment. With a heavy drink, the God Emperor Tianji waved his hands fiercely, and a large wave of divine breath rushed out, wrapped Chu Yan's body, and flew towards the big tree at the crater. The closer he got to the big tree, Chu Yan's body felt a tearing pain, as if there was an invisible force that wanted to smash his body into powder. Boom. 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 Earth-shattering drums suddenly appeared, and with the beating of the drums, Chu Yan's heart beat involuntarily with its frequency, and the extreme pain on his body began to fade away quickly. Swish. The next moment, Chu Yan's body finally reached the crater and stopped in front of the big tree. The soul is the guide, and the way is the law. As the God Emperor Tianji blushed and hit Chu Yan with the last spell, Chu Yan's body trembled suddenly, and a wisp of divine soul came out of his body and flew towards the big tree in front of him. Without any obstruction, Chu Yan's spirit rushed into the big tree in an instant like a massive aura. Remerge. The God Emperor Tianji roared again, his divine breath was like a tide, and Chu Yan's body, wrapped in mysterious power, also moved forward slowly, and began to merge with the big tree. In an instant, not only Chu Yan's soul, but also Chu Yan's physical body, disappeared into the tree. Interest. The Lord of Forbidden Gods saw that the God Emperor Tianji had lost his strength, and immediately waved his hand. Endless divine energy rushed to all directions, and the originally violent volcanic island calmed down instantly. And that big tree also slowly sank into the crater and disappeared. It's done. It's finally done. The God Emperor Tianji panted heavily, looking at the crater in front of him. His face was full of ecstasy. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2683 The real rebellion begins. Not only the God Emperor Tianji, but even the Lord Forbidden God was slightly relieved. Before, including Chu Yan's counterattack against the chasing army of Xingtian Pavilion, all of this was planned. Just like the plan arranged by Aoki Sword God before, if Chu Yan wanted to enter the Yinyang Palace, it would be impossible with his current physical strength. Therefore, only after Chu Yan was seriously injured and his body was injured, could he pass through the teleportation entrance. To be on the safe side, the God Emperor of Heaven and the Forbidden God Lord have been following Chu Yan all the time, protecting Chu Yan's safety at all times. The physical body can be injured, but the soul cannot be damaged. Therefore, when the Holy Heaven Spirit and the Heavenly Tao Spirit appeared, the two God Emperors immediately appeared and blocked them. After all, if the power of the God Emperor level is used against Chu Yan, it is very likely that Chu Yan's soul will be severely injured. However, what the two God Emperors did not expect was that Xingtian Pavilion wanted to capture Chu Yan alive from the beginning to the end, and even used the ancient silkworm silk and the special transmission channel. In the end, when the ghost-faced emperor took Chu Yan and wanted to go directly into the void transmission channel, Aoki Sword God could only take a risk. The sword light that suddenly descended was the last sliver of soul power placed on Xuanhuan's sword by Sword God Qingmu. Fortunately, there was no danger. Relying on the powerful power of Xuanhuan's sword, not only rescued Chu Yan, but also threw off the pursuit of Xingtian Pavilion in one fell swoop. Now, Chu Yan has integrated into the entrance of Yinyang Hall, and everything is ready. As long as the big tree completely sank into the crater and the space-time seal was fully activated, even if the gods of the God Realm came, there would be nothing to do. However, in that way, Chu Yan also completely entered the time and space of the Yinyang Palace, and it is impossible to come out until the time or the timing is successful. Huh. You came after me so soon. The God Emperor Tianji raised his head and looked towards the sky, his divine aura rising continuously. That's right. That dog in Xingtian Pavilion is really biting it. The Lord of Forbidden God also looked up at the sky, and said jokingly. On the far edge of the sky, two golden meteors flew towards them, and behind them, a large number of people from Xingtian Pavilion rushed like a tide. In less than 100 breaths, the entire island was filled with shadows, like a black cloud, completely covering the entire sky. Looking at the scene below, the chasing army of Xingtian Pavilion suddenly looked shocked. They never expected that such a change would take place in the original situation. Look, that sword is there. There are also the God Emperor of Heaven and the Forbidden God Lord. Where's Chu Yan? Why is Chu Yan missing? There. In that crater, what's the situation? Including the Holy Heavenly Spirit and the Heavenly Tao Spirit, they all looked down at the situation below with a slightly gloomy expression. Seal it first, don't say they escaped. The Spirit of Holy Heaven spoke to the Spirit of Heaven, and at the same time ordered loudly to everyone. Open the seal, everyone shoots. Yes. Obey. In an instant, the overwhelming powerful aura surged out like 1,000 miles of thunderclouds, and large pieces of strong aura gathered together like a stormy sea. Wherever it passed, the sky, the earth, and the laws of 10,000 ways shattered together. The vast and boundless sky was instantly shattered and turned into a void of starry sky world. Immediately afterwards, the power of the Holy Spirit surged forward, and with a powerful divine breath, it resealed this void starry sky. In just 100 breaths of time, a huge seal of heaven and earth covering a radius of 10,000 miles was formed directly. The terrifying coercion, like the Milky Way, fell straight down from the sky and suppressed downward. However, on the island below, the God Emperor of Heaven, the Lord of Forbidden God, and the Aoki Sword God incarnated by Xuanhuan Sword naturally completely ignored these pressures. The army of Xingtian Pavilion looked at the three God Emperors below, all of them looked sad. Although they don't know what's going on now, but now that the seal is complete, no matter what, Chu Yan can't escape. So far, the big picture is set. Humph. This time, let's see how you escape. In the Xingtian Great Hall, the Divine Emperor Xingtian looked at the Xinglua chessboard in front of him, with a grin on his face. Immediately, with a big wave of his hand, a ray of divine breath poured directly into the chess game. Qingmu, Tianji, and Forbidden God, you three, hand over Chu Yan immediately, and I can spare your lives. The spirit of Xingtian opened his mouth, but the voice became the voice of the Emperor Xingtian, and he shouted loudly, like a thunderous sound, shaking the world and rolling like a tide. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all the laws of heaven and earth, and the aura of the void, were all destroyed, and replaced by his holy heaven domain. It can be said that within a radius of 10,000 miles, he, the holy God Emperor, is the ruler. Of course, this is also because the spirit of heaven is here and agrees with him to do so. Ha ha ha, hand over Chu Yan. Shengtiangu, are you still living in a dream? Hearing this, the forbidden god lord laughed wildly. When this sentence fell to the ground, the expressions of all the people present changed. What? What do you mean? Could it be? Above the sky, the overwhelming army of Xingtian Pavilion followed the eyes of the three god emperors below, and looked at the crater in unison. The entire body of the tree is above the big tree burning with flames, and the phantom of Chu Yan's soul is floating in it. Three seniors, Chu Yan will not let you down, I will definitely come back for up to 3 years. As the words came out, the shadow of Chu Yan's soul bowed his hands in a salute, and saluted the three god emperors. Immediately afterwards, his soul was entangled by the flames of the tree body, and it also instantly ignited, and began to burn, and quickly fell towards the crater below. A passage of time and space that other than Chu Yan, including the three god emperors, could not see slowly closed, completely devouring Chu Yan's soul. Good, very good. Among the Xuanhuan sword, the Aoki sword god nodded slowly, with a look of relief on his face. Seeing Chu Yan completely enter the passageway of the Yinyang Hall, the Emperor Tianji and the Lord of Forbidden God also looked at each other and chuckled at the same time. So far, everything is over. Not good. Everyone, take action immediately and stop Chu Yan, hurry up. The roar of the Holy Spirit, like thunder, exploded into the sky. Yes. Obey. Hurry up. The army of Xingtian Pavilion, with countless figures, exploded with power, and blasted out various imperial techniques, forming a powerful attack that overwhelmingly attacked the island volcano below. Boom, boom. The sky trembled, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. This wave of attacking torrent was like the power of destroying the world. The moment it fell, it directly smashed half of the island. A large piece of magma rushed out and collided with the boiling sea water, sparking endless water vapor, rushing into the entire sky. No, useless. The boss of Xingtian Jiling stared at the billowing smoke below, and shouted sharply. Ha ha ha, yes, it's useless. In the laughter of the forbidden god lord, there was endless ridicule, and he opened his mouth and said with a smile. Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu, just wait, the real counterattack against the sky will only start now. Aoki Sword God looked at the Holy Spirit in the sky and said. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the Xuanhuan sword released a monstrous sword light, enveloping the Emperor of Heaven and the Lord of Forbidden God, and flew towards the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, the golden light transformed by the Xuanhuan sword directly pierced the sky and disappeared into the vast starry sky. #C2680 Yu Linglong's decision. Everyone in the audience stared blankly at the golden spot of light that had disappeared to the sky, all dumbfounded. Just, leave like this. Forbidden seal, why is it not useful at all? Damn, come and go freely. What kind of sword is that? So powerful. A golden sword. There was a sound of exclamation, and everyone stared at the place where the golden light spot disappeared with disbelief. Even the Holy Heaven Spirit and the Heavenly Tao Spirit looked stunned. You know, this is a large ceiling formation with the power of God's domain. In front of this golden sword, it is like window paper, it has no effect at all. The most important thing is that in front of them, this golden sword really comes and goes freely. It took away Chu Yan before, and now it easily takes the Emperor of Heaven and the Lord of Forbidden God, as if ignoring their existence. Xuanhuan sword. Damn Xuanhuan sword. Hundreds of millions of miles away, in the Holy Heaven Hall, the roar of the Holy Heaven God Emperor shook the Holy Heaven Hall and made it buzz. In the end, the bamboo basket fetches water in vain. Almost mobilized all the power of Xingtian Pavilion outside, but was led by the nose, by the Aoki sword god and Chu Yan. Although the Xinglua chessboard was used time and time again to calculate Chu Yan's whereabouts, in the end, nothing was achieved. Up to now, the Divine Emperor Xingtian certainly knows that this is basically a game that Aoki and the others have laid out long ago, and they have even calculated it with the Xinglua chessboard and solved it one by one. Let's withdraw. This matter is over. The last order came out, and the Emperor Xingtian waved his hand, and the star Luo chessboard in front of him disappeared instantly. As the ruler of the 10 Directions starfield, the Emperor Xingtian didn't need to worry about a small mistake. After all, the whole situation is still in his hands. A little Chu Yan disappear as soon as he disappears, and when he appears, he will die as well. But now, the biggest opponent against the gods, because of the loss of Aoki sword god, obviously lost a lot of momentum. Next, follow God's domain's instructions and prepare for the battle of the godheads. Yes. The army of Xingtian Pavilion, which surrounded Huiyan Island, heard the order and began to retreat in unison. In less than 100 breaths, on the vast East China Sea, except for the half-collapsed Flame Island, there was no one figure left. Everything has returned to calm. On the other side, in the Xingtian Great Hall, the Divine Emperor Xingtian sat on his throne, clapping his fingers together, frowning in thought. Chu Yan's physical body was severely injured. At this time, he left the protection of forbidden gods and heavenly secrets. Where did he go? Although the Emperor Xingtian still didn't understand why Chu Yan would forcibly attack the branch of Xingtian Pavilion when he had arranged a world-killing situation. However, it is an absolute fact that Chu Yan was physically injured by the 3 great emperors during that battle. Although such an injury would not be fatal, it would take some time to recover. Under such circumstances, if Chu Yan didn't take good care of his injuries, he would have gone there. This question has always troubled the Divine Emperor Xingtian, making him restless as if there was a thorn in his heart. Because Chu Yan's behavior is very strange, even unreasonable. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Could it be that Ni Shindao is quietly carrying out some kind of plan again? Including before, Qingmu Jianshan killed Xingtian Pavilion alone with his sword, and was almost chopped into pieces by him. Now, that Chu Yan attacked the branch of Xingtian Pavilion by himself. No matter how you look at it, something is not normal. It must be checked. After contemplating for a long time, the Holy Heaven God Emperor suddenly stood up and shouted. Send the order the Divine Mechanism Hall. Orders were issued one after another, and soon someone in the Xingtian Pavilion heard the order and moved, rushed out of the Xingtian Pavilion, and flew in all directions. Whether it's Aoki sword god or Chu Yan, their weird actions made the Emperor Xingtian unable to calm down. The most unbearable thing for a master and controller like him is that there are things that are beyond his expectation and control. In fact, things are not as complicated as he thought. If Chu Yan wants to enter the Yinyang Palace, he must injure his physical body, otherwise he will not be able to pass through the crater at all. The Yinyang Hall is the most important forbidden place of the human race. In order to keep this secret and confuse the sight of the Xingtian Pavilion, the sword god Aoki made the entire plan to divert the attention of the Holy Heaven God Emperor. This trick, a trick of stealth, can be regarded as a perfect success so far. No matter how confused the Holy Heaven God Emperor was, or whether Chu Yan was on his way to the Yinyang Palace at this time, as the situation in the 10 Directions starfield subsided, all kinds of information spread across the continent. Have you heard? Chu Yan was severely injured by Xingtian Pavilion and was almost captured alive. Almost. What do you mean? Didn't you get caught? Fuck you. I heard that there are 2 god emperors protecting Chu Yan, and the countless armies of Xingtian Pavilion watched Chu Yan being rescued and disappearing. Disappear. Didn't I hear that he was hit by the ancient silkworm silk? I heard that it is a spiritual treasure unique to God's domain. That's right, the body was severely injured, and the ancient silkworm silk was hit. I think this time, Chu Yan is finished. It's a pity. At the beginning, I fought alone against the 5 supreme beings in the Tianbang. If I didn't defend Xingtian Pavilion, there may be hope for the conferred god. That's not true. The hope of becoming a god in the forbidden god land seems to be obtained by him. But now, hee. It's scary, snatching things from Xingtian Pavilion is a dead end. Among all kinds of rumors, there is a lot of ridicule for Chu Yan. After all, no one dares to confront a monster like Xingtian Pavilion. Of course, there are also many people who express their regret for Chu Yan's disappearance. On the other side, in the south of the 10 Directions starfield, in the main hall of the Dark Temple. What? Chu Yan was seriously injured, and was also hit by the silkworm ancient silk. In the palace, Yu Linglong's face was pale. Looking at the Haixiao lady in front of her, she was surprised. Yes. The disappearance is exact. It is said that Chu Yan disappeared on Flame Island in the East China Sea. I sent someone to visit it. That island was destroyed. Haixiao lady's voice fell, and he continued to report. Holy Heaven Pavilion. Yu Linglong stood up abruptly, clenched her jade fists tightly, and a black imperial breath rushed out of her body like a tide. Everything in the room turned to ashes like ice and snow. Young palace master, you. Even if it was Haixiao lady, he had to quickly activate his body-protecting energy and resist desperately in order to stand firm. Uncle He, what else? Seemingly aware of the weakening breath of Haixiao lady who was clenching his teeth tightly, Yu Linglong took a deep breath and slowly restrained his breath. Call. As soon as the pressure in his whole body was released, Haixiao Heidi let out a long sigh of relief, and then continued. In front of the 9th branch of the Xingtian Pavilion, the news that Chu Yan beheaded the clones of 8 strong men with one sword and fought against the 3 great emperors alone has spread, and the whole continent is talking about it, shocking the world. Humph. Good kill. Yu Linglong snorted coldly, her face was covered with frost, she frowned slightly, and said again. Uncle He, tell father, I've decided. What? The young master really? Haixiao lady's face was full of astonishment upon hearing Yu Linglong's words. Literature Museum M. #C 2685 Yinyang Road. Hearing Yu Linglong's words, Emperor Haixiao hurriedly stopped him. Young master, you can't go to that place. Since the ancient war between gods and demons, my dark temple has sent countless powerful men and geniuses there, and none of them have returned. If it wasn't for this reason, the strength of my dark temple would not be comparable to Hunyuanzong and Tianula, even Xingtian Pavilion would not be qualified to compete with my dark temple. If you go there, there will be 10 deaths and no life at all, and no one will succeed. These words were spoken in a hurry. Haixiao lady hoped to dispel Yu Linglong's thoughts, but 10 deaths without life. I don't believe it, I will try. Yu Linglong moved lightly, walked to the window of the room, looked up at the boundless world outside, and said softly. I know Chu Yan. He must be experiencing life and death. He wants to break through to a higher level. It will never be the impulse imagined by those guys. Therefore, I must work hard, otherwise. Having said this, Yu Linglong stopped and didn't continue, but Haixiao lady who was behind her understood the meaning and shook her head lightly. Since the young master got acquainted with Chu Yan, in the past few years, the time and energy spent on practicing martial arts may have been several times, or even 10 times, as much as before. In the entire history of the Dark Temple, there are absolutely no ones as talented as the young master. All this is because of Chu Yan. The young master doesn't want to widen the gap with Chu Yan, and hopes to fight side by side all the time, and even hopes to help Chu Yan when he is in danger. Just because of this, Yu Linglong is now going to break into that place of absolute death without even caring about her life. At this time, on the other side, the Chaos Star Field, Yinyang Hall. Chu Yan stood in front of a big mountain, looked up at the huge mountain gate in front of him, and in his eyes, 5 colors of mysterious light flowed. This is a mountain that does not exist at all. In the endless starry sky, there is nothing, but there is a mountain without roots and foundations. As for the mountain gate of this mountain, he tried to penetrate the unicorn pupil, but found that under the pupil of the unicorn, not only the gate of the mountain could not be seen, but even the mountain disappeared completely. Only with the naked eye of a mortal can one see the existence of this mountain and the mountain gate. This is the first time Chu Yan encountered such a situation. In the past, things could not be seen by the naked eye, and it was necessary to use the pupils of the unicorn to gain insight. But now, there are still existences that can't be seen by the pupil of the unicorn, but can be seen with the naked eye, which is too mysterious. Lifting his feet and stepping into the mountain gate, the world in front of him was instantly distorted, as if a huge vortex was formed in front of him, swallowing everything. If you take another step forward, you will fall into this vortex and disappear completely. Let's start. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan stepped forward without any hesitation. Whoosh! His spirit was like smoke, he was instantly sucked in by the vortex, and disappeared into the mountain gate. Yinyang Hall, must go. Moreover, after arriving here, there is no turning back at all, only forward, and it is absolutely possible to retreat. At this time, in front of Chu Yan's eyes, the whole world was spinning, as if traveling through the endless star-piercing vastness, and it seemed to be wandering in chaos. But the moment Chu Yan stepped into the mountain gate, at the place where he was standing in front of the mountain, a beautiful figure in a white skirt quietly appeared. Yinyang, the physical body is ready. Well, don't teleport indiscriminately according to the position I chose, carry out directional teleportation. He's different, the more chaotic the place, the more suitable it might be for him. After whispering softly, Qianying in the white skirt stood there, looking at the empty mountain gate, and it took a whole day before she slowly disappeared. At this time, Chu Yan was in the teleportation vortex, and just saw the light of the exit. Swish! As if being thrown from mid-air, Chu Yan's body landed heavily, to be precise, his soul landed. This is. In front of him is a bluestone path, which stretches to the depths of the forest, but on this path, there are 9 wooden doors standing tall. Looking around, it was the same as before, except for this woods and path, everything else was nothingness and starry sky. It seems that we have to go this way and pass through these doors. After determining the target and direction, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, strode forward, and pushed open the first wooden door. The moment it was almost Chu Yan's hand that touched the wooden door, an extremely mysterious prehistoric aura erupted majestically from behind the wooden door, covering Chu Yan completely. This is an extremely mysterious force that makes Chu Yan freeze there for an instant, maintaining the posture of opening the door, and freezes. Boom, rumbling. Chu Yan only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then, a wooden bridge appeared in front of him, and he himself was at the head of the bridge. On the left side of the bridge, there is endless sea water, which picks up layers of huge waves and keeps crashing on the swaying wooden bridge. But on the right side of the bridge, there is a boundless sea of flames, fiery waves of fire, spewing out large swathes of sparks, baking half of the sky into pitch black. Water, fire. Chu Yan's eyes trembled slightly, his heart was full of astonishment. The mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements is so straightforward and yet so harmonious here. What a Yinyang palace! It really is extraordinary. Glancing at the wooden bridge under his feet, Chu Yan smiled slightly, stepped on it, and melted into the world of water and fire. The attributes of the 2 poles were extremely strong, and instantly formed the most powerful attribute power around him, attacking each other, tearing Chu Yan's soul. What Chu Yan has to do is to control his own attribute power, and always keep the two extremes in a stable state. If you are not careful, the result may be disastrous. However, the more extreme this kind of performance, the more enlightened Chu Yan is about the mystery of the two extremes. Even when Chu Yan was halfway there, he began to try to see if the fusion of the two kinds of extreme strength could produce a new kind of power. When Chu Yan walked to 2/3 of the bridge deck, no matter whether it was the endless ocean on the left or the fire area on the right, everything became calm, maintaining a vacuum of nearly 10,000 steps away from the wooden bridge, and never approaching the attack. This road of water and fire is not difficult for Chu Yan. Stopping and standing on the wooden bridge, Chu Yan closed his eyes slightly, and did not pass the wooden bridge directly, but chose to continue to study. On the other side of the bridge, the second wooden door is already clearly visible. However, Chu Yan was not in a hurry, because he knew very well that once he left here, it would be extremely difficult to find such a training place. A day later, Chu Yan opened his eyes, walked across the last section of the bridge, stood in front of the second wooden door, and looked at the world of water and fire behind him. "Thank you." As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan pushed open the second wooden door and entered it. Behind the second wooden door is a world of swords, lights and swords, towering forests. What a mysterious way of yin and yang, such two kinds of mutually restraining attribute power, even a god emperor, I'm afraid he can't fully control it. Chu Yan was very satisfied, with a pair of eyes, one white and one blue, walking forward. #C 2686 Hongmeng Reiki. Time keeps passing, like a white horse passing by. 3 days, for ordinary warriors in the 10 directions starfield, is just 3 times the sun rises and the moon sets, passing by in a flash. However, for Chu Yan, who was on the yin-yang road, these 3 days made him feel as if he had spent 3 years. Almost every hour, the first breath time, Chu Yan didn't stop, his whole soul was immersed in cultivation. One wooden door after another, even he himself seemed to have forgotten how many wooden doors he had passed through. However, there is one thing that Chu Yan is very clear about. That is, such a path of yin and yang is extremely precious to him. Since he stepped into the road of martial arts cultivation, he has never stopped cultivating 5 elements vigorously. After all, this has an important relationship with his martial soul, which directly determines his combat strength. However, he seldom practiced the practice of intergenerational restraint of the 5 elements and the integration of the 5 elements. After all, everyone knows the principle of the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements, but in this world, it is as difficult as reaching the sky to find such a place to specialize in the practice of the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements. At least, Chu Yan has never seen such a powerful cultivation place where the 5 elements are integrated all the way from Haotian continent. Not only Chu Yan, but even the 5 gods and beasts in his sea of consciousness are cultivating crazily at this time. Originally, the 9 wooden doors that Chu Yan saw at the beginning were not allowed at all. In 3 days, the number of wooden doors Chu Yan walked through definitely exceeded the 9 wooden doors. It's as if this road of yin and yang has no end. As long as he passes through a wooden door, there must be a new wooden door waiting for him. This kind of reincarnation-like feeling made Chu Yan's soul feel a little confused. If it weren't for his current will, which has been formed and is extremely stable, maybe he will get lost on this road of yin and yang. Finally, another day passed, and Chu Yan opened a new wooden door, and a completely different world appeared. This is a mountain. Or, it's a huge mountain, altar. The 9-color ladder leads to the top of the altar. The 9 forces of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin and yang are on this altar, like a spiritual array of 9 powers, coiling around it. Along the stairs, Chu Yan climbed up the huge altar and reached the top of the altar. Heaven and earth are dark and yellow, chaotic yin and yang. Chu Yan, a newcomer, has passed the initial test, solidified his soul, and passed the fusion of the 5 elements. This place is your end point. The chaotic world of yin and yang is difficult for gods to enter. Since you have passed the test, you are allowed to enter it. Go. The sound of thunder, like a god, exploded in Chu Yan's ears. Accompanied by the billowing thunder, the 9-colored mysterious light erupted at the same time on the entire altar, rushed to the sky, and gathered into a huge 9-colored mysterious gold gate. And that 9-color mysterious light instantly evolved into a heaven-reaching avenue, connecting with the mysterious golden gate. Whoosh! Almost at the moment when the Xianjing gate appeared, Chu Yan's soul turned into a black light, and flew towards the Xianjing gate along the road of 9-color Xuanhuan. Boom, boom. The huge sky gate covering half of the sky slowly opened, as if the entire sky had opened a gap. The sky is shaking, the sky is trembling, and the whole world is shaking crazily. The mountain-like altar below began to slowly collapse when Chu Yan's soul entered the Shantian gate. The original 9-color mysterious light and the power of the 5 elements on the altar instantly turned into countless streamers, chasing after Chu Yan, and rushing into the Shantian gate at the same time. After a full 100 breaths of time, the gate of Shantian swallowed all the spiritual sources in this world before slowly closing and disappearing into the sky. At this time, Chu Yan, who rushed into the gate of Shantian, seemed to have entered a terrifying world, and his entire soul was constantly being pulled by unknown forces around him, as if his soul body was to be torn apart. Chu Yan had no choice but to grit his teeth and hold on. Finally, when Chu Yan was about to collapse, suddenly, all the power around him disappeared instantly. Ah! The sudden sense of powerlessness caused Chu Yan to roar suddenly, and the holy power all over his body gushed out like a tide. Boom! 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 As Xingwei passed by, the surrounding rocks collapsed, large cracks on the ground exploded, the wind blew, and the waves were like waves. Call. Chu Yan, who was slowly getting used to it, breathed a long sigh of relief, slowly restrained his breath, and raised his eyes to look around. Huh! This is there. As far as the eye can see, there is a valley in front of him, surrounded by 4 high mountains, and only one canyon leads to the distance in front of him. At the far end, there seems to be a vast forest with extremely strong aura. This primordial aura. Thousands of paces away, a dark red flower in the middle flutters in the wind, and above the buds, a cloud of gray air floats, condensing and not dispersing. The moment Chu Yan's eyes touched the fairy grass, he was stunned in shock. This fairy grass, even if Chu Yan knew that he was an alchemist, he had never seen it before. What is certain is that this fairy grass absolutely does not exist in the 10 directions starfield. It is impossible for the primordial spiritual energy above the fairy grass to appear in the 10 directions starfield. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't even believe his eyes. Swish! Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan's spirit body flew forward, rushed into the spiritual mist of the valley, and quickly approached the fairy grass. The primordial aura is the key aura for cultivating Shenwu Yuanli. With it, one can cultivate the source power of divine martial arts to the peak, and at that time, one can truly activate Xuanyuan's sword, the supreme treasure of the human race. However, just after rushing out 100 steps, Chu Yan stopped and stood there with a face of astonishment. Because, with only 100 steps away, Chu Yan's speed was more than twice as fast as before. Could it be that this place is out of the scope of the 10 directions starfield? Chu Yan looked around, his true energy surged, and he began to sense the aura around him. It was only for a moment that the exercises were activated, and the aura around him was attracted, which made Chu Yan even more surprised. Sure enough, the spiritual energy here is more than 10 times stronger than that of the 10 directions starfield. Moreover, there don't seem to be any rules or shackles of the Tao of Heaven. This is definitely not the 10 Directions starfield, could it be? Suddenly, Chu Yan thought that when he was at the altar just now, the voice said that this place seems to be the chaotic world of yin and yang. Chaotic yin-yang realm. Chu Yan looked up at the sky, and then at the surrounding mountains, but he didn't seem to find any difference. Forget it, don't worry about it, get the grass jelly first. Swish. Urging all the strength in his body, Chu Yan was like a black lightning, and he arrived in front of Xianqiao in an instant. However, the scene around the fairy grass made Chu Yan's expression change instantly. Because, within a radius of 10,000 steps around the fairy grass, there are more than a dozen corpses lying densely. #C2687 Take home. These corpses seem to have died not long ago, apparently after a great battle, with casualties everywhere. However, what Chu Yan didn't understand was that these people should be fighting for this fairy grass, but the fairy grass is here, but everyone is dead. Although Chu Yan has seen many such things before, it is the first time he has seen such things in this world of yin and yang. It shows that this primordial aura is also extremely precious in the world of yin and yang, otherwise, it is impossible for these people to lose their lives for a single celestial grass. However, this has nothing to do with Chu Yan, anyway, the fairy grass is his now. But when Chu Yan stretched out his hand, he found that the fairy grass had been picked off, but the suspended primordial aura could not be touched at all. Moreover, after leaving the fairy grass, the primordial aura began to dissipate rapidly. Not good. Without a physical body, I can't harvest this primordial aura. Seeing that the primordial aura was dissipating, Chu Yan became impatient, swept his eyes around, and immediately hesitated. Now, I am a soul body, and I can only find one to use among the corpses all over the floor. Seize the house. With a soft drink, Chu Yan locked his eyes on a corpse that was relatively complete and had the strongest physical strength, and his soul turned into electricity, and he burrowed directly into it. This is a very strange feeling. Chu Yan's spirit and the young man's body quickly merged, as if wearing a very ill-fitting dress, but it made him feel comfortable all over. Great Emperor Realm 9th Heaven. The soul is so weak, the body is so weak, and the sea of energy is so bad. Chu Yan had just adapted to the new physical body, and his spiritual consciousness quickly swept across the new body, but suddenly frowned. There were 2 wounds on the body that hurt the 5 internal organs, and the soul was directly annihilated by the enemy and died, but this physical body was too weak. Swallow. Although he had great opinions on the new physical body, Chu Yan didn't have time to investigate carefully, so he waved his hand quickly. Swallow the mass of primordial aura in front of him whole. Call. When Hongming's spiritual energy entered his body, Chu Yan suddenly felt a wave of air like a clear spring, surging around in his body, and reaching his whole body in an instant. The 2 wounds on the chest and back were recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they were completely healed in less than 3 breaths. Moreover, the cultivation base in the body, which was originally in a bottleneck state, also began to break through. Great Emperor Realm 6th Heaven. Great Emperor Realm 7th Heaven. After raising 2 levels of cultivation in a row, the primordial aura was completely exhausted, and it was impossible to improve his cultivation. The 7th heaven of the Great Emperor Realm. Chu Yan was startled. Originally his cultivation had broken through to the semi-sacred realm, but now, he had returned to the 7th heaven of the Great Emperor Realm. Moreover, a mass of primordial spiritual energy has only been promoted to 2 ranks. Others may not know it, but Chu Yan has devoured the primordial aura, so of course he knows that the primordial aura is not so bad. This body, too bad. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness inner spirit, after some investigation, his eyes turned green immediately. The meridian is not even 1/10 the width of his original body, and every piece of flesh and blood is in a state of weakened aura. Therefore, most of these primordial auras have been consumed just to nourish the physical body. No. This body must be replaced quickly. If it weren't for the fact that he just came here and happened to meet the primordial aura, Chu Yan would never have seized this corpse. After all, the physical body that has not been carefully studied is not suitable for me at all. Not only did it fail to exert the effect of the primordial aura, but it also wasted most of it. Now with this physical body, the combat power can barely reach half of the original, so let's practice first. Shaking his head, looking at his current body, Chu Yan was speechless for a while. This physical body was so poor that he almost thought that if he left this physical body directly, even if his soul wandered around, it would not be much worse than this. However, if you keep wandering in this yin and yang world with your soul body, you will consume a lot of power of your soul and miss some opportunities at the same time. Therefore, Chu Yan could only bear it. Swish. Chu Yan swept his consciousness and found a cave outside the valley. With a flash of his figure, he arrived at the entrance of the cave. Arranging a resting breath and defensive spirit array casually, Chu Yan immediately sat cross-legged in the cave and began to temper the body. Time passed quickly. One day and one night, Chu Yan woke up from his practice after 9 full circles. Phew! Finally, the foundation of the physical body has been consolidated. Although the physical body is not very good, after Chu Yan's tempering, at least this barely usable physical body has reached its peak state. This kind of aptitude is probably not even up to the middle level in the 10-direction star field. Standing up, Chu Yan clenched his hands, and the holy power surged all over his body. Immediately, in the cave, a powerful aura rushed towards the surrounding cave walls, causing the whole mountain to tremble. 70% of the combat power has been restored. It's not bad. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan removed the spiritual array at the entrance of the cave, strode out of the cave, and looked at the outside world. Fortunately, the aura is so strong that it's terrifying. Otherwise, it would take me more than 10 days just to temper this body. Sighing the aura of the yin-yang world, Chu Yan looked up at the undulating mountains in front of him. Yin and Yang realm. According to what Qingmu Sword God said before, this yin-yang palace is in this yin-yang realm. The yin-yang realm is an extraterrestrial place outside the 10-direction star field, which occupies the chaotic star field alone. This continent, even in the era when the 3 races of gods and demons of the ancients lived together, seemed to be an enclave outside the 3 realms. There is only one reason, because this world is not connected to many continental worlds such as the 10-direction star field and the God realm. However, this restriction is only for ordinary people. After all, even if there is no connecting channel between the planes, the chaos star field is the foundation of the entire world. Ordinary warriors, of course, cannot survive the turbulent flow of time and space for too long, but if they reach a legendary state, even the turbulent flow of time and space in the chaos star field can still travel by strength. Therefore, in ancient times, some legendary powerhouses brought some important secrets to this yin and yang world, and kept the most precious seeds to prevent accidents. As for the human race, during its heyday, powerful men also came to the yin-yang realm, placing the most important inheritance foundation of the human race's suzerain in this world. Safety is safe, but like Chu Yan, the successor suzerain who came to accept the inheritance, was close to death. Of course, as a matter of course, this trip to the yin-yang hall has also become a test for the successor suzerain. If he is alive, he is the master of the human race. If he is lost, he has failed the test, which means he is not qualified to succeed the suzerain. Such a condition is completely in line with the law of the strong are respected in the Wuhun world. Chu Yan, explore the depths of this body's qi. At this moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the voice of the green-armored giant who had been silent for a long time suddenly sounded. Explore the sea of qi. Chu Yan was startled. The sea of qi in this body is very poor. During the previous inspection, Chu Yan found that even half of the Sea of Qi was blocked. But now, the green-armored giant asked him to investigate again. Could it be that there is something special about it? #C2688 Lingmai. The words of the green-armored giant are never wrong. Therefore, without any hesitation, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness instantly converged, turning into a tide of spiritual consciousness, rushing into the body, and pouring directly into the Sea of Qi. In just a split second, the tide of spiritual consciousness completely occupied the entire sea of energy, and carefully probed the inner 3 layers and the outer 3 layers. This is not the air sea block. What is this? The moment Chu Yan saw the structure of Qihai clearly, his eyes widened instantly. This is the prototype. A blue light flashed in front of him, and the figure of a giant in green armor appeared in front of Chu Yan. Baby form. What kind of prototype? Chu Yan's martial arts realm has reached the semi-sage realm, and he has seen a lot of martial arts and imperial arts. However, I have never heard of, or seen, that warrior Sea of Qi can store other things. The rudimentary form of the godhead. The green-armored giant replied. What? Godhead, prototype. Hearing this answer, Chu Yan's pupils dilated instantly, and his eyes were full of astonishment. One must know that in his original physical body, there was also a prototype of a godhead, but it was only after he exhausted all his strength and experienced countless lives and deaths that he finally condensed it. But now, when I just arrived in the Yin-Yang realm, I randomly snatched away a corpse, and unexpectedly met someone with the prototype of a godhead. Such a probability is even more difficult than winning the lottery. No, he was dead just now. Just stunned for a moment, Chu Yan immediately reacted, looked at the green-armored giant, and said in surprise. The embryonic form of the godhead is not a tangible thing, but is conceived by the 3 of martial soul, emperor seal, and Tao map at the same time. However, after the warrior is lost, no matter whether it is the emperor's seal or the Tao map, including the martial soul, all will disappear. In such a case, the prototype of the godhead should also disappear with it. It is impossible to stay until now. Yes. He is dead. But. The Qingjiao giant nodded when he heard Chu Yan's question, then turned around and looked at the world in front of him. This is the world of Yin and Yang. Everyone is born with the prototype of a godhead. And here, it's called, the spirit vein. Lingmai. Chu Yan frowned slightly. This name has never been heard of in the 10 Directions star field. Then how many star ranks are there in total for the martial souls here? After thinking about it, Chu Yan still thinks that Wuhun is the foundation. As long as his Wuhun is strong, he is not afraid. Here, there is no martial spirit. The green-armored giant turned around and looked at Chu Yan. What? No martial soul. Chu Yan was a little confused. In the world of martial arts, except for monsters, beasts, gods, and demons, almost all warriors use martial arts as their foundation to start their cultivation. Without a martial spirit, how to communicate with the aura of heaven and earth, how to practice? Could it be? That's right. To be precise, it's not that the people here don't have a martial soul, but there's never been anyone who has ever awakened a martial soul, the blue-armored giant explained. Many years ago, there were also strong martial souls here, but they discovered that the more they practiced later, especially after they approached the holy realm, the effect of the spiritual veins was much stronger than that of the martial soul. So, I don't know when, in this yin and yang world, everyone will not take the initiative to awaken the martial soul, but concentrate on cultivating the spiritual veins. Spiritual veins are divided into 4 ranks of heaven, earth, black and yellow. Among them, the sky rank is the highest, and each rank is divided into 10 stars, which are the same as the star ranks of Wuhun. Having said that, the green-armored giant stepped slowly, walked up to Chu Yan, and continued. When you were practicing just now, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth communicated through the spiritual veins of this physical body. Have you noticed that it is different from the martial soul? Naturally born, one with the heaven and the earth. Chu Yan blurted out without even thinking about it. The previous training made people feel very emotional. I thought it was because of the strong aura in the yin-yang world. Looking at it now, it was because of a spiritual vein in the sea of energy of this body. After the holy realm, what is the difference between spirit veins and martial souls? Chu Yan asked, curiously. In this world of yin and yang, there is a special holy art called yin-yang meridian. This holy art has no aggressiveness or combat power. It only has one function, which is to condense Godhead. The blue-armored giant opened his mouth to explain, as if he knew everything about the world of yin and yang like the back of his hand. The sacred art of condensing the Godhead. How is this possible? Chu Yan wondered. What is the Godhead? That is the most valued resource in God's domain. Even if it is a little bit, it will not let ordinary warriors touch it. If such a holy technique really existed, I am afraid that Xingtian Pavilion or Xingyu would have already sent troops to kill it. There really is such a sacred art. It's from the ancient God realm, and it was engraved on the Yinyang Tianshan mountain in the Yinyang realm continent back then. Everyone in the whole continent can see it and practice it. When these words landed, Chu Yan's eyes lit up instantly. If there is such a holy technique, as long as you write it down and bring it back to the 10 directions starfield, not everyone can condense a Godhead. It's so easy. Stop dreaming. That's impossible. Seeing Chu Yan's eyes glowing, the green-armored giant seemed to be able to detect Chu Yan's heart, and said directly. This holy art, although everyone can practice it, can truly practice it successfully. In the history of the yin-yang world, there is only one person. And it's still a woman. Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled and asked. Who? Empress Xiantian. The green-armored giant turned around and looked at Chu Yan. Empress Xiantian. Chu Yan was taken aback, as if he had heard this name before. If you want to practice yin and yang together, you must meet 2 conditions. One is to have a heavenly 10-star spirit vein, and the other is to achieve the fusion of yin and yang. From ancient times to the present, in the history of the yin-yang world, there have been hundreds of thousands of spirit veins of the 10 heavenly stars, but the only one who can achieve the fusion of yin and yang is Empress Xiantian. So, it's easy to say, and it's also difficult and difficult. Everything depends on you. Speaking of this, the soul body of the giant in blue armor became extremely dim. With a flash of blue light, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared directly into Chu Yan's body. In addition, if you use the spiritual veins to cultivate the primordial aura, the effect will be doubled. After the last sentence fell, the figure and aura of the green-armored giant disappeared completely on the spot, leaving only Chu Yan standing still. It doesn't matter, let's take a look at the yin-yang world first, and then talk about it. After 100 breaths, Chu Yan woke up. With a long roar, his figure turned into a startled rainbow, soaring into the sky, and flew away towards the valley. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yan rushed out of the valley and flew into the vast forest. However, when he saw the situation in the forest clearly, his face was startled. Huh! So many. Because, in the forest below, there are dead bones and corpses everywhere, like a road, connecting the valley at one end, and going deep into the forest at the other end, with no end in sight. It was as if there were countless fighters fighting along a forest road, dying and losing all the way, completely paving the entire road. #C2689 Someone fighting. This is a dark red road of flesh and blood, with dry bones covered in dust and broken bones like dust. On the road nearly 10 feet wide, there are skeletons, gray and black, obviously from different ages. Densely packed, layer upon layer, a forest road is completely covered, and the road surface cannot be seen at all. The will of some strong men wandered in the forest, like a plant without roots or a flower without an owner, without any consciousness at all, slowly dissipating in the endless river of time. That kind of loneliness and desolation made the strong men who were proud of their strong will before the loss regret it very much now. Among these wandering spirits, a few, aware of Chu Yan's arrival, turned their heads to look at them. Those cold eyes of will, even the soul as strong as Chu Yan, trembled. What a world of yin and yang! This feeling, at least before coming here, in the 10 directions starfield, no one can make Chu Yan feel this cold, except for a few powerhouses of the God Emperor realm. This shows that in the yin-yang realm continent, the number of strong people is definitely not small. On such a road to the secret realm, there will be threats to his existence. If it is the entire yin-yang world, there may be a large number. In the next breath, Chu Yan's soul was shaken, and his martial arts will was instantly aroused. For these wandering wills that tried to provoke him, Chu Yan did not give in at all, and looked directly at each other. Since there are so many strong people lost here, it must be a very precious opportunity. Along this way, ahead. With a soft sound, Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and he walked towards the depths of the forest along this road of dry bones. The dead bones all over the ground, if they were ordinary people, they would have been scared to death, but for Chu Yan, it was nothing more than that. Casually, Chu Yan was still among these dead bones, barely finding an unbroken long sword, holding it in his hand, and using it as a temporary spiritual weapon. This yin and yang world is full of spiritual power, and there are spiritual veins and divine arts such as yin and yang together, which look very good. But Chu Yan looked at hundreds of long swords, but couldn't find a good sword. It seems that not everything is good, at least in the refining area. It is not as good as the 10 directions starfield. As an independent chaotic star field, the yin-yang realm has its own advantages, and it must also have its own disadvantages. For example, in terms of alchemy and tool refining, it is obviously a few grades lower than that of Shifeng starfield. One mountain after another was left behind by Chu Yan. The more he went deep into the forest and the more places he traveled, the more surprised Chu Yan was at this yin-yang continent. Along the way, Chu Yan not only found a barely usable long sword, but also found some kung fu and emperor skills, as well as some status jade charms on some recently damaged corpses. After piecing together all kinds of information, Chu Yan finally figured it out. Most of the powerhouses lost on this road came from various forces in the yin-yang continent. In terms of identity, most of them are ordinary disciples. Moreover, in different eras, there have been many battles at the level of Zongmen wars. The powerhouses, geniuses, and elites of all forces are fighting here, fighting for something, not hesitating to lose. This is. After walking nearly 100 miles, Chu Yan's footsteps finally stopped. Ahead is a piece of Talin. Stone towers of various colors and heights are densely packed, completely occupying the core of a forest. These stone pagodas look very ordinary, as if they were made of bluestone, and there are no less than 100 of them. However, this is only the first impression. When Chu Yan's consciousness swept across the stone tower area, Chu Yan's mind was immediately attracted by it. Because the area where this stone tower is located is completely in a vacuum. Not only the aura of heaven and earth, but even the void and time and space do not exist at all. Even Chu Yan wondered whether this stone area would freeze even time and years. Northern water Xuanhuan, southern fire Suzaku, eastern wood green dragon, western golden white tiger, upper Big Dipper, southern 7 stars, this is formation. The nearly 100 stone towers are not arranged randomly at all, but in different directions, according to different formations, a super large formation that is independent of each other but integrated with each other. At this moment, Chu Yan suddenly saw that a forest wind was blowing, but when it swept across the stone field, it disappeared suddenly, and after a full 10 breaths, it suddenly appeared at the other end of the ancient pagoda. But in the middle, the process of passing through this stone tower is completely cut off. At this moment, Chu Yan suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and his scalp was slightly numb. This has exceeded my understanding of heaven and earth. Chu Yan's face was awe-inspiring. Although his heart was chilled, there was a fire burning in his heart. In the 10 directions starfield, even if it is the path to the gods in the land of forbidden gods, he can fully comprehend it in a short period of time. But now, in this yin and yang world, he encountered the first secret realm, which made him feel like he couldn't see through it. It's better not to provoke it. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan didn't force his way in. Although he was a little itchy, Chu Yan had just come to the yin-yang realm after all, and he was not familiar with everything, so it was better to seek stability. Bypassing the stone tower area, Chu Yan continued to fly forward. This is. However, after flying for less than 100 breaths, at the end of the forest ahead, 3 mountain peaks appeared in Chu Yan's sight, which immediately changed his expression. Of course it's not because of those mountains, but because, on the top of these 3 mountains, there are 3 magic weapons. A knife, a sword, and a spear, like the soldiers of the gods, went straight to the top of the mountain, only revealing half of the soldiers. However, just this half of the spiritual soldiers, the military power revealed, made Chu Yan's whole body blood boil. Because although these 3 spiritual weapons are not comparable to his own Haoyan sword, they are much stronger than ordinary spiritual weapons, and have definitely reached the level of divine weapons. Boom! 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 When Chu Yan's consciousness was attracted by these 3 divine weapons, there were earth-shattering explosions from behind the 3 peaks. There is a fight. Swish! Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan instantly restrained his breath, turned into a black phantom, and circled towards the back of the 3 peaks. With a glance, Chu Yan found that behind these 3 spiritual peaks, there were more than a dozen powerful emperors fighting, and the battle was extremely tragic. 3 holy emperors of the 5th heaven, more than a dozen great emperors at the peak of the realm. With a sweep of the unicorn's pupils, Chu Yan had a panoramic view of the battle situation in front of him. What a strong strength! It's not that he was surprised to see the powerhouses of the Saint Emperor realm, but Chu Yan discovered that the ages of these 3 powerhouses of the Saint Emperor realm were about the same as him. This shows that these Saint Emperor realm powerhouses are all peerless geniuses, and it is definitely not easy to cultivate to the Saint Emperor realm at such an age. At least, in the 10 directions starfield, I am afraid it is the existence of the supreme level of the Tianbang. What they are robbing is. Then, Chu Yan swept his eyes and looked towards the distance of the battlefield, but found that a shining stream of light shuttled back and forth between the sky, the earth and the void, like lightning from a startled rainbow. And those strong fighters are obviously constantly fighting around this shining streamer. Literature Museum M. #C2690 Grab it first. Chu Yan's unicorn pupils and divine consciousness were operating to the extreme at the same time, chasing the streamer with all his strength, and finally saw its appearance clearly. It was a spiritual knife shining red, with a wolf's head tattooed on the handle, and the bloody teeth gleamed faintly, as if there was a kind of power that captivated the soul. What a powerful spirit soldier! Chu Yan could feel the evil spirit above the spirit knife just by sensing it. This is a top-grade spirit queen, and with the help of Rakshasa's true energy, Chu Yan can accurately judge that this is a growable spirit weapon. That is to say, the more people the spirit knife kills, the more chance it will be promoted to the rank of divine weapon in the future, and it can even be further promoted. Therefore, this spirit knife caused a shocking battle here. You must know that a powerful spiritual weapon is the combat power that warriors value most, not to mention that it is a spiritual weapon that can grow, which is almost equal to a priceless treasure. It's just that such a high-level spiritual soldier has obviously obeyed his spiritual wisdom. Spirit soldiers recognize the Lord. It is not an easy task to obtain this spiritual weapon. No matter who it is, as long as it gets a little closer to that spiritual weapon, it will quickly dodge and not let any strong person approach. And the spirit knife seems to be based on a nearby spirit peak, and it didn't fly away directly, but flew around the spirit peak. Spirit knife. Although the long sword in Chu Yan's hand is not very good, the spirit knife is not suitable for him, so Chu Yan hesitates whether to snatch the spirit knife. At this moment, suddenly, a powerful spiritual consciousness rushed into his sea of consciousness and exploded directly. The battle around a spiritual peak was extremely fierce. Countless forbidden ultimate moves exploded in the sky like a boiling tide. More than a dozen silhouettes were so powerful that they waved spirit weapons and treasures in the sky, rushing back and forth with shocking power. A young man in a dark brown robe, cultivated at the peak of the great emperor realm, flying high into the sky, he shouted loudly at a figure below. Li Mu, you insist on meddling in the matter between me and Jiuxiao. You really think I am Tianbazong, so easy to bully? That's right, Li Mu, what you're doing is too outrageous. We really can't stand the tour of Longshan. Holding a halberd, the strong man with a swollen face and bulging muscles stood together with the young man in a brown robe. While looking at the figure below, he opened his mouth and shouted. Ha ha ha, Qing Yun, crazy tiger, you two really think highly of yourself, how dare you threaten me? Jiuxiao was dressed in a blue floating skirt, with a pair of eyes full of aura, glanced disdainfully at the two people above who spoke, and shouted. I'm not afraid to tell you, Li Mu and our Yue Palace are originally a family. Hearing what Jiuxiao said in the blue skirt, a handsome young man in a white robe and holding a long knife also laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Qing Yun, crazy tiger, you two have the ability, so come and fight, what's the point of using words? When these words came out, the brown-robed Qing Yun Emperor and the halberd-wielding strong man Mad Tiger Emperor immediately twitched their mouths in anger. You. Snort. A rogue cultivator who is openly hostile to Tianbazong and Yulangshan, if he doesn't rely on a mysterious 7-star spiritual vein, and his combat power surpasses the two of them, he will talk nonsense with him. If he hadn't intervened, Jiuxiao would have been taken down by them long ago. Now, if he continues to help that Jiuxiao Ping, this spirit knife may fall into the hands of Yue Palace. At that time, with the spirit knife as a guide, once the gate of the earth is opened, the loss will be great. Let's join forces and fight with all our strength. Emperor Qing Yun and Emperor Crazy Tiger looked at each other. Their faces were filled with murderous aura, and they said sharply. Now that this situation was reached, neither of them made any preparations to say anything, and directly sent a summons to the strong man of the same clan, and then urged Diwei with all his strength, and made a move together. For a moment, the battle near Lingfeng became fierce. The original tentative attack ended and directly turned into a life-and-death battle. Not far away, Chu Yan was hiding in a forest, watching the battle here, frowning slightly. It's not because the battle on Lingfeng's side was extremely fierce, and the strong began to lose. It was because the will that rushed into his sea of consciousness just now was actually issued from within his own body. Moreover, what Chu Yan least expected was that this will was full of resentment and killing intent, and it seemed that he had a deep hatred for those people near Lingfeng not far away. I didn't expect that you, a warrior at the peak of the great emperor realm, would still have willpower left after being lost. Chu Yan sighed slightly in his heart. Although he was a little surprised, he could understand it. If he hadn't occupied this physical body, perhaps his will would only slowly dissipate into nothingness and darkness. Fellow Taoist, I'm only borrowing your body for the sake of benefit, please forgive me. With these words, the will in the physical body did not fluctuate in the slightest, and it seemed that it was just staring at those people in the distance, full of anger. In the world of martial spirits, the strong are respected. Since you have been lost, dissipate this will, wait for reincarnation, and fight the world again. The body trembled slightly, and the will seemed to weaken a little in an instant. Since you are unwilling to lose, and you are destined to be with me, I will use your hand to fight those people again, capture their goals, and let them get nothing. What do you think? Chu Yan then asked. Although Chu Yan is not familiar with those great emperors who are fighting not far away, a spirit knife that can grow is worth a shot. Although it is not a spirit sword, since there are so many strong people vying for it, let's get it first and have a look. Following Chu Yan's words, his physical will weakened by half in an instant, and he seemed to agree with Chu Yan's decision very much. In an instant, Chu Yan only felt that most of the repulsion between his physical body and his soul had obviously disappeared, and the sea of energy in his body surged, instantly increasing his combat power by 30%. So that's how it is. In this way, my combat strength has recovered by 80%. The recovery of combat power made Chu Yan's whole body blood boil. Originally watching others fight, his fighting spirit surged. After the decision was made, Chu Yan began to raise his breath, his consciousness spread out, and he was ready to make a move. However, when Chu Yan's aura and divine consciousness dispersed, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be an extremely strong force shrouded in this Lingfeng mountain range. This force, covering a radius of 10,000 miles, is extremely powerful. Even if it is a strong person at the Saint Emperor level, it is impossible to smash it to pieces. I don't know if the place where they fight is affected by this force. Forget it, no matter how much it is, let's grab that spirit knife first. Just right, how about trying the combat power of this Yinyang world powerhouse? As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and his unicorn pupils stared closely at the spirit knife flying around in the air. When the distance between it and his own position was drawn to the nearest, Chu Yan's figure suddenly shot. Literature Museum M. #C2691 Might of the Spirit Vein. Swish. The body shape is like a black lightning, rushing out, the gangster turns into a grasp, and grabs straight to the spiritual knife. However, the spiritual knife reacted extremely quickly, and within 10,000 steps of Chu Yan approaching it, it turned sharply and flew towards another direction. Want to go? Long Yu world. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, his energy exploded, and his figure exploded in an instant, chasing after the turning spirit knife. At this time, when the crowd fighting below saw Chu Yan, who suddenly appeared, their expressions changed. Huayang. He's not dead. Impossible. He is obviously dead, his breath has been cut off, and even his spirit can't be alive. How is this possible? Resurrected from the dead. But regarding the appearance of Chu Yan, this group of people thought that the disciple named Huayang had come back to life, and they all looked stunned. However, if a warrior is lost and wants to be reborn, he must either use the life jade talisman or use the soul to seize the body. However, when Huayang fell, some of them saw Huayang's spirit dissipate with their own eyes, and he, an ordinary disciple, did not have the life jade talisman body protection at all, so there was no possibility of him being alive. What a Huayang, he really lives up to his reputation. You must know that the body of Huayang that Chu Yan seized was also a very famous genius before it was lost. A mysterious 9-star spiritual vein with amazing talent, even Li Mu and him are almost the same. This is a formidable enemy. So before, when they were vying for a severe soul stone, Emperor Qing Yun and Emperor Crazy Tiger joined forces at the same time and set up a killing situation to kill this Huayang in one fell swoop. But that severe soul stone directly became a tool to kill Huayang's soul. The ultimate goal is to prevent Huayang from having the opportunity to compete with them for these spiritual soldiers. So, when they saw Huayang appearing in front of them alive again, they were naturally astonished. Could it be that this Huayang has practiced supernatural powers? So, your name is Huayang. While Chu Yan was chasing after the spirit knife, at the same time, his spiritual consciousness locked on the crowd below, and reflected the expressions of more than a dozen people, all in his eyes. In this way, Chu Yan can determine who is related to this physical body. You still want to escape. In a sudden flash, Chu Yan's grasp of the Gangyuan failed again, but the long sword in his hand was thrown, but it hit the spirit knife from the other side. Call out. A flash of inspiration flashed, and the sword soldier was blocked by the long sword, so he had to change direction, trying to use his speed to escape from Chu Yan's side. However, how could Chu Yan miss such an opportunity? Receive. After uttering a single word, he waved his Gangyuan claw again with his left hand, turned around suddenly, and took advantage of the opportunity of the spirit knife trying to slip away from behind, directly grabbed the good and bad handle spirit knife in his hand. Hum. Hum. The spirit knife started, trembling violently, trying to get out of Chu Yan's control, and flew away again. Snort. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, his whole body exploded with holy power, and powerful sword intent poured into the spirit knife like a tide. Immediately, in less than a breath, the trembling of the spirit knife stopped instantly. Good knife. The spirit knife is like a hand, although it does not directly recognize the master, but the terrifying power of the spirit is released from the body of the knife, which makes Chu Yan's eyes shine. Although it was only a top-level spiritual knife, Chu Yan felt that this knife might not be any worse than the heaven-breaking knife in Ouyang Nanshan's hands. What? He stole the spiritual knife. What a cunning boy, he pretended to be dead to lie to us, and sneaked to grab the knife while we were fighting. Can't let him go, kill him. Quick. Get back the spirit knife. The powerhouses below saw that Chu Yan had obtained the spirit knife, whether it was Li Mu, Jiuxiao, Emperor Qingyun, or Emperor Crazy Tiger, they were all furious and shot at the same time. Sky Fury Fist. 9 Rising Water Jew. Tiger Roaring Halberd. More than a dozen attacks erupted from below, blasting towards Chu Yan violently, stirring up a large wave of attacks. Chu Yan held the spiritual knife in his hand, and the unicorn pupils of his eyes were running, peeking at those ultimate moves of the Emperor. His face suddenly changed slightly. The ultimate moves of these Yin-Yang powerhouses are significantly stronger than the powerhouses in the 10 Directions starfield. It may be because of the rich aura in the world of Yin and Yang, or it may be that their ultimate moves of the Emperor are all blasted after being blessed by the spiritual veins, and their power is about 30% stronger than that of the same level of powerhouses in the 10 Directions starfield. A sword in the sky. Without the slightest hesitation, no matter what the opponent's combat power is, a group of great emperors are just at the peak. Chu Yan copied the long sword casually, and slashed out with a wave of his hand. This sword cut out, but it was like a thunderbolt, splitting half of the sky from top to bottom, and the sharp sword light passed by, smashing all the attacking torrents into powder. Huh! My sword power has also increased by 30%. With the sword move, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, but unexpectedly, his sword power had also increased by 30%. It seems that the spiritual veins in my physical body are really good. What? Seeing Huayang slash out with a sword, it cut a dozen of them into nothingness. The following Li Mu, Jiuxiao, Emperor Qingyun, and Emperor Crazy Tiger were all so shocked that their eyeballs almost flew out. They never expected that after this, Huayang came back from the dead. His combat power had increased several times. Originally, the two of them teamed up to directly damage Huayang, but now, when Huayang made a move, it broke the killing moves of more than a dozen of them. This promotion is too fierce. This sword is still too bad. With the sword in his left hand and the sword in his right, Chu Yan looked at the great emperors below, hurriedly dodged his own sword, immediately raised the long sword in his right hand, glanced at it, shook his head and said. However, this spiritual knife is not bad, but it's a pity that it is, huh? Chu Yan pondered in his heart, and when he glanced away, he saw the 3 spiritual soldiers on top of the other 3 spiritual peaks. Among them, there is a spiritual sword. If this spirit knife was originally inserted in the spirit peak, then the spirit sword can also. As soon as a thought flashed, Chu Yan's eyes flashed brightly, and then, like lightning, he flew towards the middle of the three spiritual peaks. Grass, how can this sword power be so strong? That Huayang doesn't seem to be a sword cultivator. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It is impossible for Huayang to increase his combat power so much all at once. Damn it, it was almost lost. The dozen or so great emperors below managed to avoid the sword just now. When they were still in shock, they all looked up with pale faces and looked up at the sky. I saw that Huayang was flying towards the other three spiritual peaks like a startled rainbow. What? He wants to snatch other spiritual soldiers. No, stop him. It's over, I can't get anything now. Swish. Without waiting for everyone to react, Chu Yan had already landed on the peak of Lingjian Mountain, with both feet on the ground, holding the spirit sword inserted on the ground in front of him with his right hand, and was about to draw the sword directly. #C2692 Snow Sword. Clang. Accompanied by a flash of sword light, the sound of sword gunning resounded throughout the world. A snow-white long sword was directly pulled out of the rock by Chu Yan, and held in his hand, trembling constantly. Good sword. Feeling the sword intent on the sword, like the roar of a dragon and a tiger, and majestic like a tide, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. In terms of quality, this sword is only 1 or 2 ranks weaker than the Haoyan sword. You know, the Haoyan sword was tempered by Chu Yan after spending countless talents and treasures. It is a top magic weapon in the entire 10-direction starfield. But now, in the Yin-Yang world, the second spirit sword he encountered had this quality, which surprised Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan was not the only one who was surprised. Thousands of steps away from Chu Yan, Li Mu, Jia Shuiyu, Emperor Qing Yun, and Emperor Crazy Tiger, all present were stunned. God. He actually pulled out the sword. That was Song Shuizi's sword back then, how could he pull it out so easily? That's right. We tried countless times just now, and it was impossible to even shake it. How did he do it? Everyone's eyes looked at Chu Yan, who was standing with a sword in his hand, with a look of surprise on his face, but everyone's mouth was wide open, and their faces were full of horror. You know, before, these people took turns to go into battle, and it took a lot of effort, not only failed to pull out this famous sword, but even a few of them almost collapsed. Of the 4 spiritual weapons here, only the spiritual rhinoceros knife was pulled out by the Crazy Tiger Emperor, but it caused everyone to scramble. However, no one can pull out the remaining knives, swords, and halberds. What happened to this Huayang? After shock, it was thick doubts that surfaced on everyone's faces. Of course, until now, no one would have thought that someone would take away the body of Huayang. After all, for countless years in the world of Yin and Yang, there has never been anyone like Chu Yan who came from the outside world. In the world of Yin and Yang, there are not many people who can draw swords with bare hands. At least once, among the people from several major sects who came together to find opportunities, there must not be such a strong one. Swish. Just when more than a dozen people were shocked and puzzled, Chu Yan held a long sword, and his figure soared into the sky. While waving his hands, sword lights slashed out in all directions. Call out! Call out! Call out! One after another, the sword lights, like thunder, cut a large piece of sky into more than a dozen cracks. Okay. Good sword, let me see, how about the remaining 2 swords? Chu Yan was full of excitement at this time, and when he turned his eyes, he looked at the spirit soldiers above the 2 spirit peaks next to him. After all, such spirit soldiers are rare even in the 10-direction starfield. Now that they have encountered them, they will naturally not let them go. What? Still coming. Seeing Chu Yan rushing towards the other two spiritual peaks, the faces of the dozen or so strong men present all twitched. No. Stop him. With a roar, Li Mu, who was originally handsome, now had red eyes and a ferocious expression on his face. Even if he can't pull it out, he can't just sit back and watch that Hua Yang monopolize the 4 spiritual weapons by himself. Li Mu's roar immediately caused the other people present to react one after another. They roared together, like a group of volcanoes erupting, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Wait. Just when everyone's eyes were red and they were about to make a move, suddenly, Jiuxiao's spiritual consciousness transmitted sound, and instantly spread to the sea of consciousness of everyone present. Don't attack yet, wait for a while, surround him first, don't let him escape. When this sentence fell to the ground, everyone was taken aback immediately, but seeing that Chu Yan had landed in front of the horizontal halberd and was about to pull it out, everyone reacted instantly. It makes sense. Yes, wait first. Pull it out, kill him after pulling it out. This time even the flesh is chopped into powder for him, let's see how he will be resurrected. The crowd, which was like thunder and rolling, became quiet in an instant, and a dozen people divided into various directions, and surrounded Chu Yan. Clang! There was a sound of a golden spear, and a golden light bloomed in Chu Yan's hand, and Chu Yan pulled out the thick and long Xian-colored halberd. Huh! This? With the halberd in hand, Chu Yan glanced over, and suddenly his eyes flashed brightly. This golden halberd was golden in color, as if it was made of gold, but the tip of the halberd had a touch of bright red, which made it look particularly dazzling. However, Chu Yan knew that it was definitely not contaminated with blood or something, but because it was a fierce soldier. Fierce soldiers. The more people you kill, the more ferocious the aura will become, and the power of the soldiers will multiply, and the power will be shocking. Unexpectedly, there would be a murderous soldier here. You must know that spiritual soldiers like spears and halberds pay more attention to the murderous aura of such long soldiers than the kingly aura of swords or the domineering aura of knives. Among the murderous aura of spiritual soldiers, the most precious is the fierce aura. Don't look at the tip of the halberd, there is only a handful of bright red color, just a little bit of red, at least have to kill more than 100,000 warriors, stained with the blood of countless strong, to form. Good halberd. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan directly put the halberd into the Rakshasa space, turned his head, glanced around, and saw those people, one by one, sneaking around him like little thieves. Snort. Chu Yan snorted coldly, didn't bother to pay attention to them, and flew towards the last Ling Fang with a flash of figure. Want to surround and kill myself? How could Chu Yan fail to see their wishful thinking? But so what? Before, when I was holding an ordinary spiritual weapon, I was not afraid of them, not to mention, now that I have a top-level spiritual weapon, these people are not afraid at all. Moreover, Chu Yan now knows that, like them, he has spiritual veins, and the power of his ultimate move has also increased by 30%. In this way, even if there are more than a dozen people here, even if they all go together, they will never be their opponents. Don't worry about them for now, it's a big deal to take these top-level spiritual soldiers first. Immediately afterwards, in less than 10 breaths, under the twitching eyes of everyone in the audience, Chu Yan pulled out the last spiritual knife and threw it into the Rakshasa space. So far, there are a total of 4 top-level spiritual soldiers on the scene, all of which have been collected by Chu Yan. Of the 4 spirit weapons, one is stronger than the other, and the one that makes Chu Yan most happy is naturally the snow sword, which has a faint breath of dust and dust, which matches Chu Yan's self-consciousness very well. With this sword, Chu Yan's combat power can be increased by at least 20%. After all, Chu Yan is a sword repairer, with the sword in hand, what is there to fear in the world? It's now. Do it. Jiao Ping, who was wearing a long skirt, flew up suddenly, screaming loudly, and at the same time took the lead in attacking Chu Yan. Literature Museum M. #C2693 Mutated Wanlai Longjin. In an instant, more than a dozen emperor powers exploded in the sky at the same time, picking up a large wave of billowing air and rushing towards Chu Yan. Huayang, hand over 4 spirit soldiers, and spare your life. Li Mu stood in the crowd, facing Chu Yan, with murderous intent in his eyes, and shouted sharply. Before, when everyone was about to make a move, Jiuxiao stopped everyone. The purpose of course was to wait for Chu Yan to pull out these spiritual soldiers. In this way, the spirit soldiers they couldn't pull out before, now Chu Yan is a big help. This is a typical strategy of the praying mantis, catching the cicada, and the oriole following. After all, if it was them, apart from the first spiritual weapon just now, they would have no choice but to obtain the other 3 spiritual weapons. Moreover, after a fight for that spirit knife, they might lose a few of them. It's easy to handle now. For spirit soldiers, everyone will share one, just right. Although Huayang's various performances before, they were a little surprised by Huayang's fighting power to survive death. However, so what about the strength of the battle? They have 13 strong people present, and there are also masters at the Saint Emperor level. Spare me. It's up to you. Chu Yan looked at the group of robbers in front of him, but smiled coldly. He has always been the one who robs others. When will it be others' turn to rob him, and he is so confident? Let you see the power of these spirit soldiers first. Chu Yan fell to the ground, and didn't bother to talk nonsense with these people anymore. He raised his big hand, and the sword glow above the snow sword shot out instantly. Act recklessly. Li Mu and the others saw that Chu Yan dared to make a move, and all of them had murderous intent on their faces, and they shot one after another. Suddenly, more than a dozen attacks were like a raging wave, covering half of the sky, and slammed down on Chu Yan. This Huayang has already died once, and he still courts death like this. How stupid. The strong men who shot together. Looking at Huayang, everyone smiled. An ordinary inner disciple of the sect, who dared to challenge the elites of the sect, was looking for death. The powerful force that enveloped the vicinity just now, I don't know if there is any here. When Chu Yan made a move, he turned his eyes, but glanced at the sky near Lingfang, and doubts flashed in his heart. If this force also enveloped the surrounding area, it would be difficult for him to leave freely. Thinking of this, Chu Yan turned the sword in his hand slightly, and the angle of the sword glow was towards the sky. Have a try, you will know. Huh. Missed. Seeing that Chu Yan made a move, but did not attack the crowd, but slashed towards the sky, Li Mu and the others suddenly laughed. Good opportunity, kill him. Whether it is Jiuxiao, Emperor Qingyun, Emperor Crazy Tiger, all of them are masters. They have experienced hundreds of battles. How could they miss such a big mistake by their opponents? Innate thunderbolt. Cleansing and chopping. The wind and cloud are everywhere. The powerful killing moves and imperial techniques, and even the Zoman's unique skills were all displayed together, so powerful that even half of the sky was almost smashed. For them, Huayang's combat strength has increased several times after his death and resurrection, and it is a bit troublesome to deal with him. But now, this Huayang made such a big mistake by himself, and given them such a good opportunity. As long as they use all their strength, they can be killed with one move. At that time, everyone will divide the spirit soldiers together, and everyone will be happy. Everyone's thoughts are almost the same, so the moves are all tricks of the trump card, with overwhelming power. See if you're still alive. Each of the great emperors, seeing that they shot at the same time, all had their own housekeeping tricks, and they looked at Chu Yan immediately, as if they were looking at a corpse. However, this time, after Huayang is lost, they will definitely tear his body into pieces, refine his soul into slag again, let him die 100 times, and see how he can be resurrected. The dragon's soul in the sky, the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Seeing a large and terrifying attack, it was bombarding Chu Yan, but at this moment, the violent golden light on Chu Yan erupted instantly like a volcano. Roar! Roar! A golden light is a dragon's power, and hundreds of golden dragon shadows shoot out from Chu Yan in an instant. At this moment, the sky above the sky is covered with golden dragon shadows roaming the sky and the earth, and the sound of the dragon's sting, which is as powerful as the sea, shakes the sky and the earth. The frenzy of the golden dragon's great achievement swept the world, and all the master's ultimate moves of the imperial technique were instantly blown into powder and turned into nothingness by the impact of the golden dragon. They were directly annihilated without even leaving any energy. What? The expressions of Li Mu and Jiuxiao changed drastically in an instant. What kind of exercise is this? Everyone's eyeballs almost flew out of their sockets. Huayang used to be famous, but he could never be this strong, and this boxing technique has never been seen before. This is Wanlai Long Jin. Not only the enemy, but even Chu Yan himself was stunned. He never thought that his Wanlai Long Jin would become so strong after being destroyed by the spiritual veins. This time in the 10 directions starfield, only by destroying the Qinglong Wuhun to its peak state would it be possible to exert the power of the Wanlai dragon strength to this extent. But now, he didn't activate the Qinglong Wuhun at all, and his fist power was so strong. It seems that the world of yin and yang is very interesting. Chu Yan nodded. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he was at least sure of it. This had a lot to do with the spiritual veins in his inner body. Huayang, you are going to die. At this moment, in the sky, an extremely angry voice exploded directly. The figure in white robe was holding a long spear, and between swings, huge spear lights exploded, piercing Chu Yan. It was Li Mu who made the move. Just now, after Chu Yan made 2 consecutive moves to break everyone's joint attack, Jiuxiao next to him, and then looked at Huayang, all changed. The change in Jiuxiao's eyes was completely noticed by Li Mu. Jealousy was burning in his heart. Li Mu was completely angry this time. Turn 9 Shurapa. On the black spear, the murderous aura soared to the sky, condensed into substance, and turned into a ferocious specter, roaring and urging the black spear, stabbing at Chu Yan even more violently. Magic skills. Chu Yan turned his head and saw Li Mu rushing towards him like crazy, but his face was startled. This is a demon race skill. I didn't expect that this yin-yang world would have demon fighting skills. After the ancient battle between gods and demons, the 3 races of gods, demons, and humans were lost. Among them, it is said that the gods just left, and the human race was only severely injured, but only the demons were almost exterminated by the current masters of the gods. Therefore, in the 10 directions starfield, even the few descendants of the demons would not dare to openly display the skills and combat skills of the demons. Unexpectedly, in this yin and yang world, the demon clan skills appeared so grandly. Li Mu's bloodline combat skill, this is his strongest trick. Li Mu has the blood of the demon race. It is said that he can transform 3 times. Every time he transforms, his combat power will be doubled. This Huayang, being targeted by Li Mu, is doomed. In terms of personal combat power, Li Mu really went crazy. We really don't have anyone here who can match him. I have already transformed in the first level, that Huayang is dead. Everyone's eyes turned to Chu Yan. No one doubted that Huayang still had any chance of surviving in front of the transformed Li Mu. After all, the power of the demons is comparable to that of a god. #C2694 Lingfeng Seal. Chu Yan did not expect that in the yin and yang world, he could still see the power of the demon race. A sword in the sky. Facing the power of the demons for the first time, Chu Yan paid enough attention to it, swung the snow sword in his hand, and cut out a crack in the void. With a flash of his figure, he sank directly into the crack in the void. When he reappeared, he had avoided the shot just now and appeared in front of Li Mu. Wan Lai Long Jin. Roar. The dragon's lingering shook the sky, and the roaring golden dragon slammed heavily on Li Mu's body shield, blasting a monstrous wave of golden air. Ah! Li Mu never expected that the Huayang in front of him actually had the power of time and space, and could directly open up a void passage with the sword in his hand. Unable to prevent it, Chu Yan punched him in the front, his whole body was thrown into the air, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. Roar. Li Mu was blown away with one punch, and the golden dragon of Wan Lai Long Jin rushed out of the air wave, roaring and roaring. The dragon body twisted, but it rushed directly towards Emperor Qin Yun and Emperor Crazy Tiger in the distance. Boom! Boom! The golden dragon was like the sky, the dragon's poison shook the sky, and the majestic dragon's might swept past. The resisting moves of Emperor Qin Yun and Crazy Tiger looked pale and powerless, and were instantly smashed by the golden dragon. The powerful Long Jin, like a heavy punch, hit the chests of the two of them hard. Almost at the same time, the dragon's tail twitched wildly, and swung out a half-moon-shaped arc, enveloping the remaining 9 powerhouses. Boom! 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 There was no accident at all. One after another, the strong men were directly sent flying, and a dozen figures were thrown flying all over the sky, flying in all directions like celestial girls. Including the 2 Saint Emperor realm powerhouses, they also couldn't escape the golden dragon's tail swipe attack, but they fell less badly than the others. This, so strong. After waiting for a few breaths, all the powerhouses who were rolling and tossing all stood firm. When they looked up at Chu Yan, they all turned green in shock. Although they knew that Huayang had become stronger before, they never expected that it would become so strong. A gust of chill and fear kept rising from everyone's heart. With one punch alone, more than a dozen strong men were blown away, including those at the Saint Emperor level. This kind of combat power was simply unmatched by them. Chu Yan turned a blind eye to the horrified eyes of the audience. His face was calm, he raised his head slightly, and looked at the sky. Sure enough, this Lingfeng mountain range has been sealed by some force. These people in front of him are no longer enough to threaten him, but this seal of heaven and earth makes Chu Yan extremely unhappy. The power of the 5 elements, go! With a soft shout, Chu Yan waved his hands, and a stream of 5-color air shot out from his palm and flew towards the sky. No matter what the power of this seal is, who it is, and what purpose it has, anyway, it is absolutely impossible for Chu Yan to trap himself. The power of the 5 elements is the closest existence to the spiritual power of heaven and earth, but it is said to have the same body and the same origin as the spiritual source of heaven and earth. Therefore, Chu Yan tested it with the power of the 5 elements. If the heaven and the earth formed naturally, then his own power of the 5 elements should be able to pass through. But if someone deliberately seals it, then you can also try to impact it with the power of the 5 elements. Whoosh! Seeing the energy of the 5 elements soaring into the sky, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness followed closely behind. At this time, above the 9 heavens of Lingfeng mountain range, above the sea of 1,000 miles Lingyun, 3 figures were holding spiritual weapons, facing each other. The 3 of them were above the clouds, and their auras were so powerful that they enveloped the entire sky. Between the heaven and the earth, everything seemed to be frozen, completely still. Emo Dachong, Yongding Tian, you 2 want to block me? A long-haired Taoist with a shawl, a golden crown, and a long feather in his hand looked at the 2 people opposite and shouted. Dragonbeard Taoist, you are too arrogant. Emo Dachong's cultivation has just broken through the 6th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm, and he is equipped with spiritual spells, which are extremely powerful, so he has no fear in the face of Taoist Longshu, who is in the 7th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. Moreover, beside him is Yongding Tian, who was also the sixth heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, joining hands with him. After saying a word, Emoda rushed to his body, and several spirit snakes swam out. He opened his mouth to spit out a letter, but it sprayed out a large amount of poisonous smoke. Sky Snake Pluto Curse. Seeing Emo Dachong directly using the heavenly snake Pluto curse, Taoist Longshu's expression changed instantly. Break it. Without the slightest hesitation, he waved the long feather in his hand, and a large number of yellow-backed and red-lettered talismans rushed from him like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. These yellow paper talismans did not shoot directly at them, but formed a paper wall in front of Taoist Longshu, pushing the air in the void and hitting the large cloud of poisonous gas. Boom, boom. The wall of spells collided with the Pluto spell, and a large cloud of black smoke burst out, and the snake hissed and roared. With this move, the two of them were even in a tie. Ha ha ha, Emo Dachong, your spells are not as strong as in the legend. Taoist Longshu laughed wildly. Humph. Then I'll let you see. Huh. Emo Dachong's expression darkened when he heard Taoist Longshu's words, and a large cloud of black smoke rose behind him, obviously ready to strike again. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head instantly, looking at the sea of spirit clouds behind him. Not only Emo Dachong, but also Taoist Longshu and Yang Dingtian obviously sensed something. Chi-Chi's pupils trembled, and they all turned their heads to look aside. Call out. I saw a group of 5 color streamers rushing out of the sea of spiritual clouds, hitting the breath barrier of the 3 of them, and immediately blasting a group of 5 color mist. What courage! Yang Dingtian was dressed in golden armor and held a long spear. Looking at the 5 color mist surging in front of him, he immediately shouted in a cold voice. Who is down here, dare to attack our enchantment? However, before he could react, the cloud of 5-colored mist continued to spread, directly corroding a big hole in the spell barrier of the 3 of them. What is this? Seeing that the magic barrier of the 3 of them would be shattered by a small group of 5-color air currents, the expressions of the 3 of them changed instantly. Call out! Call out! Call out! The next moment, the cloud of 5-colored mist exploded in an instant, and countless tiny streams of air shot in all directions like flying arrows. These 5-color air arrows are like a storm. Wherever they pass, they will shoot thousands of holes in the spell barrier covering 100 miles, and directly turn it into an air leak. Broken! Emo Dachong and Taoist Longshu, the 2 of them opened their mouths wide, their eyeballs trembling violently, as if they had seen a ghost. However, Yang Dingtian with the golden armor and golden spear in the distance also had a slightly gloomy face, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You know, this is a top-level enchantment barrier. Even if any of the 3 of them want to break it, it will take 2 tigers and 9 years, but now. Who? What? Huayang. 3 pairs of eyes looked down along the big hole in the barrier, and suddenly the bodies of the 3 froze on the spot, as if petrified. #C2695 all robbed. Emo Dachong, Taoist Longshu, and Yang Dingtian all looked at the Lingfang below with 3 pairs of eyes. His eyes fixed on Huayang, all of them looked like they had seen a ghost. The 3 of them came together with a group of good and bad people below, and of course, they also knew Huayang. What surprised them was not only how Huayang could come back to life, but also, after Huayang came back to life, he could release this 5-color air mass to destroy their barrier. What? All 4 spiritual weapons were pulled up by him. The barrier was shattered, and the people below quickly reported the situation. Emo Dachong was so startled that he almost bit his tongue before he yelled out this sentence. 4 spiritual soldiers, all, were taken by him. That's the famous soldier of the 4 spirits. He is a small disciple of the great emperor. How is this possible? In the sea of consciousness of the 3 people, one after another thunder exploded like a stormy sea. Huayang, hand over the spirit soldiers, and spare your death. No matter how surprised, but since the Lingbing was taken away by Huayang, it must be taken back. The three of them fought to the death in the sky above the Lingyun Sea for the sake of the 4 spirit soldiers below, so they used the spell formation to seal this piece of heaven and earth. But now, the spirit soldier has been robbed, and the spell seal has been broken. This Huayang is almost going to heaven. Now, regardless of how that Huayang came back to life, these 4 spirit weapons were left by the famous 4 spirit venerables in the ancient times of the Yin-Yang world, and they must not be taken away by others. Moreover, the 3 of them fought here, for a long time, just for these 4 spirit weapons. Humph. The spiritual weapon is in my hands, and it is mine. It is impossible to hand it over. Goodbye. Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to the 3 big men in Lingyun Sea. Anyway, the energy of the 5 elements has broken the barrier, which shows that the strength of these 3 people is nothing more than that. Moreover, wouldn't it be a waste of energy to fight with them after getting something in hand? Swish. In a flash, Chu Yan was like a kuanping, soaring into the sky. Only a little streamer was seen, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. This, so fast. Everyone in the audience, including the 3 bosses in Lingyun Sea, was dumbfounded when they saw the figure that had turned into a black spot in the sky. After all, for them, they still couldn't get rid of their previous impression of Huayang's strength. Therefore, when Chu Yan used his body skills to soar into the sky, they didn't react at all, and the person had disappeared. Elder. In the crowd below, Emperor Qingyun looked at Mo Dachong in the sky, and stammered and shouted. Huayang took the 4 spirit soldiers, all away. What? Mo Dachong woke up suddenly, and uttered a sky-shattering roar at Emperor Qingyun below. 4 spirit soldiers. There are only 4 spirit soldiers in this Fongbing mountain range. They were all taken away by that Huayang. This is Lian Wuduan et al. You know, after the loss of Huayang, the group of them were here, first to make a soft judgment, and then to make a move. They fought for almost a day. But now, the cooked duck flew away and was snatched by a dead man. If this kind of thing gets out, how will they mess around in the Yin-Yang realm continent in the future? Listen everyone, chase after me, no matter what, take back the spirit soldiers. Mo Dachong's roar resounded through half of the sky, shaking the sea of spiritual clouds beneath his feet, stirring up a large wave of clouds. Spiritual soldiers are small. But these 4 spiritual weapons are also related to an important inheritance. Yes. Obey. The group of people below, whether it was Emperor Qingyun, Jia Shuiyu, or Li Mu, Emperor Crazy Tiger, all soared into the sky and chased in the direction where Chu Yan left. At the same time, Mo Dachong, Taoist Longshu, and Yang Dingtian all used their means and chased towards the sky. Above the sky, Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, flying wildly all the way. For Chu Yan, this Yin and Yang world is completely unfamiliar, so there is no need to look in any direction is the same. However, after Chu Yan flew a full 70,000 miles, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look behind him. Good method, such a long distance, it can still be locked by spiritual consciousness. Chu Yan was a little surprised. If this was in the 10 directions starfield, it would be impossible for someone other than the strong in the divine realm to be able to lock on to others at such a long distance. Spell. After a short induction, Chu Yan discovered that the power that locked him was not ordinary divine consciousness, but an extremely rare spell power. Conjurers are very rare in the 10 directions starfield. Unexpectedly, in this Yin and Yang world, I met 2 at once. This is troublesome. If you are locked by them like this, it is only a matter of time before you catch up. You have to find a way. Chu Yan frowned slightly, his eyes swept to the continuous mountains below, and he kept thinking in the sea of consciousness. It's a pity that the Haoyan sword is not there, otherwise, the Haoyan sword that is connected to his blood and soul can lock this spell and cut it off directly with only one sword. Huh. That position seems to be good. Chu Yan swept his eyes away, his eyes lit up immediately, and he was really ready to fly over. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the sea of consciousness. Huayang. Mo Dachong's voice, locked by spells, appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. I warn you, you can't escape. If you hand it over now, I can save your life, but... Shut up. Without waiting for Mo Dachong to finish speaking, Chu Yan shouted directly. Immediately, Chu Yan's figure dropped sharply, falling towards a huge purple forest below. This forest is quite special. The vegetation is extremely lush, and there are a lot of fairy grass and spiritual plants growing, many of which Chu Yan has never seen. However, any one of these fairy grass spirit plants has reached the level of heaven, even if they are of a mortal level, there are quite a few of them. And these powerful fairy grass spirit plants can release a powerful breath. Some of these breaths have isolation, some have various functions such as psychedelic, all of which are self-protection techniques. Originally, one or two plants might not have much special power, but once there are too many plants, gathered together and released, the power will still be astonishing. Therefore, in this purple forest, even if it is Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, there will be some places that cannot be detected. However, when Chu Yan had just investigated and was about to rush into the forest, suddenly, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, exploding above Chu Yan's head like a violent wind and waves. Boom, boom. Almost at the moment when this aura appeared, a terrifying attack, like thunder from heaven, slammed down fiercely towards the place where Chu Yan was. What? Seeing the sudden appearance of this powerful attack, Chu Yan showed a look of astonishment on his face. Because, with this powerful aura, the realm of cultivation has surpassed the realm of the Holy Emperor, and has obviously reached the realm of the gods. Bold boy, court death. Literature Museum M. #C2696, no delusional forest. This roar exploded, and the terrifying divine power above the sky instantly condensed into a giant Lei Yuan palm. Countless thunder, fire, and lightning blasted the entire sky, and slapped down on Chu Yan below. Boom, boom. As soon as the palm print moved, the entire sky was bombarded and collapsed. A majestic mountain with the power to suppress the world made Chu Yan feel that his whole body could not move, and he could not resist at all. Divine Realm. For the current Chu Yan, it is still too strong. After all, Chu Yan's current cultivation is only in the semi-sacred realm, although he is only a little away from the holy realm. And last time, when Chu Yan made a breakthrough, it was a cultivation breakthrough that was forcibly suppressed. On the one hand, it is to enter the yin and yang world, and the other is to find another opportunity to break through the holy realm, which will be much more beneficial than breaking through to the holy realm with the help of the remaining power. Because, although Chu Yan did not break through the holy realm, his combat power has at least reached the fourth heaven of the holy realm. Ordinary Saint Realm, fifth-layer powerhouses, can fight. With this confidence, Chu Yan is not in a hurry to break through his cultivation base, but now, facing the monstrous blow of a strong man in the divine realm, Chu Yan even feels that the power of this strong man in the divine realm is comparable to that of the 10-star field. Those who are strong in the divine realm have to surpass a lot. Godhead. Chu Yan was shocked, knowing that the godhead of the yin-yang realm was completely different from the Shifeng starfield. Ah! Facing the terrifying suppression, Chu Yan's eyes were red, and his whole body was driven to the extreme, as if his whole body was about to explode. In an instant, the violent true energy in Chu Yan's body was like an angry river and sea. Whether it was the soul power of the 5 gods and beasts, the power of the holy Rakshasa, or the power of the Tao map and the Emperor's seal, they were all instantly activated by Chu Yan. Extreme. These powers, through Chu Yan's body, rushed to the spiritual veins, and after the spiritual veins were blessed, they were crazily output to the snow sword in Chu Yan's hand. A sword in the sky. Stepping into life and death, Chu Yan exploded almost every ounce of power he had mobilized, pouring it all on the snow sword in his hand, watching the giant thunder palm falling from the sky. Swing the sword and cut. Call out. The sword glowed like a pillar, slashing against the sky, and hit the huge Lei Yuan's giant palm, like a sea-fixing needle, withstood the monstrous wind and waves. In an instant, for half a breath at most, the whole world was silent, as if the world was frozen at this moment. Swish. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan, who had been prepared a long time ago, was crazily introverted. Taking advantage of this momentary opportunity, his figure was like a black lightning, rushing madly into the purple forest, and disappeared instantly on the spot. Boom, boom. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's figure disappeared into the dense forest, Lei Yuan's palm print in the sky slapped that sword light to pieces, blasting countless tiny sword powers. Lei Yuan's palm print trembled slightly under the impact of countless tiny sword chi, and continued to blast downward. However, at this point the target has disappeared and no longer has any effect. Above 10,000 zhang high in the sky, there was a hazy figure, his eyes trembling in shock, and his face was full of disbelief. That palm just now, not to mention a peak of the great emperor realm, even the strongest of the fifth heaven of the holy emperor, may not be able to survive. That Huayong, how did he do it? Swish. 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 Just when the powerhouse in the divine realm was amazed, Taoist Longshu, Mo Dachong, and Yang Dingtian flew over with a large group of powerhouses in the distant sky. Humph. Hide in Wuhun forest. The strong man in the divine realm in the sky just glanced at Mo Dachong and the others, but turned his gaze away, looked at the endless purple forest below again, and snorted coldly. Go. After uttering one word, waving his hand was a tiny thunderbolt, like an electric snake, burrowing into the purple forest. This electric snake fell from the sky, divided into two, and then divided into four. When it landed, it had turned into more than a dozen electric snakes, rushing towards the forest. Every electric snake seems to have life, no different from a living spirit snake. It shuttles back and forth among countless towering trees and fairy grass and spiritual plants, exploring the surrounding aura. Moreover, during the process of investigation, these electric snakes are still splitting up, and the number is increasing. Like a wave of electric snakes, more like a big net, it poured in overwhelmingly towards the entire Wuhun forest. Shoot! Not only the strong man in the divine realm, Mo Dachong, and others came to the sky above the forest, shouted sharply, and shot one after another. All of a sudden, various investigative techniques, including spells and ultimate moves, poured down towards the forest below like a flood. As more and more people arrived, there were more means of attack. Everyone besieged together, almost completely covering the entire forest, leaving no life for Chu Yan at all. Under such circumstances, Chu Yan, who was hiding in the forest at this time, seemed to be facing a lonely boat like a tsunami, and it would capsize in an instant. War. Seeing such a situation, Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and the true energy in his whole body exploded again. The snow sword in his hand trembled violently, accompanied by the rising fighting intent from Chu Yan's body. The sword intent frantically condensed. Call out. Call out. Call out. After the sword intent reached its peak, Chu Yan shot directly, cutting out a frenzy of sword intent composed of sword energy. Towards the backside, those various spells and imperial skills, ultimate moves, and prohibitions approaching like a flood. Boom. 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 The storm of sword intent swept past, and all the attacks that came close were smashed into pieces, and the first wave of offensive was broken instantly. However, Chu Yan did not continue to turn around and fly away, nor did he stop. The snow sword in his hand continued to swing the sword, and the sword energy slashed in all directions. Huh? What is he doing? Those people clearly saw that Chu Yan had cracked the first wave of attacks, but he didn't escape, and was still chopping randomly. Good. It's chopping randomly, because those sword chi are chopping in all directions. Most of them have no target at all. It seems that they are chopping indiscriminately. Boom. 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 Clouds of sword energy rushed into the surrounding dark forest. Some were far away, some were near, but they all exploded in the end. All of a sudden, as long as there is a sword chi blasting, there will be various spirit plans, beast formations, power plans, traps, etc., constantly erupting. All kinds of powerful restrictions suddenly appeared in the forest one after another, exploding the overwhelming power, rushing past, almost covering Chu Yan's location within a radius of several miles. And those approaching surges of electric snakes were directly blocked in front of this terrifying frenzy of prohibition. What? He triggered those ancient prohibitions and spirit arrays in Wuhun Forest. Mo Dachong and the others just glanced at it, and they should understand that just now, Huayang's sword chi, which seemed to be slashing wildly, turned out to be such a purpose. That's impossible. How did he see that? That's right, it's impossible to find these ancient restrictions, and he found so many at once. This Huayang, Mo Dachong, Yang Dingtian, and Taoist Longshu all had astonishment in their eyes. They finally began to doubt whether the Huayang in front of them was really Huayang. Literature Museum M. #C 2697, whose territory? Immortal Forest. One of the top 10 forests in the world of yin and yang, it was originally an ordinary forest, but in the ancient times, a large number of prohibitions and spiritual formations appeared in the Wuhun Forest. It attracted a large number of warriors to explore, but in the end, after losing a large number of warriors, very few of them set foot again. What used to be an ordinary forest has also become a well-known Jedi in the world of yin and yang. Now, this Huayang was forced to go to nowhere, and rushed into the Wuhun Forest, trying to find life with the help of the forbidden spirit array from the ancient times. That's right. I didn't expect this kid to know the truth about dying. Yang Dingtian was wearing a golden armor and was holding a golden armor. His eyes were shining with golden lights. He looked at the forest below, but he praised him. Hearing his words, Mo Dachong and Taoist Longshu beside him twitched the corners of their eyes. Pregnancy. Fuck. If that Huayang is really alive, the 4 spirit soldiers and their face will all be lost. Never let him live. Everyone listen to the order, enter the forest for me, find him. Kill. Mo Dachong was already very angry, but when he heard Yang Dingtian's words, he was even more furious, and he ordered without hesitation. What? Enter Wuhun Forest. However, upon hearing Mo Dachong's order, Li Mu, Jia Shuiyu, Emperor Qing Yun and Emperor Crazy Tiger were all startled. Elder, in this Wuhun Forest, there is a large formation covering the entire forest. If you enter it below the Emperor's realm, you will die. Even if you enter it from above the Emperor's realm, you won't last long. It is said that when it seems to be half a stick of incense, it will be eroded to death by the mysterious power in the forest. That's right, it's better to wait for him. When the strong men heard Mo Dachong's order, they were somewhat conflicted and resisted in a low voice. After all, the reputation of this Wuhun Forest is not small, and less than 3 out of 10 can get out of it. It's not worthwhile to lose your life for Huayang and a few spiritual weapons. Moreover, lost in this forest, his mind and soul are locked up, and he has no hope of rebirth. Under such circumstances, naturally no one wants to enter it. After all, they knew that even if they captured Huayang, they probably wouldn't be able to share the 4 spiritual weapons. You guys, dare to disobey me. Mo de Chong's face turned into the color of a pig's liver. He flipped his big hand, and a purple-red centipede appeared in his palm. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared fiercely at Li Mu and the others. No, dare not. Go in now. Obey, come in now. Come on, kill Huayong. Seeing that Elder Mo was really angry and even took out the housekeeper's soul-eating centipede, Li Mu and the others were so frightened that their scalps were numb, they rushed out and rushed towards the forest. In an instant, a crowd of people flocked to the forest, among which there were 4 strong men at the Saint Emperor level and more than 20 strong men at the Great Emperor level. All of them are pushing the body-protecting energy to the extreme. From a distance, they look like a group of fat people rolling towards the forest. Call out. Call out. Call out. Their figures had just stepped into the forest area, and all kinds of prohibitions and ultimate moves rushed in all directions, constantly attacking them. After all, they were all strong, including the 4 Saint Emperor level powerhouses. They shot together, smashed all the incoming restraints and ultimate moves, and ran all the way into the forest. Dragon roams the heavens. Seeing a group of strong men chasing after him, Chu Yan hurriedly mobilized his movements and rushed towards the depths of the forest. In the Lingbing mountain range, there were only a dozen strong men before, but now the number has doubled. It is obvious that they called for helpers. And Chu Yan also discovered that there are as many as 4 Saint Emperor Realm powerhouses. Although these 4 Saint Realm powerhouses are all ordinary fighters and do not have super-level combat power, but there are 4 of them after all, so it is better to be careful. While running wildly, the snow sword in Chu Yan's hand didn't stop, the unicorn's pupil swept across, and as long as he found a restraint and spirit formation, he cut it with a sword and aroused it. This rush of madness is completely a road of sparks and lightning. Wherever it passes, there are all kinds of prohibitions and killer moves everywhere, like 100 flowers blooming, and they explode directly. Not good. Just as Chu Yan continued to accelerate, suddenly, a spear array that was affected in front exploded, and the red spear shadows that flew out, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, covered half of the sky. The pupil of the unicorn. The 5-color streamer in the eyes is moving. Chu Yan stimulates the power of the unicorn martial soul, and the unicorn's pupils are turned to the extreme. The figure is like a ghost, flying around, constantly moving and dodging, and constantly shuttling among the shadows of thousands of guns. In the blink of an eye, in a flash, the huge and terrifying gun array left him behind. Call. Chu Yan glanced back, and suddenly heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the pupil of a unicorn, otherwise the consequences of that moment just now would have been disastrous. Now, the method used by Chu Yan is effective. However, as the person who triggered all kinds of prohibitions and killing formations, he must also bear the brunt of the first wave of attacks. This is a very dangerous thing. If it was the past, those warriors who came to explore Wuhun Forest, who was the first pathfinder, would be several times more likely to be lost than those who came later. After all, the suddenness and stealth of these prohibitions and killing formations in the forest is also one of their powers. Those who chase after Chu Yan only need to keep understanding, but don't have to worry about any restrictions and ultimate moves that will suddenly explode. The reason why Chu Yan dared to do this was because of the Qilin Wuhuan's natal Wuhuan skill, the Qilin's pupil. Words. Following closely behind Chu Yan, a strong man in the Saint Emperor realm was the first to enter the range of the gun array. Suddenly, he was frightened by the shadows of the guns all over the sky, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Boom! Boom! Countless gun shadows exploded, and the strong men who came after them joined them. Dozens of people shot together, and the powerful gun array was instantly broken. Still running. Die to me. The strong man in the holy realm who escaped from danger was fine, but he was frightened into a cold sweat. Seeing that Chu Yan was still rushing forward, he was furious and shot directly. Call out. A sharp sword light pierced the air and howled, like a holy thunder, slashing down towards Chu Yan's back. With a distance of tens of thousands of steps, as the knife passed, the towering trees along the road exploded into powder, and sawdust flew up. Sensing the mighty power of the sword behind him, Chu Yan turned around and prepared to resist, with a single stroke of the snow sword in his hand. However, his sword power was still coming out. Suddenly, the light of the sword exploded, turning into a river of swords, pouring in overwhelmingly. What? Chu Yan's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that this strong man in the Holy Realm would suddenly change his moves when he was furious. Although this river of knives is not very powerful, it is a range-killing move. If you try to resist it, you may be caught in it. And this is exactly the purpose of the strong man in the Holy Realm. As long as they can trap Chu Yan for a while, they can rush up and surround and kill him. Not good. Chu Yan felt that there were tens of thousands of steps in the area of the River of Swords, and it was very difficult to break through. The most critical thing is time. However, at this moment, deep in the forest, a heavy hum suddenly sounded. Snort. Tianbazong, Yulongshan, you too, dare to step into my territory. Are you provoking me? #C2698 Lord Meditation. Almost at the same time as the majestic voice of a mountain god sounded, a thick tree vine, like a black dragon, came straight from the depths of the forest. Boom! 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 Where the vines passed, the river of swords filled the sky, and it exploded in an instant, turning into waves of energy, surging in all directions. The strong man in the Holy Realm was backlashed by the sword intent, his whole body trembled fiercely, a bloodshot overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and the true energy in his body turned upside down, making him feel as if he was suffocating for a while. As a strong man in the Holy Realm, it is extremely rare for him to be backlashed by his own sword intent. Unless, in an instant, all of his power is crushed in an instant, like a mountain smashing an egg, the force of thunder and destruction prevents his true energy from overflowing, and such a backlash situation will occur. The body retreated sharply, and the eyes of the strong man in the Holy Realm were fixed on the depths of the forest, where the black dragon vine whip came from, and he shouted sharply. Who? Come out. The other strong men who were chasing up fell around the holy strong man one after another, and looked up into the depths of the forest at the same time. With one move, it broke the ultimate move of a strong person in the Saint Emperor realm, and even caused it to be backlashed. This kind of power made them all have deep expressions, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Obviously, the person who made the shot is probably much stronger than them. Huh. No one knows me. The world is so cold, it's only been 2,000 years. With doubts and sighs, in the dark mist deep in the forest, a figure in green robe strode out. This person has a long beard, and the blue light in his eyes is shining. The most striking thing is that there is a black tree vine wrapped around his waist, which gives people a particularly strange aura. Yin and Yang do not pass through the gate of ghosts, and Jiuxiao Hades knows the soul of heaven. Every word, as if filled with ghostly aura, resounded through the forest at the same time. The old man in green robe strode out and appeared in front of everyone. Below, the other side. When this word fell to the ground, the complexion of each of the strong men on the opposite side changed drastically, and the pupils shrank sharply. The envoy of the other shore. No, maybe, you, aren't you dead? Everyone's hearts were pulled into their throats in an instant, their faces were pale, and they looked at the green-robed old man dully, with a look of shock on their faces. Of course Chu Yan didn't know, but how could these strong men who were born and bred in the Yin-Yang world not know the name of Hades? 10,000 years ago, the name of Hades resounded throughout the Yin-Yang continent. Among them, the names of the 4 great ambassadors of the underworld made everyone tremble and fear in the entire continent. Among the 4 great envoys, there is the envoy from the other shore. The 4 great messengers are all eccentric and completely different from ordinary people. Some are martial idiots. In order to break through the realm, even their own legs are used as materials for alchemy. There is another one who has practiced so much that his sea of consciousness is chaotic, and he even forgot what his name is. Anyway, the 4 great underworld envoys are all weird and terrifying, and none of them are normal people, but all of them have shocking cultivation bases and extraordinary combat power. Countless strong masters died in their hands, and all of them died of body and soul. It was even heard that quite a few people were thrown into the Styx River by them, and they would suffer from 10,000 years of blood training. The atrocities of the Hades shrouded the world of yin and yang for 1,000 years, and finally aroused the anger of all the heroes in the world. Almost half of the forces in the yin-yang continent joined forces and launched a world war against the underworld. However, after the First World War, to the surprise of the people of the world, except for most of the ordinary disciples, all the high-level people in the underworld disappeared without a single corpse. Some people said that they were lost in the melee and could not be distinguished, while others said that the hidden powerhouse from the yin-yang realm had killed them all in advance. Anyway, according to various rumors, there was no strong person in Hades in the next 1,000 years. But now, one of the 4 great underworld envoys actually appeared in front of them alive. Master Mingshi, we accidentally broke in, let's go. Figured out the other party's identity. Including the 4 Saint Emperor realm powerhouses, all of them were pale, with fright, their bodies trembling, and they spoke quickly. Go. Bring that kid here. With a wink, the leader of the Holy Realm powerhouse said to the dozen or so emperor powerhouses behind him. As long as that Huayang is taken away, this prestigious underworld envoy cannot be provoked. Of course he will not be provoked. After all, the disappearance of Hades for 1,000 years does not mean that the combat power of the 4 great underworld envoys will be much worse. This kid, standing on my territory, you want to take it away? The envoy of Bian Ming sneered and opened his mouth, obviously asking, but actually threatening. Moreover, when the strong man in the Holy Realm raised his head and looked at the envoy, it was obvious that there was a touch of coldness on his face, and the aura on his body made me feel bone-piercingly cold. Master Mingshi, can you? The strong man in the Holy Realm glanced at Chu Yan, and was about to ask. Roll. After uttering a single word, ghostly shadows emerged from the darkness of the forest in all directions and gathered behind the underworld envoy. The sound of hissing and howling ghosts, as well as the gloomy and evil spirit, caused the temperature of the entire forest to drop rapidly. At this moment, including the 4 Saint Emperor realm powerhouses, all of them turned pale with fright. It was as if countless evil spirits were continuously penetrating into their bodies through the pores all over their bodies, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What to do? A strong man in the Saint Emperor realm sent a sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness and asked the other 3 companions. Let's go. It was just that his eyes flickered twice, and the leading Saint Emperor turned and left without the slightest hesitation. At this time, there was no consideration for him to choose whether to face the anger of Elder Mo or the murderous intent of this master messenger. No matter how angry Elder Mo is, it is impossible for him to kill these Saint Emperor realm powerhouses, but this Master Mingshi is not sure. Firstly, if his identity is exposed, it is very likely that he will be killed, and secondly, although the underworld is damaged, the messenger in front of him is by no means something they can provoke. Master Mingshi, we will strictly abide by today's matter and never let it out. Farewell. As if he was afraid that the envoy would strike from behind, the strong man in the Holy Realm bowed his hands and said his farewell. Immediately afterwards, the 4 holy emperors, together with Li Mu, Jiuxiao and others, turned around and hurried back toward the way they came. Li Mu, Emperor Qing Yun, and Emperor Crazy Tiger gave Chu Yan a hard look before turning around and leaving. Only Jiuxiao looked at Chu Yan and smiled brightly before twisting his waist and leaving. In an instant, the murderous intent that filled the sky disappeared completely in an instant. Call. Seeing everyone leave, Chu Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. Although these people are not to be feared, outside the forest, there is a strong man in the divine realm who is extremely difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for this messenger who appeared in time, maybe today would be really troublesome. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan turned around, looked at the envoy, bowed and saluted. You're welcome, come with me. The messenger looked at Chu Yan without any fluctuation, and said expressionlessly. Then he turned around and took Chu Yan to the depths of the forest. 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2699 was discovered. There was no emotion on the face of the envoy of the other side, so Chu Yan could only follow him into the depths of the forest. What is certain is that this envoy from the other side is a strong man in the divine realm, otherwise it would be impossible for the 4 holy emperors to turn around and leave without saying a fart in fright. But now, if the envoy of the other side took action against Chu Yan, he might not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Therefore, Chu Yan could only follow behind him honestly, walking forward, guessing the other party's purpose in his heart. After all, in this yin and yang world, Chu Yan does not know anyone, and it is even more impossible that someone will help him for no reason. After almost 1 stick of incense time, the envoy stopped in a small lake in the center of the forest. Here it is. Chu Yan glanced and found that this small lake is not simple. Because the small lake, with a radius of several miles, is so clear and transparent that it can be seen with the naked eye. At the bottom of the lake, there is a huge black altar completely submerged by the lake. I don't know whether it is because of the altar, the lake formed after adding water, or the lake that existed first, and the reclaimed water altar built later. However, around the bottom of the lake, along the bottom of the altar, there are densely packed with all kinds of bones. After soaking for an unknown number of years, all of them are only bones, snow white. Boy, do you have a martial soul? The eyes of Bayan Mingshi were fixed on Chu Yan, as if he wanted to judge whether his answer would be a lie. Yes. Chu Yan nodded and replied directly. The simple and direct answer stunned Mingshi's face, but soon, a red flame flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Laughing wildly up to the sky, there was an expression on Mingshi's face for the first time, but it was the expression of ecstasy, looking at Chu Yan's eyes glowing. A group of pigs. After saying this sentence, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. Compared to the 4 broken weapons, they don't even know that you have a martial spirit in your body. It's a good thing they didn't know, otherwise it wouldn't be my turn. Now, quack. While talking, it seemed to be talking to Chu Yan, and it seemed to be talking to himself, but the way the messenger looked at Chu Yan had completely changed. All kinds of evil spirits continued to rise, and behind him, countless ghosts began to appear from the small lake behind him. Boy, I saved you, now, it's your turn to repay me. Boom, boom. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan only felt the ground under his feet tremble suddenly, and there was a big wave of wind and waves on the surface of the small lake not far away. With the small lake as the center, the entire ground was shaking, but the altar under the lake was slowly rising. Countless ghosts, like thousands of black streamers, flew towards Chu Yan and completely surrounded him. The envoy of the other side, of course, would not be so kind, helping Chu Yan for no reason. The purpose is also very simple. People like Chu Yan, who have spiritual veins and martial souls, are extremely rare in the entire yin-yang world. And now, the envoy of the other side has been trapped in this Wuhun forest for nearly 1,000 years. In order to break through the realm, he continued to explore and practice in Wuhun forest, but after 1,000 years, he found nothing. After all, there used to be a lot of resources in Hades, but now that Hades is lost, it becomes extremely difficult for them, the four guardians, to get any resources. And relying on self-cultivation, talent is extremely important. As for the other side's cultivation, it is impossible for him to make any breakthrough in martial arts due to his own talent. It is like a bottle that is full, and if you want to fill it with more water, there is only one way. That is to change the bottle. Luck, this thing is really mysterious. Just when the Bayan Mingshi was thinking about how to hide his identity and went outside to find a suitable body, Chu Yan came to the door by himself. How could such a young genius who was only at the peak of the great emperor realm, with the ultimate talent of spirit veins and martial soul, not surprise him? As long as this physical body is lost, with the dual talents of spirit veins and martial soul, coupled with his discovery and accumulation in Wuhun forest, by then, he will be able to open the tomb of the nameless god and get the inheritance in it. The inheritance in the tomb of the nameless god will definitely help him break through to become a conferred god powerhouse. At that time, with the spirit veins as the godhead, and the martial soul as the foundation, even breaking through to a higher level, there is a great possibility. You want my body? Chu Yan was startled. Looking at the expression of the envoy of the other side, and the shining red light in his eyes, Chu Yan reacted instantly. Since you saved me, I would like to advise you, you'd better not think about my body, otherwise, you will die. Even if he knew the thoughts of the envoy of the other shore, there was no fluctuation in Chu Yan's expression at all, and he seemed not afraid at all, but instead persuaded him. This envoy from the other shore is also unlucky enough to want to take him away. Not to mention, when he was in the 10 Directions starfield before, it was not that Chu Yan had never met a strong man who wanted to take him away. However, in his own sea of consciousness, there is a giant in green armor. Last time, the one who wanted to take him away was poked by the green-armored giant with a finger, and his soul was annihilated. Even if you don't talk about the green-armored giant, just your own words. You must know that Chu Yan now has spiritual veins and martial souls, which are not completely separated. Martial soul is carried by one's soul body, and has nothing to do with this physical body, and this physical body only has a slightly stronger spiritual vein. In the world of yin and yang, this kind of physical body seems to be very common. In addition, Chu Yan's battle just now consumed a lot of physical body. If it wasn't for the nourishment of the life breath of the Qinglong Wuhun wood system, the last breath of death in this physical body would have been squeezed out long ago. Therefore, Chu Yan was still thinking about finding a new body as soon as possible and replacing this body. But now, the envoy of the other shore has his eyes on this physical body. This physical body is really about to die. Being able to persevere until now is entirely dependent on the wood-type life force of the Qingmu Wuhun, but I have the Qinglong Wuhun, does this ghost have it? Therefore, if he really took away this physical body, I am afraid that the moment he entered the body, this physical body would be reduced to a pile of dry bones extremely quickly. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have the chance to escape again. Ha ha ha, joke, I'm dead. The envoy of the other side looked at Chu Yan, who was calm and persuading him seriously, but laughed grimly again. My cultivation base has reached the divine realm, and there is an altar of the underworld behind me. Even if I am a third-tier divine realm powerhouse, I am not afraid at all. On this continent, there are only a handful of people who can kill me. Speaking of this, the face of the other side's messenger was full of arrogance. You know, although he is not talented enough, with his hard work and some chances, he has reached the current state of the gods, which is enough to make him proud. In the past, when he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, he thought countless times that if he had the talent of those peerless geniuses, maybe he would have broken through to a higher level long ago. It's a pity that all peerless geniuses are heavily protected, and the attributes are difficult to match, otherwise, he would have wanted to take away a highly talented body long ago. But now, heaven finally took care of him, and before he could walk out of Wuhun forest, this Chu Yan came to him. The way of heaven is mysterious. It is obvious that he wants to break through to the conferred God realm. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C2700 Sky Records. How could he let go of such a gift from heaven with just a word from Chu Yan? Moreover, as one of the 4 great protectors of Hades back then, when he traveled across the continent and the world, when was he ever afraid? If you give up your goal, just because of one sentence, it's not a joke. He is the messenger of the other shore, he always saves others, and never loses. Senior, you are helpful to me. Let me persuade you again. I swear by my martial arts cultivation, I will never lie. Swearing by martial arts cultivation is already a kind of oath of heaven. Although Chu Yan is not from the yin and yang world, such an oath of heaven is useless to him, but it can represent his sincerity. With Chu Yan's personality, those who have helped him must repay them. At least, you can't let him lose because of yourself. Although the purpose of saving himself was impure for the envoy of the other side, he still helped him, and Chu Yan's reward was very simple. As long as he could persuade him, he would persuade him. As for whether he listened or not, it was out of his control. Boy, no matter what you say, I will not let go of this opportunity today. Bian Mingshi looked at Chu Yan with a smile on his face, and never believed Chu Yan's words from the beginning to the end. As the 4 guardians of the underworld, how could he be deceived by Chu Yan, a boat that has never experienced any kind of storm? We, the people of the underworld, never believe in any oath of heaven, only believe in what we get. That's the real thing. Boy, accept your fate. As soon as the words landed, the messenger of the other shore immediately waved his hand, and the countless ghosts behind him rushed forward at the same time. Including the ghosts entwined around the altar in the lake not far behind, also rushed towards Chu Yan frantically. Swish! 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 These ghosts are completely different from ordinary ghosts. To be precise, they are simply a special kind of soul power. That is to say, this ghost envoy of the other shore practiced a special technique, divided his soul into countless strands, and turned it into a ghost to deter the enemy. Those ghosts rushed towards Chu Yan, and in just a flash, they all rushed into Chu Yan's body, as if thousands of ghosts were devouring blood, like a black tide, in Chu Yan's body, rushing directly to Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Chu Yan's pupils shrank sharply, his body trembled fiercely, and the consciousness in his body was swallowed and disappeared crazily. A feeling that penetrated to the bone marrow made Chu Yan's hairs all over his body explode. Although he had been prepared for a long time, being eroded by this special soul still made Chu Yan feel like he was falling into an ice cellar, feeling the biting cold. Ling Might plus martial soul, good boy, I want to see how talented you are. At this moment, the eyes of Bian Mingshi looking at Chu Yan became extremely shining, and his face was full of teasing. Almost at the same time, above the endless sky, a void rippled quietly. The breath was extremely weak, like a gust of wind caressing high in the air. However, this wave of ripples did not disappear directly. Instead, a palm-sized crack in the void opened, revealing a pair of eyes with divine light in the depths of endless time and space. These eyes are precisely the Empress Xiantian, who is traveling through the turbulent flow of time and space above the endless sky. It has been a long, long time since he went from God's domain to 10-direction starfield. However, even if she is in the turbulent flow of time and space, her consciousness is still locked on Chu Yan without stopping. At this time, seeing that Chu Yan was about to be taken away, he stopped immediately, and a pair of divine eyes watched closely. Wuhun. Empress Xuanhuan's expression froze slightly. Exactly, let me see if your martial soul is the god's mansion in the record of the sky. After she sensed the heaven's curse, she used countless means to investigate those taboo sky records. But until now, there is still no definite answer. Boom, boom. Countless tides of ghosts crashed into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. It's like the sky is falling apart. Because a large amount of divine consciousness was defeated, Chu Yan's consciousness instantly became sluggish, and even his eyes became a little absent-minded. Ha ha ha, boy, didn't you say that I would die? The Bayan Mingshi standing opposite saw that nearly half of his soul had penetrated into Chu Yan's body, and laughed wildly. This time, he was completely relieved. In the current situation, even if a strong man in the divine realm came, there was nothing he could do. This body basically belonged to him. Thinking of that kid trying to scare him just now, the envoy of the other side wanted to laugh. Dying struggle, what's the use? Boy, thank you very much. Seeing that he was done, the messenger of the other side waved his hands immediately, and the last ghost behind him rushed to Chu Yan's body impatiently. At the same time, a large amount of black air emerged from his eyes and drifted towards Chu Yan. The soul crosses the Styx River, and all souls return here. Born in heaven and earth, travel by way. As the words landed, a large swath of black light rushed out like water ripples from the black altar behind him, covering everything within 10,000 steps of the surrounding area. In an instant, like a light curtain, the sky and the earth were completely separated. This is to cover the sky and block out the sun, completing the last step. In the cracks in the sky, those eyes watched the black curtain unfold below, and suddenly their eyes trembled, full of doubts. Isn't it him? After tracking for so long, she never expected that the target was wrong. This Chu Yan is not that person at all. However, it's no wonder that the Tian Daoming mantra shouldn't have existed in this world, and it was simply impossible for it to be born and live for so long. If it's really the curse of heaven's Daoming, it must be protected by the gods in the sky record. Now his soul is about to collapse. It seems that the previous judgment was really wrong, huh? Just when Empress Shantian was disappointed, suddenly, a ball of green light rushed from Chu Yan's body, and a huge green lotus bloomed instantly. The terrifying coercive aura is like a dragon rushing out of a calm river. Hiss. It's really him. Empress Xuantian's pupils shrank suddenly, and her heart was full of shock. So, the records in the sky records are all, really. Empress Shantian was shocked in her heart. Boom, boom. The small black lake below and the huge altar in the lake, under the violent tremors, exploded thick cracks, like spider webs, densely covering the entire altar. At the same time that the other shore ghost turned his head to look in horror, the huge black altar began to collapse. A cyan giant figure appeared in front of Chu Yan, and the rushing breath froze the surrounding sky and earth. You, who are you? Even the envoy of the other side, whose cultivation had reached the divine realm, was instantly overwhelmed by this terrifying coercion, making his whole body tremble with shock. Snort. The blue-armored giant didn't seem to bother answering this question at all, with an accent in his nose, and just stared at him coldly. You are, God of War. The eyes of the envoy from the other shore were wider than a bull's eyes, and his entire face was pale. He never imagined that here, he would meet the powerful existence of the ancient legend of the Yinyang realm continent, titled God of War. Die. Without waiting for him to ask for mercy, a cold word was uttered from the mouth of God of War. The endless black air flow disappeared quickly like melting ice and snow, and the vitality in the eyes of the other shore ghost disappeared at an extremely fast speed like the ebbing sea. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2701 Wuhun Truth. A battle where no gunpowder could be seen broke out in front of Chu Yan. But at this time, Chu Yan couldn't feel anything at all, because his spirit was still in an extremely weak state. It was as if a person was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes no matter what, so he kept trying hard to open his eyes so as not to fall asleep like this. In such a state, Chu Yan was in a daze. Chu Yan. At some point, a thunderstorm sounded in the sea of consciousness, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and also like a command. Where the sound passed, a large amount of black energy filled the sea of consciousness world quickly dissipated, and the entire sea of consciousness world quickly saw light again. Chu Yan's consciousness also quickly returned to its position, and he woke up instantly. Opening his eyes and seeing everything in front of him clearly, Chu Yan restrained his consciousness for the first time, and looked at his sea of consciousness world. The 5 gods and beasts were sleeping in Wuhun Mountain, and the pagoda hall was filled with evil spirits. Above the sky, the Tao map and the Emperor's seal poked their heads out from the sea of spiritual clouds, like dark clouds seeing the sun, reprojecting a large amount of brilliance, illuminating the entire area of consciousness. Sea world. Everything is back to normal. It was as if the erosion that almost collapsed the sea of consciousness just now had never happened. Thank you, Senior. Of course it happened, but, just as Chu Yan expected, the Xie giant made a move, so everything was safe. 10 steps in front of him, the corpse of Yan Mingshi fell on the ground, his eyes were bloodshot, he stared wide open, staring at the sky, completely dead. Of course Chu Yan knew that it was the Xie giant who helped him, so he quickly thanked him. The blue-armored giant, like before, once again guarded his sea of consciousness world. Chu Yan, I have told you a lot before, including Ling Mai, Wuhun, Yinyang, and Empress Shantian. The green-armored giant, with his hands on his back, had a figure as majestic as a mountain. While speaking softly, he raised his head and looked up at the sky. The black sky covering the sky has not disappeared, but it is disappearing. This time, the blue-armored giant showed his body, and he was not in a hurry to return to Chu Yan's body as before, and seemed not in a hurry at all. Yes, I remember. Chu Yan nodded. This time, Chu Yan has a lot of things to do when he arrives in the world of Yin and Yang, but the most important thing is to get the recognition of Shenwu Yuanli. But how to operate this matter, neither Aoki Sword God nor God Emperor Tianji told him clearly. It's just that after letting him come to the Yin and Yang world, everything will be clear. However, on the first day he came to the Yin-Yang realm, the blue-armored giant showed up twice, and probably talked to him more than all the time since he met him. Therefore, Chu Yan can easily judge that the cultivation of the Yin-Yang world is probably all tied to the Xie giant servant. Perhaps, because of leaving the 10 directions starfield, in the Yin-Yang realm of the chaotic starfield, the green-armored giant is much more relaxed and no longer so cautious. However, as for why the Xie giant was in the 10 directions starfield, he was so cautious that he wouldn't even talk to himself, so Chu Yan couldn't figure it out. You're lucky. Turning around slowly, the green-armored giant looked at Chu Yan with a rare smile on his face. Your martial spirit, release it. Release Wuhun. Release all 5. Chu Yan was taken aback. Seeing the Xie giant nodding, the puzzled expression on Chu Yan's face suddenly became more intense. Firstly, Chu Yan seldom releases 5 martial souls at the same time, and secondly, the Yin and Yang world is cultivated with the help of spiritual veins, and rarely possesses martial souls. Before, because of being envoyed by the ghost, he discovered that he had a martial soul, and even wanted to take him away. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't understand why the Xie giant let himself release his martial soul here. However, Chu Yan absolutely trusted the Xie giant. Qinglong, Baihu, Suzaku, Xuanwu, Qilin, come out. With a loud shout, the power of Wuhun erupted on Chu Yan's body like a tide. 5 beams of light shot up into the sky. Roar. Roar. Amidst the roar of beasts that shook the sky, figures like mountains smashed through the void and appeared in the sky behind Chu Yan. The 5 spirits of the gods and beasts are like heavenly spirits, and they are also like 5 mountains, completely occupying the entire sky. The majestic might of the beast god lifted up a large cloud of 5-color auspicious clouds, and under the black sky, a sea of 5-color clouds condensed, covering the sky for the second time. Boom, boom. The moment the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts appeared, on the surface of the lake in the distance, the huge black altar that was already fragmented and crumbling was instantly collapsed by the tide of the Wuhun. Countless rubble rolled down, and in less than 10 breaths, the small lake below was almost completely filled. Huh. You. Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the 5 gods and beasts above the sky, but found that the 5 gods and beasts looked up at the sky at the same time, and began to crazily restrain the power of the gods and beasts. In less than a blink of an eye, the power of the martial souls on the 5 gods and beasts disappeared completely. Except for their true deities, who were still standing above the sky, there was no trace of martial soul breath around them. This is completely different from Chu Yan's previous release of Wuhun. Chu Yan. The blue-armored giant, like the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, kept looking up at the sky, but spoke softly and said to Chu Yan. You have to know, how are your 5 spirits different from others? After asking this sentence, Chu Yan immediately frowned. Different. Of course it is different, but now, if Chu Yan is really told, what is the difference between the Wuhun of the 5 divine beasts and the Wuhun of other warriors, Chu Yan really can't tell. Ever since Chu Yan stepped into martial arts practice, these 5 divine beast martial souls have been with him all the time, helping him to continuously improve his cultivation. Whether it's cultivation, fighting, or experiencing life and death, the more powerful Chu Yan has seen, the more Wuhun he sees, the more he will find that his Wuhun is much stronger than others. This is not only a difference in quantity, but also feels like it is not at the same level as the martial soul of ordinary warriors. Your martial soul, in fact, is not a martial soul. The green-armored giant turned his head, looked at Chu Yan, and spoke directly. What? Hearing this, Chu Yan's expression froze, and he looked at the green-armored giant in astonishment. Not Wuhun. The words of the blue-armored giant stunned him instantly. From the very beginning of his awakening, his 5 gods and beast spirits couldn't even show his body, until now, he has grown all the way to the top battle spirit. In the entire 10 directions starfield, Chu Yan dared to say that there could be no existence stronger than his own martial soul. Chu Yan has this kind of confidence. In other words, this kind of self-confidence is the powerful self-confidence brought to him by the 5 gods and beasts in battles, life and death. But now, the green-armored giant actually said that his Wuhun is not Wuhun. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2702, I'm just late. Chu Yan couldn't accept the words of the Qingjiao giant at all, or couldn't understand it. After all, Chu Yan has been in this world of martial arts since he stepped into the practice of opening the way, and his understanding and cognition of martial arts has been extremely deep. In the world of martial spirits, the strong are respected. Such 3 views of martial arts almost penetrated into the bone marrow. Therefore, Chu Yan has always believed that no matter whether it is talent or evildoer, this is brought to him by the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts. His own martial soul is extremely powerful, and can even reach the level of going against the sky. But now, the green-armored giant actually said that his martial soul is not martial soul. Then what is his 5 gods and beast spirits? Chu Yan couldn't figure it out at all, and stared blankly at the green-armored giant. Wuhun, the source of heaven and earth, the soul of all things, the shackles of the rules of heaven, so that all spiritual sources under this world of heaven cannot be detached, and can only circulate in the world and exist in another form. From the time when the primordial Protoss race was at its peak, the great powers of the human race peeped into the existence of this law of heaven and created the method of martial spirit. Therefore, a brand new era is opened for it, and it is called the era of martial arts. And this is the origin of the martial soul. The Qingjia giant really talked a lot this time, and he would carefully explain Chu Yan's doubts. Therefore, Chu Yan listened very carefully. But, Chu Yan, have you ever thought about what kind of abilities the martial artists in this world used to cultivate and fight before the era of martial arts? This? Chu Yan was startled. He really didn't think about this question. He had heard of what the green-armored giant said a long time ago. The martial soul rules were created by the ancestors of the human race, and it was precisely because of the appearance of the martial soul that the human race rose. In the end, it even had the strength to compete with the gods and demons. All of this stems from Wuhun. However, what the green-armored giant said just now was like a slap in the face, making Chu Yan stunned for a moment. Good. Before there was no martial soul, what did the great powers of the human race, and even the powerhouses of the entire martial soul world, rely on to cultivate and fight? Where does strength come from? According to the current saying, only by awakening the martial soul can one become a martial artist. According to this logic, before the ancient times, there was no martial soul awakening, so everyone was an ordinary person, and there were no warriors in the whole world. Of course not. If this is the case, how can someone discover the rules of Wuhun, and how can the human race continue to this day? Therefore, it is obvious that before the era of martial arts, those strong people who did not have martial souls also practiced martial arts, and even in terms of top-level combat power, they were no worse than now, even. At this moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, a flash of spiritual light suddenly flashed, his pupils shrank violently, and he suddenly raised his head to look at the green-armored giant, his face full of astonishment. It can create an era, even discover the rules of Wuhun, lead the rise of the human race, and compete with the gods and human races for the world. Chu Yan can be sure that no one can do this kind of ability in the current martial arts world. Including Aoki Sword God, God Emperor Tianji, and God Emperor Xuanhuan, these are the current top giants of the human race. That is to say, before the ancient times, when there was no martial soul, the top powers of the human race were much stronger than they are now. And the opening of the martial soul era only instantly improved the overall strength of the human race, making the birth of strong talents faster. But for those top-level powers, perhaps the improvement of their strength brought by the martial spirit is far less than that of ordinary people. However, in this way, what did those great powers of the human race in the ancient times rely on? The suggestion made by the Qingjia giant finally made Chu Yan understand that maybe now is the critical moment for him to touch the origin of that level of martial arts related to them. Chu Yan turned his head suddenly, looking at the 5 spirit beasts behind him. But he found that the 5 divine beast spirits were all standing behind the unicorn spirit, all looking at him with smiles on their faces. You. At this moment, Chu Yan's heart suddenly stirred up a shocking wave. Martial souls are transformed from the spiritual source of heaven and earth, they are not entities at all, they, unexpectedly have expressions. It looks like an ordinary spirit beast, even a flesh-and-blood monster like Little White Bear, exactly the same. Could it be that his 5 gods and beast spirits are alive? Living. Boom, boom. In an instant, Chu Yan only felt that in his sea of consciousness, thousands of thunders exploded at the same time, and the whole world was shaken. Chu Yan, you finally found out. The Qingjia giant looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of approval and relief, he nodded and said. Your 5 spirits are all celestial spirit beasts, real, celestial spirit beasts. Now, do you understand? This sentence made Chu Yan's eyes tremble fiercely again. Really? His 5 gods and beast spirits turned out to be alive. The 5 of them all have titles of gods. It's just that your current strength and cultivation are not enough to make them fully awaken. The blue-armored giant looked at Chu Yan with a startled expression, and continued to explain. Title, God. Chu Yan was taken aback. I've only heard of titled god emperors, never heard of titled gods, and if all 5 of them are titled gods, why did they get into my body? That's right. The beast clan is titled God, and the human race is titled God Emperor. The blue-armored giant nodded and explained. Also, don't think that this kind of title is the same as those titled God Emperors in the 10 Directions starfield. Their titles are given by the Record of the Sky, and they are by no means comparable to those God Emperors who claim their own titles. To put it simply, if we want to make a distinction, then the ranks of the 5 of them are God ranks. Having said that, the blue-armored giant stopped and looked at Chu Yan, as if wanting to see his reaction. Tianjin rank. Wait. Chu Yan has always been curious about what is above the God realm, is the title God realm, and what is above the title God realm, but now, he is even more surprised by another thing. Because this is related to yourself and extremely important. Senior, the 5 of them turned out to be titled gods, not martial spirits, but why did they follow me? Chu Yan hadn't finished a sentence, but was interrupted directly by the Qingjiao giant who smiled wryly and shook his head. Chu Yan, you have to know that not only the 5 of them, even me, stay in your body. When these words came out, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. Yes. In addition to the 5 gods and beast spirits, this blue-armored giant seems to have always occupied his sea of consciousness, but he rarely showed up. In this way, the green-armored giant and the Wuhun are at the same level. Correct. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly remembered that once, the green-armored giant and the Wuhun seemed to have talked for a long time in his own sea of consciousness world. That scene seemed to be a discussion, but also a negotiation. Could it be that? So, I'm just late. Hee hee. The blue-armored giant laughed. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2703 Practice with Martial Arts. Chu Yan looked at the green-armored giant with a look of astonishment. What? Come, too late. This means that if it wasn't for the Wuhun being 1 step ahead, then his own Wuhun would have become him. What's going on? Didn't he awaken his own martial soul? But these people, they can come here however they want. There was even a queue. At this moment, Chu Yan only felt his eyes go dark, his body swayed, and he almost lost his footing, and the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. You are also a martial spirit. Chu Yan stared at the green-armored giant, completely dumbfounded. However, it seems that this green-armored giant is extremely powerful. From the beginning to the present, any external force that appeared in front of the green-armored giant was almost crushed by him instantly. Even just now, including the envoy of the other side, this kind of powerhouse in the divine realm was directly killed by him with a wave of his hand. This kind of strength is almost the strongest among all the strongmen known by Chu Yan, not one of them. Chu Yan even suspected that maybe even the gods and powerhouses in God's domain were not opponents of the Qingjiao giant. If it is like this. Chu Yan blinked, staring at the green-armored giant, and countless thoughts in the sea of consciousness flashed past. If he could turn this blue-armored giant into his martial soul, then he would have 6 martial souls. How strong would he be? Besides, I will go to God's domain sooner or later. If I have the blue-armored giant as my martial soul, then I will have enough confidence when I get to God's domain. Thinking about it this way, it seems like a good idea. In an instant, Chu Yan's eyes began to glow, and the flickering light was like stars. Ha ha ha, boy, don't think about beautiful things. For the first time, the green-armored giant laughed loudly, looked at Chu Yan, and said. Why? Chu Yan asked. The 5 spirit beasts and I can't blend together at all, and if we become martial souls, we must suppress my recovered strength to a maximum of 10%. That is to say, your current cultivation level may fall to the original state. The original state? Chu Yan was taken aback. That's right. It's almost the cultivation level where you just awakened your martial soul. The blue-armored giant replied with a smile. Forget it then. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan quickly shook his head and gave up the idea just now. Joke. When he first awakened his martial soul, it was at the body-tempering realm, and there was nearly 10 heavenly realms between him and his current semi-saint realm. If this is to practice again, then not all the life and death and chances experienced before will have to be repeated. Besides, now the 10 directions starfield, including Xingtian Pavilion and Tiandao, are chasing and killing him all over the world. If his cultivation level drops to the body-tempering realm, he may be instantly killed as soon as he returns to the 10 directions starfield. Even if you are lucky, if you can't get out of Anishan Dao after hiding, then you won't be able to improve your cultivation. This is simply a dead end, impossible. Senior, may I ask, if my 5 spirit beast spirits are really living 5 spirit beasts, why their strength? When Chu Yan said this, he stopped, turned his head and glanced at the Wuhun behind him, hesitant to speak. According to the green-armored giant, the strength of the 5 spirit beasts seems to be on the same level as him. Therefore, there will be negotiations between the two parties, and the situation of first come, first served. Otherwise, I'm afraid the green-armored giant will directly control the situation and not give the 5 gods and beasts a chance at all. After all, the world of martial arts still respects strength. Roar. When the Qingjia giant heard Chu Yan's words, a playful look appeared on his face. He turned his head and glanced at the Qilan Wuhun and them. Just as he was about to speak, the white tiger Wuhun roared at Chu Yan. Hee, do you understand? The blue-armored giant laughed. The roar of the tiger made Chu Yan's spirit tremble, but after all, it was his own martial soul, so he understood the meaning of the roar of the tiger. What the white tiger martial soul means is that, if we talk about it alone, maybe the green-armored giant is stronger than one of them, but if we talk about the 5 spirits and beasts as one, the green-armored giant is no match for them at all. But Chu Yan didn't doubt it. From the beginning, when the green-armored giant appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the 5 gods and beasts wanted to drive him away. It might really be the case. However, now it seems that the strength of the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts seems to be quite different from that of the green-armored giant. What's going on here? Chu Yan, I know you have questions, but these questions must be solved by you one by one. The Qingjia giant shook his head before Chu Yan finished speaking, stopped Chu Yan from continuing, and said with a serious face. Besides, the identity of the 5 spirit beasts is extremely sensitive in God's domain. You haven't reached that level yet. Knowing too much will not do you any good, but may affect your cultivation, so don't worry. You just need to know that I won't lie to you, and your 5 spirit beast martial soul has already merged with you, so I won't lie to you. Hearing these words, Chu Yan was stunned, unable to speak again. After all, no matter what, I and the Wuhun are making progress, and getting closer to the goal. Chu Yan, now, don't use the spiritual veins in your body, use your martial soul, to practice. Seeing that Chu Yan didn't ask any more questions, the Qingjia giant opened his mouth to tell Chu Yan the purpose of summoning the martial soul. Cultivate with martial soul. Chu Yan was taken aback. When he arrived at the Yin-Yang realm, Chu Yan used his spiritual veins to practice, and found that it was more than 10 times faster than that of the 10 directions starfield. Under such circumstances, why use a slow martial soul to cultivate? However, since the Qingjia giant proposed, there must be his reason, so Chu Yan did not hesitate, and immediately restrained his mind, and the true energy in his body began to surge. Inspired by the true qi, the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts immediately sensed the movement of Chu Yan's qi, and released the power of the Wuhun in unison. In an instant, the power of countless martial souls turned into countless silk threads and spread out towards the surrounding world. From a distance, it looks like an incomparably huge spider web, covering a radius of 10,000 steps in an instant. The spirit of martial arts is used as a guide to communicate with the heaven and the earth, absorb the spiritual source of the heaven and the earth, and regard it as the method of cultivation. This is the most common practice of martial souls, to induce the spiritual power of heaven and earth. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, the martial souls released by the 5 gods and beasts this time are actually countless silk threads. Different. What surprised Chu Yan even more was that with the appearance of the Wuhun leads, countless spiritual sources between heaven and earth began to gather towards him along with these threads. And these heaven and earth spiritual powers attracted by the power of the martial soul are very familiar to Chu Yan. The energy of the 5 elements. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C27045 Lines of Air. The energy of the 5 elements. Chu Yan's face was full of surprise. You must know that the energy of the 5 elements was originally refined by soul stones, but there were not many soul stones, and even later, there were even fewer soul stones that met the required quality. With the continuous improvement of Chu Yan's cultivation level, the energy of the 5 elements has already been exhausted. But now, he never expected that in the spiritual source of heaven and earth in the yin-yang world, there is actually the chi of the 5 elements. Chu Yan, the chi of the 5 elements is the most suitable martial soul for you and your own cultivation, and, in the whole world, only your martial soul can absorb the chi of the 5 elements directly from the world. With the energy of these 5 elements, your martial arts cultivation can return to the right track, give birth to the Xuanhuan, break through the bottleneck of higher cultivation in the future, and achieve the road to the divine realm. The words of the Qingjiao giant immediately made Chu Yan's eyes completely bright. I see. Now, Chu Yan finally understood why Aoki Sword God and the others tried their best to let him come to the yin-yang realm. Unexpectedly, the world of yin and yang is so magical. The chaotic star field, God's domain, cannot set foot, and the rules of heaven and earth are in their original state. Therefore, spiritual sources like the energy of the 5 elements and the source of divine martial arts, which are taboo in the 10-direction star field, can exist. This is a brand new world of martial arts, very suitable for you. Hearing the words of the giant in blue armor, Chu Yan's blood boiled with excitement. Good. As the green-armored giant said, there is no sacred heaven pavilion, no god realm, and no heavenly restrictions of the 10-direction star region. Everything is in the most suitable state for warriors to cultivate. Although the spirit of the 5 gods and beasts did not absorb much energy of the 5 elements from the space between heaven and earth, it was pure energy of the 5 elements. With the chi of the 5 elements, he can use the chi of the 5 elements as the basis for his cultivation. Unlike before, because it needs to be tempered with soul stones, the energy of the 5 elements is extremely precious, not to mention it is used for cultivation, even for use, it seems a bit insufficient. But now, since it can be absorbed from the world, no matter how little it is, at least it will be endless. Using the energy of the 5 elements for cultivation will cause earth-shaking changes in Chu Yan's physical body, martial soul, skills, and imperial techniques. Including Aoki Sword God and what they call Xuanhuan, they can all be bred. After all, Chu Yan already has the skills and seeds of Xuanhuan. Great! Breaking through the divine realm. At this moment, Chu Yan finally saw the hope of breaking through the divine realm, his whole body tensed up, and he clenched his fists vigorously. Maybe, even the prototype of the godhead in the body can be activated. Chu Yan, all the conditions have been met. Next, whether you can succeed or not depends on yourself. This altar sky is about to disappear, I will go back first. When the green-armored giant said this, he looked at Chu Yan and smiled lightly, then turned into a blue light and disappeared into Chu Yan's body. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan bowed and thanked him sincerely. It can be said that after getting to know the green-armored giant, this time, the green-armored giant said so much, but it was the one that helped him the most. Hurry up and practice. Without any hesitation at all, Chu Yan sat cross-legged and began to urge his martial soul to absorb the energy of the 5 elements between heaven and earth. Near this small lake, the envoy has been entrenched here for thousands of years, and has placed countless defensive restrictions, which can be said to be extremely safe. Even if it is in Wuhun forest, no one will come here. For a whole day, Chu Yan used the Wuxin beast Wuhun to absorb the qi of the 5 paths and the 5 elements from the surrounding world. In one day, I absorbed 5 daos. It's still too little. Chu Yan practiced for a whole day, woke up from the practice, and sensed the spirit of the 5 paths and 5 elements floating in the sea of consciousness, and said with a smile, "It takes at least 100 ways to merge with Rakshasa's true energy." Standing up, Chu Yan moved his body and turned his head to look around. The messenger of the underworld is still a strong man in the divine realm. I don't know if he has anything here. Turn your gaze, look around. Soon, Chu Yan found a hole in the ground by the small lake. This is the way to his residence. Within a radius of 10,000 steps, there is no other place at all, and only the entrance of the cave in front of me. Turning around the cave, and checking the completely collapsed black altar in the small lake, Chu Yan chuckled suddenly. This ghost envoy is really... He didn't even arrange any restrictions. He seems very confident. That's right, a strong person in the divine realm may be considered a top existence in the yin-yang world. With a wave of his hand, he swept across the entrance of the cave, and after confirming that there was no restriction, Chu Yan stepped into the entrance of the cave. Stepping into the cave, following the passage, and walking less than 100 steps, you will come to a huge underground palace. As soon as he raised his head and looked at the underground palace in front of him, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. What kind of fairy grass and elixir are these? As far as the eye can see, on the ground, on a kind of soil that emits aura, there are large tracts of fairy grass and spiritual plants planted. Although most of these fairy grass spirit plants, Chu Yan, can't be named, but those that can be recognized are all top-quality fairy grass. All of them are materials that can be used to refine 7-rank golden pills and above, and they are extremely precious. What a huge spirit-gathering array. The pupil of the unicorn was running, and Chu Yan was very careful. He didn't take it directly, but took a peek first. However, they also didn't see any restriction. Instead they discovered the underground palace and arranged an extremely huge spirit-gathering formation. It's no wonder that such a precious fairy grass and spirit plant can grow. This spirit-gathering array is not bad. With a wave of his hand, all the fairy grass and spiritual plants on the ground were collected in the Rakshasa space. This underground palace doesn't seem to be built by him. After collecting those fairy grasses, spirit plants, and gathering spirit formations, Chu Yan walked towards the gate of the underground palace not far away, glanced at them, and was stunned. This underground palace is obviously very old, and it is impossible for it to be only 1,000 years old. There are words now. On the huge palace gate, a large number of spiritual characters are densely engraved, shining with a faint light, which is extremely clear. Tomb of the Nameless God. After watching a stick of incense for a long time, Chu Yan finally figured out the origin of this underground palace. Even the words on the gate were not left by the owner of this underground palace, but a sect force in ancient times used this place as a place of trials to set rules for the disciples of their sect. This ancient sect called this place of trials the Tomb of the Nameless God. After the continuous efforts of the disciples of the sects of the past generations, they finally figured out a little bit about the situation in the Tomb of the Unnamed God. Of course, this god's tomb was not left by the gods, but a place of inheritance left by a strong man in the yin and yang world in ancient times after failing to condense his godhead. Although he failed, this god insisted that his cultivation method can definitely condense the godhead, and he failed only because of the relationship between time and chance. Therefore, he hopes that someone can inherit his secret technique and condense a godhead in the future to prove this way. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2705 Tomb of the Unknown God. In the ancient times, this yin and yang world was in a peaceful state, without any battle between gods and demons. Therefore, those from the ancient sect were absorbed, and they kept coming to this underground palace, hoping to obtain that kind of secret method inheritance, so as to find a way to condense the godhead. However, this method of inheritance is not so easy to obtain, there are many conditions and restrictions, and no one succeeded in the end. For this reason, in the end, the secret realm of the underground palace gradually cooled down, and no one came to wander around. As time passed, this secret realm of the underground palace was finally forgotten. It was only when the envoy from the other shore escaped from the mainland and came to the secluded world in this Wuhun forest that he found this inheritance secret. However, the underworld envoy spent thousands of years researching, but he still hasn't obtained the inheritance in this inheritance secret realm. No wonder, he has been staying here. Chu Yan looked at the underground palace and muttered to himself. If this place is really a tomb of ancient gods, then you can give it a try, maybe you will gain something. Even if you don't get the secret method of inheritance, you should have other gains. Most importantly, the text on the gate of the underground palace records that this ancient god is an alchemist. And many of his inheritances are about ancient alchemy. That's why the envoy of the other shore has planted a large number of fairy grasses and spiritual plants in this underground palace. It's just that refining golden elixir is not something that just any warrior can do, no matter how masterful you are, it's impossible for you to do it. Without pill fire, one cannot practice pill Dao. This and martial arts are completely two worlds, and they cannot be compared at all. There is a passage here. Chu Yan turned his eyes lightly, and saw another door open next to the gate of the underground palace, and on this door, there were a lot of comments, like notes and notes on the method of walking on a map. It seems that the envoy of the other shore has not been idle for the past 1,000 years. Chu Yan smiled slightly, looking at the detailed map annotations, his eyes lit up immediately. With these annotations, it would be much more convenient and easier to enter this underground palace by oneself. Let's practice first. Chu Yan inspected the entire underground palace carefully, and was not in a hurry to enter the underground palace. After all, the so-called method of condensing the godhead may be extremely precious to others, but to Chu Yan, it is dispensable. Because, based on Chu Yan's current situation, perhaps it is only a matter of time before he can practice according to the method of the green-armored giant and condense the godhead. But now, the most important thing for him is to cultivate the energy of the 5 elements, and to nurture the source of divine martial arts. With these two, he can master the Xuanhuan sword, and even the 9 treasures of the human race. At that time, with my own strength, I will be able to break through the Xingtian pavilion and head straight for the God realm. At least, the underground palace in front of me is a good place to retreat and practice. Next, Chu Yan found the Eye of the Spirit gathering array in the underground palace, sat cross-legged in it, restrained his mind, and began to practice with all his strength. At this moment, hundreds of millions of miles away, in the world of Yin and Yang, in the Tianlong Mountains, the huge and majestic palace was built on the top of the entire Lingfang, occupying almost half of the volume of the Lingfang. From a distance, this palace seems to be integrated with the Lingfang peak. All kinds of fairy light and mist, enveloping the palace in the clouds, mountains, and mists, look like a fairyland. This palace is where the gate of Yulangshan sect is located. In the main hall of Yulong Mountain, there are layers of guards, completely protecting the entire hall, preventing anyone from approaching. Because, in the main hall, all the senior officials of Yulongshan are conducting an extremely important discussion in the main hall. In the main hall, the head of Yulong Mountain and the suzerain of Tianbao sect, including several core elders of the two sects, all of them are powerful in the divine realm, gathered together in a dignified atmosphere. Everyone, the situation is clear. Great Elder Yulongshan, with red hair and scales all over his face, looked extremely ferocious, with a pair of snake eyes sweeping across the audience, he said. That Huayang, after stealing 4 spiritual weapons, in Wuhun Forest, captured by the envoy of the other side. I'm afraid that by now, the 4 spirit weapons have fallen into the hands of the messenger of the other side. When these words came out, the big men present nodded their heads in unison. Huayang should be damned. It's just that I didn't expect that the envoy of the other shore had been hiding in the Wuhun Forest all this time. However, according to the information we have just collected, there is a place of inheritance called Tomb of the Nameless God nearby, which is a secret place in Wuxian Palace, which is stronger than ancient times. Tomb of the Nameless God. Hearing these words, the expressions of all the bigwigs present changed. As the two sect masters, they naturally know some secrets of the Yinyang realm continent. Among them, the legend about the Tomb of the Nameless God has been circulating on the mainland, but no one knows the exact location of the most famous secret realm, the Wuxian Palace, which has been lost. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the messenger of the other shore had been hiding here all this time. So, make a decision as soon as possible. In the Tomb of the Unknown God, it is said that there is an ancient inheritance method to condense the Godhead. When this sentence fell to the ground, it immediately attracted the eyes of several bigwigs present. These God-level powerhouses have been cultivating for countless years. Although their cultivation is as high as the sky and their combat power is astonishing, when it comes to condensing their godheads, they have no hope at all. Even after countless years of searching in this world of yin and yang, it is not easy to condense the Godhead. But now, the appearance of the Tomb of the Nameless God in the ancient secret realm gave them instant hope. Of course, our Tianbao sect naturally hopes to join hands with your noble sect, and after we get rid of the envoy of the other side, I will share this secret realm with the two sects. The suzerain of Tianbao sect smiled lightly and said calmly. In this case, let's discuss the specific action steps. Hearing this, the head of Yulongshan immediately opened his mouth and said anxiously. At this moment, several bigwigs in the hall were all excited, and they all opened their mouths, laying out their plans for the envoy of the other side. After all, they are all aware of the combat power of the 4 guardians of the underworld. If it wasn't for the two sects joining forces to deal with one of the 4 guardians of the underworld, it would be quite dangerous. Back then, all the powerful sects in the entire continent joined forces to destroy Hades. Soon, the whole hall became lively instantly, and all the bigwigs gathered together to discuss repeatedly. When they walked out of the hall, their faces were flushed with high spirits, and they issued countless orders directly. A shocking battle began. For this method of congealing godheads, the 2 big bosses have made up their minds, even if they use all their strength, they must get it. After all, this is the only hope for these bigwigs on their way to the pinnacle of martial arts. If it succeeds, there will be a chance to break through the divine realm and rank among the godheads. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2706 Fusion infuriating. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Chu Yan was in the underground palace, concentrating on cultivating without distractions, but he didn't know that a storm outside had already taken shape and swept towards Wuhun Forest. Tianbazong and Yulongshan, the big bosses of the 2 major forces, and countless elite disciples, like a dark tide, galloped across thousands of miles. In order to deal with the envoy from the other side, they have exhausted their brains. Make preparations, and when the troops are assembled, there is no delay for a moment, and they head towards the Wuhun Forest. And Chu Yan in the underground palace was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, all his mind was immersed in the world of the Sea of Consciousness, looking at the colorful clouds in the sky, smiling all over his face. A total of 100 paths of the 5 elements Qi merged together and turned into a multicolored cloud, which made Chu Yan extremely excited when he saw it. As he became more and more familiar with the spiritual source of heaven and earth, Chu Yan's efficiency in absorbing the energy of the 5 elements naturally became higher and higher. Originally, in one day, only 5 paths and 5 elements could be tempered, but now it has reached the level of 10 paths a day. These 5 elements Qi are much purer than those tempered with soul stones in the 10 directions star field. Therefore, starting today, Chu Yan has begun to continuously integrate these 5 elements. Compared with refining these 5 elements from the aura of heaven and earth with the martial soul, fusing and refining them is slower. However, when a Qi of the 5 elements slowly travels along the meridian, from the thickness of the thickest finger to the sea of Qi, it is only as thick as a hair. This body is really too bad, almost 90% of the energy absorbed by the 5 elements. However, as the amount of 5-element Qi absorbed increases, the body's consumption of 5-element Qi also begins to decrease. And this physical body also began to undergo qualitative changes. Call. With a long exhalation, Chu Yan's eyes slowly opened, he restrained his true energy, and let out a mouthful of turbid air. In the Sea of Consciousness, the Qi of the 5 elements has reached 130 paths, and it has begun to flow slowly in the body according to the route of true Qi. Now, it's time for the final Qi fusion. 130, 30 more, definitely enough. While pondering in Chu Yan's heart, he began to operate the Rakshasa promised Ju, preparing for the fusion of true Qi and 5 elements Qi. Crash! With a wave of his hand, a large piece of fairy grass and elixir rushed out of the Rakshasa space. With a muffled bang, the huge 9 residual furnaces of heavenly questions fell to the ground, shaking the ground of the underground palace. First refine the body-building golden elixir. In order to integrate the Qi of the 5 elements, that is also a temporary physical body, and Chu Yan must first upgrade this physical body. After all, the fusion process is still based on the physical body. Let's start. With a soft drink, Chu Yan flipped his big hand, and the 5-color pill flame ignited, and he threw it into the pill furnace with a wave of his hand. Boom! The pill furnace, which has not been used for a long time, is instantly ignited by the pill fire, burning 5-color flames, and the temperature in the pill furnace increases extremely rapidly. All kinds of fairy grasses and spiritual plants were continuously thrown into the furnace by Chu Yan, controlled by his true energy, so that they could be quickly dissolved and refined into various golden pills. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Yan put all the elixir in the Rakshasa space into the furnace, and began to refine various golden pills. Now, Chu Yan's cultivation base is high, and he no longer needs Jindan to improve his cultivation base. However, some medicines for restoring true Qi and healing wounds should always be prepared, and they should be refined together. In less than 3 hours, in front of Chu Yan, all kinds of jade bottles had been filled, and there were hundreds of bottles. This does not include those pills that tempered the body that he swallowed while refining the pills just now. The Qi of the 5 elements, the true Qi of the Rakshasa, fuse with me. With a quick drink, after swallowing the last bottle of body-refining golden elixir, Chu Yan yelled loudly, and began to stimulate the Qi of the 5 elements and the true Qi of Rakshasa to merge with each other. Hum. In an instant, a large piece of mysterious light bloomed from Chu Yan's body, an extremely mysterious power born in him. At this moment, Chu Yan's heart trembled suddenly, and a large piece of spiritual light flickered in the entire Sea of Consciousness. Accompanied by these auras, he instantly had a new understanding and comprehension of various martial arts rules, the mysteries of heaven and earth, and even the power of the 5 elements. It was an extremely familiar and wonderful feeling. This is completely different from the original understanding of martial arts. No wonder it is said that the world of martial arts is composed of yin and yang and the 5 elements. How is it? Chu Yan, who was full of astonishment in his heart, no longer hesitated. His entire spiritual consciousness was restrained, completely immersed in this mysterious feeling. In the world of the Sea of Consciousness, the incarnation of the divine consciousness echoes the aura that fills the sky. At the same time, the physical body, the divine soul, seems to be merging with the world of time and space around him. Under the perception of the mysterious power, Chu Yan also gradually understood why the strong in the divine realm can transcend the rules of heaven. It turns out that all of this is closely related to the source of the 5 elements. None of the 130 chi of the 5 elements remained, and they completely merged with the various forces in Chu Yan's body for a full 3 hours. Boom, boom. 3 hours later, on Chu Yan's body, a dazzling divine light rose into the sky, and the majestic divine power swept across the entire underground palace like a tornado storm. At the same time, in Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness world, no matter it was the Tao map, the Emperor's seal, or the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, they all shook. An invisible shackle, like a crystal sky, exploded directly. All kinds of mysterious martial arts and heavenly rules, like gushing springs, poured out in Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness world. It's like piercing through a layer of window paper, but directly opening a door to a new world. At this moment, everything is integrated in front of Chu Yan. The true source of martial arts, so it is. The relationship between man and heaven is originally a hostile relationship, but it is a life and death contest. The higher the cultivation base, the greater the shackles of the heavens will be endured in the end. Now, using the power of the 5 elements to fuse the martial artist's true energy will have such an effect. However, the enemy of life and death is not only the way of heaven, but also oneself. If you do the opposite. Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness was filled with all kinds of mysteries, which made him feel empty for a while, and his understanding of martial arts improved rapidly. The next moment, a huge cyan sky lotus rushed out of Chu Yan's body and hovered above Chu Yan's head. A large piece of cyan divine brilliance vented down from Tianlian, completely covering Chu Yan's entire body. However, in just a moment, Chu Yan's own breath power began to recoil against the cyan divine radiance, almost completely rushing it away from the body, like a strange radiance, which seemed extremely sacred. At this time, Chu Yan's eyes were shining like stars, one yin and one yang, 2 completely different eyes flashed in his left and right eyes at the same time. At this breath, Chu Yan finally raised his hand and touched the mysterious gate of the realm. With just a slight push, the entire gate will suddenly open. Boom, boom. A large amount of magical power surged in his body like a river, but it made Chu Yan startled for a moment. These aren't the source of divine power. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2707 Degeneration. What Chu Yan never expected was that at this moment, the majestic and surging true energy in his body was about to break through the bottleneck and directly ascend to the holy realm. You must know that Chu Yan's current body is temporarily used, and it is not his own body at all. Under such circumstances, they can directly break through the bottleneck of cultivation and directly enter the holy realm, which is enough to show how powerful the energy of the 5 elements is after the fusion of the true energy of Rakshasa. Boom, boom. The Jinqi in the body is still rising, like a flood that is getting stronger and stronger, almost overflowing the sky. The fusion process is continuing, and the powerful power in Chu Yan's body is still improving. The consumption of the energy of the 5 elements is faster than Chu Yan imagined. If the current chi of the 5 elements is promoted to the Saint Emperor realm, it will probably be completely consumed. In Chu Yan's heart, he was still pondering, weighing the pros and cons. This time, just comprehending the true meaning of martial arts cultivation, coupled with the fusion of the energy of the five elements and the true energy of Rakshasa, Chu Yan directly touched the threshold of the divine realm. If he gave up this breakthrough in cultivation, then Chu Yan gave up twice. As the saying goes, there are only three things, even martial arts cultivation is the same. If you give up the breakthrough twice, the next time you want to break through the holy realm, the difficulties and requirements may be much greater. Moreover, the next time is also the last chance. If there is any accident the next time he breaks through the holy realm, then Chu Yan will have no hope of breaking through. However, in the current situation, it is impossible to break through the holy realm. Otherwise, after returning, the gap between the cultivation base of the holy realm and the physical body of the semi-sacred realm will have a great impact on his subsequent cultivation. At the same time, Chu Yan still has an intuition in his heart. If he breaks through directly this time, it will also have a great impact on his future breakthroughs in the cultivation of the gods. Forget it. Next time. As soon as Chu Yan gritted his teeth, he began to mobilize the true energy in his body, forcibly suspending his cultivation breakthrough. This time, after breaking through the holy realm, he still chose to give up. Chu Yan, you can't. In the sea of consciousness, the voice of the green-armored giant broke through and exploded. Chu Yan suddenly changed the movement of his true qi, and immediately alarmed the green-armored giant who was just about to fall asleep, and immediately shouted. However, before Chu Yan could answer, the qi of the five elements and the true qi of Rakshasa in his body had already begun to retreat rapidly, at an unimaginable speed. After all, it wasn't his own body, and Rakshasa's Jinqi's recognition of this body was extremely low. Therefore, when Chu Yan chose not to break through his cultivation, the speed and will of Luosha's true energy retreated much faster than Chu Wei imagined. Boom! 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 One after another dull voices exploded in Chu Yan's body, as if someone was holding a heavy hammer and hitting the meridians in Chu Yan's body hard. This is the backlash caused by Chu Yan forcibly suppressing the breakthrough and restraining his true energy. Even, all the viscera and 6 internal organs were hit hard, bloodlines overflowed from Chu Yan's skin, and the breath became chaotic in an instant. Forcibly suppressing realm breakthroughs is a taboo for those who practice martial arts. As for Chu Yan, this is the second time that he has been forcibly suppressed, and the natural result will be much more disastrous. If it wasn't for Chu Yan, who had just comprehended the threshold of the divine realm, the price he had to pay would have been even greater. Chu Yan, you gave up the breakthrough. This kind of opportunity is once in 1,000 years. Do you know that this will make the time for you to break through the holy realm next time longer and more difficult? The voice of the green-armored giant seemed to be filled with anger, and under the shout, the entire underground palace trembled. He didn't expect that Chu Yan would make such a move that violated the rules of martial arts. In this yin and yang world, there are many strong people in the divine realm. If you break through the holy realm, it will be good to you. Huh. Just as he was about to continue scolding Chu Yan's blue-armored giant, his green breath swept across Chu Yan's body, and when he was about to check Chu Yan's situation, his expression suddenly changed. What's the situation? Of course the green-armored giant could see it clearly. The Rakshasa, true qi in Chu Yan's body, has undergone a qualitative change. In the originally black Xinqi, countless tiny 5-color airflows are fused, which is exactly the 5-element qi in the yin-yang world that Chu Yan absorbed with his martial soul before. How did you do it? The blue-armored giant stuttered for the first time, stuttering. Senior, when I comprehended the original rules of martial arts, I felt that I couldn't break through now, otherwise it would have a major impact on the subsequent breakthrough of the divine realm. It may be because my divine power is not enough, or it may be that I have not comprehended too much. The incarnation of Chu Yan's divine consciousness, in the world of the sea of consciousness, looked at the blue sky lotus in the sea of spiritual clouds, and asked. After the fusion of the 5 elements, what is the impact on the divine realm? This, I don't know either. The blue-armored giant shook his head, his voice was low and hesitant, as if he was thinking about something. No matter what, since it's the enlightenment brought to you just now, that's the only way to go, but you have to understand that the next time you break through the realm of cultivation, including breaking through the divine realm, the difficulty will probably increase many times. The qi of the 5 elements is fused with true qi, even the green-armored giant has never seen it before. This kind of cultivation method is already very different from ordinary martial arts cultivation. Therefore, even if it is a giant with blue armor, it can only be inferred, and it is impossible to determine what will happen next. Break through God realm. Chu Yan's face was stunned, and then a smile appeared. No matter what, the divine realm always has to break through. With the goal of breaking through the Xingtian pavilion and rushing into the realm of the gods, cultivation in the divine realm is a must. According to the Qingjia giant's explanation, after the fusion of the 5 elements, although the difficulty has increased, there is no problem in normal martial arts practice. In that case, then I will break into the tomb of the unknown god. Maybe his method will allow me to break through the realm and find a third opportunity to break through the bottleneck. Chu Yan turned his head and looked at the gate of the underground palace, his eyes flickered. This tomb of the nameless god claims that the secret method of inheritance in it can allow people to condense their godheads and break through to the powerhouse of conferred gods. Now, Chu Yan doesn't have such high expectations for it. As long as he can break through to the holy realm, he will be satisfied. Now that the difficulty of my cultivation has increased tenfold, such an opportunity must not be let go. Chu Yan clearly remembered that the God Emperor Tianji said that the time he can stay in the Yinyang realm is limited. After Chu Yan stepped into the Yinyang realm, he somehow sensed that this time was about 3 months. Therefore, time is also extremely rich for Chu Yan. Now facing an ancient inheritance, which is still a well-known secret inheritance in the Yinyang world, if you don't make a breakthrough, it will be a bit unreasonable. The qi of the 5 elements is fused with the true qi of the Rakshasa, and its power should have increased a lot. Chu Yan turned his head, the Jinqi on his body began to rise, and a black flow of 5 colors traveled through the meridians in his body and directly reached his fingers. A sword in the sky. When he raised his hand, a sword finger slashed out, a flash of 5-color streamer, like lightning, slashed straight at a huge statue in the cave. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2708 Lock Dragon Pillar. Boom, boom. As the sword pointed past, the 5-color glow exploded like a thunderbolt. The huge statue and its base were directly blasted into powder, disappearing cleanly like air. Above the ground, there was a huge hole several feet deep, filled with fierce sword energy, flying in all directions. A huge statue and the ground disappeared out of thin air, leaving nothing behind, not even a little bit of stone powder left behind. This? Chu Yan raised his hand, his face was full of astonishment, and his eyes were full of disbelief. The power of this sword is far more than before. If it was in the 10 directions starfield, Chu Yan would cut an ordinary stone statue in half with 1 finger, and there would be no problem. No matter how powerful it is, it would be no problem to directly blow up this statue into rubble all over the place. But as it is now, it's like evaporating the world. It's absolutely impossible to let it disappear completely without leaving any stone. The true energy has undergone a qualitative change, it is more than 5 times stronger than before. Chu Yan is still a little dazed up to now, unable to react at all. While murmuring, he lowered his head and glanced at his fingers. You know, this is just a random slash of your sword finger. If you use all your true energy, or even use the Haotian divine weapon, the power. Not bad. The improvement of Kendo is very good. Chu Yan's eyes were full of surprises, and his heart was extremely excited. After all, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Although the breakthrough of the realm of cultivation was forcibly suspended, and even the body was severely injured, but now, the fusion effect of the energy of the 5 elements has given Chu Yan a great surprise. In addition, before realizing the threshold of the divine realm, a new path of martial arts opened. The current Chu Yan is completely different from the original one. Quickly restore the physical wounds first. Chu Yan sat cross-legged, swallowed the golden elixir he had just refined, and began to recover from the physical wounds. After all, now that the true qi has been fully fused, if it is used to heal injuries, the effect must be very good. When the time comes, all preparations will be completed, and it will be time to break into the tomb of the unknown god. When Chu Yan sat cross-legged, entwined with 5 colors of true energy, he was immersed in recovering from his injuries. On the other side, in the boundless and chaotic world, Empress Shantian, who was traveling through the passage of time and space, stopped again with a startled expression. The energy of the 5 elements. Still fused. It seems that this sun is even more genius than I imagined. This sky record must be found as soon as possible. In a pair of beautiful eyes shining like stars, a strange light flickered. For this Chu Yan, she became more and more unclear, but it seemed that her interest in him was getting deeper and deeper. 3 days later, Wuhun Forest, which had been silent for endless years, suddenly became lively. Tianbazong and Yulangshan, the brigade rushed to Wuhun Forest, and after a hard fight, they finally reached the core. According to the maps found in the 2 cases, the entrance to the tomb of the unknown god is at the foot of a spiritual peak. At this time, the large group of people stood in front of a huge cave stone gate. All of them looked excited. However, they never imagined that the opposite of this Lingfeng is exactly where Chu Yan's underground palace is located. After 3 days of recovery, Chu Yan has completely healed the injuries in his body, and is opening the door to the tomb of the unknown god. Although Chu Yan and the 2 sects entered the tomb of the unknown god from 2 directions at the same time, the result was the same. Because there are 3 entrances to the tomb of the unknown god, and there is another one, which is a special teleportation array set up directly in the mountain gate of the ancient sect, which can directly reach the inside of the tomb of the unknown god. Boom, boom. The stone gate of the underground palace opened, and a straight passage was covered with all kinds of weeds, which were densely packed and completely covered the entire passage. What's more, among these weeds, there are a few more precious spiritual herbs mixed in. Maybe it's because no one has been here for a long time, so these celestial herbs are growing very well. In such a situation, of course, Chu Yan would not be polite. As he walked forward, he collected all these fairy herbs and elixir into the Rakshasa space. After all, the price of this kind of medicine is not fixed in the 10 directions star field. Along the green passage, I walked nearly 10,000 steps, but I didn't see the end at all. Fortunately, there were no restrictions and spiritual formations along the way, so it went extremely smoothly. Continue to move forward. After walking for almost half an hour, Chu Yan's footsteps finally stopped. That is. Standing at the end of the passage, the world in front of me suddenly opened up, but it was an underground world that didn't know how deep it was. The huge underground palace can see the end of the river at a glance. The Black Palace is like a city, completely digging out the entire mountain. In front of it was a city wall, and in front of the huge city gate, 2 black gates were closed tightly. This is the forbidden door. Chu Yan's consciousness swept across the city gate, and his face sank immediately. This city gate is not an ordinary city gate, it is a city gate with added defense restrictions, and its strength is even stronger than that of metal gates. For such a long time, it is estimated that the power of the ban will not be too strong. Standing in front of the city gate, Chu Yan carefully looked at the city gate, and finally decided to say, "Blast away." As soon as the words landed, the powerful 5-color Xinqi on Chu Yan burst out instantly, raised his hand and punched, and blasted directly at the huge city gate. On the other side, in front of another gate of the Black City, The brigades of Tianbazong and Yulangshan were also standing in front of the huge city gate, and they were all blocked outside the city. It's just that the city gate in front of them is obviously not the main gate. It is smaller than the one in front of Chu Yan, but it also has defensive restrictions. Several big shots shot together, broke open the city gate, and stepped into the city. Using the city as a tomb, this nameless god, what a masterstroke. An elder from Yulangshan stepped into the city, glanced at it, and couldn't help but speak. As far as the eye can see, there are palaces of various sizes everywhere, and the number is no less than 100, and this does not include some ordinary buildings and flat houses. However, almost every building is covered by air currents of various colors, obviously with very powerful restraints and spiritual formations. In addition, along the main road, you can see from a distance in the central square of the city, on a huge black stone pillar, there are several huge iron chains, like a huge spiritual formation. Quick! Go to the central square. Elder Tianqi took out a jade talisman, shot out tens of thousands of streamers, rushed towards the surrounding buildings, quickly determined the direction, and shouted. Yes. The black crowd was rolling and moving towards the central square. Lock Dragon Pillar. When Elder Tianqi arrived at the central square of the city, he saw at a glance that the iron chain on the huge black stone pillar was actually tied to a black dragon-shaped statue. This is the entrance. The jade talisman in Elder Tianqi's hand emitted a red light, which was extremely intense, and he said with surprise on his face. Quick, set up the formation immediately. With an order, several strong men rushed up immediately, took out several altars, and began to arrange the spiritual array. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2709 Who is coming? The order of Elder Tianqi was issued, and Emperor Qingyun, as the chief disciple, did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly joined Emperor Crazy Tiger and brought nearly 30 emperor-level powerhouses to set up a spiritual formation. The spirit patterns and jade talismans that had been prepared long ago were sacrificed together, and with the layout of 7 stars and 18 counters, they covered all around the locked dragon pillar. This formation is completed, and the spirit of the tomb guard will not be able to interfere with us. Elder Tianqi looked at the black dragon statue in front of him and said. In fact, this big formation is said to deal with the spirit of the black dragon, but it is actually prepared for the envoy of the other side. Although they didn't know why so many of them had rushed into the tomb of the unknown god, the envoy from the other shore did not appear at all. The reasons are nothing more than 2 points. One is that the place they are going to now is not an important place in the tomb of the unknown god at all. Another possibility is that the envoys of the other shore are not worried at all, and there must be strong means waiting for them. These 2 reasons, no matter which one it is, are not what Elder Tianqi and the others hope to see. Therefore, including Elder Tianqi, Yulangshan and Tianbazong's big bosses, all of them looked solemn and seemed very nervous. Humph. These guys have smart noses. Daoist Kong Kong looked back at Tianbazong's big law enforcement. Just now they entered the gate of the city, but found a group of people hiding far away near the buildings on both sides of the main road, looking around the square. Taoist Kong Kong snorted coldly in disdain for the appearance of these martial artists of small sect and low potential, as well as some casual cultivators. Wuhun Forest, chasing and killing Huayang. When the envoy of the other side appeared, there were dozens of strong men from 2 sects present. There were so many people talking about it, it was inevitable that the news would leak out, and within a few days, it spread across most of the Yinyang realm continent. If it was just ordinary chance news, it might not cause much reaction. However, the news that the 4 guardians of Hades appeared near the dead lake in Wuhang Forest can arouse the interest of many people. As long as they investigate a little bit, they can find the same result as Tianbazong and Yulangshan. That is, the reason why the other shore ghost appeared near the dead lake in Wuhun forest is because there was a place of inheritance of secret realm in ancient times. Although for thousands of years, no one has set foot on this secret land because of its danger and lack of results. However, since the envoy of the other shore has been hiding in this place for thousands of years, with his strength, maybe he really discovered something. This is the method of condensing the Godhead, and it is hoped that it will break through to the secrets of the God-conferring powerhouses. Immediately afterwards, Tianbazong and Yulangshan made a big move to go to the Wuhun forest, which was really big. This made the vicinity of the Black Lake in Wuhun forest instantly become like a big piece of fat, attracting people's attention. All sects have dispatched manpower to see what the two major sects are doing. At the same time, they are also investigating whether this secret realm of inheritance that has not been visited for thousands of years has been cracked by the emissary of the other shore. If it is cracked, then the excitement will be great. Moreover, the appearance of the four guardians of the underworld might have a big collision with Tianbazong and Yulangshan. How can such a thing be missed? Boom, boom. At this moment, from the other direction of the city, a huge thunderstorm exploded, and the whole city trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the city gate on the other side, only to find that the huge city gate exploded directly, and all kinds of rubble flew all over the sky, picking up a large wave of air and rushing over the city. Amidst the billowing dust waves, a figure strode towards the central square of the city. Coming. Elder Tianqi, Emperor Qingyun, Emperor Crazy Tiger, including the big bosses and powerhouses of the two sects present, as well as the powerhouses of loose cultivators who were observing from a distance, all of them had expressions of surprise and flashed in their hearts. Ask a question. The envoy of the other shore finally came out. I don't know if he is alone, or if he is accompanied by other powerhouses in Hades. If the four guardians of the underworld gathered together, that terrifying battle was inevitable. However, for this point, both Tianbazong and Yulangshan were prepared. The two big bosses and powerhouses present were all vigilant, and their spirits were on high alert, ready to strike at any time. However, when the figure in the dust wave got closer and closer, and the dust wave gradually dissipated, the appearance of that figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the person who came, the expressions of all the people present changed. What? It's Huayang. Good. The person who came was the one who was at the gate of the city before, and was about to open the gate, Chu Yan. How is he still alive? No way. The people of Hades didn't kill him. This is impossible. The four guardians of the underworld are all vicious and violent, and they are all perverted. How could he be allowed to live? Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared blankly, and Chu Yan, who was walking along the main road of the city and towards the central square, was all dazed. They never thought that Chu Yan was still alive. According to their guess, the reason for the other side's underworld envoy to take Huayang away in the Wuhun forest was probably to find out about the outside world. Naturally, it is not difficult to find out these news, but after receiving the news, it is absolutely impossible for the envoy of the other side to let Huayang live again. This completely exceeded everyone's expectations. However, no matter whether they believed it or not, Huayang strode forward and walked in front of them alive. Tianbazong, Yulangshan, what a coincidence! Chu Yan's five-color thunder eyes swept across the central square, and the hundreds of strong men of the Xuanzong didn't have the slightest surprise on their faces, but asked plainly. From Chu Yan's cultivation in the underground palace, he could guess that Tianbazong and Yulangshan would never give up. What's more, after Chu Yan discovered that the underground palace was the tomb of the unknown god, he was even more convinced that the big bosses of Tianbazong and Yulangshan would definitely come again. Sure enough, in just a few days, the teams of the two sects directly appeared in the tomb of the unknown god, even one step faster than themselves. Huayang. Elder Tianqi stepped out, looked at Chu Yan, and shouted sharply. Say. If you don't want to die, say it immediately. Where is the envoy of the other shore? A terrifying aura rolled out, heading towards Chu Yan's coercion, and the voice of questioning resounded throughout the city. At this moment, everyone was awakened by this loud shout, and they all raised their heads and looked at Chu Yan. Don't want to die. Hearing this, Chu Yan glanced at Elder Tianqi, but sneered, Do you want to die? What? Asking this question in turn caused the expressions of Elder Tianqi and all the powerhouses present to change in shock. This Huayang, what do you mean? Such a bold person dare to talk to Elder Tianqi like this, is he looking for death? However, without waiting for the people of Yilongshan to go crazy, Chu Yan had already acted, raised his right hand with 2 fingers together, and raised it high, pointing straight at the huge black dragon statue in the central square. What? No. When everyone's eyes followed the direction of Chu Yan's sword and looked at the black dragon statue, all of them suddenly changed their faces in shock. However, before they could stop talking, Chu Yan had already made a move. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2710 Black Dragon Roar. In front of everyone, a sword finger slashed out, like lightning, split the void, and slashed on the huge black dragon statue. At this time, Emperor Qingyun and Crazy Tiger had not yet finished setting up the spiritual formations, and they watched helplessly as the sword finger slashed on the statue, making a loud clicking sound. Roar. Almost at the next breath, a shocking dragon's breath came out from the black dragon statue, and the whole city trembled suddenly. Who? Desecrate your lord's cemetery. On the black dragon statue, large pieces of stones kept falling, and a dragon head the size of half a house broke free from the stones on the surface and was exposed. The violent roar of the beast exploded into the sky, causing everyone's expressions to change immediately. Boom, boom. Without waiting for everyone to react, all the stones on the black dragon statue exploded, flying in all directions like pear blossoms in a rainstorm. Boom. 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 Those blasted gravels charged in all directions with the power of thunder, hitting more than a dozen strong men, who were thrown upside down and thrown into the air. Immediately afterwards, the black dragon broke out of the rock, landed on the ground with 4 dragon claws, and once again issued a sky-raising dragon's tongue. Everyone, all will die. A pair of blood-red dragon eyes swept across the audience, and the roar of the beast was earth-shattering. The next moment, Long Wei surged out of it like a frenzied flood, and rushed towards the surroundings. This is an ancient black dragon, although the dragon's soul has been lost, and the dragon corpse has been refined into a puppet, worthy of the prestige of the past, but even if it is a puppet, it is only the body of the dragon, and its combat power is overwhelming. Fix the formation. Everyone do it. Elder Longqi gave a loud order after only a short shock. Black dragonine puppets only existed in ancient times, but now, not to mention dragon beastine puppets, even the real dragon clan has basically disappeared. Therefore, when everyone present saw this black dragon, they were startled by its powerful might. However, since the 2 sects dared to come to the tomb of the unknown god, they were naturally prepared. After all, the tomb of the unknown god was a place of trial for a certain sect in ancient times, leaving behind a lot of materials and information. Therefore, before they came, they checked the ancient files and knew that the black dragon puppet was a monster guarding the entrance, with powerful combat power. Naturally, Tianbazong and Yilongshan were also prepared. However, it was originally planned to use the spirit array to directly trap the black dragon puppet and prevent it from waking up. But now, the only way is to fight hard, even if you pay some price, there is no other way. Damn Huayang. Elder Tianqi turned his head, looked at Chu Yan, who was standing aside, and gritted his teeth. If it weren't for this Huayang, it would not have led to such a result at all. Everyone, feel free, I'll go first. Chu Yan smiled lightly, the aura of the Qinglong Wuhun surged from his body, and his figure flashed, but he passed directly in front of the black dragonine puppet and headed towards the main hall on the square. Moreover, Chu Yan's figure passed straight through the central square. Wherever he passed, a large area of prohibition and spiritual array killing moves were constantly inspired by him, picking up a large area of prohibition torrents, sweeping the entire square. Wherever this wave of prohibition passed, the elite disciples of the two sects suffered countless deaths and injuries. Elder Tianqi saw a disciple whose body was blown into half and landed in front of him, splashing a large amount of dirty blood. His eyes turned red immediately. However, as soon as the word was uttered, Elder Tianqi's face was full of shock. Because that Huayang not only walked in front of the black dragon without being attacked, even the prohibition and ultimate moves triggered by him in the square seemed to avoid him deliberately, and did not attack him at all. This is how it is done. Not only the elders of Tianqi, but even the other bigwigs of the two sects were stunned in shock when they saw the scene. Moreover, they don't know the restrictions and ultimate moves in this square, but this Huayang seems to have known it for a long time. Every sword finger is ready to fall on the hidden restrictions around the square. Activate them directly. Clang. Not bothering to pay attention to the stunned two sect bosses behind him, Chu Yan walked up to the main hall, waved his hand, and pulled out the spirit knife among the 4 spirit soldiers he had obtained before. Immediately, a fierce sword light rose into the sky, and the entire square in front of the hall was filled with majestic sword power. The 4 great spirit soldiers are actually in his hands. Seeing the spirit knife in Chu Yan's hand, the 2 big brothers were startled. Could it be that the envoy of the other side didn't take these 4 spiritual weapons away, but still put them in Huayang's hands? Even if the Bian Mingshi lost his mind and didn't kill Huayang directly, there is absolutely no reason for the 4 spiritual weapons that can open the tomb of the unknown god, and they are still in Huayang's hands. There is no doubt at all, the reason for the tomb of the unknown god who has been hiding in this Wuwang forest for thousands of years must be the reason for it. After all, if a strong man in the divine realm like him cannot open the tomb of the nameless god, then his martial arts cultivation has reached its peak. In such a situation, on the continent of the Yinyang realm, not only the 4 guardians of the underworld, but also the high-level bosses of various sects are all the same. Huayang, stop for me. The old man Tianqi watched Chu Yan raise his knife, woke up suddenly, and shouted loudly. This loud shout, roaring with anger, shook the entire square, and it seemed full of confidence. Chu Yan turned his head curiously and looked at Elder Tianqi. Under such circumstances, what else can they do to stop themselves? Just the black dragonine puppet, and the ancient prohibitions and ultimate moves all over the square are enough for them to drink a pot. Huayang, if you dare to take another step forward, I will kill them. Elder Tianqi waved his hand, and several strong men behind him immediately came out, holding the bound people. These people are. Seeing these bound figures in green robes, Chu Yan was startled. Although he didn't know each other, he couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity and intimacy in his heart. Could it be? A look of doubt flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. I'm sure you won't forget these few, right? They are all your brothers and sisters, and they will grow up with you like brothers and sisters. Seeing Chu Yan's face, Elder Tianqi immediately showed a smirk, pointed to the green-robed warriors in front of him, and said, Yuzitsong Pavilion is just a second-rate sect force. If you don't hand over the 4 spirit soldiers today, I will kill these few, and I will slaughter your entire sect later. At that time you will be the sinner of Zitsong Pavilion. Elder Tianqi was talking, and the arrogance of his body kept gushing out, obviously thinking that he had pinched Chu Yan's weakness. Huayang. Among the bound green-robed men, an older Emperor realm powerhouse barely raised his head, looked at Chu Yan, and said, "It's just that their faces are full of lifeless anger. It is obvious that they have been severely restrained, and they are afraid that it will be difficult to live." Same door. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he was stunned. He never thought that the two sects would use such a method. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2711 threaten. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. Although this physical body has been completely occupied by Chu Yan, both the soul and the will have all dissipated. However, when faced with this group of brothers from the same master in the past, there was still a slight fluctuation in the heart of the physical body. And Chu Yan's soul body was also affected by this fluctuation from the physical body. However, it was just a mood swing, and it had no effect at all. Huayang, hand over the spirit soldiers immediately, otherwise. Elder Chanchi's face became ferocious. He glanced at Chu Yan, turned his eyes to the two bound warriors in front of him, raised his hand and pointed out. Puff. Puff. With two muffled bangs, the force of his finger was like a rainbow, and instantly penetrated the bodies of the two people, exploding two balls of blood on their chests. It was almost too late to snort. The powerful force was stirring in their bodies, almost smashing all the viscera in their bodies into minced meat. Dirty blood overflowed from the corner of their mouths, their eyes widened, and they just fell down straight. The moment they landed, the vitality in their eyes was completely cut off. Seeing the loss of the two of them, Chu Yan's heart suddenly twitched, and a sense of sadness came spontaneously, filling his body. Moreover, in his mind, some scattered memory fragments kept appearing, flickering in front of his eyes. Among these scattered memory fragments, the two brothers from the same sect who had just been lost were teaching Huayang a lesson in a training ground. And Huayang, who was performing martial arts, seemed extremely nervous, constantly flipping his fingerprints, practicing a certain defensive imperial technique over and over again. The two senior brothers were extremely strict, and they kept telling Huayang how to operate the true energy, and how to pay attention to the order of the handprints. Although this scene was severe, it clearly made Huayang feel grateful. It can be seen that the two senior brothers Huayang treat him very well. Brother Mo. Brother Zheng. Chu Yan opened his mouth softly, and subconsciously read out the titles of the two who had just been damaged. At the same time, his eyes instantly became cold. Not yet. Elder Chanchi looked at Chu Yan, shouted again, and turned his raised finger, pointing directly at another woman in a green skirt. And this woman in the green skirt is Huayang's junior sister. Huayang, leave us alone. Who knew? Without waiting for Elder Chanchi to do anything, the woman in the green dress, who was tied up, had red eyes and shouted loudly. We must get the secret method and revitalize my Xia Pavilion. We are not enough to die, ah. Puff. Without waiting for the girl in the green skirt to finish her sentence, the sword light reappeared, and the elder Chanchi, who was full of ferocity, raised his hand and pointed out, directly piercing the chest of the junior sister who made the sound. The bright red blood overflowed, and a blood-colored flower was reflected on the green robe on her chest, which was particularly dazzling. However, the junior sister who fell to the ground had a faint smile on her face. Her life was cut off, and she fell to the ground and died. Just as she shouted to Chu Yan just now, she didn't want Huayang to give up this rare opportunity for them. Therefore, even if it is death, it is all laughing. Bring those old fellows up to me. Elder Chanchi, who killed 3 people in a row, waved his hand and said to the disciples behind him. Yes. After accepting the order, Yu Longshan's disciples again escorted several old men in green robes. These strong men from Xia Pavilion were all in the Holy Realm, but they were still captured without the slightest resistance. Huayang. Leave us alone, we must never let The old man of Xiangxiao Pavilion, who was escorted out, also had a resolute expression on his face, and shouted loudly at Huayang just like the junior sister before him. However, before they finished shouting, Chu Yan's words directly interrupted their voices. "I'll give you the 4 spirit weapons, let them go." Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan stared at Elder Tianqi with a pair of cold eyes, and said directly. Although this physical body is named Huayang, his brothers, including Tongzong, have nothing to do with him. However, Chu Yan looked at the same sect one by one, disregarding life and death, but told him not to hand over the spiritual soldiers, just for the hope of revitalizing the sect. Such thoughts touched Chu Yan, so it was impossible for Chu Yan to sit idly by. After handing over the spiritual soldiers, it may be a great loss that the tomb of the unknown god cannot be opened, but Chu Yan will think of other ways, and there is still a chance. But now, if Chu Yan ignores these fellow students and leaves directly, then he may never be able to forget today for the rest of his life. Ha ha ha. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Elder Tianqi laughed wildly, with a proud look on his face. The world of Wuhun is based on the sect, and except for casual cultivators, no one can exist independently from the sect. The sect is the foundation, and it is the foundation on which a warrior relies for cultivation and existence. Even if his cultivation base becomes stronger in the future, if there are deeds of betraying the sect, people in the world will be ashamed. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, the elder Tianqi was not worried at all, and he was even convinced of Chu Yan. Humph. You brat who dares to act recklessly, dare to disobey me again and again, to visit Longshan Mountain. Chu Yan's retreat seemed to be a matter of course. The anger on the face of the elder Tianqi rose, and he spoke in a cold voice, and at the same time shouted sharply. This is the consequence. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the elder Tianqi raised his hand and waved, 2 fingers pierced through the air, and with a screaming sound, they directly pierced the chests of the 2 green-robed elders in front of him. Puff! Puff! 2 balls of blood splashed, screams sounded, and the 2 elders of Xiangxiao Pavilion died instantly. Not only Huayang, but this Xiangxiao Pavilion dared to disobey Yulangshan. Of course they had to be judged in order to demonstrate their powerful status as Yulangshan Daizong. You. Seeing the 2 elders fell to the ground and injured, Chu Yan's eyes burst into flames, and his eyes were full of anger. At this moment, I don't know why, Chu Yan suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness, and subconsciously thought in his sea of consciousness, if he was not in the Raksha Sultan zone, would his relatives and friends also? Huayang, hand over the spirit sword immediately. Do you think you are qualified to trade with us? Seeing the anger on Chu Yan's face, Elder Tianqi was full of arrogance, and spoke again, while the movements of his hands did not stop at all. Puff! Puff! 2 finger lights flashed, and 2 more Xiangxiao Pavilion elders were directly obliterated by the Tianqi elders. Hand it over, or they will all die because of you. Elder Tianqi naturally hates and is angry with this Huayang, so, under the condition of grasping his weakness, naturally he will not let him go easily. And now, what he thinks in his heart is that as long as Huayang surrenders the 4 spirit weapons, he will capture Huayang. At that time, let him not survive or die, so that he can vent his hatred. What a tour of Longshan! Chu Yan opened his mouth, looked at Elder Tianqi with a pair of cold eyes, but smiled angrily, and then said. When I leave here, it will be the day to destroy you in Longshan. As he said that, Chu Yan waved his hand, and the 4 spirit soldiers rushed out, all floating in front of Chu Yan. Up to now, the Tianqi elder of Yulangshan has completely angered him. == #C2712 Aim for death. Chu Yan's words made everyone in the audience stunned for a moment, followed by violent laughter. Ha ha ha, is this guy crazy? Oh my god, is this guy here to be funny? He actually said that he wants to destroy Yulangshan. Ha ha ha. It's a mere ants, the tone is not small, the elders of their Xuanhuan pavilion all died here, and no one dared to say a word. It is a joke that he dared to say that. Ha ha ha, interesting. Whether it is Tianbazong or Yulangshan, all the strong men are laughing and crying. An inner sect disciple of Xuanhuan pavilion dared to say destroy Yulangshan. Moreover, after the Tianqi elders of Yulangshan killed several people from Xuanhuan pavilion in a row, such words are even more ridiculous. Humph. It's up to you. Among all the people in the audience, only Elder Tianqi didn't smile. He looked into Chu Yan's eyes, and for some reason, a chill suddenly rose in his heart, and he snorted coldly with disdain on his face. Compared with before, this Huayang, although giving people a feeling of being invisible and incomprehensible, but in terms of strength, it is far behind. However, he is only at the peak of the great emperor realm, at least half of the people present can kill him. Therefore, this kind of big talk is just listening. In this case, there is no need for Xuanhuan pavilion to exist. Elder Tianqi stared straight at Chu Yan and spoke again. However, when his words fell to the ground, the expressions of the last two Xuanhuan pavilion elders in front of him suddenly changed, and the aura on their bodies began to charge wildly. Hum. Hum. The two bursts of breath seemed to break through some shackles, followed by a frenzied rush. At the same time, the corners of the mouths of the two of them overflowed with blood, and their faces were full of cold smiles. You guys actually reversed the meridians. The elder Tianqi, whose face changed in shock from this sudden change, looked at the two of them. Just stunned for a moment, then his figure began to retreat violently. Almost at the same time that elder Tianqi retreated violently, all the powerful Tianbazong and Yulangshan around him also reacted in unison and retreated rapidly. Reverse the meridian, break through the forbidden body. This is simply ignoring, and wanting to explode the sea of qi in the body. This is completely suicidal behavior. Bold, Xuanhuan pavilion, do you really want to exterminate? Elder Tianqi flew back and asked loudly at the same time. He couldn't react. These two are the elders of Xuanhuan pavilion. They exploded at this time. If two strong people were killed or injured, then Xuanhuan pavilion would definitely be severely retaliated. At that time it was perfectly normal for the two sects to join forces to slaughter Xuanhuan pavilion. The most important thing is that, in front of Huayang, if these two old fellows blew themselves up to death, they would have no leverage to threaten Huayang. Self-explosion. Chu Yan stared at the two green-robed old men in front of him, his expression startled. He also didn't expect that the two elders of Xuanhuan pavilion would choose to blow themselves up when he was about to hand over his spiritual soldiers. This character is so fierce and irritable. Tianbazong, Yulangshan, you are a powerful sect, but I, Xuanhuan pavilion, also have my own bones. Even if you die, you won't be allowed to succeed. Use our lives to threaten my sect disciple, Huayang. The two old men in blue robes shouted like thunder, and the sound shook the world. The violent qi on their bodies, like a volcanic eruption, was completely out of control, rushing into their physical bodies, with ruptured wounds everywhere, and blood flowing horizontally, which looked extremely tragic. Good, very good. Elder Tianqi flew back in a hurry, his face was purple, and he spoke repeatedly. There are only two holy realms and a second-rate sect, but you still have such ambition. I underestimate Xuanhuan pavilion. No matter what Elder Tianqi said, the two elders in Qingpao no longer paid attention to him, but turned their heads together and looked at Chu Yan. Huayang. Do what you think is right, sure men will always support you and will never drag you down. When these words fell, the faces of the two green-robed elders were completely distorted, leaving Chu Yan with only the last touch of a smile. This smile contains too much. There is reluctance, expectation, approval, and love, but no matter what it is, they know that Huayang is no longer the Huayang it used to be. For the first time in Xuanhuan pavilion's tens of thousands of years, a disciple showed such a proud posture, as sharp as a drawn sword. Therefore, with Huayang, even if they die, they are content. Boom. Boom. The two groups of terrifying chi exploded, and the bodies of the two Saint Emperor powerhouses instantly turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood, flying in all directions, but immediately, they were smashed into fine powder by the blown chi. The violent power, centered on the place where the two disappeared, exploded in all directions. Countless terrifying forces, like the wrath of the thunder god, roared into the sky with the sound of piercing through the sky. To Chu Yan's surprise, the strength of the two self-detonation was not even a trace in their own direction, and they exploded in the direction of the two strong men in the direction of the fan. These are two elders who are using their last lives to protect Huayang. In an instant, Chu Yan was in a trance, as if seeing Emperor Xuanhuan, melting into heaven and earth, offering his body to the flag, devouring the two great emperors. I also saw the Qingmu sword god, holding a long sword, beheading the holy sky, breaking the god's curtain, but smiling at the sky. Boom, boom. Compared to the two groups of shocking explosions in front of him, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, there are also thousands of thunderstorms, and the waves are rolling. If before, Chu Yan was only affected by a trace of obsession and emotion in the flesh, then now, Chu Yan's consciousness is really shaken. These two elders of the holy realm of Xie Pavilion may be very weak to him now, but their words and deeds are so earth-shattering. A whole body of soul bones, shaking the world and weeping ghosts and gods, using his body to show his will, blew himself up. But only one sentence is left: never delay. In the world of martial arts, strength is the most important thing. How many martial artists have done cruel and heartless things, for the sake of strength, turning the entire martial arts world into cold and dark? Of course Chu Yan knew this truth. However, in this cold and dark world, there is always a trace of warmth and friendship, like a white lotus in the mud, or a light in the dark, which is touching. It is precisely because of the darkness and coldness of the whole world that this ray of light is extraordinarily precious and warm. Warriors practice, go through life and death, go against the law of heaven. What is it for? Could it be to make this world a little more cold and dark, or maybe a little more warm and bright? At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes froze, and he just watched quietly. The two strong men were swallowed by the violent wave of self-explosion, but their hearts became clear. The monstrous and turbulent waves that were originally stirred up in his sea of consciousness began to dissipate quickly, turning into a calm lake. But everything in front of him, including the feeling in his heart, was like a ripple on the lake, gently rippling. Heart enlightenment, Qingming. == C 2713 Yulong Ling. Rolling air waves swept across the entire central square. More than a dozen bigwigs from the two sects joined forces to completely suppress the self-destruction power of the two holy world powerhouses. However, even if it was suppressed, 10 breaths of time passed, and nearly 10 people from the two sects died under the self-destruct. Seniors, you are enlightened. No matter what relationship I have with Xie Pavilion, your sacrifices will definitely make those who forced you to death, including Zongman, pay the price in blood. Chu Yan's voice, like a bell, resounded through the audience. His eyes were as cold as ice, and he looked straight at Elder Tianqi and other masters of Yulongshan. Yulongshan, I will look for you. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan turned around directly, waved his big hand, and the 4 spirit soldiers floating in front of him all shot at the palace gate in front of him with dazzling light. Boom. 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 The 4 spirit weapons slammed into the door of the main hall one by one, like a heavy buckle, making a heavy muffled sound. Everyone outside the square, in the distance, watching this scene, Chi-Chi's expression changed. Because the gate of the palace looks like it is just a wooden structure, even ordinary iron soldiers, under the urging of true energy, should directly smash it to pieces. But now, the 4 ancient spirit weapons collided with the gate, but they were only knocked, leaving no traces. Just when everyone was astonished, the door of the palace slowly opened, and a large black mist gushed out, wrapping Chu Yan's figure at the entrance of the palace directly and being drawn into the palace. With a bang, after Chu Yan's figure disappeared, the palace door closed directly, and everything returned to calm. It was as if the scene just now had never happened before. What? Elder Tianqi and other big bosses saw that Chu Yan had already entered the palace, and their expressions suddenly changed. The gate of the palace is the entrance to the tomb of the unknown god, and the 4 spiritual weapons are the keys to open the tomb of the god. Now, Chu Yan entered the tomb of the nameless god with 4 spiritual weapons, which could no longer be changed. Great Elder, Huayang has entered the tomb of the nameless god. Elder Tianqi suddenly frowned deeply, looking at the direction of the palace door with a dark face, full of anger. However, the matter has come to this point, and there is no other way but to report it truthfully. At this time all around looked at Elder Tianqi with strange expressions. There was a hint of blame in the eyes of the high-level bosses of the 2 sects. After all, if Elder Tianqi hadn't insisted on going his own way before, insisting on using the prestige of a big sect, and directly using hostages to trade with Huayang, maybe he wouldn't do it now. This is the result. Tianqi. Above the city, a majestic voice sounded. It was the voice of the head of Yulangshan. This time, you will take full responsibility. I'll give you one more chance to immediately use the Yulong order to break open the entrance to the tomb of the nameless god, take back the 4 spirit weapons, kill Huayang, and bring the inherited secret method back to the sect, otherwise the mountain rules will rule. The rolling thunder exploded, reverberating in the sky, and immediately made Elder Tianqi's complexion pale. Now, he really regrets it. Dragon Wandering Order. When the strong men around heard that voice, they all looked at Elder Tianqi with astonishment on their faces. Because Yulongling is the treasure of Yulangshan. Unexpectedly, this time Yulangshan even brought the Yulong token. It seems that he is really determined to obtain the secret method inherited from the tomb of the unknown god. But obey the order. Elder Tianqi raised his head, looked around, originally wanted to say something, but when he thought of the anger of the sect leader just now, he didn't dare to say anything more, and hurriedly said. According to their plan before they came, this order to swim the dragon was prepared to deal with the envoy of the other side. But now, Huayang has appeared, and the envoy of the other shore is still hiding in the dark. It is even possible that, hidden in some space spirit treasure, he entered the tomb of the nameless god with Huayang. Now, before the dark envoy of the other shore appears, he will use the walking dragon token to let the enemy know his cards, and when the underworld envoy of the other shore is prepared to make a move, there may be a great risk for them. But now, Elder Tianqi was charged with a serious crime. Even if he wanted to speak out, he didn't dare to speak at all. Wiping the cold sweat off his face, Elder Tianqi raised his head and looked around. In the main hall, the door of the hall was closed tightly, and Huayang had already entered it, while on the square, the main battle masters of the 2 sects were still fighting fiercely with the black dragon of the guardian spirit. Qingyun, Crazy Tiger, activate the Yulong order immediately. Emperor Qingyun and Emperor Crazy Tiger, who originally arranged the forbidden formation, had nothing to do at this time. Elder Tianqi directly gave orders to the 2 of them. Hurry up and set up. With a shout, Emperor Qingyun and Emperor Crazy Tiger hurriedly took orders and led their people to start anew. Originally, the Zhinshan treasure, Yulong Ling, could not be activated by any formation. However, the head of Yulong Mountain is extremely cautious, worried that the token of Yulong will be snatched by others, so he asked that this time the elders of Tianqi and the others brought the token of Yulong to the tomb of the nameless god. Before using it, they must set up a matching formation. This formation is a very special teleportation formation. It has no special function, but when Yulong Ling is in danger, you can use this teleportation formation to fly directly back to the main sect of Yulong Mountain. After all, the reason why Yu Longshan is strong is precisely because of this treasure of the town, and he dare not make any mistakes. Fast, deal with this black dragon first, and then break open the gate of the palace. Quick! Elder Tianqi is extremely impatient now, hoping to complete the task as soon as possible, and kept urging him. Yes. Elder. Poor Emperor Qingyun and Emperor Crazy Tiger were hurriedly rushed by the elders of Tianqi, their heads were sweating, and they quickly arranged the spiritual formation. Boom! As time passed, above the square, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, and blasted straight at the black dragon guardian spirit in the center of the square, blasting the golden dragons that filled the sky, and the dragon roar shook the sky. At this time, on the other side, Chu Yan was shrouded in black mist. After entering the palace gate, not long after he landed, he felt a huge roar and the sound of dragon roars from the direction behind him. They did it. Chu Yan stood in the hall, turned his head to look in the direction of the hall door, and murmured. The ground under their feet was trembling slightly. It was obvious that the elders of Tianqi and the others were using shocking methods to deal with the black dragon. Here it is. No matter what the elders of Tianqi and the others are doing, it has nothing to do with Chu Yan for the time being, so Chu Yan just froze for a moment, then turned his head back and looked at the hall in front of him. The people outside the palace had already started, and although he was one step ahead, he had to do it as soon as possible. On the surrounding walls, there are all kinds of murals everywhere. With a glance, one can easily find that these murals should have a lot to do with the nameless god who left behind the secret law. This direction. Passing through the main hall, Chu Yan came to the apse, and soon found a teleportation gate. Above the gate, time and space are distorted, and divine power is scattered. Even after endless years, the divine power on the gate of time and space has not disappeared much. It can be seen that even if the strength of this nameless god, even if he did not reach the rank of a god, in the realm of gods, he is probably an extremely terrifying existence. Taking a big step, Chu Yan stepped into the portal of divine power. NBSP =# C2714 condition. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. This is a completely dark hall. Except for a floating oil lamp in the middle of the hall, with a dim yellow light, it can only illuminate about 10 steps in a radius. Below the ancient lamp, there is a stone table and 4 round chairs, neatly placed, spotless after years. Whether it was the ancient lamp or the stone table and chair, Chu Yan's pupils shrank. There is a faint power of will exuding from these two things, and it is obvious that they are all things used by the strong in the divine realm. However, Chu Yan's consciousness swept over, but his gaze was fixed on the square stone table. Boy, you're not bad. Before Chu Yan could lift his foot to step forward, an empty voice sounded on the stone table. The cultivation base at the peak of the Great Emperor realm is a bit weak. When the voice sounded again, a hazy figure slowly appeared on a stone chair. This is an old man with a long beard covering his chest and bright eyes. His face is full of wrinkles, but he looks energetic. Raising his hand to caress his upper beard, a pair of bright eyes looked at Chu Yan, constantly looking up and down. Senior, in Huayang, I don't know who the senior is. Chu Yan bowed his hands and asked. Me. Hee, it's just an old immortal, guarding the grave. Hearing Chu Yan's question, the long-bearded old man chuckled, shook his head, and said with a sigh. Excuse me, senior, is there any test that needs to be passed? Chu Yan didn't pay too much attention to the identity of the old man himself. After all, in most of the secret realms of inheritance, there will be such an existence, who is basically the host of some kind of test. However, before Chu Yan could finish his question about the test, the elder with long beard waved his hand and said. Boy, you can go. What? Can go? Heard that? Chu Yan was startled for a moment, and looked at the long-faced old man in astonishment. "Senior, it took a lot of effort to come down here, and I didn't say or do anything. Why did I leave?" Chu Yan asked. From the time they met to now, the two hadn't spoken 3 words, and the old man actually told him to leave directly. And among these 3 sentences, there is only one sentence, which may have some meaning. That is what the old man said: his cultivation is only at the peak of the great emperor realm. Therefore, Chu Yan believes that it should be the old man who thinks that his cultivation base is too low, so he let him leave. And the inheritance secret method here should have requirements for the realm of cultivation. However, the cultivation at the peak of the great emperor realm is only the cultivation of this physical body, and his real cultivation is at the semi-saint realm. If it is calculated by combat power, perhaps the current Chu Yan, within the 7 or 8 heavens of the holy realm, can fight. Such a practice should meet the requirements. After all, this nameless god's cultivation is no more than the divine realm, so he can't let the people who accept the inheritance also demand the divine realm. Therefore, Chu Yan had no intention of giving up just like that. Hee, boy, it's interesting. The old man with long beard looked up at Chu Yan, but smiled. Well, I've already said, since you don't want to leave and you insist on giving it a try, then don't blame me if you lose, or suffer heavy injuries, or your cultivation base is abolished. Having said that, the old man with long beard stood up and looked at Chu Yan. However, when Chu Yan heard these words, his expression didn't fluctuate at all, and he looked at him indifferently. In this way, the long-bearded old man immediately understood that this Chu Yan had already made up his mind. Okay. In that case, I'll tell you. First of all, if you want to enter the core of the tomb of the unknown god, you must have 4 keys to the spirit soldiers. These 4 spiritual weapons are located in the Tianling Mountains, not far from here. They are the places where the 4 powerful gods in ancient times kept their soldiers. Not everyone can get them. Moreover, there are geniuses entrenched there all year round. There are not a few people with a lot of cultivation bases, and they all want to get those 4 spirit weapons. Anyone approaching the Tianling mountain range will probably lead to a big battle. It's dangerous. Speaking of which, the long-bearded old man wanted Chu Yan to retreat, but before he could finish speaking, Chu Yan waved his hand directly, and 4 beams of light shot up into the sky. What? Looking up into the air, seeing 4 spirit soldiers floating, the bearded old man's face suddenly changed, his eyes were full of astonishment. How did you get it? Could it be that you came in from the entrance of the main hall? The eyeballs of the long-bearded old man trembled slightly. When he saw Chu Yan nodding, the astonishment on his face became more intense. One must know that in the past countless years, there are countless geniuses and experts who have been to the tomb of the unknown god. But among them, no one can bring 4 spirit weapons at the same time, and the most can only bring 2. But now, for the first time, the 4 spirit soldiers reunited in the tomb of the unknown god, which naturally shocked him extremely. Because, the people who came with soldiers turned out to be only at the peak of the great emperor realm, which is probably the lowest cultivation level to step into the tomb of the unknown god. Okay. Very good. I didn't expect. The long-bearded old man quickly reacted from the shock, looked up at Chu Yan again, shook his head and said. Old. I lost my sight. Although this sentence sounds like the old man with long beard is admitting his mistakes, but in his eyes, there is no regret at all. Instead, he looks at Chu Yan with confidence. It's as if Chu Yan got 4 spiritual weapons, although they are powerful, it is also impossible to get the secret method of inheritance. Boy, there is no test for this inheritance secret method, said the old man with long beard. No test. Chu Yan was startled. Could it be? Ha, of course it is impossible to give it to you directly. What I mean is that there is no test for inheriting the secret method, so the requirements are extremely strict. I don't know how long I've been guarding here, I've forgotten the time for so long. Yuxiao shook his head, a bitterness flashed in the eyes of the long-bearded old man, and his face was full of helplessness. This meaning couldn't be more obvious. Even he thinks that no one in this world can meet such a requirement. Senior, please clarify. Chu Yan cupped his hands. The key to the spirit weapon is just the most basic requirement. According to the requirements left by the master here, those who inherit the secret technique must possess the foundations of spirit veins and martial spirit, both of which are indispensable. It's ridiculous, my Yin-Yang realm continent, since a long time ago, no one has practiced martial arts anymore, there are still. Roar. Before the long-bearded old man could finish speaking, a ball of white light shot up into the sky in front of him, and the huge white tiger martial spirit burst out. What, tiger martial soul? You. This time, the long-bearded old man was completely startled, staring at the huge white tiger spirit in the air, his eyeballs almost flew out. You actually cultivate both spiritual veins and martial souls. No wonder your cultivation base is only at the peak of the great emperor realm. The old man with long beard was shocked, and guessed on his own. When Chu Yan heard it, he chuckled lightly, shook his head, and didn't intend to explain. But. ### C2715 Shenggongxi. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. The long-bearded old man seemed to be extremely surprised that Chu Yan had a martial soul, and it took 10 breaths before he realized it. However, even if you have spiritual veins and a martial soul, there is still one condition, but it is almost impossible to achieve. What conditions? Chu Yan asked. The law of the Godhead is the essence of the heaven and the earth. It acts against the sky. Just cultivating the spiritual energy of the heaven and the earth is absolutely not enough to support the condensation of the Godhead. Therefore, there must be a source of heaven and earth, said the bearded old man. The spiritual source of heaven and earth. Chu Yan was startled. That's right. The master here, after creating the method of condensing the Godhead, went through all kinds of difficulties and dangers, and cultivated the martial soul from scratch, but in the end, he was still stuck on this condition. Not only him, but even the peerless geniuses and powerhouses who arrived here in the millions of years later, some of them are strange people, or powerful people, but none of them can meet this final condition. Because, among the spiritual sources of heaven and earth, the primordial energy can still be found on the mainland, but the source of the 5 elements cannot be condensed at all. Therefore, the source of the 5 elements. The old man with long beard said, looking up at the lonely ancient lamp above his head. Primordial spiritual chi, chaos spiritual chi, and 5 elements chi are known as the 3 major spiritual sources in this world. Anyone who can get one of them can greatly improve their cultivation, making them the best of the best. However, it is extremely difficult for this young Yan in front of him, a mere emperor realm cultivator, to obtain the primordial chi, not to mention, even the owner of this place, who is a master of the divine realm, cannot find the 5 chi. Just as the voice fell to the ground, a stream of 5-color air rushed out of Chu Yan's body. The airflow rushes out, bringing out a ripple in the void, and all the air and spiritual energy are swallowed up wherever it passes. In an instant, the entire dark hall was suddenly illuminated by 5 colors of brilliance. Senior, whether it's the primordial spiritual chi or the chi of the 5 elements, I have it all. This sentence came out in a low voice, but it was like a thunderbolt, exploding in the dark hall. What? On the elder's face, his eyes were wide open, his mouth was completely opened, and he stared blankly at the cloud of 5-color airflow, and stood stiffly on the spot. How can this be? Chi of the 5 elements. A martial artist at the pinnacle of the great emperor realm, with the energy of the 5 elements. This is the spiritual source of the 5 elements, and it is not something you can get with a high cultivation base and a strong realm. In this continent of the yin-yang realm, in the sky and on the earth, many of those peerless powerhouses, many of them have been looking for the energy of the five elements throughout their lives. But not to mention the chi of the five elements, even if it is 3 or 2 of them, there are very few people who can find them. It can even be said that in this yin-yang continent, the chi of the five elements is like a myth. Not to mention seeing it, very few people have even heard of it. Good. 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 Finally, the long-bearded old man who stood frozen on the spot finally woke up, and said 3 good words at the same time. The peak of the great emperor realm, possessing spiritual veins and martial souls, and also possesses the source of the 5 elements. Such talents and aptitudes are definitely talents of the sky. For a moment, the tone of the old man with long beard became extremely excited. Excuse me, senior, what other conditions are there? Chu Yan continued to ask with a calm face. Hearing this question, the old man with long beard couldn't help but twitched his eyes twice, looking at Chu Yan as if he was looking at a monster. What are the other conditions? There is still a fart condition. This long-bearded old man has stayed here for countless years. For this secret method of inheritance, he has seen as many geniuses and powerful people as a cow's hair. But none of them could meet these conditions. No more. No more. Throughout the ages, you are the first to meet all the conditions. Congratulations. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the long-bearded old man seemed happier than Chu Yan, and laughed directly. It may be because he has completed his mission, or it may be that he is excited because someone can really complete the secret method inherited by the master here. But the laughter fell to the ground, and the face of the long-bearded old man began to become dignified. But this time, the corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched, and he looked at the bearded old man with doubts on his face. From the time we met to now, this old man said that he failed several times, but now that he said that he had fully met the conditions, he still failed. However, the master here has a request for the person who accepts the inheritance. I wonder if you can agree. The face of the old man with long beard became solemn. He stared straight at Chu Yan, and said very seriously. It depends on what the requirements are. Chu Yan also replied seriously. On top of our yin-yang continent, there is also a heavenly god continent. The people there are all god-level powerhouses, and their strength is overwhelming. God continent. Chu Yan was taken aback. According to the old man with long beards, the heavenly god continent he was referring to should be God's domain. You have obtained the method of condensing the Godhead. If you can condense the Godhead in the future, break through to the heavenly God realm, and ascend to the heavenly God continent. If you want to be the master of this place, you can fulfill a wish. The long-bearded old man can be said to be dedicated to his mission. You must know that there is a reason why this inheritance secret method is left here, and warriors from all over the world come to accept the inheritance. What wish? Chu Yan asked. On the Tianqian continent, there is a man named Shen Gongxi, who must be killed. The old man with long beard replied. Shen Gongxi. Chu Yan frowned slightly, he was unfamiliar with this name. Okay. I'll write it down. Chu Yan nodded, agreeing. Good. Great. Hearing Chu Yan's agreement, the long-bearded old man breathed a sigh of relief, quickly waved his hand, and the ancient lamp above his head flew over and landed on his palm. This ancient lamp is an ancient spiritual treasure. Apart from inheriting the secret method, this is another gift. While speaking, the long-bearded old man handed the ancient lamp in his hand to Chu Yan, smiling all over his face. At such a close distance, Chu Yan looked at the ancient lamp, but found that there was no lamp oil and wick in the ancient lamp, and it ignited spontaneously out of thin air. Moreover, above the flames, a faint mysterious aura continuously overflowed, and the strong fire power suppressed the area where the light irradiated. This is. Chu Yan's pupil shrank fiercely, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Among the flames, the fire power released is the strongest fire attribute that Chu Yan has ever seen. Even compared to Suzaku Dihua, it is even stronger than Suzaku Dihua. This is an ancient lamp that the master of the tomb of the nameless god transformed with the essence of his own divine power after failing to break through to the heavenly god rank. This lamp can not only help you break through to the realm of the gods, but also has the essence of the fire element. If you are practicing the fire element technique, then this time it can also let you realize the power of the divine breath in the Tianshan continent in advance. Absolutely, it's a good thing. In the entire Yinyang realm continent, there is only this one, there is no second. The old man with long beard said, his pupils flickered slightly, and his face was full of strange colors when he looked at the ancient lamp. Obviously, the long-bearded old man has been guarding here for so long, and this ancient lamp may have brought him a lot of benefits. == C2716 God of War. After taking the ancient lamp, Chu Yan looked at the flame, his eyes flashed instantly. This is a good thing. A powerful man in the divine realm, a spiritual treasure transformed from divine power, is of great benefit to cultivation. Although this strong man in the divine realm obviously cultivates the attribute of fire, the fire element is also suitable for Chu Yan's practice of the 5 elements. Also, old man, I can help you a little bit. When the old man with long beard said this, he glanced at the ancient lamp in Chu Yan's hand, stroked his long beard, and said with a smile. Senior, you. Hearing this, Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the old man with long beard, and immediately felt that in his hazy figure, there was an aura like water from the abyss, overflowing all around, obviously blending with the surrounding space and space. It can be seen that this person's cultivation is probably beyond the holy realm. This kind of cultivation is probably the existence of a giant overlord in the world of Yin and Yang, and even the star field of 10 directions. Thank you, Senior. I will make an oath to heaven. As Chu Yan said, he mobilized his true energy and prepared to make an oath of heaven. Shengongshi. To be the enemy of the owner of this unnamed god's tomb, he must not be weak in cultivation and combat power. Since he is in the heavenly god continent, that is, God's domain, it means that his strength may have reached the level of the heavenly god. It's certainly not a good thing to have such an enemy before you reach God's domain. However, the secret method inherited from the tomb of the unknown god is extremely important to Chu Yan. In the future, when they arrive at God's domain, it will be unavoidable to kill them. It doesn't matter if there is one more Shenggong River, etc. But before Chu Yan's true energy left the body and sensed the world, suddenly, a blue light exploded in his body, and a majestic voice resounded throughout the dark hall. It's okay to kill Shengongshi. But the oath of heaven cannot be made. Although the blue-armored giant did not show up. But the sound and meaning couldn't be more obvious. When these words fell, Chu Yan and the old man with long beards were taken aback at the same time. Chu Yan, the origin of the oath of heaven is one of the responsibilities of God's domain, and it is under their control. Therefore, this oath of heaven cannot be established. The Qingjiao giant's next words sounded directly in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world. This. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan immediately reacted. If the oath of heaven is controlled by God's domain, then it is very likely that the people of God's domain will know it immediately if he makes the oath of heaven. In this way, he was still in the 10 directions star field, God's domain, and there was one more person who wanted to kill him. When he reaches God's domain, he may not have a firm footing yet, and a God-level powerhouse will appear to deal with him. In that case, your own situation will be very dangerous. Fortunately, the Qingjiao giant reminded in time, otherwise, if Shengongshi really found out, it would be troublesome. Do not make an oath of heaven. The long-bearded old man heard the voice of the green-armored giant. Although he was a little surprised, there was still a powerful soul in Chu Yan's body. However, as a strong man, he would not be too surprised. Both of you, although I'm just a cemetery keeper, I'd like to believe both of you, but how can I confirm that what you said is true without the oath of heaven to prove it? There was a strange look on the face of the long-bearded old man, looking at Chu Yan. In the world of martial spirits, the strong are respected. For the sake of strength and benefit, they fight each other, and all kinds of calculations are as numerous as stars. Therefore, the trust between warriors basically does not exist, except for the oath of heaven. It is difficult to generate a sense of trust in each other. On my word. The blue-armored giant opened his mouth and said. Your words. Hee. Hearing what the green-armored giant said, the bearded old man sneered again and shook his head directly. I have no intention of hiding the situation of Shingongshi, I can tell you the truth. The old man with long beard looked at Chu Yan and explained. He is in the Tianshan continent, and his cultivation level is a low god, and he is still at the peak of the low god. He is only one step away from the middle godhead. But now, this kid is only in the great emperor realm. The difference is hundreds of thousands of miles. Not to mention the lower godheads, even the ordinary god realms are extremely difficult for him. In the face of a low-level godhead, and Shingongshi has already broken through to the mid-level godhead when he arrives at the heavenly god continent. At that time, would he still dare to kill him? When the question fell to the ground, Chu Yan's face was stunned. He had never heard of these realms, and he was at a loss. However, he also knew that the old man with long beard was talking to the green-armored giant, so he didn't have to answer, just listen. The long-bearded old man looked at Chu Yan, that is, at the green-armored giant, with a serious face, and obviously had no intention of giving in. In his opinion, the strong man staying in Chu Yan's body is at best a strong man in the divine realm. Saying this now, it is obvious that he does not dare to be an enemy of the god-level powerhouse. Therefore, the long-bearded old man is even more worried. Under his teaching, Chu Yan will have the courage to be an enemy of the god-level powerhouse in the future. My words are no different from the oath of heaven. The green-armored giant replied. What? It's no different from the oath of heaven. Hearing what the green-armored giant said, the bearded old man was startled for a moment, and then his face was full of sneers. Your Excellency, it's not that I don't believe it, it's just that your words are a little too exaggerated. In this world, no one dares to compare himself with the Tao of Heaven and the continent of gods. I think it's better to make an oath to Tao of Heaven. The old man with long beard spoke politely, but the meaning in it couldn't be more obvious. The tactics of warfare are powerful, and the power of the gods is strong. However, before the old man with long beard could speak, the voice of the giant in blue armor rang out again. However, when this sentence resounded, the entire dark hall, and even the void in the four directions, trembled. It seems that this sentence has a powerful power and shakes the sky. The tactics of warfare are superb, and the gods are powerful all night long. You are. These words not only shook the sky, but also struck the old man with long beard like a thunderbolt, causing his long beard to fly and his eyeballs to turn green. That's right. I am, the green-armored giant replied directly. Pedal. 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 Almost as soon as the blue-armored giant's words came out, the long-bearded old man was so startled that he backed up from side to side. After taking 7 or 8 steps, he stood still, opened his mouth wide, and his face was full of horror and disbelief. Color. War, god of war, my lord. With a thick look of fear, the long-bearded elder's tongue became knotted, and his entire face became greener and greener. Others may not know it, but he and the owner of the tomb here are very clear about this name. Although the world of Yin and Yang did not experience the battle between gods and demons at the beginning, many people from the world of gods and demons have visited the world of yin and yang, leaving behind shocking legends. Among them, the most shocking ones are, of course, the few terrifying existences. And what makes the yin-yang world tremble the most is the name of the god of war. Although the god of war did not come in person, just the few gods under the god of war made the entire yin-yang world unforgettable forever. Master God of War. Hearing the words of the old man with long beard, Chu Yan was taken aback. This is the first time he has heard the title of a green-armored giant. == Hashtag C2717 Rush me in. The Qingjiao giant is very powerful, and Chu Yan also knows this. However, what I heard just now is above the god realm, but the godhead realm seems to be divided into the lower god realm and the middle god realm. However, the title of the god of war, what realm it is, still can't tell. Mars. Although he doesn't know the state, but just hearing this title, Chu Yan can also feel that this green-armored giant is probably not simple, and his background is definitely not small. After all, those who dare to use the title of God of War without strong strength as a basis will definitely arouse the anger of all gods. Looking at him now, the long-bearded old man was already trembling with fright, standing there like petrified, not daring to move. For a moment, the entire dark hall fell into silence. It was inconvenient for Chu Yan to interject, and the green-armored giant seemed to disdain to talk too much with the bearded old man. The long-bearded old man in front of him was completely stunned, his eyes were staring straight, and he didn't dare to move. Capital crime. Capital crime. After about 10 breaths, the long-bearded old man finally woke up, and knelt down in front of Chu Yan with a puff. I don't know if it's Lord God of War who descended, but I have no intention of offending God of War's majesty, it's a capital crime. Chu Yan was stunned when he said these words. Isn't this change too big? Lord God of War, just a name can scare a strong man and the gods into such a state. Then do you still need the oath of heaven? After waiting for a long time, the green-armored giant didn't say a word, and Chu Yan looked embarrassed, so he could only ask. No need. No need. In the whole world, Jinko, the god of war, is 10 times and 100 times stronger than the oath of heaven. He jumped up from the ground, glared at Chu Yan, and confirmed that it was Chu Yan who spoke this time. The bearded old man breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly shook his head like a rattle. The name of God of War, that is Tianziho's signature. This title. 9 heavens and 10 earths, who dares to disobey? Swish. Before Chu Yan could speak again, the long-bearded old man flipped his hands over, took out a fire-colored jade talisman, and held it in front of Chu Yan with both hands. This is the inheritance secret method of the Tomb of the Unknown God, please accept it. Even if he knew that he was facing Chu Yan now, but when the long-bearded old man walked in front of Chu Yan, his muscles twitched nervously, his head was lowered, and he didn't dare to lift it at all. This boy possesses spiritual veins, martial spirit, and the energy of the 5 elements. This kind of celestial beauty is the only one in the world. Now, what is even more frightening is that behind him, there is actually the #1 god of war in the world. His future is likely to turn the entire god's domain upside down. Thinking of this, the hands of the long-bearded old man, holding the jade talisman, began to tremble involuntarily. However, what he didn't know was that if there were not only the god of war in Chu Yan's body, but also the 5 gods and beasts, the beard would probably fly away. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan took the jade talisman and replied. Don't dare. Don't dare. It should be, it should be. Wiping the cold sweat off his head, the long-bearded old man hurriedly explained, this jade talisman, as long as you cultivate your spiritual consciousness, it will be fine. It's very simple. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded, looking at the jade talisman in his hand, a look of joy flashed in his eyes. I don't know, after having this secret method, whether the prototype of the Godhead in the Sea of Consciousness can be promoted to a real Godhead. But before that, Senior, I want to try it first. Chu Yan said. Okay. No problem, I will protect the law for you. The dark hall here is absolutely safe. I will close all the entrances immediately. When the old man with long beard heard this, he didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly replied. As he spoke, the old man waved his hand, and divine breaths rushed out, flying towards the dark hall in all directions. Rumble. The entire dark hall trembled suddenly, shook slightly, and quickly returned to calm. As a result, all passages into the dark hall are closed, and no one else can enter at all. Immediately afterwards, the figure of the long-bearded old man began to slowly fade away, and soon disappeared on the spot, disappearing into the void. In the dark hall of Nuada, only Chu Yan and the floating ancient lamp were left, emitting a dim light. Call. With a long exhale, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept away the surrounding area, and after a brief search, he sat cross-legged under the ancient lamp and began to cultivate with concentration. On the other side, in the city outside, the battle had just ended. Rumble. The mountain-like guardian spirit of the black dragon was bombarded repeatedly by the golden light, and finally its spirit body shattered violently, blasting the black waves that filled the sky, rolling like tides, and sweeping across the entire city. The sound of dragon's blood between heaven and earth resounded through heaven and earth, shaking everyone's soul. It's finally done. The elder Tianqi's eyes were red, he let out a long breath, and at the same time raised his eyes to scan the surrounding square. There were corpses all over the ground, blood flowing like rivers, the entire square was completely dyed blood red, and there were corpses of broken flesh everywhere. After this battle, although the guardian spirit of the black dragon was destroyed, the price paid was really high. Nearly 10 of the masters in the sect alone died, and nearly 100 of the elite disciples were killed or injured. If he hadn't brought the Long Yu Ling, the treasure of the mountain, the death and injury would have more than doubled. Come on, break open the palace gate. The elder Tianqi's eyes were red, and he ordered loudly. Yes. Follow the order. Emperor Qingyun and the others were covered in blood. When they heard the order, they rushed to the palace gate with people. Boom. 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 Hundreds of strong men joined forces to attack, bombarding the gate of the main hall, making the whole hall hum and tremble. 100 breaths of time passed, and the front of the main hall stood tall and could not be breached at all. Everyone get out of the way, use the dragon swimming token. Elder Tianqi calculated the time. Huayang had already gone in for almost a stick of incense. If he was allowed to escape, or died in the tomb of the unknown god, then he would not be able to kill him himself. Therefore, Elder Tianqi couldn't wait at all, and ordered urgently. Soon, Emperor Qingyun and others hurried to the side, watching a dark golden dragon shadow swooping down from the sky, slamming hard towards the palace gate. Rumble. The whole hall trembled suddenly when it was hit by the dark golden dragon's shadow, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Yulong Ling is indeed the treasure of Yulong Mountain. It hit the gate of the palace continuously, and under the burst of energy, the defensive restrictions placed on the gate of the palace continued to consume, and finally after an hour, it could not bear it. Exploded with a bang. The moment the palace door was broken open, the elders of Tianqi and a group of powerhouses immediately burst into ecstasy, ignoring the energy that was still surging in all directions. They hurriedly rushed into the hall. Without any stop, in the main hall, just stopped for a while, briefly glanced at the murals around, and then rushed to the apse. Time portal. After the long corridor passage, there is the apse, and the huge portal stands upright, which is extremely conspicuous. This is the gate leading to the core of the tomb of the unknown god. Elder Tianqi's eyes were full of brilliance, and he said happily, "Come in for me." Impossible to wait at all. Looking at the divine breath-light gate in front of him, Elder Tianqi gave an order to the crazy tiger emperor beside him. Yes. As soon as it landed, the crazy tiger emperor also looked excited, and he raised his foot and rushed towards the time-space portal. NBSP == Hashtag C2718 start to break. Boom. The body of the crazy tiger emperor seemed to hit an iron plate, making a loud bang, and flew backwards. What? Elder Tianqi and other bigwigs watched the crazy tiger emperor roll away like a gourd. All of them looked surprised. This portal is fake. Scatter for me. After being stunned for a moment, the elder Tianqi gave an order urgently. Yes. A group of bigwigs were also impatient. When they heard the order, their figures flew away, scattered in all directions, and searched everywhere in the hall. This hall is small in size, not much like ordinary halls. Hundreds of people turned the entire hall, including the apse and corridors, upside down in just a few breaths of time. Elder, no. I didn't find it, Elder. There is nothing, only this portal. There is no other entrance. Hundreds of people returned quickly, gathered in front of the Tianqi elders again, and reported in unison. What? No. That Huayang. Originally, I thought that there were other entrances and exits in this hall, but now, I didn't find it at all. In other words, there is only one portal leading to the core of the tomb of the nameless god. In addition, Huayang had already come in and was not in the palace at all, which meant that he had already entered the core. Blast me away. Elder Tianqi stared at the divine breath transmission gate for 3 full breaths, his eyes twitched twice, and he roared sharply. Wait. Elder, this is the divine breath portal, it will be broken. When Emperor Qingyun heard the order from Elder Tianqi, he was taken aback, hurried out, and spoke to dissuade him. I reckon that the portal is closed. If it is forcibly broken open, the portal will no longer exist. In that case, you will never be able to enter it. Hearing Emperor Qingyun's words, Elder Tianqi turned his head, stared at Emperor Qingyun with his bloodshot eyes, and said with a grinding noise. Then what to do? Emperor Qingyun is good at spirit array spells, so the elders of Tianqi can only pin their hopes on him. I can only find a way to crack it. Emperor Qingyun replied. Before the elder Tianqi could answer, Emperor Qingyun walked to the portal, took out pieces of talismans, and began to set up a cracking array. For a moment, everyone looked at Emperor Qingyun, waiting for him to crack the portal. The entire hall became silent in an instant, except for the heavy breathing of Elder Tianqi. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive. On the other side, at the core of the tomb of the unknown god, Chu Yan is concentrating on his cultivation. Under the dim ancient lamp, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, his whole body bathed in the light. One after another divine breath, like a vast sea, with the illumination of the ancient lamp, shrouded around Chu Yan's body, completely enveloping it. It's such a pure essence of divine power. In this case, first strengthen the physical body, and then increase the 5 elements true energy, and see if we can break through the bottleneck of cultivation. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, and at the same time, the true energy of the 5 elements overflowed, and began to devour the essence of the divine breath around him. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, around Chu Yan's body, more and more qi of the 5 elements began to quickly devour the essence of the divine power in the lights. As the long-bearded old man said before, the energy of the 5 elements is the source of heaven and earth. Therefore, everything in this world is conceived by the source of heaven and earth, and it is the same if it is reversed. Everything in the world can also be transformed into the energy of the 5 elements. Therefore, when the 5 elements qi around Chu Yan's body became more and more intense, the ancient lamp above his head, which was originally dim, gradually became dimmer. The essence of divine power overflowing from the light was almost completely swallowed up by the true energy of the 5 elements. For the first time, a trace of divine power appeared on Chu Yan's body. This kid, with the cultivation base at the peak of the great emperor realm, has merged with the divine breath. The long-bearded old man hidden in the void looked at Chu Yan sitting cross-legged in the dark hall, his face turned green with shock. Is he a monster? If this breaks through the cultivation base and enters the holy realm, then... The long-bearded old man couldn't even imagine that there would be any problems with using divine breath as the bottleneck to break through the cultivation base of the holy realm. Moreover, if this breaks through, how amazing the combat power will be. So, now, he finally understands how this kid snatched the 4 spirit weapons from countless powerful sect masters in the Tianling mountain range. Time passed quickly, and in the entire hall, the rich divine breath and the 5 elements true energy became more and more majestic. What's more, the long-bearded elder is invisible in the void, and he must continuously increase his divine power, otherwise he will not be able to hide his figure at all. Because, the void in the entire dark hall seemed to be boiling, trembling constantly. From the beginning to the end, his eyes were always fixed on Chu Yan, and he never left his sight. The shock in his eyes became more and more intense. Because he discovered that this kid's Shinchi is completely different, like a black hole, with turbulent time and space, constantly devouring everything around him. What was even more frightening was that after nearly an hour of devouring, the flames on the ancient lamp were almost extinguished by him, but the aura of cultivation on his body did not change at all. You know, the long-bearded old man has practiced for thousands of years under this ancient lamp. For the majesty of the divine brilliance in the ancient lamp, no one knows better than him. Not to mention a peak emperor realm, even a strong saint realm who has devoured so many ancient lamp divine brilliance, I am afraid that the Sea of Qi will be filled long ago. But this kid didn't move at all, like a bottomless abyss, still crazily devouring and absorbing. This is breaking through the holy realm. The long-bearded old man was buzzing and trembling in his sea of consciousness, completely dumbfounded. He has seen many evildoers and monsters, but there has never been a monster, such a monster. Boom, boom. The dark hall was trembling constantly, and the entire void was also trembling, almost forcing the bearded old man out several times. Fortunately, the cultivation base of the long-bearded old man has also reached the divine realm, and he can barely rely on his powerful divine breath to maintain a state of invisibility in the void. At this time, he didn't dare to disturb Chu Yan, so he could only stay as far away as possible. Time passed by extremely fast, and Chu Yan, who was immersed in cultivation, could not feel the disappearance of time at all. In a blink of an eye, a day passes by. In the dark hall, there was almost no light, and the brilliance of that ancient lamp was so dim that it seemed that it would go out at any moment. Up to now, nearly 50% of the divine brilliance in the ancient lamp has been swallowed up by Chu Yan abruptly. At this time even Chu Yan, who was immersed in cultivation, was full of astonishment. Because, after Rakshasa's true Qi has been transformed into 5 elements true Qi, the demand for external spiritual sources has increased by at least 10 times compared to before. For a whole day and a half, the 5 elements Shinchi absorbed the huge essence of divine breath, which barely reached the level of filling the Sea of Qi. About there. With a swish, Chu Yan opened his eyes, and 2 terrifying 5-color pupils suddenly lit up. =# C2719 Holy Land. The essence of Gu Dang's divine breath can no longer be improved, and the 5 elements in the Sea of Qi in Chu Yan's body are completely filled with true energy. It's now, Holy Rakshasa, lead. With a low shout, the 5 elements true Qi surged instantly, and Saint Raksha roared again and again in the sea of consciousness and sky. The current Holy Rakshasa is completely different from before. Under the golden and silver eyes, the whole body was shrouded in 5 colors of light, like a god. Especially the golden fork and silver fork in his hands are even more radiant, like heavenly soldiers, and they seem to have boundless power. The ancient lamp above the head seemed to sense something, and suddenly the flame shot up into the sky, and a flame more than a foot high rose up, and a large amount of divine breath radiance rushed towards Chu Yan like a flood. In an instant, Chu Yan's aura increased wildly and continued to soar. At the same time, large phantoms rushed out of the ancient lamp, and flames, like meteors falling from the sky, descended together with various fire powers, all rushing into Chu Yan's body. There are hundreds of flames in different colors, and none of them are the same. In this ancient lamp, there is still a strange fire soul hidden. In the void, the long-bearded old man stared straight at his eyes. He stayed under the ancient lamp and practiced for thousands of years, but this was the first time he saw the ancient lamp explode. Boom! The void in the dark hall suddenly exploded with a dull sound, as if everything was shattered in an instant. Whether it is the rules of heaven or the shackles of martial arts, at this moment, they are all smashed into powder, and there is no longer any will in the dark hall. This is it. Sensing the change in the void in the dark hall, Chu Yan's eyes lit up instantly. This feeling, just like the threshold of the divine realm he felt when the chi of the 5 elements merged with his Rakshasa chi before, reappeared. It's just that this time the induction is more clear. It seems that the naked eye can see that in the sea of consciousness and the sky above the 9 heavens, a crack in the way of heaven is exploding. On the crack of the 9 heavens. But the source of endless martial arts. Break through, the holy realm. Without hesitation at all, and without wasting the opportunity, Chu Yan roared loudly. The holy power all over his body exploded in an instant, and all the true energy of the 5 elements rose into the sky. At this moment, the promotion begins. In the Sea of Consciousness world, the towering figure of Saint Rakshasa rose from the ground like a mountain, and rushed straight towards the crack in the sky. Last time, it was only Chu Yan's consciousness that touched the threshold. This time, with the help of the opportunity, he will definitely rush there. The body of Saint Rakshasa rushed towards the sky with a speed like thunder. In an instant, he rushed to the front of the 9 heavens crack, and stretched his entire arm towards the crack. Broke through. In the void of the dark hall, the bearded old man looked stunned, feeling the tremors in the surrounding void, and his whole heart was raised to know his eye. In this dark palace, everything fell into silence, and even the rules of heaven and earth were completely obscured. He never thought that this kid, who was only promoted to the holy realm, would make such a big commotion. Breaking through the cultivation base of the holy realm, even the rules of heaven and martial arts must be completely covered. Boom, boom. A thunderbolt from the clear sky suddenly exploded in the dark hall, and the myriad of divine lights on Chu Yan exploded. The divine light, like a vast sea, picked up a large wave of divine breath, like a hurricane, sweeping across the entire dark hall in an instant. Wherever the airwave passes, everything is reduced to ashes. Even the long-bearded old man who is in the divine realm can no longer control and hide, and the moment the airwave hits, his figure is instantly revealed. On the other side, on Chu Yan's body, the true energy of the 5 elements exploded crazily. The first level of the Holy Emperor realm. Second heaven of Saint Emperor realm. Saint Emperor realm, 3rd heaven. The 5th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. When Chu Yan's cultivation base rushed all the way to the 5th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, the burst of 5 elements true energy disappeared in an instant, which was obviously insufficient. Saint Rakshasa, hurry up! Chu Yan's roar resounded through the dark hall, and in the world of consciousness Saint Rakshasa seemed to hear Chu Yan's voice, and suddenly the holy power of his whole body exploded crazily. Roar! Raksha roared, shaking the heavens and the earth, and his thick arm full of talisman tattoos suddenly stretched out, straight into the crack. Boom, boom. The entire consciousness sea world exploded into a monstrous divine wave, spreading like a raging cloud, rushing across the entire world. And in Chu Yan's physical body, the spirit that had already disappeared broke out again. The 6th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. The 7th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. The 8th heaven of Saint Emperor realm. Saint Emperor realm, 9th heaven. This wave of impact didn't stop suddenly until it reached the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, but the divine breath around Chu Yan's body was like a raging river, surging endlessly. The cultivation-based bottleneck here is much stronger than the cultivation-based bottleneck in the semi-sacred realm before. Because this is a demigod realm. And like Chu Yan, who broke through the bottle of the Holy Emperor all the way from the semi-sacred realm, and then rushed to the bottleneck of the next heaven and earth realm, I am afraid that the entire martial arts world is like a phoenix hair and scales. In the corner of the dark hall, the long-bearded old man stood there, looking at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes, and he was completely stupid. The peak of the Great Emperor realm rushed to the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. At this moment, the long-bearded elder, in the entire sea of consciousness, thunder rumbled, and he was almost about to collapse. Even if he was beaten to death, he couldn't believe it. This kid, a breakthrough, turned out to be a realm of heaven and earth. In this world, there are still people who have achieved breakthroughs. Boom, boom. Chu Yan's face was full of ferociousness, and the divine aura around his body frantically rolled, picking up a large frenzy, with no intention of stopping at all, and the negative side became more and more intense. What? Is he going to? The long-bearded old man stared at Chu Yan, feeling the entire dark hall trembling crazily, and his face turned pale with shock. Not only the dark palace, but even the entire underground city outside was trembling crazily. Horrifying auras continuously surged out from the sky and from under the earth, gathering towards the tomb of the unknown god. Even in the main hall, the two big bosses who were waiting to break through the divine breath transmission gate all felt the terrifying change in the atmosphere between the heaven and the earth. In the next breath, the expressions of Elder Tianqi and other bigwigs instantly became extremely gloomy. How could they not be able to guess what the tomb of the unknown god meant by the sudden phenomenon of heaven and earth? Not good. Maybe, that Huayang is not dead, even. A master of Yulangshan exclaimed in shock. Nonsense. It's up to you to say that. Hearing this sentence, everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke, and everyone's face was dark. Even Elder Tianqi, whose eyes were green, turned his head and yelled at Emperor Qingyun. Can you do it? If you can't, get the hell out of here. Use the dragon token to blast me away. Elder Tianqi couldn't stand it anymore, and he was charged with serious crimes. If the inheritance of the secret method of the tomb of the unknown god was really obtained by Huayang, when he returned to Yulong Mountain, the anger of the headmaster alone would blow him to pieces. You know, everything went well before, and Huayang was also planning to hand over the 4 spirit swords and exit the tomb of the nameless god. If it wasn't for him, if he insisted on playing with power and prestige, then of course they would be the ones who got the inheritance secret method now. That's the way it is. If you don't get it, maybe it's okay, but if you get it and lose it, it will be 10 times more uncomfortable. Boom, boom. Before the elder Tianqi could do anything, suddenly, countless visions erupted crazily between the heaven and the earth. #C2720 What realm? Above the underground city, all kinds of thunder, strong wind, heavy rain, and even ice and snow roared all over the sky, like an image of the end of the world. The spiritual energy between the heaven and the earth fluctuates, showing signs of forming a spiritual energy tide, and the entire sky is shaking. All the people, looking up at the sky outside the hall, were all stunned. What's going on here? It should be the core of the tomb of the unknown god. What happened? Looking at this, maybe some restriction has been touched, maybe, the nameless soul is about to appear. Nobody knows what happened, it's all guesswork. But everyone knew that something must have happened. Such visions of heaven and earth not only occurred in the tomb of the nameless god, but also appeared in the outside world between heaven and earth at the same time. With Wuhun Forest as the center, the entire Yinyang realm continent, and sect forces from all over the world have discovered the vision of heaven and earth here. The Wuhun Forest. The tomb of the nameless god. What's the situation? This is the phenomenon of heaven and earth. Could something big happen? I heard that Yilongshan and Tianbazong went to Wuhun Forest 2 days ago. So to say. Hurry up, go and have a look. All the top-ranked sect forces in the Yinyang continent became nervous and all flew towards the Wuhun Forest. For a moment, the entire continent of the Yinyang realm was filled with streamers soaring into the sky, flying across the sky. Of course, those old monster-level peerless powers in the Yinyang world were also shocked by such a vision of heaven and earth. Several wills appeared in the sky 10,000 feet high, collided with each other, sending out divine thoughts one after another. You guys, did you find out? The other side. Tomb of the Unknown God, Dark Hall. At this time, the long-bearded old man was completely stunned, and he didn't know what was going on with Chu Yan in front of him. They have already broken through a realm of heaven and earth, what else is he going to do? Why, his true chi has broken through the bottleneck of the 10th level of cultivation, and there is no sign of weakening yet. Impossible. The long-bearded old man, who was completely unable to hide his figure, looked at Chu Yan with a pair of pupils, trembling constantly, and his heart was full of shocking doubts. Breaking through a realm of heaven and earth in one breath, such a cultivation method, the old man with long beard has lived for 100,000 years, he has never seen it, let alone heard of it. Moreover, in the current Yinyang realm continent, the Saint Emperor realm 9 heavens has almost reached its peak. In the past 10,000 years, no one has been able to break through this final bottleneck. But now, around Chu Yan's body, the 5 colors of Xinqi are majestic like a tide, and the void is constantly trembling and twisting, with an astonishing power. It is even a bit stronger than before when breaking through the bottleneck of cultivation. Such a situation does not conform to the normal situation of martial arts cultivation at all. As everyone knows, when everyone breaks through their cultivation, they condense their true energy to the extreme, and a surge of energy, like a flood, suddenly hits the bottleneck of their cultivation. This process, like a tsunami hitting a levee, is a process of mutual consumption. Some people break through the cultivation base when their true energy breaks through the embankment, while some people cannot break through because their true energy is blocked by the embankment. However, no matter what the situation is, accumulating true chi and colliding with the embankment that is the bottleneck of cultivation will consume a huge amount of true chi. Therefore, no matter whether the breakthrough is successful or not, in the end, the true energy will be weakened 7 to 88, and can only be replenished and restored when the heavens' punishment thunder tribulation falls. But now, this Chu Yan has broken through the bottleneck of the 10th level of cultivation in a row. Not only does his true energy not weaken, but it looks stronger than before the breakthrough. Rumble. It seems that even the void in the dark hall can't bear the more and more intense holy power on Chu Yan, making a dull sound of void sonic boom. An invisible mysterious force blasted the last trace of the rules of heaven and earth in the surroundings into dust. On Chu Yan's body, the holy power was like a tide, and at the same time as it surged, it seemed that some special qualitative change was still taking place. The power of the holy power made even the long-bearded old man in the divine realm feel chills in his heart. Boom! There was another burst of anger, and the 5-color true energy rushed out, and the holy power on Chu Yan's body seemed to condense to a certain extreme, and suddenly changed. Demigod realm. Take this step, change the world, just like the difference between the sky and the earth. Boom! 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 In the dark hall, countless flashes of lightning exploded for a moment, and the whole dark hall shook violently. Divine breath emerged, but it was completely different from the ancient lamp divine brilliance before. The first level of the God Emperor realm. God Emperor realm 2nd level heaven. God Emperor realm triple heaven. After saving for a long time, Chu Yan's second attack was more violent than the first. If the previous cultivation breakthrough was like a big river breaking through the embankment and flowing into the sea, then now, almost the entire river, ocean, and sea are surging and rushing towards the Tianfeng that separates the sea from the land. The majestic power gathered into countless golden spirit patterns, which spread like spider webs throughout the dark hall. What? This is impossible. The long-bearded old man, with a pair of eyeballs that almost exploded from staring, his whole body was shaking violently. If he hadn't been staring all the time, he would have thought that in this dark temple, besides him, there would have been a strong fellow practitioner, practice here. A strong man in the divine realm was born in front of him alive. For tens of thousands of years, there has never been a strong man in the realm of the gods in the Yinyang continent, but now, this shackle has been broken. For a moment, everything in the entire dark hall was completely sealed off by this incomparably powerful divine breath. Time passed extremely fast, and seemed to be extremely slow, until Chu Yan's cultivation stagnated at the 5th level of the God Emperor realm, and then slowly began to dissipate. 5th heaven of the Divine Emperor realm. How is this possible? The long-bearded old man began to wonder if he was dreaming, or if he wasn't awake at all. The God Emperor realm breaks through the 5th heaven in a row, and while breaking through the God Emperor realm in one breath, it also improves the cultivation base of the 5th realm. This is simply impossible. God Emperor realm represents the world of martial souls, the highest realm of martial arts cultivation, but what kind of honor realm, or Emperor realm cultivation base, is a Daluo Jingxian, and I have never heard of it, which can improve 5 levels of cultivation at one time. The long-bearded old man stared at the boss's eyeballs, almost subconsciously walking past Chu Yan. Now, he even forgot the most basic task of protecting the Dharma. There is only one doubt in his heart: how did this Chu Yan, this monster, do it? In this world, such monstrous things and people exist. However, when he walked in front of Chu Yan, a probing spirit swept across Chu Yan, who had slowly opened his eyes, but he was shocked again, unable to stand firmly on his feet, and backed up again and again. Your cultivation base, what realm is it? The long-bearded old man stared at Chu Yan, who was restraining his breath, completely dumbfounded. NBSP == Hashtag C2721 5 lines of breath. Just now, Chu Yan's breakthrough was over when a probing spirit swept past. After the breath subsided, everything in the dark hall gradually returned to normal, and everything returned to calm. However, the most restless one was the old man with long beards. Because Chu Yan's cultivation breakthrough is over, but when he wanted to investigate Chu Yan's situation, he found another thing that made him even more unbelievable. First layer of the Holy Realm. The long-bearded old man never imagined that the result of his own spiritual sense detection would be such a result. However, that aura of cultivation just now is clearly the 5th heaven of the God Emperor realm. This is about the same as his own cultivation level, and it is absolutely impossible for him to sense a mistake. But now, the aura of cultivation exuded from Chu Yan's body is definitely at the 1st level of the Saint Emperor realm. He is a strong man in the divine realm, and it is impossible for him to make mistakes as a warrior who probes the cultivation of the Holy Emperor. What the hell is going on? The long-bearded old man with a confused face looked at Chu Yan dully, and the entire sea of consciousness was completely messed up. It can be said that the weird things he has seen in his life are not as many as today. How should I say it? Chu Yan got up slowly, looked at the old man with long beard, shook his head, with a wry smile on his face. It turned out that he was planning to find a more suitable physical body as soon as possible so that he could practice in the Yinyang realm continent for 3 months. However, firstly, the time is very tight, and secondly, because of the incident in the Xuanhuan pavilion, the degree of compatibility between this physical body and his soul has increased several times. Therefore, Chu Yan gave up his plan to change his physical body. However, because of this physical body is, after all, a damaged corpse. Therefore, even if the power of Chu Yan's soul breaks through to the 5th heaven of the God Emperor realm, the Qi meridians of this physical body have been improved very little. In such a situation, if it is a living body that has not been damaged, it wouldn't be so bad. At least, the physical body can also reach the state of demigod. Although it is not as good as his own physical body, there is still a big difference between the living body and the dead body that was seized. The gap between your physical body and your soul's cultivation base is actually a world away. No, without the foundation of the physical body, it is impossible to break through the cultivation of true energy. However, you have spiritual veins and a martial soul, and the strength of your divine soul is much stronger than your physical body, so this situation is formed. That's not right. The cultivation base of true Qi is based on the Xi of Qi and the Xi of consciousness. Even if it is a martial spirit, the difference can only be 3 to 5 realms at most. It is absolutely impossible to be a heaven and earth realm. Moreover, there is still a gap in cultivation between heaven and earth, which is even more impossible. Could it be? Master God of War. The old man with long beard seemed to be really stimulated by Chu Yan. He kept guessing, and circled around Chu Yan a few times. Senior, in fact, the next. Chu Yan was made by the long-bearded old man, had a headache, and after a moment of pondering, he was about to explain, but before he could finish his sentence, the mutation regenerated. Boom. 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 Above the head, above the endless sky, one after another dull crashing sounds resounded through the sky. A vast and incomparable power poured down from the top of the zenith, and it all enveloped Chu Yan. This feeling seems to be directly locked by some powerful willpower, and there is no way to escape. Not good. The long-bearded old man also felt this terrifying force of will, suddenly raised his head, looked at the sky, and cried out in surprise. Because, this is the will of the god Lei Jia. Chu Yan's successful breakthrough will naturally attract thunder and disaster, and it is the top kind. What's more, the monster like Chu Yan in front of him, the speed of the god of thunder that he attracted will be terrifying. Just thinking about it made the old man with long beard turn pale with fright. If it was an ordinary heavenly god thunder tribulation, perhaps the old man with long beards would not be so worried. After all, the strength of the strong in the divine realm is completely different from the previous realm. At this level, it is almost in existence side by side with the way of heaven, and it has stepped into Qingcheng, who has stepped out of the 3 realms and integrated the 5 elements. Because of this, among all the realms of martial arts, the one with the highest success rate of crossing the catastrophe is probably the god of the gods, the thunder tribulation. However, the long-bearded old man glanced at Chu Yan again, confirming that his physical cultivation was only at the first level of the holy realm, and the corners of his eyes twitched twice. What's going on in this situation? The point is, this heir, who has just inherited the secret method of inheritance, will not be lost here immediately. That is not a joke. However, before the old man with long beards could do anything, a mysterious force surged out from Chu Yan's body. The divine breath of the 5 elements, like rippling water waves, ripples out, blends into the heaven and the earth, and surges in all directions. In less than 10 breaths, the original will of the heavenly god thunder tribulation began to slowly dissipate. I'm stupid, what's the situation? Sensing above the sky, the powerful willpower of How High disappeared to almost nothing, and the bearded old man couldn't bear it any longer, and swears directly. This is even more shocking to the bearded old man than the situation of being continuously stunned by Chu Yan just now. After all, it was a breakthrough in cultivation before, it was Chu Yan's own power, but now, this is the thunder disaster of the god of heaven, controlled by the will of heaven in the Yin-Yang realm continent. This can also be expelled. Staring at Chu Yan with eyes full of bloodshot eyes, the long-bearded old man was completely stunned, like petrified. In the world of martial arts, a breakthrough in cultivation will surely bring thunder and calamity. This is common sense, this is routine. But now, another common sense and routine has been broken. I didn't expect that the divine breath of the 5 elements would have such a magical effect. Not bad. Not bad. Regardless of the eyes of the old man with long beard who was about to go crazy, Chu Yan looked at the sky, exhaled softly, and said. From the beginning to the end, Chu Yan practiced the way against the sky. Therefore, when he crossed the threshold of the divine realm, everything in the Tao of heaven seemed to begin to dissipate its suppressive effect on him. If it is said that when other warriors break through the divine realm, they have the possibility to cross the 3 realms, integrate the 5 elements, and stand shoulder to shoulder with the way of heaven, then Chu Yan is sure. The road against the sky begins from now on, and there is no way out. Boom, boom. Without waiting for the long-bearded old man to react, and without waiting for Chu Yan to fully recover, suddenly, a violent thunder exploded in the dark hall, and the whole dark hall trembled suddenly. On the walls of the surrounding dark halls, a huge gap was directly broken, and more than half of the walls collapsed. Swish. 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 In the dusty and golden light that filled the sky, behind the gap in the wall, among the billowing dust and smoke, one after another silhouettes kept flashing out. Mo Dachong, Yang Dingtian, Tianqi Elder and other strong men urged a golden dragon to hit the dark hall, breaking through the gap and appearing in the dark hall. Behind them, followed like a tide of experts from various sects, including Li Mu, Jiuxiao, Emperor Qingyun, Emperor Crazy Tiger, and the big bosses of each sect. Like a tide pouring in, it completely filled the entire dark hall. == Hashtag C2722 surrounded. Yang Dingtian, Mo Dachong, Elder Tianqi, and other bigwigs led the crowd into the dark hall and swept around. Everyone's gazes were all on the ancient lamp floating in midair. After sweeping a large area of consciousness, everyone's eyes returned to Chu Yan. Huh. Saint Emperor Realm First Layer. Elder Tianqi and the others were stunned, and they looked at Chu Yan with astonishment. It was the peak of the Great Emperor Realm just now, but now, it has broken through to the Saint Emperor Realm. It seems that Chu Yan really obtained the inheritance secret method of the Tomb of the Unknown God, and the previous vision of heaven and earth is precisely because of this reason. Can't go wrong. Huayang, hand over the secret method of inheritance, and spare your death. Elder Tianqi stepped forward and shouted loudly. Not only the elders of Tianqi, but also Mo Dachong and Yang Dingtian stared at Chu Yan with a murderous look on their faces. Their whole bodies were surging, and they were ready to strike in an instant. They are all masters above the 5th level of the Holy Emperor Realm. In their view, Huayang, the 1st level of the Holy Emperor Realm, can be destroyed with a wave. That's right. Hand it over, otherwise, even the messenger of the other shore will not be able to keep you. Mo Dachong thought carefully, and he still hasn't forgotten that the envoy of the other side has not shown up yet. However, according to their previous analysis, this Huayang and Bayan Mingshi should have formed some kind of agreement, one in the light and the other in the dark. However, now that their large group of people is here, even if the envoy of the other side comes, they will not be afraid at all. In the void, the long-bearded old man looked at the group of people with a smile on his face, shook his head slightly, and his face was full of playfulness. Several Saint Emperor Realm powerhouses didn't realize at all that Chu Yan, in front of him, was not a first-tier Saint Emperor Realm at all. Of course, with their current cultivation, it is impossible to see Chu Yan's cultivation. This is the rule of martial arts, and only one level higher than the realm of heaven and earth can detect the opponent's approximate cultivation level with divine sense. Don't talk about them, even the old man with long beards can't see through Chu Yan's cultivation realm at all. After all promotion breakthroughs are completed. Now I am afraid that only the gods of the lower god realm can see through Chu Yan's cultivation. You dare to trespass on the heritage site of the Tomb of the Unknown God, what a shame. Seeing that Chu Yan didn't speak, the long-bearded old man showed his figure as a tomb guard. He just started to yell at him, but he didn't expect that the 3 pairs of red eyes of Tianqi elders didn't look at him at all, and they all stared at Chu Yan closely. Inflammation. Like that, a pack of hungry wolves, staring at the fat in their mouths, for fear that he would run away. Shut up. If you talk nonsense, I'll kill you together. Elder Tianqi glanced at the long-bearded old man and shouted. In the eyes of him and other people present, this long-bearded old man is just a tomb keeper, and now Chu Yan has acquired the secret method of inheritance, so the tomb keeper has no value, so naturally there is no need to be polite to him. Oh. Even with me, kill. Hearing the roar of Elder Tianqi, the old man with long beard was first startled, then glanced at Chu Yan, laughed suddenly, and shook his head. I really don't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Is the tomb of the nameless god a place for you to run wild? Humph. The Buddha is also 3-pointed, and he was going to see what Chu Yan meant, but now this group of guys are too arrogant, which immediately made the old man with long beard angry. Following the angry shout of the long-bearded old man, a breath as vast as the sea rushed out of his body, sweeping the entire dark hall. Wherever the aura passed, the expressions of Elder Tianqi and the others changed drastically. God realm. Elder Tianqi, Mo Dachong, Yang Dingtian, and the other big bosses all backed away in shock, their eyes full of horror. They never thought that an ordinary old man who guarded the tomb would be a strong man in the divine realm. Boy, how to deal with these people? Killed. Or scrapped. After suppressing everyone, even though the bearded old man looked angry, he still turned his head, looked at Chu Yan, and asked. Up to now, he has fully recognized that this Chu Yan is a monster, and he is qualified to be equal to him, or even a little higher than him. Therefore, out of respect for the strong, he did not directly attack, but asked Chu Yan what he meant. What? It's over. Everyone in the dark palace looked at Chu Yan with pale faces. You know, there is a life and death enmity between them and Huayang, and the old tomb guard in the divine realm actually asked Chu Yan, then they are dead. Moreover, the envoy of the other side, behind Huayang, has not yet appeared. And now there is another strong man in the divine realm. This time, I'm afraid not waiting for the head of Yu Longshan and the head of Tianbao sect to come, all of them are dying here. Senior, I will handle this matter myself. Hearing the old man with long beard's question, Chu Yan's gaze swept across Elder Tianqi and the others, his eyes were full of coldness. Chu Yan did not forget how he killed the fellow disciples of Sanxia Pavilion in the central square of the city before. A faint killing intent gushed out from Chu Yan's body, spreading throughout the dark hall. Facing the dead souls of the 2 elders who blew themselves up in Sanxia Pavilion, what Chu Yan said would certainly not be forgotten. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Chu Yan said. In that case, let's settle it. When these words landed, the murderous aura on Chu Yan's body instantly became thicker, and ripples spread out like substantial ripples. With Chu Yan's current state of mind and soul, if he hadn't really moved to kill, it would be impossible for any breath to overflow. However, once the breath escaped, it directly caused the entire dark hall to tremble slightly. Including the surrounding void, the murderous aura released by him in an instant was all smashed into powder, and the screaming sound of the void air flow made a dull sound of explosion. Now that his cultivation has broken through, it is just right to use these people to pay homage to the world. Huayang, don't be impulsive. How could the elders of Tianqi not feel the killing intent on Chu Yan's body, and all of them twitched suddenly, and quickly spoke to persuade them. We belong to Yulongshan and Tianbazong. If you want to touch us, the consequences will be serious. It's not that they are afraid of Chu Yan. After all, the first level of the Holy Emperor is nothing to worry about. What they are afraid of is the long-bearded old man who has stood aside with a smile on his face. A strong man in the divine realm is enough to kill everyone here. After all, among them, the strongest ones are only at the 7th or 8th level of the Saint Emperor realm. As for the head of Yulongshan and the head of Tianbao sect, the two god-level powerhouses, they are still on their way. After receiving the summons a few breaths ago, it will take time to arrive. Really? Very serious. Chu Yan stepped forward and asked in a cold voice. That's right. If you are against our two sects, in the Yinyang world, you. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Elder Tianqi seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and hurriedly opened his mouth, ready to talk to Huayang about the consequences of offending their two major forces. However, before he could finish his sentence, before his eyes, a flash of sword energy struck like lightning. =# C2723 repay in full. Elder Tianqi's mouth was just so open that he couldn't close it at all. He watched helplessly as the sword chi brushed his scalp and slashed towards his back. Pooh! A sound of sword energy piercing his flesh sounded from behind him, and a splash of hot blood splashed on his back, making him tremble all over. Ah! There was a sharp scream, and when the elder Tianqi turned his head, he saw that a disciple of Yulongshan had been cut in half from shoulder to shoulder, flying left and right. His upper body was still alive, and his eyes were full of. He screamed in horror. The entire stomach was dripping all over the floor, and the scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. You! Elder Tianqi turned his head and glared at Chu Yan. Just as he was about to speak, he saw countless sword chi erupting, completely like pear blossoms in a rainstorm. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! Sword chi rushed towards the crowd, almost all aimed at Yulongshan's elite disciples. All kinds of screams sounded, countless blood splattered, stumped limbs and arms flew all over the sky. If you are lucky, you will be directly smashed into flesh and blood by the sword energy. If you are unlucky, you will be able to survive for a while if you are chopped into 2 or 3 or 4 pieces. Throughout the dark hall. Two major forces. Genius elites, right? With a swipe of Chu Yan, his figure disappeared like a teleportation, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Emperor Qingyun and Crazy Tiger. Almost at the moment when his question landed, he waved his finger sword, and the sword energy was like a rainbow. A streak of 5-color sword energy, like shocking lightning, shone brightly in the dark hall, crossed the void, and cut out countless void cracks. Elder, help me, I don't want to, Emperor Qingyun, Emperor Crazy Tiger, two powerful men at the peak of the Emperor realm, their faces were full of panic and despair. Before they could finish calling for help, they were chopped into pieces to protect their body, and their entire body was cut in half in an instant, tainted with blood. Cross flow, lost on the spot. Huayang, you. Elder Tianqi, Yang Dingtian and Mo Dachong and other big bosses. Seeing Chu Yan go on a killing spree, his complexion suddenly changed. Even if they were already extremely angry, their eyes were bloodshot, and they stared at Chu Yan, but they still didn't dare to make a move. Because, the long-bearded old man in the divine realm stood there without saying a word, just watching with a faint smile on his face. So, they dare not move. Next, you guys. In less than 10 breaths, hundreds of elite genius disciples of the two sects were all killed in the entire dark hall. Those who can still stand are all strong in the holy realm. With a swipe, Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he didn't mean to stop at all. When he reappeared, he had already met several powerful saints, and he waved and chopped. Huayang, this is your courting death. Seeing that Chu Yan was killing him, how could the elders of Tianqi sit still and wait for death? Chi-Chi's holy prestige exploded, and countless holy magic killing moves were fired at Chu Yan. Boom, boom. The sky filled with holy magic tricks swept past like a flood, instantly freezing and sealing the entire void of the dark hall. Chu Yan was in the center of the dark hall, and was completely enveloped by the attack flood from all around. Haha, tomb guard, don't move. If you move, we will kill this kid. Everyone die together. When these words landed, Elder Tianqi's face was full of complacency. With Huayang as a hostage, that strong man in the divine realm no longer dared to kill them at will. As long as the two major suzerains arrive, even if they are strong in the divine realm, they will not be worried. At that time, they will all die. Including the secret method of inheritance that Huayang just obtained, it can also be snatched. In the end, the two forces won. However, after he finished speaking, he found that the bearded old man standing aside did not respond at all. He still looked at them with a smile on his face, as if he wasn't worried at all. What's the situation? The expressions of Elder Tianqi, Yang Dingtian, and Mo Dachong changed at the same time. The old man who guards the tomb, is he really not afraid they killed Huayang? This Huayang has been inherited from the tomb of the unknown god. Logically speaking, it is impossible for the tomb guard to just sit back and watch others kill him. For a while, the scene became a little awkward. Several saint emperors looked at the bearded old man, but the other party didn't respond at all. Could it be? In the next breath, a bad premonition suddenly rose from the hearts of several holy masters. Immediately afterwards, several big shots turned their heads and looked at Huayang, who was in the middle of the dark hall. With this glance, several big bosses in the holy realm gasped suddenly, their eyeballs almost flew out in shock. I saw that Huayang, in the flood of attacks all over the sky, seemed to have no obstacles at all, just walking step by step, walking towards them. When his figure walked out of the center of the attack flood, he raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. What? This is impossible. A number of powerful Saint Realm powerhouses all looked ashes, looking at Huayang with shock in their eyes. Even if they were killed, this Chu Yan not only ignored the joint suppression of so many of them in the Holy Realm, but more importantly, from the sword chi that came straight through, there was a burst of anger that made them feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. Dead air. At this moment, they finally realized why the elite disciples under their sect just now were like chickens and dogs when faced with these sword chis, and they had no power to fight back at all. This sword energy is really terrifying. Even those saintly bosses who have experienced countless life and death battles have never felt a sense of crisis when they have just fought against each other. Ah! The next moment, there was a shrill scream, and the first big man in the third level of the Saint Emperor realm was chopped into pieces in an instant, and his whole body exploded, like a flower of flesh and blood, directly blooming in the dark hall. The third heaven of the Holy Emperor realm, how strong, was beheaded by a sword. It's impossible. Impossible. The elders of Tianqi, Yang Dingtian, and Mo Dachong felt chills in their hearts. Seeing the exploded holy body, they were completely dumbfounded. Huayang, who was at the first level of the Saint Emperor realm, actually killed a strong man at the third level of the Saint Emperor realm with a single sword. How did you do that? This is not in line with the common sense of martial arts. Could it be that the secret method inherited from the tomb of the unknown god can also increase combat power? However, before this Huayang, he was just an inner sect disciple of a second-rate force, so this promotion is too terrifying. Now, everything you have done to Xiangxiao Pavilion will be repaid in full. Regardless of the petrified expressions of the big bosses in front of him, Chu Yan stared at them with cold eyes, and shouted. Stepping on the dirty blood all over the ground, Chu Yan's whole body was full of momentum. Even the elders of Tianqi and Yang Dingtian watched this scene with fear. At this moment, Huayang, who was just like an ant, is like of hell. == Hashtag C2724 shattered. Even a fool can feel something is wrong at this moment. Elder Tianqi took 2 steps back subconsciously, and shouted loudly. Quick! Urge the Yulong Ling to deal with him. Hearing Elder Tianqi's words, the other holy emperors dared to hesitate, so they hurriedly mobilized their spiritual consciousness. For a moment, holy power swept across the dark hall like a tide, a dazzling golden light soared into the sky, sweeping across the entire dark hall with terrifying power. Wherever this golden light struck, thunder rolled everywhere, and the void in the dark hall exploded. Humph! This is your courting death. Chu Yan, who was originally going to deal with the three elders of Tianqi, suddenly turned his head and looked at the three holy emperors who urged the dragon swimming order, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. Boom, boom. Raising his hand, he punched out, and Wan Lilong turned into three roaring golden dragons, and blasted straight at the three holy emperors not far away. Boom. 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 After three muffled sounds, Wan Lilongjin's long way exploded, sending the three of them flying upside down, hitting the wall of the dark hall in the distance, rebounding to the ground, spewing blood out of their mouths. Even the three elders of Tianqi standing in front of Chu Yan felt their chests sinking, and they were swept by Wan Lilong's remaining power, and the blood in their bodies rolled at the same time, and they couldn't stand on their feet at all, and they fell back again and again. Boom! Above the sky, the residual power of Wan Lai's dragon strength gathered together, turned into a dragon's shadow, and slammed into the newly formed Yulong token, and immediately hit it. The golden light burst, and the entire bright golden token instantly became dimmed. What? The three elders of Tianqi, after stabilizing the true qi in their bodies, raised their heads to look at Yulong Ling in the air, and their eyes straightened in shock. How could this Huayong be so strong? With one move, 3 Saint Emperors were abolished, more than a dozen Saint Emperor realm powerhouses were knocked back, and at the same time, even Yilongshan's Shinshan treasure was suppressed. This may not be possible. To know. Among the Saint Emperor realm powerhouses present, the lowest level of cultivation was also at the 3rd heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. He couldn't even resist Huayang's move. Moreover, Yulong Ling is famous, the symbol of Yulong Mountain, even in the Yinyang realm continent. It is also the existence of a big killer. With so many masters, plus a dragon swimming token, they are no match for one, Huayang. How long is this? 3 days. Huayang turned out to be nothing more than a warrior at the peak of the Great Emperor realm, who was not even as good as an ant. But now, after inheriting the inheritance secret method of the Tomb of the Unknown God, and after breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm, how could it be so strong? With such combat strength, I am afraid that even the Holy Emperor Jiuxiao is enough to fight. Powder, body, broken, bones. With one move, Chu Yan, who suppressed the audience, didn't pay attention to the shocked expressions on the faces of Elder Tianqi and the others. His pair of 5-color thunder eyes stared straight at the 3 Saint Emperor powerhouses who had been blasted away just now. Said word for word. The next moment, with a wave of Chu Yan's hand, a large swath of 5-color true qi surged up, lightly towards the 3 holy emperors in the corner. Boom. 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 There was one muffled sound after another, and the bodies of the 3 holy emperors exploded like fried beans. The meridians, bones, sea of energy, and spiritual veins in the bodies of the 3 holy emperors were all smashed into powder, and they were completely crippled. Although Chu Yan kept his hand and did not kill them directly, but at this time they, from now on, are no different from ordinary people. Once a warrior's cultivation base is abolished, those former enemies will naturally find them and make their life worse than death. This makes them more uncomfortable than killing them. Next, it's your turn. Chu Yan turned his head and looked at the remaining Saint Emperor realm powerhouses, 5-colored flames ignited in a pair of thunderous eyes. The whole body is enveloped in killing intent, and the entire dark hall is full of dirty blood, minced flesh, despair and terror, like a scene of hell on earth. And among these, the one who controls the audience is precisely Chu Yan, who is like hell, killing a god. This momentum. At this moment, the elders of Tianqi and the others looked at Chu Yan again, all changed, with a trace of panic, and the hairs all over their bodies stood on end. These people are all above the 5th level of the Holy Emperor realm, and even reached the strength of the 7th level of the Holy Emperor realm. But now, looking at Chu Yan in front of him, who was only at the 1st level of the Saint Emperor realm, he felt a sense of powerlessness. It is impossible to be his opponent at all, not even enough for a battle. Only then did they finally understand why the old man guarding the tomb had been watching from the beginning to the end, with a joking expression on his face. It was because of this. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan would not give this at all, too much reaction time, and with a wave of his hand, the snow sword was unsheathed, and the sword light was like lightning, cutting out the 5-color sword mark, and directly attacking everyone in front of him. When the sword was slashed, the entire dark hall suddenly lit up and fell into darkness for an instant. Amidst the piercing screams, a chill that pierced through the entire hall swept the audience. Quick shot, block. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan drew his sword, the expressions of Elder Tianqi and the others changed drastically in an instant, and the holy power burst out all over their bodies, and they all dodged. At the same time as dodging, the holy power on all the bosses erupted at the same time, blasting out holy spells all over the sky, and slammed into the incoming sword light. Boom, boom. The entire hall trembled suddenly due to the shots of several great saint emperors, and was shaken by the powerful holy power. Pooh. However, the moment when a large number of holy arts combined and collided with the sword light, it was like a pile of ice and snow, unable to stop the flashing sword light at all, and was directly pierced by it. The sword light pierced through the joint strike of all the saint emperors, and slashed straight at the body of a 5th-layer Saint Emperor realm powerhouse, making a sound of flesh and blood shattering. Run away. Seeing the blood and flesh flying, the elders of Tianqi and the others showed horror on their faces. They didn't dare to resist at all. They turned around and fled after shouting hastily. The holy power of several great saint emperors flickered, all kinds of tearing the void, all kinds of teleportation jade charms, including flying spirit treasures, were sacrificed together. Everyone played their cards to save their lives and wanted to escape from this dark palace as soon as possible. As long as he rushed out of the dark hall and went to the city outside, the chance of escaping would be much greater. Dragon travels the world. Chu Yan shouted anxiously. The breath of the dragon rushed out of his body, and stepped out with one step. His figure was like a dragon, crossing the void, grabbing the holy power all over the sky, blasting all the holy arts into dust, and chasing after everyone. In an instant, in the entire dark hall, people went to the empty hall, and everyone disappeared, except for the old man with long beard, who stood there with a bright face. Master Wuming, this son is extremely strong. After inheriting your secret technique, he will definitely kill Gong Sungxi for you. The long-bearded old man glanced at the dark hall with thousands of holes, and finally took a last look at this place where he had stayed for an unknown number of years. With a flash of his figure, he also rushed outside, chasing after Chu Yan. Boom, boom. Almost at the moment when the long-bearded old man left the dark hall, in the void of the dark hall, the suspended ancient lamp suddenly burst into dazzling flames, sweeping across the dark hall. The divine fire above this ancient lamp is extremely powerful, and everything it passes by is burning and turning into ashes. In the world of Yin and Yang, there existed the tomb of the nameless god of endless love and moon, and it disappeared at a rapid rate. Hashtag C 2725 Who chases whom? Swish. 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 One after another, figures rushed out of the dark hall and flew into the underground city like a lightning bolt. In the city at this time, there are strong men and disciples from all sects and sects in the mainland everywhere. They were all attracted by the vision of heaven and earth, and wanted to see what happened in the tomb of the nameless god. On the square, countless warriors saw the direction of the main hall, one after another, the shadows of people rushed out, all looked up. What's the situation? Isn't that the Tianqi elder from Yulangshan? And Yang Dingtian from Tianbazong? Oh my god, there are so many saintly bosses, what are they doing? Could it be that they are robbing the inheritance secret method? Who got it? No. It looks like they are running for their lives. Look at their faces. Damn it, it's true, they were actually hunted down. Who can hunt down and kill so many powerful people in the Holy Realm? A large group of strong men looked astonished at the elders of Tianqi flying overhead. You must know that Yulangshan and Tianbazong came here for the secret method inherited from the tomb of the unknown god, so they are naturally fully prepared, and the two sects are joining forces again. These two sects join forces, and almost no one dares to provoke them in the Yinyang realm continent. But now, the top bosses of the two sects are all running for their lives, obviously being hunted down. In the next breath, all the astonished eyes turned to the figure who rushed out of the main hall at the end. Everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost flew out. Huayang. When everyone saw clearly that Huayang was the last one to rush out of the main hall with a snow-white long sword in his hand and chased after several masters of the Holy Emperor, everyone was dumbfounded. An inner sect disciple of Songxia Pavilion, with a cultivation level at the peak of the Great Emperor realm, went so far as to chase and kill 7 or 8 Saint Emperor realm bosses with one sword. What is the situation? Didn't they hear that Huayang was killed by the messenger of the other bank who appeared in Wuhang Forest? It's only been a few days, but such a big change has happened. A sword in the sky. When Chu Yan's figure flew over the heads of the crowd in the central square, he waved the snow sword in his hand, and the bright sword light shot straight out. Scoff. Sword chi flew through the air, a sword chi with a terrifying sound of piercing through the air, like a flying rainbow flying through the air, the sword glow soaring to the sky, suddenly cut down. Ah! As a deep sword groove exploded in the void, the entire body of a strong man in the 4th level of the Saint Emperor realm was cut into 2 halves from head to toe, thrown left and right, and blood splattered the sky. Feeling the loss of a companion behind them, the elders of Tianqi didn't even turn their heads, they accelerated crazily, and the holy power exploded all over their bodies, and they slammed directly into the city gate. Boom! With a bang, they smashed the entire city gate and rushed out of the city. Chu Yan followed behind them without any hesitation, and chased after them, rushing out of the city at the same time. In the city behind, countless strong men stared blankly at the sky and the shattered city gate, all petrified on the spot. At this moment, in the underground city, there was a dead silence. After 10 breaths of time, only a saint-level boss reacted in the central square of the city. Quick! Come and have a look. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone in the audience woke up at the same time, their faces changed, and they shot up into the sky at the same time, turning into countless flying rainbows, chasing after the broken city gate. Thousands of people are chasing after them like a tide. Although they knew that it was impossible to obtain the secret method inherited from the tomb of the unknown god, they also wanted to see what happened to Huayang chasing and killing a group of strong people in the Saint Emperor realm with one person and one sword. You know, this is an earth-shattering event in the Yinyang realm continent. After 100 breaths, when everyone chased outside the city, they found that the battle had broken out. Boom, boom. I saw that in the vast open space outside the city. Dazzling sword lights bloomed one after another, smashing the entire sky into pieces. Chu Yan's figure is like a heaven and earth killing god, standing across the sky, facing 7 or 8 powerful people in the Holy Emperor realm. His momentum is not weak at all. As long as there is a strong person in the Holy Realm who can't help but make a move, he will be killed by him with a single sword, and a large amount of blood will be scattered on the sky. With a distance of nearly 3 miles, a large group of people crowded at the gate of the city, watching the battle in the sky here. All of them were shocked. this? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that a group of bigwigs from the 6th and 7th heavens of the Saint Emperor realm would be beheaded by a warrior from the 1st heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. Such a scene was too shocking for them, and even subverted their martial arts worldview. The blood debt of Xiangxiao Pavilion, it's time to settle it. In mid-air, with a snow sword in his hand, a pair of cold eyes stared at Mo Dachong, Yang Dingtian, and Elder Tianqi, locked on with his spiritual sense. Ling Shidao breaks. Yang Dingtian swung the golden gun horizontally in his hand, gritted his teeth, and was about to rush up and fight Chu Yan, desperately. After all, at this point, there is no way to escape, but if you try your best, maybe one or two of the three can escape. However, just as he was about to stab the gun in his hand, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. On the far side of the sky, a large cloud of thunderclouds rolled in madly, and the sound of thunder and shouts resounded like a bell in the sky. Bold! Huayang, dare to kill my disciple. Even if it was tens of thousands of miles away, everyone could feel that, on the edge of the distant sky, amidst the billowing thunderclouds, a powerful aura swept across, filling the entire sky in an instant. These are the two suzerains of Yulangshan and Tianbazong. They are here. Before the people arrived, the anger was already raging, with thunder rolling all over the sky. All the eyes of the audience were looking at the sky. Haha, the master is here. Elder Tianqi glanced over, and the gloom on his face was instantly swept away, and he smiled ecstatically. Not only the elders of Tianqi, but also Mo Dachong and Yang Dingtian also relaxed at the same time and let out a long breath. This is simply a crisis, and you can survive a catastrophe. Since they broke through to the Holy Realm, they have never encountered such a dangerous crisis, and it was almost over. Now, the two major sect masters have arrived, the situation has reversed, and they are finally saved. Standing in the air, Chu Yan turned his head to look, and saw the two suzerains approaching with thunderous thunder, but he was just startled, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Since you're here, let's die together. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the snow sword in Chu Yan's hand suddenly glowed into the night, and the holy power all over his body erupted like a volcano. Two god-level powerhouses, just in time for a battle. What? Hearing Chu Yan's words, the expressions of the two suzerains who had just arrived, including the elder Tianqi and others, below, all changed. Huayang, be bold. They never expected that this Huayang would be so arrogant. Seeing the two great suzerains coming, they dared not utter wild words. Not only did he not have the slightest intention of running away, but it seemed that he wanted to fight against the two great sects of the divine realm. Isn't this courting death? 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2726 Two Great Gods. Compared to the anger of Tianqi Gonglao and others, the anger of the two sect masters was already overwhelming. Huayang, are you looking for death? The bloodshot eyes of the two sect masters of the two god realms surged with divine power, and the fierce killing intent in their eyes bloomed together, sweeping across the city below, and the divine consciousness enveloped the entire city. There is no need to deliberately investigate at all. You can find that outside the city, in the center of the city, including the Dark Hall, there are corpses of elites and geniuses from the two major sects everywhere. In addition, this Huayang dared to blaspheme their divine power, which immediately caused their anger to explode completely. Boom, boom. The power of the gods was soaring, the thunder clouds roared, and the two great god-level powerhouses turned into a large flood peak, directly enveloping the city below. Not to mention Huayang, even this city was destroyed. The earth-shattering divine power swept down, and the people in the whole city felt the terrifying power of destroying heaven and earth. Yo, not bad. The two masters actually bully a junior, what a face. At this moment, in the city below, a figure soared to the sky. It was the bearded old man in the dark hall. Big array, run it for me. There was no stagnation at all. Almost at the moment when the long-bearded elder appeared, the divine energy of the whole body rushed out, rushing towards all directions. The next moment, the entire city seemed to be fully awakened by his divine breath, rumbled and trembled, and various thick beams of light shot up into the sky from the four corners of the city and the top of the city wall. A huge protective formation instantly activated, covering the entire city. What? The great formation of the ancient city. The expressions of the two suzerains, as well as the elder Tianqi and others who were present, changed at the same time. They never expected that the city in the tomb of the unknown god, after tens of thousands of years had been lost, its protective formation could still be activated. Boom! 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 Above the sky, the majestic tides of the two sect masters poured down, directly collided with the large formation protecting the city, and knocked away countless waves of air. However, the protective formation only trembled a few times, before blocking all the majestic floods. This protective formation was personally refined by the nameless divine master in order to protect his inherited secret technique. Once activated, not to mention two god-level powerhouses, even a god-level powerhouse, it is impossible to break through. After all, his inheritance secret method is too heaven-defying. If there is no strong city defense formation to protect it, I am afraid it will not be able to survive for so long. I see. In midair, Chu Yan looked at the large protective formation in front of him, swept his eyes across the entire city, and nodded immediately. It turned out that the existence of this underground city was actually for the purpose of arranging this large formation for the city. Not good. Seeing the large formation protecting the city, which blocked the attacks of the two great god-level lords, the three elders of Tianqi, who were surrounded by the large formation in the open space in front of the city gate, suddenly changed their expressions and sweated profusely. They glanced at Chu Yan, who was not far away, and hurriedly cast Void Shifter. Turning Heaven-flowing Earth Talisman. With a soft shout, the three powerful men in the Holy Realm took out the Jade Talisman and crushed it fiercely. The power of the talisman rushed out, wrapped the bodies of the three of them directly, and disappeared instantly on the spot. If they don't escape it this time, that Huayang will definitely kill them. They are in the big formation, surrounded by the big formation of the moat. The suzerain outside will not be able to attack for a while, and they will not be able to rescue them at all. The sky is dead, seal the sky. Chu Yan glanced out of the corner of his eye, and of course saw the behavior of the three elders of Tianqi preparing to flee. He immediately waved his hand, and the 5 colors of true energy rushed in all directions like a tide. A large piece of 5-color Zhenqi turned into a large 5-color thundercloud, rushing to the sky, completely covering the sky, like a sky curtain, directly shuttling through the void, and the 3 holy emperors who were about to leave were abruptly blocked. It is impossible for the power of the talisman to pass through Chu Yan's 5-element Zhenqi seal. In addition, although Chu Yan's current body cultivation is only at the Saint Emperor realm, his spiritual cultivation has already reached the God Emperor realm. To seal the world, blocking the void teleportation is not difficult at all. Sect Master, save us! Hitting the 5-colored thundercloud, the 3 holy emperors who popped out from the void teleportation were about to cry immediately, and quickly raised their heads, begging for help from the 2 great god-level suzerains above the sky. They never thought that Huayang's strength had reached this level. At this time, the 3 holy emperors were already full of fear. Their faces were as white as paper, and their whole bodies were covered with warts, and they still had the demeanor of a master of a holy emperor. Huayang. Above the sky, the head of Yu Longshan glanced at the 3 elders of Tianqi. His face was dark. He turned to look at Chu Yan, and shouted. Don't think that this large defensive formation can stop me. Including the tomb guard, they can't protect you, they're all going to die. I will give you 10 breaths of time at the end, abandon the city and surrender immediately, hand over the inheritance secret method, and spare your life. A thunderous sound, full of power, exploded in the sky, and the whole sky trembled slightly amidst the shouting. Boom! 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 While speaking, the majestic flood tide of him and Tianbao sect master did not stop at all, and kept crashing into the protective formation below, making a shocking sound of crit. From the beginning to the end, they never thought about letting Huayang go. On the one hand, Huayang killed too many elite disciples of their sect, and at the same time, Huayang dared to blaspheme their divine power in front of the powerful people in the world. This is absolutely unforgivable. Such a statement is just to make Chu Yan give up resistance and let them be slaughtered. Surrender. Hearing Master Yu Longshan's words, Chu Yan sneered, his face full of disdain. If it was before, they might still have the qualification to say such things, but now, Chu Yan, who came out of the Dark Palace, has completely changed. A sword in the sky. Don't bother to talk nonsense with them at all. Chu Yan waved the snow sword in his hand, and the bright sword light suddenly slashed out, and before he slashed straight at the five-color thundercloud, he was still trying frantically to break through the five-color thundercloud. People. Call out. As the sword light passed, it rubbed against the void, making an ear-piercing scream, and the sound of the sword piercing through the sky. Pooh! The sword was like a shock, and it slashed on Yang Dingtian's golden armor, together with his protective body and spirit armor several feet thick, the whole slashed to pieces, bloody arrows sprayed out. Ah! Yang Dingtian's screams echoed across the sky. This sword is for Brother Songqiong Pavilion. Call out. With another sword strike, Mo Dachong saw the light of the sword coming towards him, and was frightened out of his wits, throwing all kinds of spells in his hand like quicksilver. However, these spirit spells have no effect on the sword energy at all, they burst one by one like bubbles. With the next breath, the sword energy came to the body, and the blood spilled into the sky 9 feet away. This sword is for the 2 elders of Songqiong Pavilion. Call out. This sword, for. One sword after another, the snow sword in Chu Yan's hand continued to slash the sky-shattering sword energy, and slashed at the 3 elders of Tianqi. Every sword has just the right strength, it won't kill them with one sword, but it will cause them pain and despair to the greatest extent. 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2727 Ling Qi. This is simply a lingering punishment. The countless strong men in the city all looked up at the sky, and watched helplessly. Above the sky, 3 strong men at the Saint Emperor level were enveloped by countless sword qi, and their flesh and blood flew flying. The skeletons and bright red internal organs of the 3 holy emperors could already be seen, and their shrill screams resounded through the sky, making one's hair stand on end. They could never have imagined that Huayang would retaliate in this way. At this moment, they finally remembered that what Huayang said when he witnessed the tragic death of his fellow disciple in Songxiao Pavilion before, was really not just talk. Moreover, this is simply to recover the capital with interest. Boom, boom. Above the sky, the 2 masters of the God realm watched their sect elders being mollified on the spot, and immediately became more enraged. The power of the whole body erupted like a volcano, and they crazily bombarded the protective formation below. The divine power, which had nearly doubled in power, bombarded the large moat, which immediately made the moat, which had been silent for countless years, tremble violently. After all, this great formation from the ancient times has lost most of its spiritual power over countless years, and it has lived up to its former prestige. After being bombarded with all the strength of the 2 great powerhouses in the divine realm, he finally couldn't hold on, and cracks began to burst. Die. After drinking one word, the snow sword in Chu Yan's hand was shining, and he swung the sword out, and the half-moon-shaped sword energy wiped the 3 figures in the sky. Huayang, how dare you! The roars of the 2 sect masters shook the heavens and the earth, filled with divine wrath, surging like a tide. The body can be rebuilt if it is destroyed, but the power of this sword is obviously to strangle the power of the three holy emperors. Therefore, the two masters of the divine realm immediately spoke angrily. But, is it useful? Of course not. With the sword in Chu Yan's hand, without the slightest hesitation, he cut across the sky, and chopped the bodies of the three holy emperors into flesh and blood, spraying the sky like rain. So far, the three great saint emperors have lost. Hiss. Hiss. In the city below, countless pairs of eyes looked at the three rain of flesh and blood in the sky, and they all gasped in unison. This Huayang is too terrifying. He actually killed the three holy emperors. What's more, in front of you Longshan and Tianbazong, the two great suzerains of the gods, first Ling Qi, then beheaded. This was Qi Guoguo's et al., and he slapped the faces of the two divine realm suzerains hard. Knife, domain celestial pull. Sure enough, the head of Yu Longshan in the sky was completely enraged. With a wave of his big hand, he even took out the spirit soldiers, and with a wave of his hand, he slashed down fiercely towards the protective formation below. Boom! As the sword light passed, a huge crack exploded on the large formation of the city, like a spider's web. Through these cracked gaps, the terrifying power of the sword overflowed into the protective formation, like gusts of fierce wind, sweeping across the entire city. Click! The protective formation was finally hit hard, finally unable to bear it completely, and it was about to collapse completely. Walk! The long-bearded old man waved his hand, and countless divine breaths gushed out. While covering the audience, a large amount of spiritual energy rose from the city below and turned into a cloud of spiritual mist, covering his and Chu Yan's bodies. Apparently, the long-bearded old man seemed to have been prepared, or the owner of the tomb of the unknown god, the master of the unknown god had been prepared. When he left the secret method of inheritance back then, he had already speculated that the person who could inherit his secret method must be a genius, not a peerless powerhouse. Therefore, the inheritor may face being chased and killed by other peerless powerhouses who come to snatch the secret method of inheritance. Therefore, he left a retreat for his successor to leave safely. As for the old man with long beards, as a gravekeeper, this is one of his responsibilities. Humph. Want to escape? The head of Yu Longshan, the head of Tianbao sect, looked at the bearded old man and Chu Yan below, who were about to leave, and immediately shouted angrily. The two divine realm suzerains shot at the same time, and a large wave of divine power, like a thundercloud falling from the sky, enveloped the two of them. This large piece of thundercloud, condensed by the divine power of the earth, like a mountain, descended across the sky, directly smashing the fragmented city guard into a huge hole, and fell towards Chu Yan and the long-bearded old man at an alarming speed. Break! The long-bearded old man glanced up, sneered suddenly, formed a seal with his hands, and made a mysterious spiritual seal, charged forward, and blasted towards the falling thunder cloud. Boom, boom. The bloody spiritual seal soared into the sky, collided with the thunder cloud, and collided with the two bulls at the same time to stop. The long-bearded old man is also a strong man in the divine realm. Although it is impossible to defeat the two masters of the divine realm with 1 against 2, it is not difficult to resist their ultimate moves and retreat completely. With the help of this spiritual seal, it only takes a moment for him and Chu Yan to leave safely. However, above the sky, the two masters of the god realm saw that their joint attack was blocked by the spirit seal of the old man with long beards. Not only did they not show any anger or anxiety, but sneered all over their faces. Such an expression naturally aroused the surprise of the long-bearded old man, and an ominous premonition flashed in his heart. Not good. Suddenly, the long-bearded old man seemed to think of something, his face changed drastically, and he exclaimed. Avatar of divine breath. By the time the bearded old man screamed out in shock and suddenly turned his head to look at Chu Yan, it was already too late. In the void, behind Chu Yan, a blurry figure appeared, holding a spiritual weapon, and slashed fiercely towards Chu Yan's vest. The incarnation of divine breath, cut the sky and destroy the soul. Huayang, die for me. The head of Yu Longshan had a ferocious face, and the spiritual knife in his hand was as powerful as a cloud, rolling in all directions. And below, the killer figure formed by the divine breath that was slashing towards Chu Yan, the shape of the spirit weapon in his hand was exactly the same as the shape of the spirit knife in his hand. This kind of ultimate move is the magic technique unique to the strong in the yin and yang world. With his own divine breath and sword power, he gradually created a clone outside the body, which is completely different from the clone of the real body. Because it is transformed by the breath of the gods, it is invisible and has no quality. Before it condenses, it cannot be detected at all. This sword is the incarnation of divine breath of a strong man in the divine realm, and before that, even the long-bearded old man who is also a strong man in the divine realm did not expect it. It can be seen that its suddenness almost deceived everyone. The sword light slashed close, the speed was far beyond imagination, and Chu Yan, who was only a short distance away, could not dodge at all. But in order to avoid the guard of the long-bearded old man, this move God's breath incarnation is only 30% powerful, and the emphasis is on suddenness and secrecy. A knife with a power of 30% is enough to kill a strong person below the seventh heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. Moreover, the head of Yu Longshan had planned for a long time ago, this knife directly cut towards Chu Yan's Sea of Qi, in order to completely smash the spiritual veins in his body with one knife. In the Yin-Yang continent, the spiritual veins are the foundation of all warriors' cultivation and strength. Once the spiritual veins are broken, the cultivation base is almost useless. == #C2728 Who are you? Facing the sudden and sinister ultimate move, Chu Yan turned around abruptly, with the snow sword in his hand surging into the sky. The power of the holy Rakshasa, a sword in the sky. Amidst the long howls, Chu Yan's whole body's holy power circulated to the extreme, and the sword in his hand quickly slashed down. Humph. Still want to resist, mere holy emperor, with strength like an ant. Besides, my incarnation of divine breath, illusory, is not ordinary at all. What? When the head of Yu Longshan saw Chu Yan reacting and swung his sword to block him, he immediately sneered and opened his mouth. However, before he could finish his sentence at all, only a bang exploded. Boom, boom. As the long sword passed by, the light from the divine breath collided with the light of the sword and exploded, and both of them were turned into powder at the same time. How can this be? Not only the head of Yulong Mountain, but even the suzerain of Tianbao sect, including the old man with long beard, were startled. The sword of the strong man in the divine realm was broken by Huayang. This kid's cultivation is definitely not at the first level of the Saint Emperor realm. The first reaction in the sea of consciousness of the two masters of the divine realm was to suspect that Chu Yan's cultivation base could not be the first level of the Holy Emperor realm. In an instant, the consciousness of the two great powerhouses shrouded Chu Yan. What? Is it really the first level of the Saint Emperor realm? Impossible. With a mere cultivation base, how could it be possible to block the knife just now? However, after some investigation, the faces of the two great masters of the God realm changed drastically. Because, after their spiritual sense probed Chu Yan's cultivation base, they could clearly see that Chu Yan's GC cultivation base was at the first level of the Saint Emperor realm. The sword is an ordinary spirit sword, not a magic weapon. Although it looked like it should be one of the 4 spirit weapons on the Tianling mountain range, it couldn't be that powerful. The spiritual veins and the Sea of Qi have been carefully and repeatedly checked by the two great god-level powerhouses, and they are absolutely unmistakable. But it is such a heavenly martial artist at the first level of the Saint Emperor realm who can block the 30% saber power of the God realm powerhouse with a wave of his hand. This is simply impossible. It absolutely does not conform to martial arts theory, nor does it conform to the actual combat situation at all. No. There's something wrong with this kid's divine consciousness. The head of Yu Longshan suddenly frowned, his eyes fixed on Chu Yan, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. When discussing how to deal with the envoy of the other shore and snatch the inheritance of the tomb of the unknown god in the main hall of Yulong Mountain before, the people below reported Huayang's situation. Therefore, the head of Yu Longshan still had some influence on Huayang's aura. Moreover, judging from the aura of exercises on Huayang's body, it is completely different from the aura of exercises in Songxiao Pavilion. Could it be? The next moment, the head of Yu Longshan looked at the head of the Tianbao sect next to him, and a hint of doubt flashed in their eyes at the same time. You are not Huayang at all, who are you? With a heavy shout, the divine power of the two great powerhouses erupted at the same time, turning into monstrous waves, and ruthlessly shrouded the void around Chu Yan's body below. At this moment, they have already determined that in the historical records of the Yinyang realm, there have been many times when foreign strongmen appeared. The situation recorded in the historical materials is very similar to the situation of Huayang in front of him. They are all with extremely poor physical cultivation, or ordinary disciples of a certain sect, who suddenly become extremely powerful. This is enough to show that this son's body was taken away. Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the two great suzerains in the sky. The phantom of the holy Rakshasa behind him slowly appeared, and a monstrous demonic power swept the world. Almost at the same time, the long-bearded old man urged the teleportation method, releasing surging power, and began to envelop him and Chu Yan. Chu Yan's eyes shone like the sun, moon and stars, and he rushed in all directions with a vast aura. My Songxiao Pavilion, Huayang. With the sound of landing, the figures of Chu Yan and the long-bearded old man flashed at the same time and disappeared on the spot. What? Songxiao Pavilion, Huayang. Above the sky, the faces of the two masters of the divine realm were stunned. They never expected that this son actually said that he was really Huayang. It's not that Chu Yan dared or didn't want to say his real name, but because, this time when he came to the Yinyang realm continent, the body that was originally taken away at Wuhun had a fellow sect who valued love and righteousness. For the righteousness of the sect, to become an enemy of the world, even to protect Huayang even at the expense of self-explosion. This scene made Chu Yan think of a lot, and at the same time, he also thought of Anai Shindao, many seniors, who paid too much for themselves. In addition, I promised that the master of this physical body would definitely avenge the sect, and thus gained the greatest approval of the physical body, which played a very important role in my breakthrough. Since the promise is made, it will be realized. In this yin and yang world, in the name of Huayang, a legend will be achieved, and it will last forever. In this way, it can be regarded as comforting Huayang's spirit in heaven, and fulfilling his long-cherished wish in this life. As for Chu Yan himself, it turned out that he was just a passerby when he came to this Yinyang world, and he would leave within 3 months at most. God's domain is his ultimate goal. As for the continent of this chaotic star field, it doesn't matter. At this time, in the midair outside the city, a group of bigwigs were all silent. What should we do now? The head of Tianbao sect looked gloomy, looked at the head of Yu Longshan, and asked. If the guess is correct, that Huayang should have lost his body, and the person who lost his body may be the envoy of the other shore. The messenger of the other shore. It's possible. Hearing the words of the head of the Tianbao sect, the head of Yu Longshan frowned in thought, his eyes flickering. If it's the underworld envoy from the other shore, the underworld's methods are weird, and it's normal to be able to escape with the cooperation of the two of us, but... The head of Yu Longshan seemed to have thought of something, looked up at the other party, the corner of his mouth lightly raised, and said with a smile. Seizing the body requires a period of integration, and he has just obtained the secret method of inheritance, and now I am afraid it will be difficult to restore his strength to the peak state. The most important thing is, under such circumstances, if you capture him and refine his soul. Refining his soul. The head of Tianbao sect's eyes lit up when he heard it. In this way, you can get all kinds of tricks from the underworld, and at the same time, you can get the secret method inherited from the tomb of the nameless god. Not bad. The head of Yulongshan smiled and nodded immediately. At that time I will share with the two, okay? No problem at all. When the words fell to the ground, the two sat looking at each other, both of them looked excited. Hurry up, the whole sect is dispatched to find this son. The head of Yulongshan said. Do you want to follow up and report? The head of Tianbao sect seemed to think of something, and hesitated to speak. Well, you can just say it. If it's not someone from the underworld, but someone from the underworld, it will be troublesome. Yes. Hurry up and report to the superior. Immediately afterwards, the two masters in the divine realm transmitted sound transmissions from their spiritual consciousness at the same time. On the one hand, it is to order the whole sect, and the whole continent to trace Huayong's traces, and on the other hand, it is the spiritual consciousness to report to Shintianyu. Hashtag C 2729 Xintian continent. Not only Yulongshan and Tianbao sect, but all the powerful sects who were in the tomb of the unknown god at that time were all shocked and moved together. What? Huayong got the secret inheritance from the tomb of the unknown god. I heard that there is also a tomb guard who is strong in the god realm, protect him from escaping. If anyone catches him, he will be released. Fart, internal sources say that Huayong is dead and his body has been taken away. He may be the messenger of the other side, a person from the underworld. Fuck me, Hades, that's a very powerful force. I can't afford to mess with it. Can't be provoked. This kind of thing has nothing to do with people of our strength, it has nothing to do with trying to make some money. How to earn? Of course it's selling news. Such news is definitely worth money, and there are many people who want it. It makes sense. I'll take my leave first. Damn, faster than me. At that time, in the city of the tomb of the unknown god, there were no fewer than 1,000 powerful people from all sides. After so many people went back, the news about Huayong and the two sects swept across the entire Yinyang continent like a gust of wind. Huayong. In less than a day, the Yinyang realm continent, all forces and bigwigs, were all overwhelmed by this name. No one thought that Huayong, the inner disciple of Songxia Pavilion, would step up to the sky and achieve such a prestigious reputation. Time passed slowly, and soon a day and a night passed. Above a large piece of dark and empty sky, a void crack suddenly opened, and two figures emerged from it. The breath of these two people was restrained, and the moment they appeared, their spiritual sense swept across 100-li radius to ascertain the surrounding situation. Who are you? The old man with long beard looked at Chu Yan and asked directly. Senior. I'm sorry, I didn't deliberately hide it from you, but this body was not forcibly taken away, but it was originally a corpse. My original name is Chu Yan, and the thing is like this. Next, Chu Yan told the simple story of the matter with the long-bearded old man. The long-bearded old man listened very carefully, but he seemed to be more interested in Chu Yan's origin and identity. As for the part in Wuhun forest later on, I have no interest at all. Seizing the body, it's nothing, it's not a big deal. After listening to Chu Yan's explanation, the long-bearded old man's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded. For martial arts cultivators, after reaching the Emperor realm, there is the art of seizing homes, and almost every strong person in the great Emperor realm knows it. However, normally speaking, if it is not necessary, there are usually many people who perform this technique. Because, no matter what, my physical body is the most suitable, even if my talent is poorer, I have a higher degree of compatibility with my soul. Moreover, To be able to cultivate to the peak of the great emperor realm, the talent is not that bad. If one hastily seized an unfamiliar body, even if one's talent was higher, but one's cultivation base and soul, including cultivation, would be affected, and the gains outweighed the losses. Therefore, it is generally those who have suffered severe physical injuries, or some warriors who have practiced sorcery, will use the technique of seizing the house. But now, since Chu Yan has already said that what he seized was a corpse, there is naturally no reason for sorcery. As long as this problem is clarified, nothing else is a big deal. After all, even the long-bearded old man himself, if his physical body was severely injured, he might find a physical body to take it away. This is where Chu Yan looked around, but found that within 100 miles around, there was no life at all. This is the Valley of Broken Souls. The long-bearded old man looked around, with a look of memory on his face, and answered. Broken Soul Valley. Why does it seem that the spiritual energy of this world has suddenly disappeared by 90%? Isn't it within the scope of the yin-yang realm? Sensing the aura of heaven and earth around him, Chu Yan frowned slightly, feeling more and more that there was a problem here. 90%. Could it be that you can sense the aura of heaven and earth? However, upon hearing Chu Yan's words, the long-bearded old man's expression changed, and he looked at Chu Yan in amazement and asked. Well, it's very weak aura, and it can't be absorbed. Chu Yan replied with a nod. Hiss. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, the long-bearded old man suddenly gasped, and looked at Chu Yan, which turned into looking at a monster again. This is indeed not the yin-yang realm continent, but the passage leading to the Xintian continent. Follow this canyon and walk forward for 3 months, and you will reach the Xintian continent. The long-bearded old man took a breath, turned his head to look at the line of sky canyon below, and answered. Xintian continent. 3 months. Hearing this, Chu Yan's expression changed, and he said in a startled voice. Xintian continent, the name sounds like it has something to do with God's domain. That's right. The original name of God's domain was Xintian continent. And there is a channel in the yin-yang realm that can connect to Xintian continent. The old man with long beard explained. What? It's impossible to connect directly to God's domain. Chu Yan said in shock. When he came here before, the God Emperor Tianji and the Qingjia giant both told him that this yin-yang realm is located in the chaotic star field, independent of the 10 directions star field, and has no connection with the 10 directions star field and the God realm. But now, the long-bearded old man actually said that the yin-yang realm continent is connected to the divine realm. This is not right at all. Chu Yan's puzzled expression was naturally seen by the long-bearded old man, and then he smiled lightly and continued to explain. To be precise, this Valley of Broken Souls was connected to the Xintian continent in ancient times, but it has been broken now. Broken? Then? Chu Yan was startled. It's broken, but it's not completely impassable. According to rumors, as long as the soul is strong enough, the Valley of Broken Soul can be restored at a certain time by sacrificing the soul. What? Sacrifice the soul? Hearing the words of the old man with long beards, Chu Yan's expression changed immediately. Sacrifice the spirit, that is not the same as loss, even if the traffic is restored, what is the use? Of course, it is to sacrifice the soul, but you don't necessarily need to sacrifice your own soul, understand? The long-bearded old man was prepared for Chu Yan's reaction, and he smiled immediately. It turned out to be like this. Chu Yan nodded, and naturally understood that what the long-bearded old man said was the basic rule of the martial arts world, the law of the jungle. This Valley of Broken Souls, to be precise, leads to Wuhun continent, not directly to Xintian continent. This godless continent has gathered a large number of strong people who want to go to the realm of gods since ancient times. These people, most of them are casual cultivators who have insufficient cultivation, or hopeless breakthroughs, weak spiritual veins, or even want to take shortcuts, gathered here, mixed together for some illusory rumors, and formed a special small world. And here, it is the closest place to God's domain. It can be said that it is one step away, and it is the gods all over the sky. After hearing the words of the old man with long beards, Chu Yan finally figured it out. I see. Chu Yan's heart trembled slightly, and he understood the meaning of the long-bearded old man. It turned out that Chu Yan had always thought that all the paths leading to the God realm, whether it was the star territory of the 10 directions or the yin-yang realm, had been closed. But in the vast world of martial spirits, there are no absolutes in everything, and there are always some special circumstances. Senior, what do you mean, you can go to God's domain from here? Chu Yan asked. =# C2730 So what? The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. After listening to the long-bearded old man explain for a long time, Chu Yan finally came to his senses, and asked with a move in his heart. The heavenly God continent is the domain of the gods. That being the case, then there is an extra passage to God's domain in the yin-yang realm. If that's the case, you can go and see it. Good. Hearing Chu Yan's question, the bearded old man nodded heavily. Others may not be able to do it, but I can take you there. As long as you pass through the Broken Soul Valley and across the entire chaotic star field, you can reach the God realm, but conservatively, it will take at least 3 months. The old man with long beard said, looking at Chu Yan all the time, as if waiting for him to make up his mind. After all, although everyone wants to go to God's domain, it is another matter to really set off. 3 months. However, when Chu Yan heard the words of the old man with long beards, he immediately frowned. 3 months is too long, forget it. According to the original plan, within 3 months, I must return to the 10 directions starfield. Return to the 10 directions starfield. The bearded old man was stunned. Forget it, whether we go or not, now, let's leave here first. Okay. Chu Yan nodded. Immediately, the two flew forward one after the other. Next, the two randomly chose a direction and began to fly. Along the way, the long-bearded old man kept talking to Chu Yan about the yin-yang realm and the heavenly God continent. In a few days, Chu Yan became more and more familiar with these things. In this yin and yang world, the 4 major forces are the most powerful, which are equivalent to the 3 major forces of Hunyuan Palace and Tianyu Building in the 10 directions star field. Moreover, because of the strong aura in the world of yin and yang, the rules of heaven and earth are thin, and everyone here cultivates with spiritual veins. Therefore, the strength of many young geniuses is much stronger than that of other continents and worlds. Geniuses like Li Mu, Jiuxiao, etc., are young, but they all accept the Saint Emperor realm. If they were in the 10 directions starfield, at their age, they might not have even broken through the martial Emperor realm. Chu Yan suspected that it was also because the yin-yang realm was closer to the divine realm than the 10 directions star realm. Of course, it also has a lot to do with the fact that the yin-yang realm is independent from the Wuhun world and is less restricted by the God realm. That is. While walking, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, his spiritual consciousness swept across the front, stopped, and looked up. The old man with long beard was startled, then followed Chu Yan's gaze and looked forward. I saw groups of auras rushing out from the distant mountains, and there were faint bursts of air explosions. It was obvious that someone was fighting in the spirit peak. Emperor Realm. Emperor Realm. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he spoke in surprise. That place is called Xuanhuan Pavilion, something seems to have happened. The long-bearded old man also scanned his spiritual sense and sensed it carefully. Xuanhuan Pavilion. Chu Yan was startled. It turned out that this sex power was the same as the sex power before this physical body. No wonder this physical body would have a special feeling as soon as it arrived near here, even one step ahead of the divine consciousness of a strong man in the divine realm. Senior, go and see? Chu Yan asked. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's body turned into electricity, and flew towards the tall spiritual peak. At the same time, Xiao Pavilion, within the mountain gate. One after another Emperor technique ultimate moves exploded continuously, and all kinds of true energy swept across the entire Lingfeng peak. You guys, are you looking for death? Even dare to stop me? The party where the battle took place was a Saint Emperor realm powerhouse, leading a group of warriors, but was stopped by several other powerhouses. This Xiao Pavilion, the elders have been lost, and the owner of the pavilion has been captured by the three major forces. How dare you help them? The leading Saint Emperor stared at the few people in front of him, and shouted with a livid face. Originally, he was fancying the opportunity of the accident in Xiao Pavilion, and wanted to grab a vote. It was originally a very easy task, but unexpectedly, several Saint Emperor realm powerhouses would suddenly appear to help Xiao Pavilion. I'm sorry, Xiao Pavilion is kind to us, so we have to save it. It's really not right for you to take advantage of the fire to rob us. Why don't you let it go for my sake? In front of the gate of Xiao Pavilion, 5 tall and powerful Saint Emperors stood in a row, blocking the group of attackers, and answered. My blood spirit sect, why should I give you face? Who are you? A group of people on the opposite side laughed when they heard this, and the leader said directly. Since you insist on blocking my way of making money, then don't go. Wait a while, the Heavenly Heart Sage Emperor is here. Let's see if you want to lose face. When these words landed, the faces of the 5 holy experts standing in front of the Lingfeng peak suddenly changed. Sage Emperor Tianqin. They never expected that a second-rate Xiao Pavilion would even visit Tianqin's Sage Emperor, who is known as the top 10 Sage Emperors in the Yin-Yang world. This Tianqin Sage Emperor has reached the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm, and his cultivation strength is incomparably tyrannical. It's definitely not something those of the 2nd and 3rd heavens of the Holy Emperor realm, can resist. Brothers, no matter what, we must keep Xiao Pavilion. After pondering for a long time, the 5 saintly realm powerhouses gritted their teeth and spoke in a deep voice. At the same time, they all shot at the blood spirit sect. In an instant, the great war broke out again. The 2 groups of people who guarded the gate and those who attacked the gate fought, and the sky exploded with anger. Swish! Outside the mountain gate, 2 figures approached rapidly. Chu Yan did not stop, and rushed to the front of the mountain gate with one body, stood on the periphery of the battlefield, looked at the battlefield, and spoke in a deep voice. Want to destroy Xiao Pavilion? I'll give you a chance to leave immediately, otherwise don't leave. As soon as the words were spoken, the faces of the group of fighters who had fought hard on the battlefield changed at the same time. Who? All the powerful members of the blood spirit sect jumped out of the battlefield and turned their heads to look at the place where they spoke. With a glance, he found that the person who came was just an ordinary martial artist with a first-level cultivation of the Saint Emperor realm, so he sneered and said, Boy, you dare to take care of my blood spirit sect. Are you courting death? Although the blood spirit sect is not a big force in the Yin-Yang world, it has always been unscrupulous, because there is a heavenly heart Saint Emperor in their sect. Compared with the 4 major forces, the 9th heaven of Saint Emperor realm is not good, but it is very strong among the second-rate sect forces. Get out, or not. Chu Yan's face was cold, without any fluctuation in his expression. He looked at the Saint Emperor powerhouse headed by the blood spirit sect, and asked. Roll. The person from the blood spirit sect never expected that when he reported the prestige of the blood spirit sect, not only did the other party show no fear, but his tone became even worse. They were still asked to leave before, but now they are simply told to leave. You kid looking for death. The the Holy Emperor of the Blood Spirit sect, Tianqin, will be here soon. How dare you let us go? The head of the Blood Spirit sect looked at Chu Yan and shouted sharply. Sage Emperor Tianqin, so what? Chu Yan said coldly. As the words fell, the Holy Spirit sect, including the 5 holy emperors who guarded the mountain, were all startled. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. How? Ha ha ha, good. Very good. I want to see, who dares not give me Tianqin face. So arrogant. A thunderous explosion sounded in the sky, and above the sky, a tall figure suddenly appeared. =. Hashtag C2731, 10 Great Saints. Above the sky, the tall figure that suddenly appeared, with the tide of holy power, was none other than the Holy Emperor Tianqin. See Emperor Tianqin. See the 10 Great Saint Emperors. See. A group of people from the Blood Spirit sect saw the appearance of the Tianqin Sacred Emperor, and all of them concealed their surprises and bowed in unison. It's really Heavenly Heart, Sage Emperor. In front of the Lingfang Peak, the expressions of the 5 holy emperors who helped Sanxiao Pavilion all changed and turned pale instantly. The Emperor Tianqin is here, and this is a big trouble. Free gift. Tianqin Xingdi scroll animation Tian Shengwai, descended from the sky, suspended in midair, looked down, waved his hand, but looked directly at Chu Yan who had just spoken. You too, how courageous. Those of the Zona faction, report your humble name. Cheap name. Chu Yan and the old man with long beards changed their expressions at the same time. Leaving aside Chu Yan, the old man with long beards alone is a strong man in the divine realm. This Heavenly Heart Saint Emperor is one of the top 10 holy emperors in the Yin-Yang world. However, facing a strong man in the divine realm, he dared to say that if you don't know who is bold. Of course, the long-bearded old man and Chu Yan, in order to avoid the tracking of the 3 major forces, hid their auras. It is impossible for ordinary strong men to discover their true cultivation. Snort. Without waiting for the old man with long beard to go crazy, Chu Yan snorted heavily, and in his eyes, 2 5-color flames ignited instantly, and the violent spirit rushed out, directly attacking the front. Boom. Above the sky, there was a muffled sound, and the figure of the Tianqin Saint Emperor seemed to be hit hard by some force suddenly, and his figure instantly took half a step back. What? You are. The Emperor Tianqin stood firm, and when he looked at Chu Yan again, all eyes changed. Die. Without waiting for the Holy Emperor Tianqin to finish his sentence, Chu Yan yelled, and the powerful spirit power, including the 5 elements of true energy, waved away, and blasted towards the pale Heavenly Heart Emperor above the sky. No. Don't, ah. The scream sounded, and above the sky, a mass of flesh and blood fireworks bloomed. The entire body of the Tianqin Emperor was instantly blasted, and the flesh and blood were scattered in all directions. It's a joke for a second-rate force in the 9th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, not even the Elder Tianqi and the 7th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, to claim to be great. Heaven. Tianqin. Holy Emperor. In front of the Lingfang mountain gate below, everyone stared dumbfounded at the explosion of flesh and blood fireworks in the sky, all dumbfounded. What's the situation? That flower of flesh and blood is the Heavenly Heart Sage Emperor who just appeared. I couldn't believe it at all. Just now, after the word death was exported between the sparks and flints, the Tianqin Sage Emperor was directly damaged. What's more, she also ended up with a dead soul and no bones left. Swish swish swish. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the mysterious young man who had just appeared almost at the same time. With just one word, and with a wave of his hand, he killed a Saint Emperor Realm 9th layer powerhouse. How terrifying is the strength of this mysterious young man. You, who are you? How dare you kill the Heavenly Heart Sage Emperor? how brave. The one headed by the Blood Spirit sect, who was full of joy when he saw the Heavenly Heart Sacred Emperor just now, was furious when he saw the Tianqin Sacred Emperor turned into a ball of flesh and blood fireworks. You know, this group of people can run amok in the second-rate sect forces, and they have always relied on the support of Tianqin's Sage Emperor. Now that Emperor Tianqin has been killed, their future financial resources will be completely cut off. Damn it, you guys, you can live. Send a message back to the Blood Spirit sect. If you dare to set foot in Xie Pavilion in the future, the whole sect will be wiped out. Chu Yan's voice carried a biting, killing intent. I, Huayang, will do what I say. When the words landed, the faces of all the people present changed drastically at the same time. Huayang. Among the gates of Lingfeng Mountain, a large group of Xie Pavilion belonged, and when they heard the name Huayang, they all looked surprised. Huayang. You are the Huayang who escaped from the tomb of the nameless god. The head of the Blood Spirit sect, the Holy Emperor, his eyes twitched, looked at Chu Yan, but sternly shouted again. Huayang, no matter whether you have obtained the inheritance secret method or not, if you dare to oppose my Blood Spirit sect, you must die. When he thought that he would no longer have the resources for cultivation and would no longer be able to plunder everywhere, he was furious, and Chu Yan's teeth itched with hatred in his heart. Niezi, shut up. However, before he could finish his sentence, there was a sudden thunderclap in the sky, and he stopped talking violently. This is. Hearing the sound of exploding in the sky, all the members of the Blood Spirit sect raised their heads to look at the sky, and their faces changed drastically. Because, this voice, they are very clear, it is the master of the Blood Spirit sect, a strong demigod. Fellow Taoist Huayang, don't be offended, my disciple offended me, and I will apologize to you here. A purple-robed figure appeared in the sky, but it bowed to Chu Yan and saluted. This attitude and tone are extremely polite, and it seems that he has no grudges against the death of the Tianqin Emperor at all. Of course. Others may not know it, but as the head of the Blood Spirit sect, he is very clear about Huayang's performance in the tomb of the nameless god. Even Yulangshan and Tianbazong lost a lot of saint emperors, and almost the entire team going to the tomb of the unknown god was beheaded by this Huayang. Not even the slightest harm was done to him by the attacks of the two great masters of the divine realm. Moreover, he also knows that the one who is following Chu Yan now is the tomb guard who came out of the tomb of the unknown god, and he is a powerful man in the divine realm. Of course, he is more aware of the strength of the Tianqin Sage Emperor. That is to say, in the second-rate sect forces, showing off their prestige, compared with the elder-level saint emperors of the four major forces, they are not at the same level at all. Even if the cultivation level has reached the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm, but among the four major forces, the real combat power may not even be as good as their 6th level of the Holy Emperor realm. This is the tragedy of the second-rate powers, which cannot be compared with the top powers. Father, my lord. You. The Saint Emperor powerhouse headed by the Blood Spirit sect was completely dumbfounded when they saw the familiar figure in the sky. Not only him, but also those experts from the Blood Spirit sect who came with him, all looked stunned and completely dumbfounded. Shut up, go back to the Blood Spirit sect immediately, and you are not allowed to come out for 10 years. Listen to everyone else, and you are not allowed to enter the Xie Pavilion within a radius of 10,000 miles, or the sect will rule. This roar was like a thunderstorm, shaking everyone in the Blood Spirit sect. All of them trembled and their faces changed drastically. Of course, at the same time as the reprimand, the head of the door also told him the situation of Chu Yan and the long-bearded old man in the tomb of the unknown god through voice transmission through his spiritual consciousness. What? Killed Yang Dingtian, Mo Dachong, and Elder Tianqi. In an instant, all the members of the Blood Spirit sect looked at Chu Yan with expressions of panic. Master Huayang, I don't know. I hope you don't forget the faults of villains. Forgive me this time, I will never dare to come to Xie Pavilion again in the future. Just now, the young sect master, who was arrogant and wanted to kill Chu Yan, began to tremble in his voice. == Hashtag C2732 Legacy of Ares. It is unimaginable that in front of Huayang, not only one person has been wiped out, but also a team of elite strongmen from the two sects led by the elders of the three holy emperors. At the same time, there are rumors that he is related to Hades. What kind of power is the underworld? It is by no means comparable to the second-rate sects in the Yin-Yang world like the Blood Spirit sect. Whether it's the young man in front of him, the god-level powerhouse beside him, or the underworld behind him, whatever it is, they can't afford to provoke him. Therefore, Huayang is no longer that second-rate sect force. Xie Pavilion is an ordinary inner disciple. After the battle of the Tomb of the Nameless God, he has completely become a terrifying existence on the Yin-Yang realm continent. Master Huayang. Everyone in the Blood Spirit sect was completely stunned, and no one dared to disrespect Chu Yan again. Huayang. Including the Xie Pavilion disciples who were present, the way they looked at Huayang also changed. They never imagined that even the head of the Blood Spirit sect would be so respectful to Huayang. Such power would be so terrifying. Roll. Chu Yan's cold eyes swept across, and he drank a single word, like thunder rolling, shaking the audience. But the sect master of the Blood Spirit sect, including a group of disciples, was relieved when they heard this word, turned around and left quickly, not daring to stay in the slightest, as if they were afraid of Chu Yan's repentance. After all, attacking the mountain gate is tantamount to a Zoman battle, which is almost an endless situation. Originally, the Blood Spirit sect was captured because of the master of the Xie Pavilion. The two elders were lost and their strength was weak. They wanted to destroy the Xie Pavilion and plunder the sect's wealth. But now, the situation is reversed. Because of Huayang's return, the strength of Xie Pavilion has increased greatly, and it has become an existence that the Blood Spirit sect needs to look up to. At this time, if Chu Yan wants to destroy the Blood Spirit Gate, it is absolutely reasonable. Senior Brother Huayang. When the crisis was resolved, all the disciples of Xie Pavilion were surprised and reacted together. After watching for a long time, they also fully understood that Senior Brother Huayang has become a giant, and even a tyrannical force like the Blood Spirit sect is extremely afraid. Brothers, Xie Pavilion has undergone tremendous changes. There are some things that you may not know yet. Chu Yan looked at the people in front of him and explained. Immediately afterwards, Huayang told everyone about the scene that happened in the city of the Tomb of the Unknown God and on the square of the main hall, without hiding anything. Including the two elders, in order to protect him, they blew up the holy body and ruined the things on the spot. After Chu Yan finished speaking, all the Xie Pavilion disciples present had expressions of grief and indignation, and their eyes were full of anger. Yu Longshan, Tianbazong, deceiving people too much. Relying on the sect's strong influence, they actually bullied Xie Pavilion like this. Even when Senior Brother Huayang promised to hand over the 4 spirit swords in exchange for the elders of Xie Pavilion and others, he still wanted to torture and kill the elders. Such behavior is simply unforgivable. Although Senior Brother Huayang killed all these people later, such hatred cannot be wiped out at all. This is a blood debt, the humiliation of guarding the gate, even more serious than the sect war. The 4 major forces will definitely come to Xie Pavilion, and I have other things to do, so I can't stay here for long. Chu Yan looked at the expectant eyes of the crowd. With a wry smile in his heart, he shook his head and spoke again. I suggest that the Xie Pavilion be broken into pieces and temporarily hidden from the world. Here, I leave some exercise secrets for everyone. I hope that everyone can improve their strength every day, so that Xie Pavilion can be completely strengthened. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan waved his hand, and a large scroll of cheats flew towards everyone present. Among these scrolls are all the powerful emperor's killing moves, collected by Chu Yan, and some golden elixir and jade charms. Although they cannot fight the strong head-on, they all have a life-saving effect. As for those imperial techniques, as long as they cultivate them with heart, their strength will definitely increase in the future. In the yin-yang realm, although the aura is strong and many warriors are not weak, their combat power is not strong. The reason is because, after all, the world of yin and yang is a small place, and the power of various imperial techniques is extremely weak. In this situation, it's like a strong man, but he doesn't know how to fight at all. It's okay if he faces someone with a weaker cultivation base, but if he meets someone who is slightly stronger than him, he will definitely not have a fight at all. Power. Therefore, these scrolls of secret books by Chu Yan fundamentally solve the reason for the weak strength of Xiangxiao Pavilion. Senior brother, don't worry, we will never forget the blood feud. Sooner or later, when Xiangxiao Pavilion returns, the 4 major forces will be required to pay for it with blood. Many disciples of Xiangxiao Pavilion took Chu Yan's secret book scroll, and they all bowed and answered. Both pairs of eyes were full of determination, which reminded Chu Yan instantly of the eyes of the 2 elders of Xiangxiao Pavilion on the square of the main hall of Wuhun City. As the saying goes, it really makes sense for a soldier to be a hero and a nest to be a hero. Looking across the pair of eyes with determination and anger, Chu Yan's mood could not be calmed for a long time. Although I have a predestined relationship with Xiangxiao Pavilion, that's all there is to it, and it is impossible to do anything for them. However, Chu Yan can accurately deduce that Xiangxiao Pavilion will definitely rise in the yin-yang realm continent in the near future, and it is only a matter of time. Afterwards, several elders of Xiangxiao Pavilion began to work on the sect's seclusion. All peaks and halls left in batches in an orderly manner. After 2 hours, Xiangxiao Pavilion in Nuoda finally became empty. About there. Standing at the peak of Xiangxiao Pavilion Lingfeng, Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the last batch of Xiangxiao Pavilion disciples leave. I never thought that such a thing would happen between my yin and yang circle and a sect. However, this matter has been dealt with so far, and it can be considered complete. I don't know why, Chu Yan's heart is more peaceful, and it seems that unconsciously, his state of mind has improved a little bit. The common people in the world are just a speck of dust in the world. There are ups and downs. Just like the vast sea, drifting with the waves and swaying with the wind, this is the law of nature, the way of heaven and earth, and the foundation of yin and yang in all things. Chu Yan, how long has passed? Leave immediately and go to the Valley of Broken Soul. Suddenly, in the Sea of Consciousness world, the voice of the green-armored giant resounded simultaneously in the Sea of Consciousness of Chu Yan and the long-bearded old man. There, I left an inheritance technique before, you practice it with your heart. When these words fell, Chu Yan and the old man with long beards were startled at the same time. God of War, the inheritance of your lord. The eyes of the bearded old man instantly lit up. You know, this is the inheritance left by Lord God of War himself, an absolutely priceless treasure. Of course, the long-bearded old man knew that this time he was under the influence of Chu Yan, and he was able to practice the divine arts inherited from Lord God of War. Maybe it is possible to break through in one fell swoop and directly break through to the realm of conferred gods. Thank you, Senior, we will leave immediately. Chu Yan nodded in answer, then got up with the old man with long beards at the same time, and flew towards the Valley of Broken Souls. #C2733 Spiritual Mutation. Broken Soul Valley is not just a canyon passage. When Chu Yan followed the long-bearded old man and flew all the way, a full 3 days later, a small town appeared in Broken Soul Valley. This is a relatively wide section at the bottom of the valley, and the canyon walls on one side are not that steep. They even sink into the mountains, with a depth of 10 miles. Relying on this, coupled with the accumulation of time, a town unexpectedly appeared, where a large number of warriors gathered, and it was very lively. In this town, the atmosphere is weird, there is almost no communication between warriors, and everyone seems to be avoiding other people on purpose. And some people, who may have been there yesterday, will disappear without a trace today. No one knows where the people who disappeared in the town went, and no one knows why they disappeared. Except for a few commercial firms in the town, everyone who comes to Dajuanhun town seems to have their own secrets. After staying in Xuanhuan town for a few days, Chu Yan became more and more familiar with this continent of yin and yang. It was as if the most precious item in Xuanhuan town, even in the form of currency, turned out to be a fragment of the spirit map. Legend has it that as long as enough fragments of the spiritual map are collected, a whole spiritual map can be assembled. With this map, the way to the realm of the gods can be opened. Of course, the most important thing is cultivation and strength, at least reaching the demigod level, or possessing a third rank or higher artifact. Is it possible to pass through the space-time channel of the chaotic star field of broken souls? The chaotic star field is called the chaotic star field precisely because its time and space are more terrifying and dangerous than the turbulent flow of time and space in the 10-direction star field. If you want to pass through safely, the difficulty is naturally countless times greater. Cultivation bases and artifacts are the basis of body protection. Without these foundations, it is absolutely a dead end if you want to forcibly break into the time and space of the chaotic star field. And Chu Yan and the long-bearded old man, relying on the guidance of the green-armored giant in Broken Soul Valley, found the place of inheritance left behind in a few days. It is said to be an inheritance, but it is just some powerful secrets left behind by the green-armored giant on a whim when he passed by the Broken Soul Valley. However, for the current Chu Yan and the long-bearded old man, they are extremely precious existences. At the beginning of the retreat practice, Chu Yan and the long-bearded old man were immersed in the practice, consolidating the physical body or restoring the realm. In the outside world, a large storm was stirred up, sweeping the entire continent of the Yin-Yang realm, but for the two people who had already been hidden in the Valley of Broken Soul, they were completely unaware of it. After all, the various performances of Chu Yan in the Battle of the Tomb of the Unknown God caused the madness of the four major forces in the Yin-Yang world. An ordinary martial artist at the peak of the Great Emperor realm, after receiving the inheritance from the Tomb of the Unknown God, his combat power unexpectedly soared, enough to sweep the Saint Emperor realm. How could such a terrifying improvement not cause the madness of the four major forces? Those old monsters who closed their lives every day and wanted to break through to the realm of conferred gods and ascend to the Tianshan continent in one fell swoop. Such a strange improvement, such an astonishing combat power, let them see the hope of breakthrough and ascension. The entire Yin and Yang world was almost completely in disarray, and the four major forces were dispatched, frantically looking for the traces of Chu Yan and the long-bearded old man. However, all of this is not worth mentioning to Chu Yan, who is in retreat. Time is in retreat, becoming extremely slow and extremely fast. When it is fast, it is completely worthless because of time. It is common for a few days and nights to pass by in one thought. The reason for this slowness is that the recovery of cultivation, the improvement of physical body, and the breakthrough of realm are all extremely slow processes. It's just the current Chu Yan, or the long-bearded old man. Generally speaking, even if they have retreated for decades, their cultivation base and strength will rarely improve. In the blink of an eye, 30 days passed. In the huge underground cave world, beside a trickling underground river, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes. As his eyes opened, a vast sea of breath surged from his body in an instant, blending into the void around him. After so many retreats during the weather, he has a new understanding and improvement of the new state of mind and soul. Once he crossed that threshold, it brought about earth-shaking changes to his cultivation and strength. 67 days. Time passed too quickly, especially in the case of practicing retreat. Chu Yan pondered secretly in his heart, should he consider returning to the 10 directions starfield. Senior. Chu Yan turned his head slowly, looked at the long-bearded old man beside him, and called out softly, waking him up from his heavy cultivation. After telling him about his plan to return, after the two talked for a while, Chu Yan calmed down and prepared to return. 10 Directions Starfield, must go back. Although Chu Yan was a little bit reluctant and wanted to continue to retreat here to practice the magical secrets of the green-armored giant like the long-bearded old man, there were more important things to do. The next moment, a sword-shaped spirit pattern appeared between Chu Yan's brows, flashing a faint divine light. This spiritual seal was given by the Qingmu sword god back then. With this spiritual seal, one can travel through the yin-yang world and return to the yin-yang road. Leave the consciousness and return to the soul. The spiritual seal was activated, and Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness instantly left the physical body in front of him, came out of the body, and was suspended in midair. However, this time, his soul body has undergone tremendous changes, compared to when he first arrived. Outside the entire soul body, there is a faint layer of 5-color divine brilliance. Although it is extremely thin, it cannot even approach the surrounding void, creating an extremely powerful pressure. This kind of momentum, which cannot be integrated into any heaven and earth, is the unique characteristic of the strong in the divine realm, and it is a symbol of standing shoulder to shoulder with the way of heaven. Lingyin, take me back. After pondering for a while, after nodding with the long-bearded old man again, Chu Yan let out a soft drink, and his whole body turned with divine brilliance, and the spirit money at the center of his eyebrows rushed out, directly blasting a group of void cracks in the void. Swish. The moment the crack in the void appeared, Chu Yan's soul was instantly sucked into it and disappeared on the spot. Almost at the same time that Chu Yan's soul body disappeared, the body on the bank of the underground river, which had been used for nearly 3 months, began to disintegrate, flying in all directions like dust blown by the wind. Gongsun Shi. You are finished. Ha ha ha. The long-bearded old man looked at the cracks in the void that were slowly recovering, but his eyes flickered, and he laughed wildly and said, "Wait for this kid to ascend to the heavenly god continent, and it will be your time of death, when it arrives." When these words landed, the eyes of the long-bearded old man flickered, as if thinking of something. He took a long breath and sank into cultivation again. He also had to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. At that time, he might still have a chance to go to God's domain, to see how that earth-shattering storm swept across the entire Xinjiang continent. Not far from the long-bearded old man, the disintegrating body turned into a pile of ashes. However, even the long-bearded old man didn't seem to notice that in the pile of ashes, a spiritual vein did not disintegrate, but slowly twisted and evolved, slowly turning into the shape of a villain, exuding with a faint blue light. Forget it, this is your chance. I'll help you once. In the void, a streak of divine will flashed across, lightly covering the villain with blue light veins, wrapping it softly. #C2734, Create the World. This is a spiritual vein born in the yin and yang world, conceived by the spiritual source of heaven and earth. Originally, the spirit veins should disintegrate with the loss of the warrior, and return to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, because of its special opportunity, it regained its vitality. Get together. Between the heaven and the earth, a word trembled, and the strange light passed by, and a large number of spiritual lights appeared in the surrounding void. In the underground cave world, it seemed that a vast sea of stars had evolved. The gentle mysterious light rising from the soil layer turned out to be a vague human figure. This phantom is exactly the remnant soul of Hua Yang, a lost warrior who had already dissipated. Go. The voice of Tiandizel was extremely soft, as if worried about shaking away the body of the condensed remnant soul. The next moment, the vague remnant soul seemed extremely excited, bowed to the sky and earth, and then set off to fly towards the human-shaped spirit vein. Although Chu Yan left this temporary physical body, this spiritual vein left too many marks of Chu Yan's spirit and soul, as well as all the power attributes that Chu Yan had cultivated. Therefore, even if Chu Yan left, a faint light of five-color spiritual energy continued to flicker in this spiritual vein. And almost at the same time that Huayang's remnant soul merged into that spiritual vein, all the spiritual power in the entire sky, earth, and void within 1,000 miles of Broken Soul Valley was trembling, as if it was about to boil. Boom! Boom! Two extremely soft muffled sounds exploded, but the human-shaped spiritual vein suddenly opened its eyes, and two beams of mysterious light overflowed. The baby-like gaze was full of confusion and trance, and the consciousness gradually condensed, and it took a full 100 breaths of time before it fully recovered. Chu Yan. Thank you. Slowly raising his head, he looked at the crack in the void that had disappeared for a long time in the midair. On the face of the spirit vein villain, there was neither surprise nor joy, but he spoke softly. Martial Soul World, 10 Direction Star Field. A long time has passed since the shocking battle. Neither Aoki Sword God nor Chu Yan appeared again. In the 10 Direction Starfield, the major forces speculate that Chu Yan may have left the 10 Direction Starfield and hid in an unknown small plain continent. Otherwise, the three major forces are looking for him, including Xingtian Pavilion, mobilizing forces from all over the world, almost turning the entire 10 Direction Starfield, all forces and places that can be named upside down, and there is no discovery at all. The huge net of heaven and earth covering the entire 10 Direction Starfield also gradually became looser with the passage of time. However, although Chu Yan was not found, after this incident, Xingtian Pavilion's strength has greatly increased. The forces in the layout of the entire 10 Direction Star Field have reached the level of the sky. This is an opportunity to shuffle the cards. During this process, the power and prestige of the forces attached to Xingtian Pavilion has greatly increased, while those forces that were originally neutral or related to the anti-Shin Wei have basically been suppressed, and the situation is in danger. Therefore, even if an Ai Shindao or Chu Yan reappeared, under the current situation in the 10 Direction Starfield, they would be discovered and eliminated instantly. After all, no matter how powerful a sect and a warrior are, it is also impossible to be an enemy of the whole world. Moreover, behind this world, there is an unimaginably powerful God's domain support. Although most of the forces in the world have relaxed, the Xingtian Pavilion is not idle. It may be because of Aoki Sword God, or it may be because of Chu Yan, the Lord of the Holy Heaven, and the cultivation of the Holy Heaven God Emperor, which is even crazier. In the entire 10 Direction Starfield, countless ancient inheritances and ancient secret realms were found and opened one after another. Of course, among these inheritances and secret realms, there are very few that can attract the attention of the Holy Heaven God Emperor. Emperor Xingtian didn't like it, but it didn't mean that other warriors didn't like it. Therefore, because of Xingtian Pavilion's frantic search for and abandonment of ancient inheritances and secret realms, the entire 10 Direction Starfield, all forces and powerful people, went crazy. All of a sudden, a large number of inheritances and rare treasures were born in the entire martial arts world. Because of this situation, the strength of all strong men and forces in the entire martial soul world is rapidly increasing. It seems that all warriors in the world have seen signs of the resurgence of martial arts in ancient times. Of course, such news is not good news for Ai Shindao and Chu Yan, but it is not bad news either. There are only two things that can really surprise Chu Yan. One is that during the 2 years since Chu Yan disappeared, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong finally appeared as the first saint-level powerhouse. This person, who entered the Tao with a sword, followed Chu Yan to conquer the world, Chong Tianhe. Canonize in one fell swoop, title, Sage Emperor Daohe. A magic knife swept across the 7 great war clans without a single trace of defeat. It has achieved a shocking martial arts legend in the 10 Direction Starfield in the past 2 years. Of course, no one knew that Chong Tianhe came to the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, let alone that the Emperor Daohe was a follower of Chu Yan. The second matter is the prophecy left by Chu Yan in the Raksha Soul Tianzong, which finally came true. Xinjia, with the martial soul of the Earth Emperor Jiuxiao Ding, condensed the divine Ding Zuanqi Emperor seal. However, no one thought that the divine tripod venerable weapon battle spirit, which combined 9 destiny spirits into one, would bring unimaginable surprises to the people. With this imperial seal, Xinjia actually found one of the 9 artifacts of the human race, the Shishiding Ding, also known as the Shinnong Ding. So far, among the 9 clan artifacts of the human race, except for the Haoyan Tower, almost all of them are gathered. And according to the imperial order left by Chu Yan, on the day when Xinjia condensed the emperor's seal, he worshipped the sky with the Shinnong Ding, and was ordered to become the Raksha Soul Heavenly Sect, the deputy suzerain. Although Chu Yan was not around, all these news were reported truthfully through thousands of miles of communication. At the same time, there was also news about Xingtian Pavilion, the supreme being of the 5 heavenly lists. Bu Jingtian, who was defeated by Chu Yan, and the other great geniuses of Xingtian Pavilion, got great benefits because of the madness of Emperor Xingtian. Nearly half of all the resources in the various ancient inheritances and secret realms belonged to them. With these resources, the 5 supreme geniuses communicated with the God realm through the sacred sky monument, and exchanged for 5 divine bodies. And the 3 major forces and the 7 major clans are all cultivating crazily, taking advantage of the tide of martial arts revival sweeping the world this time, to secretly increase their strength. Everyone knows that all of this is related to Chu Yan, and everyone even has an expectation in their hearts. They knew that Chu Yan would definitely come back. And when Chu Yan came back, no one knew what would happen in the 10 Directions Starfield. At the same time, in the Tian Kuan clan, in the holy mountain of the Kuan clan. With a swish sound, the figure of sword god Aoki flashed from the void, appearing in front of the huge 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree. All around, God Emperor Tianji, Emperor Kuan, Situ Yang, Lord Forbidden God and others glanced at the Aoki sword god, nodded slightly, followed his gaze, and looked at the mysterious treasure tree of the 1,000 worlds. Sitting figure. It's been 2 years, Chu Yan, it's time to come back. #C2735 to demolish the old nest. It has been a full year and a half since Chu Yan's spirit returned from Yinyang Road. During this period of time, Chu Yan's physical body became much stronger on the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 worlds. The physical strength alone made it impossible for the surrounding void to get close. Brother, why hasn't there been any movement? How long has it been? Situ Yang walked around the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 worlds twice, and said impatiently. Don't rush. God Emperor Tianji looked at Situ Yang, chuckled and said. Although Situ Yang's strength is not strong, his identity and talent as a spirit pattern master are extremely favored by the God Emperor Tianji. Even in the past 2 years, Situ Yang was determined to become a godfather, so he insisted on worshipping God Emperor Tianji as his teacher. God Emperor Tianji couldn't leave here, and was stalked and beaten by the fat man every day, and couldn't survive him, so he finally let go. Yes, master. Hearing the words of God Emperor Tianji, Situ Yang quickly shut up, returned to the original place honestly, took out a few talismans, and went to study his new spirit array on his own. No, do you want to send another summons? The time is almost up. If this kid misses it, he will be in trouble. Emperor Kuan also stood up, walked past Situ Yang a few steps, and kicked him casually. You. Situ Yang raised his head and looked at Emperor Kuan, his teeth itching with hatred. If I had known it earlier, I wouldn't have been afraid of him refining this physical body. Since he had a physical body, I always like to kick him twice when he has nothing to do. It seems that he has completely forgotten who helped him refine this physical body. Fatty, good dogs, don't get in the way. Emperor Kuan grinned. Immediately, Emperor Xuan went to stand under the Thousand Worlds profound treasure tree, looked at Chu Yan's body, and murmured. Kunshan Holy Tomb is about to open. It was originally for Chu Yan. If he doesn't come, why should I open it? Emperor Xuan sighed and was speechless. This time, he, the Tiankuan clan, paid an incomparably huge price, even donating the holy tomb. However, if Chu Yan missed it, wouldn't it be cheaper for others? Hearing Emperor Xuan's words, God Emperor Tianji and Lord Forbidden God all looked helpless, shook their heads, and their faces darkened slightly. Although Chu Yan went to Yinyang Road, the primordial aura he collected was far from enough. In addition, the current Yinyang world is also very different from the Yinyang world in ancient times. Therefore, in the end, the primordial aura still depends on the holy tomb of Kunshan. Because of this, Chu Yan wants to control the Xuanhuan sword. This time the Kunshan holy tomb is opened, which is very important. The realm of spirit and soul is enough, and the holy tomb of Kunshan is about to be opened. Now it is almost half successful, and the next step is to rely on Chu Yan himself. However, Chu Yan went to the Yinyang realm 3 times in a row to collect the source of divine martial arts. The situation he faced was extremely dangerous. If there was any accident, all previous efforts would be wasted. After all, the first time he still had a physical body, but the next 2 times, he didn't even have a physical body at all, so his strength would naturally be affected. Moreover, every 3 months, as long as 3 months have passed, you must return to the 10-direction starfield, and then go to the Yinyang realm again. So repeatedly. There is also the possibility of the secret being leaked, and if it is seen by the group of gods above, the trouble will be even greater. Although Chu Yan's soul is strong, he can travel freely between the 2 worlds without the need for a crater passage, and the Lord of Forbidden Gods moved the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 worlds to Mount Xuan. With the spiritual power of the mystical treasure tree of 1,000 realms, Chu Yan's body is protected, but risks also exist. Just when the big brothers were thinking more and more worried, suddenly, a black streamer suddenly appeared above the sky, like a black meteor, across the sky, directly submerged into Chu Yan's body. In an instant, an extremely powerful aura surged out from the black-robed body. Wherever it passes, the sky and the earth are empty, even the power of the divine breath on the mystical treasure tree of 1,000 realms, all of them are reduced to dust. This time back, it was completely different from before. Chu Yan returned directly to the physical body, not in the form of the soul body. After practicing for a while, he continued to go to the Yinyang realm. However, the movement and momentum of returning to the physical body is too strong. This is the Tianji God Emperor, Emperor Xuan and other big bosses who were present all jumped up, stood up together, stared at Chu Yan, and all looked shocked. Boom, boom. The void exploded layer by layer, the mysterious treasure tree of 1,000 realms trembled violently, and the terrifying aura on Chu Yan's body was like a raging flood, and the power of the soul merged with the physical body at an extremely fast speed. Such a change immediately made the faces of all the bosses present change, and their eyes were fixed on Chu Yan's body. Call. A sudden gust of wind rushed directly from Chu Yan's body, and the terrifying power that erupted shook the sky and the earth, and the spirit cloud storm that was picked up was tens of feet high. The body of the 1,000 realms, profound treasure tree seemed to be hit hard by some force, and the whole tree trembled. At the same time, a large amount of tree brilliance burst out from the tree, penetrating into Chu Yan's body like countless stars and vast oceans. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yan's cultivation base skyrocketed crazily. What's going on here? This is not the breath of the semi-holy realm at all. Could it be? His soul, is more than 10 times stronger. Unexpectedly, he really did it. That layer of mystery has finally been touched by him. Ha ha ha. The big bosses present, that one is not the giant who shakes one side of the 10-direction star field, just glanced at it, and instantly understood that Chu Yan's gains in the yin-yang world were extremely huge. Sure enough, this kid did not disappoint. Just the source of divine martial arts on his body has already reached 1/3 of that of Aoki Sword God. Especially the power of the soul, which is so powerful that it is not even worse than the few giants present. Boom, boom. The next moment, Chu Yan's body floated in the air and slowly rose towards the sky, while below him, the mystic treasure tree of 1,000 realms rose from the ground, leaving the soil layer, and rising together with Chu Yan. 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree. The Lord of Forbidden God exclaimed in surprise, and shouted anxiously. This 1,000 worlds profound treasure tree, even among the ancient gods, is a famous spiritual tree, but now. Boom. Without waiting for the Lord of Forbidden Gods to do anything, a crack suddenly exploded on the tree body, and a large amount of tree brilliance and divine light, like a river pouring out, crazily involved in Chu Yan's body in the sky. Not only the mysterious treasure realm of 1,000 realms, but also the Nuoda Tiankuan clan in different time and space, countless spiritual peaks trembled in unison. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy is boiling and rushing like a tide, like countless rivers, rushing in the sky, all rushing towards Chu Yan's physical body. The world of different time and space of the entire Tiankuan clan was shattered. Damn, Chu Yan, you are going to tear down my lair, I will fight you hard. Seeing this scene, Emperor Kuan was so anxious that he was going crazy, shouting loudly, desperately transmitting sound to Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness. The extent to which Chu Yan devoured the spiritual power of heaven and earth was too terrifying, as if he wanted to swallow all the spiritual power of heaven and earth in this world. #C2736 I am back. In Chu Yan's body, the Jinqi of the 5 elements surged like a tide, like a mighty Nujiang river. After breaking through from the original Rakshasa true Qi to the 5 elements true Qi, the effect of the same source of true Qi and heaven and earth spiritual Qi is extremely terrifying. Compared with before, there is a huge difference between the two. If so, Luo Sha is really just a powerful martial artist's true Qi, then the 5 elements true Qi can almost be equivalent to the spiritual source of heaven and earth in any continental world. The difference between the two is huge. Just like the world of martial spirits, as we all know, those who are strong in the divine realm can open up their own divine world. And if you want to open up your own divine world, the most basic requirement is to have true energy equal to the spiritual source of heaven and earth. But now, many of the bosses standing at the scene are powerful in the divine realm, and they are all too familiar with such scenes and visions. Therefore, they have already guessed that Chu Yan's trip to the yin-yang realm has gained more than just primordial aura. I am afraid that the real harvest is much greater than what they imagined. When all the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth gathered around Chu Yan's body, the 5 elements of true energy rushed out from Chu Yan's body, burning like a ball of 5-colored flames between the heavens and the earth. So far, the 5 elements true Qi appeared in the 10 directions starfield for the first time, announcing the birth of a peerless powerhouse. Not bad. Not bad. This kid is really good. Tian Jishan's eyes were almost narrowed into crescent moons, and his face was full of approving smiles. Not only the God Emperor Tianji, but all the bigwigs present were all surprised. Looking at Chu Yan, their eyes were shining brightly. However, what they didn't expect was that after the 5-element Jinqi around Chu Yan's body was fully gathered, there was no aura to calm down. On the contrary, the 5-colored flames continued to rise, as if they had accumulated endless power, and they were about to erupt in an instant. Boom. Sure enough, with a loud and earth-shattering sound, the 5 elements true Qi on Chu Yan's body exploded, and the momentum of his whole body soared again. What? Still coming. Xuanhuan's face changed drastically in an instant, and his whole face twitched violently. As the emperor of the Kuan clan, his demon soul is connected to the entire Tian Kuan clan in different time and space, and he can clearly sense that Chu Yan's act of devouring the spiritual power of heaven and earth just now almost reimbursed his Tian Kuan clan. 30% of the spiritual source of heaven and earth. Now, seeing that Chu Yan had no intention of giving up at all, Emperor Kuan was so frightened that his face turned green. Moreover, the current Chu Yan's physical cultivation has reached the 5th heaven of the Holy Realm, and his divine realm has reached the demigod realm. Although in the Yin and Yang realm, Chu Yan's soul realm has reached the 5th heaven of the God realm, but after merging with the deity's physical body, under the ebb and flow, the physical body improves and the soul descends. The realm of the physical body, the realm of the Holy Emperor, the realm of the 5 heavens, the realm of the soul, and the realm of the demigod. Strictly speaking, Chu Yan's current cultivation realm is the 5th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. However, the combat power has already approached the 2nd level of the God realm. This is the same as before he went to the Yin-Yang realm. He has also improved 6 heaven and earth realms, which is more than 10 times stronger than the cultivation speed of all the big brothers present. But even so, Chu Yan still wants to break through again. Saint Rakshasa, come out! With a roar, between the heaven and the earth, a huge mountain-like demon body shattered the sky with a punch, strode out, and appeared above the void. The endless billowing devilish energy, like a black cloud, surged into the heaven and earth, covering all directions. At this time, around the demon body of the holy Rakshasa himself, there is no Rakshasa true energy anymore, but the incomparably pure 5-element true energy. The power of the holy Rakshasa himself has been increased by more than 5 times. This trip to the world of Yin and Yang has gained a lot. Seniors. Above the sky, Chu Yan's figure stood up slowly, his eyes opened, and the sun, moon and stars in his eyes swept across the world, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said lightly, "I'm back." When this sentence came out, everyone in the audience was stunned at the same time. For almost 2 years, Chu Yan's physical body sat cross-legged on the mystical treasure tree of 1,000 worlds for so long, and now, he finally came back. As for Chu Yan, 2 years, traveling back and forth between the 10 directions starfield and the Yin-Yang realm, while collecting the primordial aura, while tempering the source power of the divine martial arts, the time passed quickly, but also very slowly. In this way, seeing the God Emperor Tianji and the others again, I immediately felt a sense of intimacy, and it came to life leisurely. "You boy." The God Emperor Tianji looked at Chu Yan and smiled softly. "Come back as soon as you come back, and make such a big commotion, and don't look at the time. If you miss the time, we old guys will die here in a hurry." Hearing the words of God Emperor Tianji, Chu Yan smiled and apologized. "Don't talk about this. Chu Yan, tell me quickly, how did you do it? This realm has improved so much all of a sudden, what is going on with this true energy?" Xuanhuan couldn't bear it, and hurried forward, grabbed Chu Yan and asked. Compared with the other giants, Emperor Kuan is now more eager than anyone else to restore his cultivation. Now he sees Chu Yan constantly breaking through the realm, and it is difficult for him to restore his cultivation. Not only Emperor Kuan, but also several bigwigs present, including Situ Yang, surrounded him with curiosity when they heard this question. This? Chu Yan hesitated a little. After all, his 5-element chi was obtained by using the spirit veins and the 5 gods and beasts in the Yin-Yang world. And these are all his trump cards. He was extremely careful before, and even the few people present didn't know all about it. In the world of Yin and Yang, martial artists do not use martial souls to cultivate, but use spiritual veins. In my Yin and Yang world, I took away a corpse, and his body. Not to mention that he definitely couldn't hide, so Chu Yan could only open his mouth and tell some of the situation and experiences of the Yin-Yang world to the few big brothers present. This said, it took a full half an hour to give a rough idea of the promotion of the 5 Qi and true Qi, as well as the matter of the Yin and Yang world. What? The Broken Soul Valley in the Yin-Yang realm can directly lead to the God realm. The complexions of the several big men present all changed, they looked at each other, and frowned slightly at the same time. If it is true as what Chu Yan said, then in addition to the 10-direction star field and the road to the broken Saint Heaven Pavilion, there is another passage leading to the God realm. However, in this way, the difficulty is much smaller. After all, Xingtian Pavilion is backed by Xinyu. Anyone who wants to break the rules, smash Xingtian Pavilion, and open the passage to Xingtian, Xinyu will not agree. Although the power of God's domain cannot be directly applied to the starfield of the 10 directions, with a little support, the strength of Xingtian Pavilion is not something that ordinary forces and warriors can resist. This point, last time Aoki Sword God personally tried it with his physical body and divine body. Xinyu also knows about this channel. Chu Yan added. What? Then. Hearing Chu Yan's supplementary words, the faces of all the giants present suddenly changed. By the way, brother, that Li Mingdao has come to see you several times, and it seems that there is something wrong. Situyang said suddenly. #C2737 The Land of Demon Ancestors. Li Mingdao is the most low-key and mysterious young master of the Fox clan among the 7 great clans. In the past few years, the 10 directions starfield has been turbulent, and all forces are ready to move. Whether it is the 3 major forces or the 7 great clans, they all show their abilities. I hope to take this opportunity to soar into the sky. However, only the Fox clan seem to ignore it completely, and even the strong members of the clan all returned to the clan and seldom walked around outside. Li Mingdao. The Fox clan. Chu Yan was startled. He never imagined that at this time, Li Mingdao would suddenly find him. That's right, and it seems that my father has followed him here several times. Situyang knew Li Mingdao, and replied. His father. That's not the patriarch of the Fox clan. Chu Yan was really surprised by this. That is the patriarch of the Fox clan, one of the 7 great war clans, who actually came here several times in person, which shows that things are really important. That's fine, wait this time, after going to Tiankuan Holy Tomb, go to the Fox clan, to have a look. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, looked at Situyang and replied. Sacred Tomb of Tiankuan. I rely on. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Emperor Kuan was still thinking about whether to ask Situyang to find a way to go to the Yin-Yang world to get a physical body and come back to practice with spiritual veins. But when he heard Chu Yan's words, he jumped up immediately. Hurry up, follow me, if you don't go, it's too late. Without saying a word, he directly pulled Chu Yan up and flew towards the distant sky. Now, Chu Yan's first action plan has been completed. After completing the cultivation of the source of divine martial arts and breaking through the realm of the soul, according to the method of Qingmu Jianshen, the only thing to do next is to collect the primordial aura in the Godhead, enhance the power of the sword, and then control the Xuanhuan sword. At that time, using the primordial spiritual energy to continuously increase the sword power, it may be able to reach 10 times the sword power of the Qingmu sword god, and smash the holy curtain of the Xingtian Pavilion. That's not right. Emperor Kuan, didn't you say that the Holy Tomb of Kunshan will be opened 5 years later? It's only been 2 years. Chu Yan followed behind Emperor Kuan, seeing his anxious expression, he couldn't help asking in doubt. At the beginning, when Emperor Kuan gritted his teeth and promised to open the Holy Tomb of Kunshan, he clearly said it would be 5 years. 5 years. 5 years. It's because of you. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Emperor Kuan gritted his teeth, turned his head and glared at Chu Yan, and replied with bloodshot eyes. Originally it was 5 years, but you boy, come back as soon as you come back, but when the spirit returned to its place, there was such a big commotion that swallowed nearly 30% of the sky, earth, spirit of my Kuan clan, source. For the last few words, Emperor Kuan almost gritted his teeth, squeezing each word out from between his teeth. If it weren't for Chu Yan, if it was someone else, maybe Emperor Kun would directly transform into his body and swallow him in one bite. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it either. Chu Yan replied apologetically. After all, when one's soul touches the threshold of the divine realm, and after the yin-yang world breaks through to the fifth heaven of the divine realm, when returning to the physical body, it is natural that the soul and the physical body need to be refused. Although the gap between the soul and the body is too great, resulting in the final state, it was fixed at the fifth heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. However, the five elements true qi is terrifying after all, and merging with the physical body will definitely consume much more heaven and earth spiritual resources than merging with the soul. And several big brothers, in order to ensure the safety of Chu Yan's physical body, hid Chu Yan's physical body in the Tian Kuan clan's residence, also for insurance. Therefore, in this way, Chu Yan's soul can only devour the spiritual source of heaven and earth in the Kuan clan. And these spiritual sources of heaven and earth were all collected by Emperor Kun bit by bit from the ancient times to the present, and accumulated through 3 eras. But I didn't expect that Chu Yan swallowed nearly 30% of it in one breath. How could I not feel distressed? Leave this alone. Emperor Kun naturally understood these reasons, and he didn't really mean to blame Chu Yan. It's just that because you came here, the spiritual source of the Kunchen Holy Tomb was greatly lost, which caused a change and suddenly opened in advance. Therefore, now we must go there as soon as possible. If we miss it, we will have to wait another 5 years. While speaking, Emperor Kun took Chu Yan with him, but he had already arrived at a large hall, before the gate of the hall. These are 2 Kun beads. You can bring them with you, and you can enter the Holy Tomb of Kunchen. The 2 9-color flowing orbs were carefully handed to Chu Yan by Emperor Kun, as if holding his own son. Kunzu. Chu Yan looked at the 2 Kun beads in Xuanhuan's hand, and his eyes lit up. This is a good thing. The Dragon Ball of the Dragon Clan, the Kun bead of the Kun clan, and the Golden Pill of the Ping clan, these are the 3 greatest treasures in the world of monsters and beasts. Boy, don't think about it anymore, just these 2, one goes in, one comes out, and there are no more. Emperor Kun looked at Chu Yan's fiery eyes, and of course knew what he was going to do, so he quickly shook his head like a drum. At the beginning, Situ Yang also wanted to sneak into the treasury of the Kun clan and take a few Kun beads, but he was poisoned by the Kun beads, and now his life is still in the hands of the Kun emperor. With this lesson, Chu Yan didn't dare to mess around, nodded, and put away the 2 Kun beads. Senior Xuanhuan, is the Holy Tomb of Kunchen located in this hall? Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the hall in front of him, and asked. Logically speaking, the Kunchen Holy Tomb should not be small. How could it fit in such a large hall? Of course not. This is the ancestral hall of my Kun clan. Emperor Kun looked towards the hall and replied respectfully. Ancestral palace? Chu Yan was startled. There is no ancestral hall for the general monster race. You haven't heard of it, so it's normal. There was a look of arrogance on Emperor Kun's face. Looking at Chu Yan's expression, he was full of pride. Our monster race is different from you humans, but there are clear distinctions. According to the quality of the bloodline and the strength of the race, only monsters with a bloodline of the heaven rank are eligible to establish the ancestral hall. Among the heavenly bloodlines, my Kun clan, barely counting the Dragon and Pung clans, is considered the strongest bloodline. This time, the Holy Tomb of the Kun clan is open, and anyone who has a monster clan with an ancestral hall can participate. Speaking of this, Emperor Kun pushed open the door of the palace, pulled Chu Yan, and strode in. Let's go first, talk as we go. Due to time constraints, Emperor Kun took Chu Yan directly into the teleportation array in the palace, and with a wave of Kun's breath, the teleportation array quickly started. A large stream of light rushed up, and the figures of Chu Yan and Emperor Xuan disappeared directly into the hall. After about 100 breaths, when Chu Yan and Emperor Xuan reappeared, they had already arrived in another world. This is a green world formed by tall mountains and forests, full of strong evil spirits everywhere, and the spiritual energy between the heaven and the earth is extremely chaotic. This is the land of the demon ancestors. Xuanhuan smiled, looked at the green world in front of him, and took a deep breath. #C2738 White Robe. Hundreds of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, towering ancient trees and rolling mountains are everywhere. Between the heavens and the earth, there is a hint of pure evil spirit in the rich spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. When Chu Yan landed on the ground, he raised his eyes and glanced over. In addition to the forest and mountains, there were countless animal shadows, shuttled and undulated between the mountains. So many monsters. Although Chu Yan knew that this was the land of the 100 demon ancestors before he came, but when he saw the monster beasts all over the mountains, like a scene of beast tide, his heart still trembled. Beast tide. From ancient times to the present, they are all monsters and beasts, creating an invincible myth. In the world of human warriors, when anyone hears the word beast tide, they will be scared out of their wits and their face will change drastically. Because, for countless years, in the contact between humans and monsters, it is basically human warriors who occupy the peak. The monsters and beasts are completely human beings for cultivation, and even slavery. This is an absolute status. Most of the monsters have not developed their spiritual intelligence. Even if they have a slightly stronger monster consciousness than wild beasts, they are no match for intelligent human warriors. Even the monster clan has a natural and powerful animal body, and the bloodline inherits the monster cultivator without much training. But in history, in the confrontation between human beings and monsters, almost all human beings occupy an absolute dominant position. But there is only one thing, that is, whenever the beast tide occurs, human beings have no power to resist at all. As the beast hordes passed by, human cities and sect forces would almost all be reduced to ruins. According to the words of the monster beast clan, every occurrence of a beast tide represents the wrath of a monster god. There are too many monsters. Even for countless years, the human race and other races have been used as the main training and killing targets, but it seems that the number of monsters has never decreased. Roar. Just as Chu Yan was pondering, a terrifying roar of a beast sounded in the endless mountains. A roar like thunder, accompanied by a terrifying beast power, swept across the world, billowing like thick smoke, surging forward. Master Xuanzu. This is the voice of the ancestor of the Tianquan clan. In all directions, the countless monsters that were rushing before became excited when they heard this sound. Among the countless mountains, a large number of animal shadows galloped towards the place where the sound came from at extreme speed. Soon, Chu Yan and Emperor Xuan, mixed among the monsters, arrived in front of a tall spiritual peak. When the two of them arrived, the place was already dark, filled with monsters of various races, like an ocean. And above the Lingfang peak, countless colorful clouds gathered, as if all the heaven and earth were dyed and turned into another world. Xuan breathes colorful clouds. Chu Yan was startled. Before, when Chu Yan went to the secret realm of the Antarctic Sea, he had seen quite a few Tianquan tribes, but the only one who really possessed the rosy clouds of Xuan's breath was the Xuanhuan. But now, floating on the top of the Lingfang peak, the monstrous breath of the tall and frighteningly thick middle-aged man is also the breath of Xuan's colorful clouds. This shows that his status in the Xuan clan is definitely not low. This is the ancestor of my Xuan clan. Xuanhuan stood beside Chu Yan. He said in a low voice. Hearing Emperor Xuan's words, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and when he was about to say something again, a wave of monster power swept over, and all the monster clans around fell silent. Everyone, in the name of the elders of the demon ancestor land, I announce that the holy tomb of Kunshan will be opened ahead of schedule." As the words fell, the monster clans around all looked excited, and all stared closely at the ancestor of the Kuan clan above the Lingfeng Peak. All members of the royal family selected by various clans can sign up for the competition, and the time is half an hour. Let's get started. The last sentence, like the sound of rolling thunder, resounded through the heavens and the earth, lingering for a long time. The time is just right. Let's go. Emperor Kuan's eyes were shining brightly, and he spoke anxiously. Swish. Swish. The two of them had just started flying, and among the endless mountains around them, huge or peculiar monsters roared in unison, and the terrifying beast power gathered together to create a huge wave of monster power. Since ancient times, or before. Among the monster clans, there is a holy land recognized by all the monster clans. Although the monster clans fought with each other, resulting in countless deaths and injuries, their respect for this land of the demon ancestors has never changed. Every time the demon ancestor land is opened, it means that a strong monster clan will open the holy tomb ancestral land, and the bloodline inheritance in it, regardless of any beast clan, is eligible to participate, and it is completely equal. This is a special way for the Yaozu to strengthen themselves and develop themselves. It is precisely because of this way of existence that the Yaozu have survived in this martial spirit world for so long. Chu Yan followed Emperor Kuan. Instead of flying, he ran wildly all the way. This is exactly the way the monsters and beasts behave. After a full 100 breaths, the two stopped in front of a huge mountain that covered the sky and the sun. Hundreds of colorful altars are arranged in front of this mountain according to a special formation, forming a special place for altars. Although it seems that the area is not small, when more and more monsters arrive, even if they all turn into human forms, the place of the altar will become more and more crowded. This time, Chu Yan really saw the numerical advantage of the Yaozu. What is that? As soon as Chu Yan raised his head, he immediately saw a colorful stone palace sitting on top of a mountain peak. Of course, what surprised Chu Yan was not the stone palace, but the many figures standing in front of the stone palace. These young men and women exuding a strong demonic aura all over their bodies, their cultivation bases are all around the great emperor realm. And beside these young men and women, there are also big men with powerful cultivation bases. But among the crowd of young men and women, there is a strange one who attracts people's attention very much. This person was dressed in a white robe with a jade belt around his waist, showing a luxurious air from top to bottom, but his face had a trace of obscenity, and his eyes swept over the various young women around him. Moreover, one of his hands went around the back of a young woman beside him, groping wantonly, making that young woman's entire face flush with big apples. On the forehead of the white-robed man, there are two spiritual seals on the left and right, which look extremely sharp, giving Chu Yan the feeling of a powerful weapon. However, after scanning his spiritual sense, this white-robed man's demon cultivation is only at the 6th level of the martial emperor realm. But the young woman who was molested by him, who was cultivated to the 4th level of the great emperor realm, did not dare to resist at all. Asshole! Xuanhuan, like Chu Yan, and the demon cultivators around him, all stared at the white-robed demon cultivator, his face full of anger. This guy dared to be so presumptuous in the land of the demon ancestors. As Xuanhuan, his status among the monster clan is definitely not low, but Xuanhuan just reprimanded in a low voice, and the other monster cultivators around were also angry and silent. A martial emperor realm molested a great emperor realm female demon cultivator, while other demon cultivators dared not speak out. This is weird. #C2739 3 Great Demon Gods. Before Chu Yan could ask, on the top of the mountain, the extremely thick figure of Kunzu appeared again. Everyone, announce the rules. Like the sound of a dull thunder drum, the mountains trembled as the sound passed, full of power. See Kunzu. Thousands of demon cultivators gathered around the altar, as well as young men, women, and big bosses above the stone hall, saluted together. Kindness. Kunzu just nodded, and then waved his hand. Countless Kungxia surged, condensing huge beast scripts in midair. This time, according to the rules of the land of the demon ancestors, according to the inheritance of the holy tomb of Kunshan, the three masters, demon god, Shenhai, and Tong Tian, and the designated 9 beast sons do not need to participate in the qualification battle, and can directly enter. Every beast son can appoint a clan elder as a helper. When these words landed, Chu Yan's eyes instantly became astonished. After comprehending the qualification battle, you can also find helpers. There are so many unfair things in this world. It is the first time that Chu Yan, who has participated in various secret realm inheritances, and is eligible to be selected, has seen such rules. Chu Yan, our monster clan is different from your humans. We have a strict hierarchy, and there is a huge disparity in status between high-level blood and low-level blood. This is the natural rule of our monster clan. Of course, Emperor Kuan knew Chu Yan's doubts, and this time he accompanied him, and he would explain these rules to Chu Yan in detail. The so-called beasts are the top existences of the monster races. However, unlike your human sect forces and families, the top existence here does not refer to strength or talent, but the purity of blood. The purer the blood of the monster clan, the more chance it will become the son of beasts of various races. Of course, they are often the princes of various demon clans, with the purest blood. Just like that guy. Emperor Kuan raised his hand, pointed at the young man in white robe who had just molested other monster races, and said. It's just that he just pointed his finger casually, and Emperor Kuan immediately took it back with a look of disgust on his face. Turning to look at Chu Yan, then explained. Among the beasts of the monster race, the one who ranks first is named Li Tianhong. Speaking of this, Emperor Kuan stopped, looked at the row of young demon cultivators in front of the stone palace, sighed slightly, and continued. The 3 supreme monster clans have fallen. I didn't expect that even today, among the 9 recommended beasts, my Kuan clan doesn't even have a qualification. Emperor Kuan smiled wryly and shook his head. The 3 supreme monster clans, with resounding names and noble bloodlines. However, the fact is that the 3 supreme monster races have all declined. This decline refers to not only the decline of sex and forces in the human world. The most important meaning is the number of members of their 3 supreme monster clans. Among the monster races, perhaps the blood is the most respected, and the strength is the sky, but there is another important factor that affects the status of the race, which should be the number. This is extremely important, it represents whether a race is strong or not. In the world of martial spirits, strength is the most important thing. This point is not only about the world of human warriors, but compared to the monster race that respects strength more, is more obvious. Of course, this number does not only refer to the number of individuals, but also refers to the number of strong monsters. The more powerful the demon cultivators are, the more powerful the race is. However, human fighters can change the number of strong men in a sect or faction through various factors such as cultivation and chance. For example, when Chu Yan gave the batch of scrolls to Zhangxiao Pavilion before, Chu Yan judged that it would not take long for a powerful Zhangxiao Pavilion to be born in the world of Yin and Yang. However, such a world can only happen in the world of human warriors. If it is changed to the world of monsters, it is impossible. Because, the strength of the demon cultivator is completely inherited from the blood, and does not rely on external forces at all. There are only 2 ways for monsters to be strong, one is to improve their blood, and the other is to fight. Therefore, if any monster clan wants to become stronger, it must increase the base of the race. If the base is too large, the probability of strong monsters will naturally increase. Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan's constant exchange of spiritual consciousness made Chu Yan understand more and more about the laws of the monster clan. However, at this moment, among the monsters, a strange sound suddenly resounded. Master Kuan-zu, I have objections. When this word fell to the ground, it immediately attracted the eyes of all the monster cultivators in Ciji, and they all looked over. You know, on such a solemn occasion, someone dared to speak indiscriminately, and the one who spoke was only a demon emperor. Huh. Objection. Say. Kuan-zu frowned slightly, and then let go. Kuan's eyes were extremely sharp, looking at the demon cultivator who spoke, and shouted. Status, bloodline, race, these are absolute taboos in the Yaozu. And this demon cultivator of the imperial realm dared to provoke at this time. I have no objection to the 9 beast sons being nominated by the 3 major demon gods, and I respect such demon rules, but... The demon emperor, who had a simple mind and spoke impulsively, had already felt the gazes and pressure from all directions at this moment, and his expression began to become tense. But, that guy is not qualified at all. When these words fell to the ground, the eyes of all the demon cultivators softened instantly, as if they completely forgave the disrespectful act of raising objections by the demon emperor on impulse. The next moment, all the demon cultivators looked at the white-robed youth in front of the stone hall together. That's right, the ligers and tigers are not worthy at all. We have so many monster clans, and his blood of the lion and tiger clan is only in the top 30. That's right, the bloodlines of the top 30 are not worthy of becoming the 9 great beasts at all. The key is this guy, misbehaving, molesting all over the place. Should be punished. For a moment, the crowd was furious, as if a gunpowder keg had been lit. All the demon cultivators pointed at the young man in white robes, and shouted angrily. About this. Hearing the anger of all the monsters, Kuan-zu was also stunned. Hey, you guys are not convinced. Before Kuan-zu could speak, the white-robed liger spoke with a wretched smile. He stepped forward and faced the angry eyes of the audience, with a casual expression, as if he didn't care at all. Don't embarrass Master Kuan-zu about this matter, I will explain it myself. As soon as Liger's words came out, not only did not calm the anger of the audience, but it attracted countless sneering looks. Even Zi Linbing, Mu Yuda, Tong Tieli, and other beasts who were standing aside sneered again and again. This Liger, relying on Lord Tongtian's favor, is unscrupulous, and there are not 10,000 people, but 8,000 people who want to kill him. Cousin, you. A clan elder standing behind Liger's face changed, and he just wanted to stop him, but he shook his head and refused. Cousin, there are some things that should be known to all the demons. When these words landed, the expression of the white-robed lion and tiger changed instantly, and there was a more fierce aura in the eyes of the demon cultivators in the audience. Recommend the new book of Urban Master Lao Shi. #C2740 Amethyst Lion King. However, just as the white-robed liger was about to speak, 2 startled rainbows soared into the sky in the mountains in the distance, galloping towards this side. Wait. There was a sound of explosion and shouting in the air. Obviously it was the sound of the 2 rushing startled rainbows stopping their mouths. However, the white-robed liger did not turn his head, and then spoke to the demon cultivators in front of him. My bloodline, sir, my bloodline ranks 3rd among all beasts. Boom, boom. Above the sky, the 2 shadows of the frightened rainbow that were galloping stopped instantly, and because of the sudden stop, they stepped on a large void. 1 step too late. In the hearts of the 2 scaring rainbow beast shadows, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled at the same time, just like a river surging. Moreover, at the same time they stopped the beast shadow, in front of the stone hall, a powerful beast power shot up from the white-robed lion and tiger. This is the Amethyst bloodline. Being attacked by that powerful beast power, it was like a storm, sweeping through the crowd of demon cultivators, and the faces of all the demons changed drastically in an instant. Even if it is only in the realm of the demon emperor, most of the great demon emperors and holy demons present are all full of fear. Because the amethyst bloodline is extremely noble among the monster clan. Sure enough, his bloodline is not a liger at all, but the bloodline of the immemorial amethyst lion king of the lion clan in legend. Among the monster clans, there are no secrets, and the history of each clan's bloodline is recorded in a detailed monster book. This is the most sacred demon genealogy of the demon clan, representing the supreme status of the demon clan. The monster genealogy not only records the bloodlines and names of the monsters of each clan, but also represents the orthodoxy of a monster clan. Therefore, among the monster clan, the heaviest verdict is removal from the monster spectrum. If it is removed from the demon book, it means that from now on, this demon will no longer be a member of the demon clan, and will never be able to return to the land of the demon gods. According to the records of the Yaopu, the lion clan had the supreme status among the monster clan in ancient times, and even commanded the entire monster clan. There is no other reason, it is because, among the ligers and tigers at that time, the orthodox royal blood was the amethyst lion emperor. However, in the battle of ancient gods and demons, the bloodlines of countless noble monster clans were lost, even the 3 supreme monster clans were lost, not to mention the amethyst lion emperor. Therefore, for countless years, there has never been an amethyst lion emperor bloodline in the liger clan. But now, one of the ligers and tigers has appeared again, which is very meaningful. No wonder he can be favored by Lord Tongtian, so it is for this reason. All the demon cultivators present suddenly understood in their hearts. Even if this white-robed liger has done many bad things and ran amok among the monster clan, Lord Tongtian has always protected him. Sure enough, he still got it out. Above the sky, the 2 beast shadow giants kept shaking their heads with speechless faces. This time, Lord Tongtian probably won't let the 2 of them off easily, and they won't be able to run away with a heavy punishment. As for the grievances of the 2 beast shadow giants above the sky, the white-robed liger didn't seem to respond at all. Instead, with a proud face, he raised his hand and swept across the audience, shouting loudly, "You scumbags, if you continue to babble, I will take the turn of your clan daughter." With a face full of arrogance, nostrils upturned, and the appearance of the 2nd-generation ancestor, all the demon cultivators present, the demon hearts that had calmed down, boiled again in an instant. "You, shameless!" The faces of all the demon cultivators changed, and when they looked at the white-robed ligers, their eyes twitched and their eyes were bloodshot. The most demonic and promiscuous, the most famous one, is the Dragon Clan. It's just that the Dragon Clan is the most straightforward. It seems that all the monster clans who regard reproduction as the most important thing are more or less like this. Just like Emperor Kuan standing next to Chu Yan, the last time he saw a beautiful woman with the fat man was also because of this. Therefore, the words of the white-robed liger are not just words. Noble bloodlines represent powerful status and privileges, just like the Dragon Clan. No one dares to fart if they want to have a relationship with a clan girl of that clan. But now, the white-robed lion tiger, with the blood of the amethyst lion king, can even force all the monster clans to donate beauties so that he can continue the blood of the amethyst lion king. This is a very normal thing in Yaozu. Therefore, the words of the white-robed liger immediately made all the demon cultivators present dare not speak anymore. "Humph. A bunch of scumbags dare to fight me." The proud white-robed liger, with its nostrils upturned, swept across the demon cultivators and snorted coldly, extremely proud. However, at this moment, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded in the group of demon cultivators. "How shameless! Why is this shame getting thicker?" When this sentence landed, everyone in the audience was stunned. Including before the stone palace, the white-robed liger, who was about to turn around, who was originally proud, suddenly had a face full of anger. "Who? Stand up for me, see if I don't take my turn. Hey! The lion and tiger are so angry. When they are so majestic and overwhelming the audience, there are still people who don't have eyes and dare to challenge him, the blood of the purple crystal lion emperor, and are furious on the spot. However, he didn't finish his sentence, but looked at the eyes of the person who spoke, and instantly straightened. Even the entire lion's eyes, as well as the tiger's body, began to tremble. Do you still remember, Xie La Jiao? That voice then sounded, directly making the white-robed liger and the lion's eyes of the whole person light up. Xie La Jiao, that is. No. Impossible. How is it possible? It's you. The expression of the white-robed liger changed instantly, his mouth was wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. That human has come here. The cognition at this moment exploded rumblingly in his mind, billowing thunderclouds, and he was so startled that his demon soul was about to fly. This is the 10-direction star field, and it is also the land of the demon ancestors. How did he get here as a human being? One must know that the plane of Haotian continent, where he was in back, then was far away from the 10-direction star field. If it wasn't for Master Tong Tian, it would be impossible for me to get here. But now, how did this human come here? Liger, long time no see. Good job. Chu Yan stood out of the crowd and appeared in front of the lion and tiger, his eyes twinkling, looking extremely happy. In a word, thousands of rivers and thousands of mountains, it seems like a world away, and now it appears in front of you again, what a fate it is. Although Chu Yan's cultivation base and strength are growing rapidly, he always has a special feeling for Haotian continent. Therefore, seeing the lion and tiger, Chu Yan felt very kind. Chu Yan. It's really you. Liger's eyes instantly turned red, and his voice trembled. He never thought that there would be a day when they would meet again. Okay. Everyone should be clear about the ligers and tigers. It's fine to mention them here, but to the outside world, they must be strictly guarded and not leaked. Otherwise, the monster's name will be changed. In mid-air, Kunzu's words resounded like a thunderclap resounding throughout the audience. And this sentence made all the demon cultivators in the audience change their faces, and their eyes were full of horror. This verdict is extremely heavy. Now, go ahead and announce the rules. Emperor Xuan glanced at the ligers and tigers below, as well as the black-robed young man of the Xuan tribe, with a look of doubt in his eyes. After all, as the elder of the Xuan clan guarding the holy tomb of Kunchen, he has never met this Xuan clan descendant. However, he is guarded here since ancient times, and has never left. Maybe it is a newborn junior, at least, the Xuan clan aura on his body is absolutely unmistakable. #C2741 Kunchen Holy Tomb. Although I am very pleased that there are young people from the younger generations of the Xuan family participating this time, but the Xuan ancestors are naturally selfless in taking on this important task. Just glanced at Chu Yan, Kunze looked away, and continued to announce. Except for the 9 beasts, the next entry qualifications require everyone present to compete fairly. This time, there are a total of 350 qualifications allowed to enter the Kunchen Holy Tomb. The Tiankuan token of our Xuan clan will be used as a token, 350 tokens, and the winner can enter the Holy Tomb of Kunchen. And after entering the Kunchen Holy Tomb, within 5 days, the 3 people who get the most kunzu will become the candidates for the final competition, and the winner can get this inheritance. Having said that, after the basic rules were announced, Kunzu paused for a while, letting all the monster races present memorize and understand these rules. As for the people who have fallen far away, as long as they can get the kunzu, they can use the blood essence of the Xuan clan and the kunzu to improve the bloodline of the demon cultivator. This time, the internal inheritance and selection of the monster clan will never be like the world of human warriors, where thousands of troops cross the single plank bridge. In contrast, it is even a welfare opportunity to help the younger generation of Yaozu to improve and break through. Therefore, you will not get nothing just because you lose the election. Just 350 Kuan beads are priceless treasures for every monster clan. According to the traditional rules of our monster race, this fight is a matter of life and death. Start. As soon as a word landed, the start was announced very suddenly. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a large piece of sunlight rushed out of his hand like a tide. In this glow, there are 350 heavenly Kuan tokens. Boom. 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 Almost at the moment when the 350 heavenly Kuan tokens appeared, the crowd of demon cultivators below, with countless powerful demonic aura, soared into the sky. Liger, see you in the Holy Sepulchre. Originally standing with the lion and tiger, Chu Yan, who was chatting happily, raised his head, looked at Tian Kunling flying above his head, and immediately said to the lion and tiger, his figure rose from the ground at the same time. The large expanse of Kungxia surged like a flood, and wherever it passed, all kinds of monsters coming from around were knocked away. This Xuanhuan pearl is really good. Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and he caught a Tiankuan token in an instant, and at the same time secretly said with a surprised face. 350 Tiankuan tokens seemed like a lot, but compared to the thousands of demon cultivators present, they were all robbed almost instantly. Some demon cultivators even lost sight of their targets without seeing the shadow of Tian Kunling clearly. Chu Yan got a Tiankuan token, and stepped aside, no longer participating. In less than half a stick of incense, the entire snatching of the Tiankuan order was quickly over. No matter if you got it, you were full of surprise, or you didn't get it, you looked frustrated, all 350 qualifications were sold out. Master Tong Tian, please open the Kunshan Holy Tomb. In the sky, Kuan-Zu didn't waste any time, and when he saw that Tian Kuan ordered the snatch to be completed, he announced loudly. Rumble. In an instant, in the mountains in the distance, a large sea monster cloud suddenly appeared, carrying the sky and the earth, and turning it into an endless demon space. The majestic demon cloud domain. Sweeping across the world, completely covering the entire sky. Above the clouds, thousands of golden lights shone, and a tall tiger shadow appeared above the black clouds, with a pair of tiger eyes shining with golden light like the sun. White tiger. Chu Yan glanced at it, and his expression changed drastically. Because, among the countless golden lights, what appeared was a huge snow-white tiger. If it wasn't for his body, without a trace of other variegated colors, Chu Yan would have almost recognized him as his white tiger spirit. The same gold system. Such a coincidence. The pupils of the unicorn flickered, and Chu Yan glanced over, and suddenly found that this white tiger, who looked like the king of the earth, turned out to be a gold-type monster, with a gold-type beast power, dyed the entire sky into gold and white. World. Boom. 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 With the tiger's step, the sky and the mountains on the ground trembled. Every step of the tiger's step seemed to crush the world. This kind of tiger's power is completely the power of the king of beasts. Although it is much worse than the white tiger spirit, it is still an extremely rare existence among the monsters. Kunzu, please. Above the black clouds all over the sky, the golden light shines in the sky, and the huge white tiger monster stepped on the sky of the altar in a few steps, and spoke to Kunzu. Tian Kuan Wanji soul, my blood shines on the clan soul. The ancestor of Tiankuan bit it lightly, opened his mouth, and spit out a mouthful of purple blood, which sprinkled to the sky and the earth. Open! Lord Tong Tian didn't hesitate at all. The moment the blood essence of the ancestor of Tiankuan spilled into the world, his body was full of monstrous beast power, shaking the sky and the sea of clouds, all boiling together. Where the black cloud passed, a vacuum suddenly appeared in the mountains below. The cloud wave swept across, and under the rushing and sweeping, one could see the outline at a glance, obviously it looked like a gate. Rumble. The sky and the earth thundered, countless rays of light surged from around the gate, a ray of mysterious light shone, and the gate slowly opened. The holy tomb of Tiankuan has been opened, all those who have received the order of Tiankuan, enter quickly. Lord Tongtian shouted loudly. Walk. Xie Linbing, Mu Wuda, Tongtieli, Shihu, and other 9 beasts are the closest and the fastest to respond. With a loud shout, the 9 beasts rolled up a large monster wind, and 9 beast shadows soared into the sky, flew straight towards the Xuanhuan gate, and flew away. Xie Linbing, Mu Wuda, Tongtieli, and other 8 beast sons all had dignified and solemn faces. What Liger said just now sounded like a joke, but in fact it had a great impact on the 8 of them. Amethyst Lion Emperor Bloodline. Before today, none of them would have thought that the most inconspicuous Liger would be the one with the deepest secrets. The opponent who was no threat at first turned out to be the biggest threat now, which instantly made their mood heavy. Regardless of the competition for the inheritance of Tiankuan's holy tomb today, or the competition for the position of the orc monster in the future, for them, Ligers and tigers are a huge threat. Therefore, there is no need to discuss at all. The 8 beasts have already thought in their hearts, taking advantage of today's opportunity, they must suppress the Liger, and it is best to abolish him. Let's go in too. Chu Yan's eyes kept chasing the 8 beasts, and he turned his head and said to the lion and tiger after they all entered. Liger has been following Chu Yan since he discovered Chu Yan. Good. The lion and tiger nodded, and the demon breath rushed away, followed behind Chu Yan, and rushed towards the mysterious light gate in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the 2 entered the gate at the same time and disappeared on the spot. After rushing into the door, Chu Yan seemed to have passed through a thick layer of clouds. He couldn't see or smell anything, and his eyes were full of blurred clouds. When his eyes widened, it appeared on a huge island. #C2742 Deity. At a glance, on the surface of the endless vast sea, such islands seem to be endless and densely packed, and they are everywhere on the entire surface of the sea. Seeing the countless small islands, Chu Yan was stunned. I have seen the sea a lot, but I have never seen it before. It is all a sea of small islands. Standing on the island under his feet, all he could see were all kinds of islands within the limits of his eyesight. These islands are basically the same, except for the different colors and sizes, the shapes are exactly the same. Why are there so many islands? A trace of doubt flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. If there are islands all around, then go there to find the corpses of the gods in the holy tomb of Kunshan. These are not islands. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Chu Yan's ear. Turning his head to look, he found that the figure of Emperor Kuan was slowly walking out from the crack in the void, and said with a solemn expression. Why did you come in? Chu Yan was taken aback. Depend on. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Emperor Kuan, who had a sad face, couldn't help but uttered a foul language. I am the Emperor of the Sky Kuan. Unable to bear it at all, Emperor Kuan roared violently. Oh. I almost forgot. Chu Yan chuckled suddenly and shook his head. Maybe other people need qualifications and conditions to enter the Kunshan holy tomb, but for Emperor Kuan it should not be necessary. However, before entering, at the place of the altar, Emperor Kuan kept a low profile and kept silent, making Chu Yan think that he had no intention of coming in. Humph. Chu Yan, you have to know that if Kunzu knows that I bring a human into the Kunshan holy tomb, the consequences will be very serious. Emperor Kuan said with an indignant expression on his face. I see. Hearing Emperor Kuan's words, Chu Yan immediately understood and nodded slightly. No wonder, as a human being, I followed a group of monsters and entered their demon ancestor land just now without any accidents. From the beginning to the end, no monster doubted his identity. It seems that all of this is due to the Xuanhuang's contribution, and it is related to the Xuanhuang bead he gave himself before. From the ancient times to the present, there are no more than 300 aliens who can enter the land of the demon ancestors. Among them, there are more than 200 corpses. Emperor Xuan continued to explain. What about the remaining 100? Chu Yan asked. God. Emperor Xuan turned his head and looked at Chu Yan with thunderous eyes, as if these two words carried infinite power. God Venerable. Even if it was Chu Yan, when he heard these two words, his eyes trembled, and his face was full of disbelief. God. In the ancient times, the most powerful cultivation realm of the Protoss. It is said that it is the ultimate realm of cultivation in this martial arts world. Once cultivated to the state of God Venerable, you can break the boundary wall of this martial arts world, leave this martial arts world, and travel to the outer star field from then on, entering the infinite sea of star fields. However, all these are legends. The God-level powerhouses in the 10 Directions star field may all know such legends, but no one has ever seen them with their own eyes. After all, the primordial Protoss no longer exists, and it is said that only the primordial Protoss can cultivate to the realm of the gods. Other races have never had a godly power. There really are powerful gods. Chu Yan still couldn't believe it. After all, Chu Yan has practiced martial arts for so long, and he still can't believe that there is a limit to martial arts. Certainly. Emperor Xuan lived for hundreds of millions of years and experienced the ancient times. When he heard Chu Yan's question, his eyes immediately flickered. It turned out to be true. Chu Yan was taken aback. At that time, the strongest demon cultivator in our Tianquan clan also reached the realm of demon god. What a pity! With a single sigh, hundreds of millions of years have passed, but the story has gone through all the vicissitudes of life. Emperor Xuan, let's not talk about this, the gods have been lost, it seems that they have left, no matter what it is, should you take me now, and find Xuan's tomb there? Seeing Emperor Xuan's expression, Chu Yan quickly changed the subject. The Tianquan clan, as the 3 supreme monster clans, was the most prosperous era in the ancient times, including the Dragon clan and the Golden-Winged Rock clan. With the decline of the primordial god race, the 3 supreme monster races also declined. This may be the sad thing of Emperor Xuan, and Chu Yan doesn't want to mention more. That's not it. Xuan Huangjing looked sad, and when he heard Chu Yan's question, he was startled at first, as if in a daze, then raised his hand and pointed, and said, "Where are these?" Chu Yan looked blankly, looking in the direction Xuanhuang pointed. There was nothing but the sea and endless islands. Chu Yan, you really didn't see it. These islands are the remains of the ancestor souls of our Tianquan clan. Xuanhuang stared at Chu Yan and said through gritted teeth. What? These islands? Hearing Emperor Xuan's words, a look of shock appeared on Chu Yan's face. The island was actually formed from the bones of the Tianquan clan. On the surface of the sea, there are countless densely packed islands, all of which are the corpses of the Tianquan clan. The number is second. After all, for hundreds of millions of years, the powerful races of the Yaozu have almost all had the same habit. Even when it is lost, it will return to the ancestral tomb as much as possible. Therefore, in the endless years, it is normal for the Tianquan clan to have so many bones. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that almost every one of these islands had an area of more than 10 miles, and as far as he could see, there were even tall spiritual peaks on some of the islands, and the area of the islands below was even larger. Some reach hundreds of miles. Such an island turned out to be the corpse of the Tianquan clan. Chu Yan, last time I was in the Antarctic Sea, I told you that the Kuns you saw were young Kuns. Emperor Xuan naturally knew why Chu Yan was surprised, so he smiled slightly and explained. A grown-up Xuan, you haven't seen it yet. Isn't this too big? With a swish, Chu Yan soared into the sky and flew towards the sky. His eyes flickered with unicorn light, and looked towards the island on the sea. Sure enough, each island is very large, and the largest number is the kind of island with a radius of nearly 10 miles. And there are some, the area is extremely huge, a full 100 miles in size. On those exceptionally large islands, there will almost always be a spiritual peak standing tall. From the appearance, it is exactly the same as the ordinary island that Chu Yan has seen. As expected of the three supreme monster clans, the Tiankuan clan, known for their volume, is amazing. Now, even Chu Yan was shocked and praised. It is impossible to imagine that the beast body of the Tiankuan clan will be so huge and terrifying. If in the ancient times, the Tiankuan clan would have randomly dispatched 100 adult Tiankuan, the entire sky would have been completely covered. Swish! When Chu Yan landed, there was another figure, beside Emperor Kuan. #C2743, do you want beauty? The person who came was the white-robed liger. He came here from another place, tearing apart the void continuously. So they are slower than Chu Yan and the others, but they travel a long distance. The door of mysterious light that entered was obviously a random teleportation formation, and all the 359 demon cultivators who entered the Kunshan Holy Tomb were scattered to various parts of the Kunshan Holy Tomb. Haha, Chu Yan, I didn't expect that your cultivation base is even higher than mine. Seeing Chu Yan, the white-robed lion and tiger suddenly became happy again, and laughed loudly. Chu Yan, he is. Of course Emperor Kuan knew who the white-robed liger was, but he didn't know why Chu Yan knew the young master of the liger clan. Huh? Who are you? Not only Xuanhuan, but even the white-robed lion and tiger looked puzzled when they saw Xuanhuan. In particular, he felt a trace of blood coercion on Xuanhuang's body, which shocked him even more. After all, with his bloodline of the purple crystal lion emperor, among the entire monster clan, there are very few monster clans that can form bloodline coercion against him. The bloodline of the amethyst lion emperor is not bad. Xuanhuang and the white-robed liger looked at each other, and Xuanhuang said, "What? Make do." Hearing Emperor Kuan's words, the white-robed liger exploded immediately, and jumped up with anger on his face. You know, before the stone palace, he was of the blood of the amethyst lion emperor, but he suppressed the whole audience, and even Lord Liantian looked at him differently. But now, in this guy's mouth, it turned into, make do. How can this make the white-robed lion and tiger not angry, and directly open their mouths? Humph. I belong to the young clan of the liger clan, and I have the blood of the amethyst lion emperor. You are a monster there, how dare you disrespect me? Looking at your appearance, I guess you are a low-level demon clan. Although the white-robed lion and tiger had felt the strong blood in Emperor Kuan's body before, he would never admit defeat and said directly, "Low-level monster race. You are so brave." This time, it was Emperor Kuan's turn to be angry, and the Emperor Kuan's aura on his body exploded in an instant, pressing down heavily on the white-robed lion and tiger. I am the Emperor of the Tian Kuan clan, you dare to call me a low-level monster clan, are you looking for death? Xuanhuang said angrily. Heaven! Heaven Kuan clan emperor! The eyeballs of the white-robed lion and tiger almost flew out, and the whole body trembled under the pressure of the Kuan emperor's terrifying aura, with an expression of disbelief all over his face. He really. Turning his head with difficulty, looking at Chu Yan, the face of the white-robed lion and tiger turned pale. Seeing the questioning gaze of the white-robed lion and tiger, Chu Yan immediately nodded with a chuckle, spread his hands, and looked sympathetic. There is no way, the bloodlines of the Yaozu are strict, and whoever told him to be okay, went to provoke Xuanhuang. This time, he directly kicked an iron plate, which was considered a complete load. Originally, his amethyst lion king bloodline was considered an extreme bloodline. Except for the three supreme monster clans, there were really not many monster clan bloodlines that could compete with it. Even among the three supreme monster clans, the ordinary dragon, Xuan and Ping clansmen can't directly suppress him, except. But he provoked Emperor Xuan, who is the most powerful existence among the very few. Even among the demon clan, the current three major demon gods are probably weaker than Xuanhuan in terms of blood. Golem. The white-robed liger glared at Emperor Xuan, swallowed with a grunt, his entire face turned green. See Lord Xuanhuan for that, I didn't recognize the little one. Your lord will not count the faults of the villain, and you will definitely send some fox beauties as an apology. The white-robed lion and tiger are at an extremely high level of adapting to the wind. Fox clan beauty. Really? Hearing the words of the white-robed liger, the coercion disappeared in seconds, and Emperor Xuan's eyes lit up. Looking at the white-robed liger, his eyes brightened. Of course, it's not right for apprentices to respect their master. Apprentice. Master. Hearing the words of the white-robed lion and tiger, Emperor Xuan and Chu Yan were taken aback at the same time. Damn, you're dreaming. Emperor Xuan reacted and roared directly. I, Emperor Xuan, never accept disciples, give up. Hey, master, don't be so heartless. If it's not possible, I'll add 2 more snake beauties. The white-robed liger rubbed his hands and smiled coquettishly. Snake, the beauties of the snake tribe. Emperor Xuan's eyes lit up again. Ahem, this. If you really want to worship under the name of Emperor Xuan, it's not impossible, but you need to investigate for a while first. Xuanhuang's reaction turned 180 degrees. He said it was absolutely impossible before, but now it needs to be investigated. Chu Yan stood aside, watching the two of them discussing the beauty and apprenticeship, speechless. He could see that this white-robed liger was still the same as before, and that Fatty Situ was completely a southern bandit and a northern prostitute, definitely the same thing. However, Chu Yan also knew that the reason why Emperor Xuan agreed to the lion and tiger to investigate him was of course not only because of the beauties of the Fox clan and the beauties of the Snake clan. After all, the blood of the Amethyst Lion King is extremely noble among the monster clan. But it was also for this reason that the white-robed liger was in an extremely awkward situation. That is, in the entire monster clan, no one dared to accept him as an apprentice and pass on his bloodline skills. After all, if the bloodline is lower than him, no matter how high the demon cultivator is, he is not qualified to accept him as a disciple. But there is no one with a higher bloodline than him, except for the emperors of the 3 supreme demon clans. However, the 3 supreme monster clans have all fallen, and it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to find the emperor of the 3 clans. Even the Ping clan, it is said that the whole clan was lost, not a single one was alive. This matter, let's talk about it later. Emperor Xuan suddenly changed his face, turned to look at Chu Yan, and said anxiously. Hurry up, someone has found something in the holy tomb of Kunshan. Let's act quickly. We must find the tomb of the ancestors as soon as possible. When the words fell to the ground, the Emperor Xuan waved his big hand, and the sky filled with clouds of clouds poured out, condensing into a huge ray of light in the air, and rushing towards the sky. Quick, follow it. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the 3 of them shot up into the sky at the same time, chasing after the Shaguang eel. Flying all the way, the 3 kept chatting, and Chu Yan also told Shihu the reason why he got mixed into the land of the demon ancestors this time. As for the white-robed lion and tiger, Chu Yan has always regarded him as a brother, and of course he will not hide anything. Now that Emperor Xuan is leading the way, as long as they find the ancestral tomb of the Xuan clan, they can find the god's corpse. This is much faster than looking around by yourself. At this moment, the more than 30 demon cultivators who entered the holy tomb of the Xuan clan have spread across the entire sea area, and began to search for the Kunzu. However, Zi Linbing, Mu Wuda, Tongtieli, and other 8 beasts were looking for the Kunzu, and at the same time they were looking for the white-robed liger. And farther away, the old liger who was thrown off by the white-robed liger as soon as he entered the holy tomb of Kunshan was also looking for the white-robed liger with a dark face. At the same time, outside the holy tomb of Kunshan, in the continuous mountains of the land of the demon ancestors, in a hidden place, one of the demon gods, Mr. Shanhai, was discussing something with some kind of void will. #C2744 Open the Tomb. Master Shanhai is one of the 3 major demon gods of the current demon clan. Like Master Tong Tian and Lord Yaoshan, the 3 titled gods of the demon clan, they are honored as adults by all demon cultivators. In this way, he was admired by all monsters, and among the monster clan, he was like a god. Because the Yaozu are all practicing body refining style, coupled with blood inheritance, their combat power is often stronger than that of warriors of the same level. However, after reaching the Emperor's realm, the body refining method began to show its weakness. Compared with human fighters who cultivated in Kung Fu, with the same imperial cultivation, the physical advantage of the monster race has begun to disappear. After all, after reaching the Emperor realm, the true strength of a warrior is so powerful that it cannot be resisted by physical strength. Even if it is the animal body of the Emperor's realm, it is impossible to resist the powerful true energy cultivation of the Emperor's realm. Therefore, even if the 3 great demon gods have cultivated to the tidal realm, their actual combat power is weaker than that of human fighters. Deep Sea, how is the plan going? In the huge stone palace, the voice of the will in the void was extremely majestic, resounding through the stone palace. There is no problem. When the Kunshan holy tomb was opened, that power had already entered along with it. The beast spirits in the holy tomb should not find it. Ha ha ha, good, good. We just need to wait patiently, and wait for the power to grow slowly. At that time, we can break through in one fell swoop and turn the holy tomb of Kunshan into our. Having said that, the voice of will stopped. This matter must be foolproof. If something goes wrong, Master Shanhai snorted coldly. Rest assured. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the will in the stone hall slowly dissipated, but a coldness flashed in the void, which was still noticed by Master Shanhai. On the other side, in the holy tomb of Kunshan, 3 full hours have passed since the opening of the Kunshan holy tomb. The 3 of Chu Yan followed the Kungxia beast body all the way, flying over the boundless sea. During this period, some other demon cultivators saw the 3 of them from a distance, sensed the aura of the white-robed lion and tiger, turned around and ran away, and did not dare to approach them at all. Joke. The blood of the amethyst liger and tiger is the top blood of the monster race. Moreover, behind the white-robed lion and tiger, there is Lord Tong Tian backing it up, and they are not ordinary monster cultivators like them who dare to provoke them at will. Even if something happened to the white-robed liger near them, I am afraid that Master Tongtian's anger will descend on them. For this big guy, all the demon cultivators maintained the same attitude, ran away when they saw it, and never came within 10 miles of him. In this way, the actions of Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan are much more convenient. Although Chu Yan sneaked into the Kunshan holy tomb by relying on the Xuanhuan pearl, if he was accidentally recognized as a human race, the consequences would be disastrous. The 3 of them were flying while chatting casually. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so long, and Chu Yan and Liger had endless things to say. This made Chu Yan completely immersed in the memory of Haotian continent, thinking of the days when he and Little White Bear practiced together and wandered together. His heart was full of warmth. Chu Yan, how is the Little White Bear? Liger asked. She is retreating and seems to be breaking through. Chu Yan replied. Breakthrough. That's great. She is of the blood of the Ziluo Tianxiong, and it's not too bad. It's a pity that she didn't recognize her ancestors and return to her clan, and the Ziluoxiang clan seems to be extinct among the demon clan, but the bear clan is very strong, if you know there is. The lion and tiger kept talking, but suddenly, Emperor Xuan interrupted it with a word. Here it is. This is the place, the tomb of the ancestors. The three quickly stopped and raised their heads to look at where Emperor Xuan was looking. This is an incomparably huge island, with an area of nearly 10,000 miles. It would be an understatement to say that it is a small continent. On the island, there is a continuous mountain range that spans the entire island. The faint glow of the sun overflows from the mountains and gathers into a large cloud of clouds above the island, swaying gently with the wind. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept over, and he could clearly and accurately sense that these rays of light were very similar to the breath of Emperor Xuan. Where does this go in? The consciousness swept across the entire island land, and Chu Yan didn't see any entrance at all. The gate of time and space. Xuanhuan replied. Get ready. Wait a minute, after I activate the spirit seal, you will use all your strength to fix it. As soon as the words landed, the Emperor Xuan waved his hands, and a large amount of Xuan's breath gushed out, rushing towards the huge island in front of him. In the void, countless auras fluctuated together, and the entire huge island began to tremble. Countless Xuan's breath rushed out from the island, mixing with the Xuan's breath from the Xuan Emperor. For a moment, the entire space of heaven and earth was shrouded in endless rays of light, and a dazzling colorful light suddenly lit up in the middle of the large area of Xuan's resting rays of light. Boom, boom. As if it was extremely rich, it exploded suddenly, and cracks like spider webs continued to spread in midair. It's now. Chu Yan, hurry up. Emperor Xuan was sweating profusely, his face was pale, and he roared loudly. Good. Hearing Emperor Xuan's roar, Chu Yan didn't dare to be negligent, and burst out the divine breath that had been accumulated for a long time. The majestic divine aura turned into huge waves and blasted straight towards the middle area of the Xuan's aura, as if hitting a crystal, and exploded with a bang. Damn it, this divine breath. The white-robed lion and tiger stood aside, seeing the huge wave of divine breath blasted by Chu Yan. The whole monster was so shocked that its eyes straightened. His current cultivation base is only at the 7th level of the martial emperor realm, but Chu Yan's cultivation base has reached such a high level, and there is a huge difference between him and him. Boom. 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 After 5 breaths, a crack suddenly opened in the huge Xuan's breath above the sky. A large piece of Kungxia continuously rushed out from the crack, picking up a large piece of wind and tide, sweeping the entire sky. With a flash of Chu Yan's figure, he stood in front of the white-robed lion and tiger, and his divine breath surged to protect him. The cultivation base of the white-robed liger is too weak. In front of such a powerful Xuan Shi, without the cultivation base of the great emperor, it is impossible to resist. Boom, rumbling. The entire sea area is boiling, and all the islands are trembling, as if the sky is collapsing, and a tsunami is about to be picked up. Quick, let's go in. Seeing that the visions of heaven and earth came out, Chu Yan still dared to hesitate, and with a roll of divine breath, he rolled up Emperor Xuan and the white-robed lion and tiger, and rushed straight to the crack. However, Chu Yan was a little worried about the vision of heaven and earth that happened just now. After all, this is not an ordinary secret land, but the holy tomb of Kunshan, the burial place of the ancestors of the Tianquan clan. Stepping in, a strong backbone rushed towards him. Chu Yan and the white-robed lion and tiger frowned immediately, and hurriedly activated the bodyguard to isolate the strong bones in the air. #C2745, the ancestor of Holy Xuan. This is a real tomb. There is a strong smell of dry bones everywhere, and the air is filled with the smell of carrion. Wherever the eyes passed, there was a huge open stone palace, and there were a large number of stone monuments that could not be seen at the end. Near each stele, there is a huge skeleton of the Xuan tribe, lying there silently. In the entire stone palace, there was silence, absolute death. Although these bones have been turned into dry bones and buried here for an unknown number of years, the three people present can clearly feel that the majestic Kuan breath emanating from these bones is extremely powerful. These are Tian Kuan's bones. The white-robed Liger's face was pale, the corners of his eyes twitched, and his pupils continued to dilate. And over there. Chu Yan's gaze was farther than that of the white-robed lion and tiger, and he replied softly. Following Chu Yan's voice, the white-robed lion and tiger looked up slightly, and looked at the far end, and suddenly his face changed again. I saw that in the center of the stone hall in the distance, there were dozens of larger skeletons, like a mountain of bones. Even if they were completely devoid of flesh and blood, they were just dead bones, and they looked like they were not much smaller than a mountain peak. Even though countless years have passed, the Kunxia released from above still dyes the distant stone palace into a world of glowing light. These dozens of Kuan corpses are the bones of the Tiankuan royal family. Chu Yan, Liger, are you ready? Emperor Kuan's face was extremely solemn, and he looked at Chu Yan and Liger with a solemn face, and said. I'll say it again, you must pay attention. Here, you must not use true energy, or any imperial power. No matter what kind of attack, you can only defend, otherwise, you will wake up the spirit of the Holy Kuan here, and you will be in trouble. Xuanhuan's complexion was paler than that of the white-robed Liger, showing unprecedented solemnity. Even when he opened the entrance of the holy tomb just now, he had consumed a small amount of Kuan's breath and looked extremely weak, but he still continued to display the Xuanhuan's breath, rushing in all directions, blending with the void. That's a god corpse. Chu Yan's gaze kept scanning among these bone mountains, and finally, looking near the bone mountains of the Tian Kuan royal family, he saw standing human-shaped skeletons one by one. These human-shaped skeletons are actually standing, and on each of the skeletons, there is some tyrannical aura. Even just looking at it, makes Chu Yan's soul tremble. Yes. The speed must be fast. You can't stay here for a long time. Xuanhuan nodded and said, the spirit of the Holy Kuan is sleeping, any action, time grave, may wake it up. Okay. New. Chu Yan and the white-robed lion and tiger nodded together. On the way here, Emperor Kuan had repeatedly emphasized these things to the two of them. Now, after entering the holy tomb, it may be really important for Emperor Kuan to repeat it so solemnly. Swish. Chu Yan's figure flashed, turning into a black startled rainbow, restraining the breath of his whole body to the extreme, and darting towards the bones of the Tian Kuan royal family. During the flying, he waved his big hand, and the 5 elements genuine qi gushed out lightly, surrounding the bone mountains. The standing god corpse enters the Rakshasa space. Because of Emperor Kuan's repeated warnings, Chu Yan has been very careful, only using the smallest 5-element qi, and trying not to let the air and void fluctuate during the movement. Although Chu Yan doesn't know what the Holy Kuan spirit is, it is definitely not a good kind to make Emperor Kuan pay attention to it. However, as the saying goes, the more you worry about something, the more it will happen. Roar. A sky-shattering roar exploded, and among those Kunhuangbone mountains, the Kunxia that had been scattered in all directions suddenly trembled, as if boiling, and quickly gathered together, turning into blurred animal shadows, moving towards several people hit. The spirit of the Holy Sepulchre is almost always in a deep sleep state. However, in the Kunchen Holy Tomb, the powerful prohibition is specifically aimed at outsiders. The pupil of the unicorn. Chu Yan didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest, his eyes flickered with 5 colors, and under the urging of his pupil technique, he could see all the forbidden killing moves coming from all around him. Swish. 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 Chu Yan's figure moved left and right, and in the phantom attacks, he kept dodging, and his speed dropped drastically. With Chu Yan's current cultivation base, not to mention these forbidden ultimate moves, even the attacks of the strong in the divine realm can be seen through with the pupil of the unicorn and dodged directly. Damn it, Chu Yan's pupil technique is getting better and better. When the white-robed Liger saw it, it was startled. On the other side, Emperor Kuan also heaved a long sigh of relief, his heart hanging in his throat fell back into his stomach. As long as there is no head-on collision, the spirit of the Holy Sepulchre will not be awakened. However, the heart that Emperor Kuan had put back in his belly had just returned, and he was so frightened that he jumped up again. Boom, boom. A sound like a thunderclap resounded in the sky of the entire stone palace, like bursts of muffled thunder, constantly echoing in the sky. A seven-color glow emerged from the void in all directions, rushed towards this side, quickly gathered together, and turned into an extremely huge figure. The powerful Kuan breath released by this mountain-like figure almost completely sealed the entire sky of the stone palace, leaving no space at all. The suppressed void even made a tooth-piercing creaking sound, showing the horror of its power. Spirit of the Holy Tomb. Chu Yan's face suddenly changed. The power of this Kuan's breath is at least above the divine realm, and even surpassed that of Aoki Sword God. It's over. Emperor Kuan's face became as pale as paper, his whole body was like falling into a cellar of ice, his face was full of despair. Chu Yan, let's go. Without any hesitation at all, Emperor Kuan hurriedly roared. Anyway, Chu Yan had already collected a lot of god corpses before, regardless of whether the number was enough or not. In this case, he must leave as soon as possible. Emperor Kuan, long time no see. An ancient and eternal voice, as if it sounded from endless years, echoed in the entire sky. The figure that looked like a huge colorful monster opened its eyes, and suddenly there was a lot of light, and it looked down. An incomparably terrifying coercion, like a wave, rolled and moved in the void. There is no chance at all. The moment these words are spoken, the entire stone palace is completely frozen by the seal, and it is impossible to leave. Hey, this. Emperor Kuan had an embarrassed smile on his face, looking at the huge figure in the sky, the corners of his eyes twitched, he forced a smile and said. Old guy, my empress is weak now, and I don't have time to fight with you. Hearing Emperor Kuan's words, the huge figure shook his head and said. After sleeping for so long, I originally wanted to move around. But now, I don't want to fight with you, even though we are both strong Kuan. When these words landed, Emperor Kuan's expression changed instantly. You. Sure enough, this old guy is not targeting himself, but targeting other people. #C2746, the real king. Kuan Wang's heart was beating violently, and an ominous premonition kept stimulating the god and demon consciousness. Chu Yan, hurry up, send a message to the Lord of Forbidden Gods, I will find a way first, and talk to him. Gritting his teeth, a demon consciousness was passed to Chu Yan, Xuanhuan said. The spirit of Saint Kuan was awakened after all, and now he is trying to find a way, hoping to leave alive. No need. However, without waiting for Chu Yan to send a message across thousands of miles to find a rescuer, the gigantic Saint Kuan phantom above the sky shook his head and said directly. Well. Hearing these words, the corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched twice. This Saint Kuan could actually hear the sound transmission from Emperor Kuan's divine sense to him. Turning his head to glance at Emperor Kuan, he was equally bewildered. I have no intention of dealing with you. After all, you are the emperor of my Tian Kuan clan. Now, although you lost your Kuan body, you still retain your demon soul. I have something more important, I'm looking for you. When these words came out, Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan were stunned at the same time. Are you serious? Don't kill people. Emperor Kuan's eyes were full of astonishment, but he still asked, especially the last word herringbone with a protracted accent. That's right. I won't deal with you. In the name of Kuan. Shun Kuan replied. This. Originally, I thought the old guy was playing some tricks, like a cat catching a mouse, teasing them and then attacking them. But now, the old guy Xing Kuan actually spoke in the name of Kuan, which should be the truth. After all, the monster race is different from the human race. The monster race values credibility the most, especially in the name of blood, and it is basically impossible to lie. I've been waiting for you, for a long time. Xing Kuan's phantom gaze, from beginning to end, never glanced at Chu Yan and the white-robed lion and tiger, but kept staring at Emperor Kuan. The current Emperor Kuan lives in a body refined by Situ Yang, which is completely human. Perhaps, the Emperor Kuan in this appearance touched Xing Kuan a lot. After all, it should be a disgrace to the entire Kuan clan that the emperor of the three supreme monster clans should live in a puppet. From the day you became Emperor Kuan, I have never been willing to admit your imperial prestige. In the battle of the ancient gods and demons, you lost your Kuan body and were suppressed by the god realm. Countless years have passed. However, you led the entire Kuan clan, did not give in, and resisted tenaciously. Even if you lose the body of the Kuan emperor, you will open up another time and space and cultivate the descendants of the Kuan clan. Among the three supreme monster clans, they have also experienced the catastrophe of the ancient war between gods and demons, but at present, only my Kuan clan has retained a trace of blood, hope. So, now, in the name of Saint Kuan, I declare to recognize your Tian Kuan clan, the throne. Sentence after sentence, Emperor Kuan's face changed constantly, and finally he was almost in tears. Looking at the phantom of Saint Kuan, his whole figure was trembling. For thousands of years, the extremely aggrieved emotions were completely released at this moment, and they could no longer be suppressed, and they completely lost their composure. Woo, old guy. It never occurred to him. Xing Kuan, who has been against him for so many years, will one day recognize him. From the heyday of the Kuan clan to the decline of our clan, I have witnessed too many Kuan emperors assisting them. But, only you, I never helped you. On Saint Kuan's body, Kuan Xia became extremely soft, like a big hand, coming gently, caressing the human body of Emperor Kuan. Whether it was Emperor Kuan or Kung Xia's hand, they were trembling at the same time. Every Xuanhuan is an extremely powerful existence, and they all hope to lead our clan to glory. However, they are all in adversity and have extremely large clan members and powerful support. Only you are the emperor of our clan's declining era. You have nothing, but you have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of our clan's revival. Even because of this, you lost the most proud Kuan body of our Tian Kuan clan. Strong, brave, and unyielding, a heart like a continent, a mountain, or a vast sea of stars, is more precious than our powerful Kuan body. Son, you are very good. Xing Kuan's voice carried a hint of apology, as if he saw a child who had gone through hardships come back. For hundreds of thousands of years, although the spirit of the Holy Kuan could not leave the holy tomb of Kunshan, as a Holy Kuan, the most powerful existence of the Tiankuan clan from ancient times to the present, his demon consciousness can cover the entire world of martial spirits. Although she is in a deep sleep state most of the time, she is always very concerned about the Tiankuan clan. Therefore, he knew almost everything about the first Tian Kuan. He is even more clear about everything that the Kuan emperor has experienced, including that in order to revitalize the Kuan clan, the Kuan emperor lost his Kuan body and the god realm suppressed the entire 10 Directions star territory. Groping. Saint Kuan, I feel so sorry. Even the 3 supreme monster races, the strongest partner race of the god race, have reached such a point. Paranoia and opinions, under such circumstances, become meaningless, and Xing Kuan has been waiting for Emperor Kuan to come here. However, for some reason, he knew that Emperor Kuan might never set foot in the holy tomb of Kunshan, and maybe they could meet only on the day they died. But now, because of the relationship of that human race, the Emperor Kuan came. Not only did the spirit of Saint Kuan not blame him, but thanked that human race very much. Xing Kuan, can you put? Emperor Kuan took a few deep breaths, wiped away the tears on his face fiercely, regained that smile on his face again, and said. However, before Emperor Kuan could finish his sentence, the spirit of Saint Kuan interrupted directly. Don't even think about it, it's absolutely impossible. The Holy Kuan spirit stared at Emperor Kuan. Although his huge figure could not see his expression, his face might have turned ashen. Hey, I'm just talking casually, don't get excited. A smile grew on Emperor Kuan's face. Although Emperor Kuan is the emperor of the Tiankuan clan, this throne is somewhat inaccurate because it has not been recognized by the Holy Tomb of Kunshan. This question has troubled him for hundreds of thousands of years. Unexpectedly, today, it was a blessing in disguise, and finally got the approval of the Holy Kuan spirit. In this way, from today onwards, he, the Kuan emperor, is the real heavenly Kuan emperor. Our time is running out. The spirit of Saint Kuan spoke again, glanced at Chu Yan, and then said. These god corpses, if you need them, you can take them away. Take them all away. Emperor Kuan and Chu Yan were startled at the same time. You must know that it is the responsibility of the Holy Kuan spirit to guard the Holy Tomb of Kunshan. That's right. If necessary, you can take away the corpses of our Kuan tribe here too. The last few words were squeezed out almost through gritted teeth, and the 4 words can be taken away rubbed against the void, making a piercing scream. At this moment, Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan were completely dumbfounded. #C2747 corpse stolen. If they just let them take away the god corpse, maybe Chu Yan and Xuanhuan could still understand. After all, the Protoss is not a member of the Kuan clan. For the Kunshan Holy Tomb, it is just a promise of love and life and death protection. However, the corpses of the Kuan people are completely different. To ensure that every clansman returns to the Holy Tomb without being disturbed forever is the real responsibility of the Holy Kuan spirit. They are all good children of our Tian Kuan clan. If they know that the Tian Kuan clan needs their bones to revitalize our Kuan clan, I think they will be willing. Emperor Kuan, if it were you, would you be willing? The sudden question made Emperor Kuan stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted, and immediately nodded heavily. Very good. Seeing Emperor Kuan's reaction, the Holy Kuan spirit smiled slightly, and the original sense of guilt on his face seemed to fade a little. Time is running out. The Deep Sea has set up formations around my family's holy tomb. They want to devour my spiritual body. You must act fast. I won't last long, at most half a stick of incense. At that time, the Deep Sea will probably notice. When these words came out, Emperor Kuan's expression changed instantly. What? How dare he? Murderous intent rushed out like a cold wave from the whole body, and Emperor Kuan's face was completely icy cold. It never occurred to him that Lord Shanhai, one of the 3 great demon gods, would dare to turn his mind on the Tian Kuan clan. This is exactly why Hulua Pingyang was bullied by dogs. He dared to be so unscrupulous because he saw the decline of the Tiankuan clan and the clansmen could not leave the current Kuan clan residence. The 3 major demon gods are the most powerful existences of the demon clan today. However, that only refers to strength, and there is nothing to be done about the innate bloodlines of the monster race. Even if they one day unify the entire Yaozu world, but the root cause of poor bloodlines can never be changed. However, there is a way to make them the most respected bloodline among the monster clan. That is, to destroy the 3 supreme monster clans and rebuild the bloodline system of the monster clans. As long as they devour or refine the blood of the 3 supreme monster races, then their blood will be the most noble. And the 3 supreme monster clans, with the passage of time, will one day be forgotten by all the monster clans. To put it simply, it is rebellion. There is no time, Emperor Kuan, you should act quickly, whether it is that human kid or something else. If you need a god corpse or a Kuan corpse, hurry up and collect it. As for those god corpses and Kuan corpses, they are even more powerful, so I don't think I need to tell you. Shen Kuan's words made Emperor Kuan's expression extremely serious. Old Holy Ancestor, thank you very much. Emperor Kuan didn't know what to say, but he knew that the ancestor of Saint Kuan had resisted all risks. Swish! Swish! Without any hesitation, and no time to hesitate any longer, Emperor Kuan and Chu Yan flew out at the same time, swept around, and took a god corpse, and the most powerful Kuan corpse, into the space. This time in the entire stone palace. Among all the steals, there are no mission restrictions or killing moves. And the aura of those Kuan corpses and god corpses also completely disappeared, showing no sign of resistance at all. Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan, who were racing against time, knew that the ancestor of Saint Kuan said time is running out 3 times in a row, so it must be extremely urgent. And something that can make the ancestor of Shen Kuan so nervous must be extremely dangerous. Time passed like electricity, breath by breath. Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan did not stagnate at all, and charged at the fastest speed. Strictly speaking, the Kunshan Holy Tomb is divided into Kunshan and the Holy Tomb. Among them, Kunshan refers to the outside, the endless islands and peaks in those continuous sea areas. The Holy Tomb refers to the place where Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan are in front of you. At this time, the demon cultivators in the Kunshan Sea area outside did not know anything about what happened in the Holy Tomb, and even Lord Shenhai, who had planned it in advance, did not notice the slightest thing. There are a total of 30 intact god corpses, all of which Chu Yan collected into the Rakshasa space. As for the Emperor Kuan, he was collecting the bones of the most powerful members of the Kuan Emperor family, at a very high speed, with a gloomy expression on his face. As the Emperor Kuan, until now, he couldn't even guard the Holy Tomb in his clan. For him, this was a shame. However, it was this kind of shame that made his heart extremely quiet. The Emperor Kuan's will in his heart is also increasing crazily. One day, when this will erupts, all enemies will pay a heavy price to appease the Emperor Kuan's anger. And now, everything they do is for the reality of this day. In the entire stone temple of the Holy Tomb, after each powerful corpse was collected, there was a stone tablet, which then dimmed. The Emperor of Saint Kuan, his face was ashen, his eyes were fixed on Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan, and he remembered all the corpses that were collected one by one in his heart. These clansmen, as well as the primordial Protoss, will never be forgotten by the Kuan clan. However, outside the Holy Tomb that none of them noticed, a shimmering spiritual seal was traveling through the Kunshan Sea area, hiding in the void, and flying towards the Holy Tomb. Silently, when reaching the mountain outside the Holy Tomb, the spirit seal melted into the void, released thousands of silk threads, connected with the Holy Tomb, and began to quickly swallow all the breath in the Holy Tomb. This spirit seal is exactly the spirit seal that Master Shenhai entered into the Kunshan Holy Tomb when it was opened. However, after a few breaths of time when the spirit seal was connected to the Holy Tomb, something seemed to be sensed suddenly, and under a sudden shock, the entire spirit seal was filled with spiritual light. In the Holy Tomb, after Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan collected all the required god corpses and Kuan corpses, the spirit seal outside the Holy Tomb broke out completely illuminating the world within 10 miles around. Bright. What followed was a powerful spiritual light, gathered together, and tentatively sneaked into the Holy Tomb. At the same time, hundreds of millions of miles away, in the Deep Sea Palace. Deep Sea. A voice of nothingness resounded. It was the voice of Lord Demon God. That guy Tong Tian seems to have a close relationship with people who go against the gods recently. Does he have any plans? Hearing the demon god's words, Shenhai just sneered and replied. Humph. Tong Tian who doesn't know current affairs, he thinks, huh. Before he could finish his sentence, Master Shenhai's expression changed instantly, and he stood up from the throne with a jerk. The god corpses in the Holy Tomb are all gone. And the most powerful Kuan corpses are gone. Hearing this, the expressions of the two adults, Shenhai and Yao Shen, changed at the same time. You must know that the Holy Tomb of Kunshan is a forbidden area of the monster clan, and it is impossible for anyone to break into it. Even the holy ancestor of the Kuan clan, who is guarding it, may not be able to take away any corpses. But now, everything is gone, there is only one possibility. That is, someone broke in. #C2748 The Empress Xiantian is here. What happened in the Holy Tomb of Kunshan made the expressions of the two adults, Shenhai and Yaoshen, instantly tense. If things change, it may cause their plans to fail outright. Order! Master Shenhai shouted directly to the empty hall. Order, all the clansmen who entered the Holy Tomb of Kunshan, immediately go to the location of the Holy Tomb and find out the reason. A command, with a majestic and hasty tone, echoed throughout the hall. Follow the order. In the silent hall, a voice resounded, and a figure flashed. After bowing his body, he flashed and flew towards the outside of the hall. Immediately afterwards, all around the entire main hall, countless monster clan powerhouses and monster saints were all startled. All kinds of monster senses gushed out like a tide, flashing into the monster tokens of various races. The Deep-Sea Monster Clan is the most powerful race of the Sea Beast Clan in the 10 Directions star field. This time, nearly one-third of the clansmen who entered the Holy Tomb of Kunshan accounted for an extremely large number. However, when all the bosses were about to give orders to the clansmen who entered the Holy Tomb of Kunshan, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. In the sky of the Great Hall of the Deep-Sea Monster Clan, a thunderous sound suddenly exploded, and countless mysterious lights appeared in the sky. One piece after another, the void was completely shaken into dust by the thunder. Under the berserk power, the aura of heaven and earth above the sky, the law of heaven and earth, and everything else turned into huge waves, surging and moving, picking up the mighty waves and sweeping the world. A figure in a snow skirt appeared from the 9 heavens, his face was pale, his eyes were bloodshot and bloodshot. What? Xian. Empress Xiantian. My God, Empress Xiantian has come. Accompanied by the 9 mysterious lights falling from the sky, the fairy-like snow shadow slowly descended, and all the monsters looked up with shocked expressions. It's not because Empress Xiantian suddenly appeared, but because Empress Xiantian was injured. This is an envoy of God, and he will be injured. All the monsters couldn't believe their eyes, they stared blankly at the figure of Empress Xiantian in the sky. Nothing, you continue. Empress Xuanhuan's voice was incomparably cold, without any emotion, and without lingering, the snowy shadow flashed directly above the sky. A large piece of spirit seal pattern flashed across the sky where she disappeared, and then dissipated. Shuttle through the void, like an illusion. Empress Xiantian made seals with both hands, her figure flew like flying, and the spirit seal was shot, deducing everything. She doesn't understand. Why would I get hurt? Don't say that in this 10 Direction star field, even if it is above the 9 heavens, it is impossible for anyone to easily hurt himself. But now, his eyes are full of bloodshot eyes, and several bruises on his body can be clearly seen with a sweep of his consciousness. Could it be that those old immortals made a move? Empress Xuantian's shining spiritual eyes were full of doubts. She raised her jade head and glanced at the sky. His face was full of doubts. After a long time, Empress Xiantian lowered her slender hands and shook her head slightly. It can't be calculated at all, even if the laws and rules of the 10 Directions starfield are not complicated, but there is not even a clue. Suddenly, a blue light flashed out of her body. The avenue is simple, but the sea is majestic. Immediately afterwards, a blue light rushed out, floating in front of her, and a picture appeared. This is... Empress Xiantian looked at the cyan light curtain in front of her eyes, her stunning face was full of astonishment, and even a rare dignified look appeared on her face. Above the cyan light curtain, only a purple gold altar appeared. hundreds of feet high, towering above the sea, motionless. There was no aura fluctuation, as if it didn't exist at all, but Empress Xuanhuan's spiritual consciousness could clearly see through the cyan light curtain, a row of large cyan characters on the purple gold altar, like a knife cut with an axe. I'm back. The 4 words seemed to carry endless killing intent, and seemed to be whispered softly, and could even be heard. The voice echoed in my ears. Empress Shantian was completely startled, her entire delicate body stood there in shock, her eyes with dilated pupils stared closely at the 4 big characters, her body trembling constantly. On the other side, among the deep-sea monster clan, one after another, figures kept appearing near the main hall, and all the monsters could see that they had received the orders issued by Master Shanhai just now. In an instant, all the gathered monster cultivators all had expressions of shock and roared angrily. Someone broke into the holy tomb of the Kuan clan. In the sacred tomb of the Kuan clan, the god corpse and the Kuan corpse were stolen. Who is so bold, dare to violate the taboo of my monster clan? Looking for death. All the monster races are ready, set up the formation, wait for him to come out, and kill him directly. All kinds of powerful demon powers exploded continuously in the land of the deep-sea monster clan, and all kinds of holy breath and emperor power swept across the sky. At the same time, a large number of demon consciousness messages continued to spread out, and more demon cultivators gathered. The news came to Mr. Shanhai, so of course it can't be wrong. But how accurate the news is, it is a great shame for the entire Yaozhou. The land of the demon ancestors is the sacred place in the hearts of almost every demon clansman, and it cannot be desecrated at all. Now, it's not just a matter of blasphemy, even the corpses of the ancestors cannot be preserved. In this way, the person who dares to speak out against the Yaozhou will surely bear the wrath of the entire Yaozhou. Prepare to open the entrance to Kunshan Sanctuary again. Master Shanhai appeared in front of the main hall in a flash, and his cold and majestic voice resounded throughout the sky. Boom, boom. The powerful demon power rolled out horizontally, and directly bloomed in the land of the deep-sea monster clan. Deep-sea clan, Dinghai God Tower. Open it for me. With a yell, in the forbidden area far away, a burst of purple light rose into the sky, crashed into the sky, and exploded a large wave of ripples. All the demon cultivators looked up with angry expressions on their faces. They were waiting, and Lord Shanhai opened the gate of the land of the demon ancestors and rushed into it. Although the Kunshan Holy Tomb is only the place of the holy spirit of the Kuan clan, it cannot be accepted or forgiven by any monster clan. This is an insult to the entire Yaozhou. But at this moment, Master Shanhai, who was standing in front of everyone, was urging the time and space channel of the land of the demon ancestors, while frowning tightly, with a look of thought on his face. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Logically speaking, even with the power of the Holy Kuan Spirit, it is impossible to take out those god corpses and Kuan corpses from the Holy Tomb. In this way, who else can do it? However, this sudden change seemed to bring him a chance. In this case, he can openly enter the Kunshan Holy Tomb, and carry out the next plan in the name of catching thieves. On the other side, Kunshan Holy Tomb. Xie Linbing, Mu Yuda, Tong Tieli, and other beasts, as well as a large group of monster cultivators, from the shock at the moment they received the news to the anger now, they all headed towards the Holy Tomb, gallop away. If you look down from a high altitude, you can clearly see that the entire Kunshan Sea area, in all directions, has hundreds of figures flying towards the island where the Holy Tomb is located. At this time, Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan, who were in the Holy Tomb, also suddenly sensed the changes outside, and their expressions changed at the same time. Not good. We are exposed. #C2749 Seal of God. Not only Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan, but even the ancestor of Saint Kuan had a look of astonishment. Originally, based on his calculations, it would take at least half a stick of incense for Deep Sea and the others to discover the situation in the Holy Tomb. But now, only a dozen breaths have passed, and it was directly exposed. Hurry up, I'll see you off immediately. The ancestor of the Holy Kuan quickly reacted and made a decisive decision without the slightest hesitation. When he spoke, the whole body of the Kuan breath burst out suddenly, and the entire stone palace trembled under the surge of the large Kuan rosy clouds. Boom, boom. However, the incident happened suddenly, and before Xie, the ancestor of the Holy Kuan, tore open the passage, there was a sound of rolling thunder, and immediately stopped. A large piece of brilliance flickered in the stone hall. Immediately afterwards, a huge spiritual seal with golden light broke through the void and appeared in the stone hall of the Holy Tomb. Almost at the moment when this huge spiritual seal appeared, a powerful coercion, like a flood, crazily suppressed and shrouded the body of the ancestor of the Holy Kuan. Even the patriarch of the majestic Saint Kuan, who was suppressed by this sudden spirit seal, was unable to resist at all. Seeing the Xie all over his body dim in an instant, his huge body sank fiercely, and fell directly to the ground. Silk threads visible to the naked eye continuously protruded from the spiritual seal on the top of his head, winding around his whole body. In less than a breath, the ancestor of the Holy Kuan was bound all over and could not move, and his whole body was restrained. Fengshen Tianin. Emperor Kuan's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was full of shock. This seal of heaven, which became famous in the ancient times, was a spiritual treasure used by the ancient gods, and it was specially used to suppress all kinds of powerful gods. Unexpectedly, after the decline of the ancient gods, this spirit treasure would be obtained by other people. The ancestor of Shin Kuan was instantly suppressed in front of the seal, God Tianin. Although the ancestor of Saint Kuan was an invincible existence in this holy tomb, he still cracked the seal of the gods and heaven in a short period of time. Quick! Leave now! The ancestor of Saint Kuan didn't care about himself, but raised his head to Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan, and shouted loudly. This seal of the gods and heavens can only restrain me for 100 breaths of time at most, but the Deep Sea and the others are coming soon. Get out of here quickly. The roar of the ancestor of Shin Kuan was extremely urgent. Deep Sea Demon God. Emperor Kuan's face became extremely dark. He didn't expect that all of this was done by Shanhai, one of the 3 great demon gods. Damn it, it's really audacious to dare to attack the Tiankuan family. However, with the current strength of his Kuan clan, it is simply not suitable for a direct battle with the Deep Sea Monster clan. According to the original plan, they were going to enter the Holy Tomb quietly, take away some god corpses, and then leave quietly without even disturbing the ancestor of the Holy Kuan. But now, if the Deep Sea Demon God has noticed, then the outside probably has already set up a ban and a killing array. If you leave now, the result can be imagined. There was no need for Chu Yan to remind him how shrewd Emperor Kuan was. He just glanced in the direction outside and frowned. According to the current situation, the best rebellion is definitely not rushing out. Instead, they waited for the Lord of Forbidden Gods to come to the rescue. However, the Kunshan Holy Tomb is the land of the demon ancestors, and it is regarded as the forbidden area of the demon clan, and outsiders can only come in. Even if the Lords of Forbidden Gods and the others have reached the sky and forced their way in, the time it will take will probably not be short. Master, Chu Yan, don't worry, with my uncle here, there is a way. At this moment, the white-robed lion and tiger stepped out quickly, stood in front of Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan, waved his big hand, took out a black talisman, and said, "This is the talisman. The teleportation location has been set, and you can take us out of here directly." The Tongtian talisman, of course, was refined by the Tongtian 9 gods. Among them is a powerful demon power of the Tongtian demon god. As long as it is activated, it can bring the number of 9 people to a safe place within 1,000 miles. This is one of the life-saving cards specially given to the white-robed liger by the demon god Tongtian. Among the entire monster clan, the only one who can receive this kind of treatment is probably the white-robed liger. Amethyst Tianlu, Fulin Dong Tian. Open it for me. The white-robed lion and tiger didn't hesitate at all, and immediately mobilized the demon power and poured it into the Tongtian talisman. Roar. In an instant, a majestic lion power exploded the sky with purple light, and shattered the void in front of the white-robed lion tiger, forming a gate of time and space the size of a city gate, deep and bottomless. I didn't expect, you kid is still useful. You can get even a celestial talisman. Emperor Kuan looked at the time-space gate in front of him, his eyes brightened. He is the emperor of the Kuan clan, his status is higher than the 3 demon gods, and his blood is much stronger. Although the Kuan body is not here now, his strength has been greatly reduced, but in terms of knowledge, among the monster clan, I am afraid that there is no one who can match him. So, of course, Emperor Kuan knew the benefits of this talisman. With this talisman, they can leave safely. Go. Without any hesitation, Emperor Kuan's figure flashed, and he took Chu Yan and the white-robed lion and tiger towards the teleportation gate. Swish. Swish. The 2 figures flashed and rushed straight away, but when Emperor Kuan came to the gate of the time-space city, he stopped suddenly and turned to look at the bound ancestor of the Holy Kuan in the Holy Tomb. Let's go. Leave me alone. Seeing Emperor Kuan stop, a strange light flashed in his eyes. The ancestor of Saint Kuan immediately nodded his head and shouted. I'll be back. Old guy, you have to hold on. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, turned his head back, and was about to rush into the teleportation gate. As the emperor of the Kuan clan, he would naturally not act emotionally. Instead of staying here to live and die with the ancestors of the Holy Kuan, it is definitely better to preserve the vitality for development, which is much more meaningful. However, just as the figures of the 3 were about to step into the time-space teleportation gate, a sudden change occurred. Liger, are you courting death? I saw that in the stone palace in the distance behind. Xie Linbing, Mu Wuda, Tong Tieli, and other beasts rushed into the stone palace with a large group of demon cultivators, just in time to see Chu Yan and the 3 of them, ready to leave. This is a talisman. How dare you? Seeing the space-time city gate in front of the 3 of them, Mu Yuda's face instantly turned livid. The heaven-reaching talisman of the demon god of Tongtian has a great reputation among the demon clan. Damn. Why are these guys so fast? The white-robed liger, seeing several other beasts rushing into the holy tomb at this critical moment, immediately gritted its teeth and said. Seeing by these beasts, he used the Tongtian talisman to help Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan escape. In that way, Lord Yaoshan, Lord Shanhai, including Lord Tongtian, and even the entire monster clan will know that they helped the human race to steal the god corpse and Kuan corpse from the holy tomb of Mount Kuan. This is the heaviest crime of the monster clan, and if it is not done well, it will also implicate the clan, the lion and tiger clan. In that case, even if Lord Tongtian is invited, he may not be able to keep him, and if not, the whole family will be punished. #C2750 Lord Tongtian. Whoosh. 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 Xie Linbing, Mu Wuda, Tong Tieli, and other beast sons, as well as a large group of demon cultivators, poured into the holy tomb like a tidal wave. Among them, it also includes the elder of the Liger tribe who has been looking for the white-robed Liger before. Here, what happened? Who is stealing the ancestral corpse of the Kuan clan? Damn it, why do these 2 guys have the aura of the Kuan clan? Strange, that Liger guy, why did he get mixed up with the Kuan clan? Something's wrong. There seems to be something wrong. A group of demon cultivators rushed into the holy tomb, and they were all taken aback when they saw the situation in front of them. Among the 3, they only knew the white-robed Liger, and the other two who had the aura of the Kuan clan did not know each other at all. That Liger guy actually helped the corpse robbers, and wanted to use the heavenly talisman to let them go. Mu Yuda heard the doubts around him, and announced directly. What? There is such a thing. Everyone was stunned at the same time when they heard Mu Yuda's words, and all looked at the white-robed lion and tiger together. Tian talisman. Humph. I'm going to report to the demon god De Shanhai, Liger, wait for your death. Tong Tieli, who was standing on the side, let out a cold snort, and took out the clan token. The demon consciousness poured in, and the 1,000-mile message was sent out instantly. It's over. Chu Yan, who was in the gate of time and space, looked at this scene, and suddenly a coldness rose in his heart. In such a situation, the gods are hard to save, and there is no room for maneuver. Mu Yuda's movements are extremely fast. In less than a short time, the demon consciousness message he sent has spread throughout the entire demon clan. The bosses and magnates of the monster races all looked shocked when they received the news from Mu Yuda. You must know that if the facts are the same as the content of Mu Yuda's arraignment, then the behavior of the white-robed Liger is a felony. This is a serious crime, to be expelled from the family tree by the Yaozu. Liger. In the void, a thunderclap exploded, and it was Lord Tongtian's demon consciousness. As soon as he received the news, his demon consciousness came directly, and the demon consciousness enveloped the white-robed lion and tiger, with a look of rage on his face. However, just as he said a word, there was another voice in the sky. Tong Tian, this is my monster genius you value. Humph. Master Shanhai's voice, with a hint of sarcasm, shook the void. Liger, take back the Tong Tian talisman immediately. Lord Tong Tian glanced at Lord Shanhai, but did not reply, but stared straight at the white-robed Liger below, and ordered directly. As long as you don't help them, I will protect you. As things stand now, even Master Tong Tian wants to keep the white-robed Liger and tiger alive. This is the only way. As long as the lion and tiger take back the talisman as soon as possible, there will be no fact of helping Chu Yan escape. At that time, with his identity and status, the lion and tiger will be punished at most, and there will be no serious consequences. The voice of the heavenly demon god resounded in the holy tomb. Although the deity is thousands of miles away, the voice of the demon consciousness is extremely clear. Withdrawing the Tong Tian talisman will not only keep the white-robed lion and tiger, but also take down the two people who stole Kuan's corpse. If they were really allowed to leave like this, it would be a great shame to the Yaozu. Liger, don't do it yet. Even Master Shanhai urged. Tong. Master Tian. Facing the coercion of the two demon gods, the white-robed lion and tiger murmured blankly. For a long time among the monster clan, Master Tong Tian favored him very much, and even his cultivation base was improved by relying on Master Tong Tian, who continuously bestowed various resources for demon cultivation, in order to improve rapidly. Although it is only at the level of a demon emperor now, it is almost a miracle for a demon cultivator who does not like to cultivate. Liger, you are a member of the monster clan, no matter what, you cannot judge the clan. Lord Tong Tian spoke again, and his voice resounded throughout the holy sepulchre. At this moment, in the holy tomb of the Kuan clan, the voices of the will of the two demon gods echoed like thunderclaps. Everyone stood there, watching this scene. Although all the beast men, the demon cultivators, and the bosses had expressions of anger, they all knew that Lord Tong Tian wanted to keep the white-robed ligers and tigers, so they had no choice but to wait. After all, this matter is related to the crime of the family, and the matter is bigger than the sky. If the white-robed liger really helped others and stole the ancestral corpses from the Yaozu holy tomb, then everything would be ruined. Countless demon eyes, plus the will of the two demon gods, all weighed heavily on the body of the white-robed liger. Even the normally heartless liger in white robes was pale and stiff all over. He ignored Master Shanhai at all, but Master Tong Tian meant a lot to him. Every word had an incomparably huge impact on him. Ever since he was accidentally rescued by Lord Tong Tian when he was seriously injured and dying in Haotian continent, no matter how much trouble he caused in the monster clan, Lord Tong Tian would stand by his side and protect him without asking why. The most serious one was just being scolded a few times and locked up for half a year. No matter how heartless the liger is, how could he ignore this kindness? Huh. This time, count me in. After waiting for a long time, in the middle of the air, when Master Shanhai's demon consciousness gradually lost his patience, the liger finally spoke. When this sentence came out, everyone was stunned. Old Tong, I owe you one more time. The lion and tiger raised their heads, and in a pair of monster eyes, there was a pillar of light, and the purple eyes were like two purple stars, and the monster light soared into the sky. I owe Lord Tong Tian once, so what? This time, he certainly knew the importance of these god corpses to Chu Yan. Faced with such a choice, Liger did not hesitate at all from the beginning to the end, and only had a debt in his heart. For sure when Chu Yan is among the monster clan, he is on his own territory. From the very beginning, Chu Yan told him without a trace of his actions against the holy tomb of Kunshan. What's this? This is the trust between brothers. Chu Yan believed in him and had no defense against him. Even when a large group of demon cultivators rushed over, Chu Yan never suspected that he was the one who told the secret. Lions and tigers can be punished, even get rid of the demon clan, but they will never let their brothers down. This is the principle of a lion and a tiger acting as a demon. Moreover, Chu Yan is a human race. This point must not be exposed, otherwise, even if Chu Yan finds other ways to escape from the monster race. Afterwards, I am afraid that all the demon clans in the world will chase and kill Chu Yan. What is a brother, with a knife on both sides, that's all. Get rid of it. As soon as he gritted his teeth, his eyes were filled with purple awns and blood like stars, and the white-robed liger suddenly turned his head to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, the uncle is gone, and went to the world of flowers and flowers outside. This wild laughter immediately made the faces of the two demon gods and all the demon cultivators present change. Liger, you. Chu Yan looked at Liger, and his heart was shocked. #C2751 Sacrifice oneself. Liger's answer changed the faces of all the demon cultivators and bosses in the audience. They never thought that the white-robed liger would commit the crime of treason for this guy who stole the corpse of the monster clan's ancestor. Give me a hand and smash the Tong Tian order. The demon god of the deep sea seemed to have been on guard for a long time, and a stern look flashed in his cold eyes, and he roared and ordered. I'm stupid, play for real. Hearing Lord Shanhai's order, the liger was so frightened that the lions fur all over his body exploded, and he turned his head and shouted at Chu Yan and Xuanhuan. Hurry up, if you don't leave, you'll turn into scum. Seeing the other party coming hard, Liger hurriedly pushed Chu Yan and Emperor Xuan towards the gate of time and space. Swish! Swish! The strength of the lion and tiger is not small. With the strength of both arms, Chu Yan and Emperor Xuan were directly pushed into the gate of time and space. But when the two turned their heads, they found that the lion and tiger were standing outside and did not follow in at all. Liger, hurry up, Chu Yan said anxiously. You take a step first, I'm the queen. Liger looked at Chu Yan, his usual cynicism reappeared on his face, and smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. Seeing the expression of Liger, Chu Yan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and roared sharply. What are you doing? Hearing Chu Yan's words and seeing that Chu Yan was about to recoil back, Liger grinned, revealing 8 lion teeth, and smiled at Chu Yan, then his expression changed instantly. The law connects the world and turns around thousands of miles. Lock it up for me. With a loud shout, the time-space gate trembled, and then quickly closed. Rumble. Chu Yan could clearly see from the gap in the rapidly closed timespace city gate that behind the white-robed ligers and tigers, there was a flood of attacks like a monstrous torrent rushing towards the ligers and tigers. And the white-robed liger was hit by the surging air wave, its body trembled violently, bloodshot, from the corner of its mouth. "My queen! You guys go!" The liger's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and his body exploded, turning into an incomparably majestic lion. On the golden skin and hair, a lot of purple light shone, and streams of amethyst flow gushed out of his body. Wrap the whole body with layers of amethyst shields. No way. Looking at this scene, Chu Yan's eyes were about to split, and he finally understood. The Tongtian token is a token refined by Lord Tongtian. If the lion and tiger go with them, even Lord Tongtian can take away the control of the Tongtian token just by infusing it with demon power. At that time, even if the three of them passed through the gate of time and space, there would be a large number of demon cultivators following them. Therefore, the lion and tiger could only stay and forcibly close the gate of time and space. In this way, no one would know where Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan teleported to. However, in this case, the liger should be in danger, and even lost because of it. Rumble. Without waiting for Chu Yan to rush over, the timespace gate suddenly closed without leaving a gap. Nailed it. Outside, the white-robed lion and tiger watched the timespace gate completely disappear, and with a wave of its claws, it smashed the heaven-reaching token into powder. Rumble. Almost at the moment when the white-robed liger turned around, a thunderbolt exploded above the sky. All the torrents that came from the bombardment were smashed into powder in an instant. Lord Tongtian's face was ashen, and he turned into a virtual body, suspended above the sky, with a pair of eyes, staring at the white-robed lion and tiger tightly. "Liger, you are too bold." As soon as this sentence came out, everyone in the audience froze. Although there was no killing intent, anyone present could clearly sense the anger in the words. No one expected that in the end, the white-robed liger would let those two go. He really let them go. Xilanbing, Mu Yuda, Tong Tieli, and other beasts also stared at the white-robed liger with shocked expressions on their faces. You know, in front of the two demon gods and almost a powerful demon clan, if the white-robed lion and tiger did this, they would completely cut themselves off from the entire demon clan. "Do you want to kill him?" In midair, Master Shenhai's voice was extremely cold. Although this sentence was obviously a question to Lord Tongtian, it seemed that Shenhai didn't need to wait for Tongtian's answer at all, so he just spoke directly. "Give it to me." As soon as the words landed, Xilanbing, Mu Yuda, Tong Tieli and other beasts roared in unison. Their powerful monsters erupted at the same time, and rushed towards the white-robed lion and tiger. "Humph. Just relying on you, you want to kill me." The whole body of amethyst was shining brilliantly, and the mountain-like white-robed liger let out a roar that shook the sky, moving the entire temple of the Holy Tomb. He has already made up his mind, if he can't run away today, before he dies, kill one to earn money, and kill two to earn one. Damn guy. Without even wanting to look at the white-robed lion and tiger again, Master Shenhai's phantom immediately dissipated on the spot, and his demon consciousness returned to his deep-sea hall. Now, the white-robed liger let go of those two people, and the most urgent thing is to catch them as soon as possible. As for the life and death of the white-robed liger, it is not that important anymore. Especially for Mr. Shenhai, who had planned for a long time, the situation has changed drastically, and he must rearrange as soon as possible. Boom. 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 In the stone hall of the Holy Sepulchre, there were explosions of air one after another, continuously exploding, and a great battle broke out immediately. Countless powerful sorcery bombarded the white-robed liger's animal body, causing his animal body to tremble continuously. However, under the blood of the Amethyst Lion King, his entire lion body turned into a shining purple crystal, and his defense power increased by more than 10 times. Those attacks bombarded him, although he was injured, it was not serious. Liger, you are such a lunatic, you actually betrayed the entire monster clan for those two people. Mu Yuda looked at the huge amethyst lion king, his eyes were full of doubts. In his opinion, this white-robed Liger, except relying on Lord Tongtian's protection, ran rampant everywhere on weekdays, and he was completely like a gangster. But today, facing the situation of life and death, he didn't even ask for help from Lord Tongtian above his head, and actually resisted their attacks alone. Before, he committed a heinous crime and wanted to let those two people go. Now, facing death, he didn't even ask for help from the backer behind him. At this time, Umda, who looked down on him very much, suddenly became a little dazed, as if he had suddenly become this white-robed Liger. In order to save others, sacrifice yourself. What is the purpose of doing this, and what is the point? Not only Mu Yuda, but Xie Linbing, Tong Tieli, and other beasts all looked puzzled and didn't understand at all. Humph. Fight as soon as you fight, there's so much nonsense. The white-robed Liger glared at the 8 beasts in front of him. Of course he knew that these guys had been bullied by him in the past. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he would never let him go easily. Watch out. With a lion's roar, he circulated his whole body's monster power, and was ready to attack the opponent. However, when he swung his claws, the faces of the 8 beasts in front changed in shock. Not under any attack. When I looked up again, I saw the white-robed Liger with a bitter expression on his face, shaking his head constantly, saying, "What a pit, this amethyst lion emperor bloodline is still out of control." Just now, the white-robed Liger was alone, resisting the joint attack of the 8 beasts. It looked majestic, but in fact, it was just the powerful animal body defense of the amethyst lion king. As for himself, he was only at the emperor martial realm, and compared to the 8 beasts in front of him, he was weaker by a whole heaven and earth realm. With such a cultivation base, it is impossible to fully stimulate the powerful beast, Crystal Lion Emperor bloodline. #C2752 Want to kill my brother? When Xilinbing, Mu Yuda, Tong Tieli, and other beastmen realized that the white-robed Ligers were bluffing, they would be polite to him and start their actions together. Rumble. A large amount of demon power erupted at the same time, and all kinds of magical tricks blasted out, all of which hit the amethyst lion body of the white-robed Liger, causing him to sway left and right, and his body backed up again and again. This is still his amethyst lion emperor physique, and its defense is extremely powerful. If it is another monster, under the joint bombardment of 8 beasts, it can hold on to one move, it will be considered powerful. However, no matter how strong the defense is, there is a limit. As time went on, the defense of the amethyst lion body of the white-robed Liger plummeted. Moreover, cracks began to appear on his lion body amethyst shield. After all, defense is just defense. Even if it can withstand a powerful attack for a while, it is impossible to withstand the continuous bombardment. After all, the amethyst lion king is not like a turtle-like monster, it is a defensive monster whose purpose is to exhaust the opponent. It's over. This time I'm dead. The white-robed Liger felt desolate in his heart. It's not because he's afraid of death, but because it's a grief to die like this. Like a demon meat sandbag, being brutalized to death by a few beasts who have been against him all the time, this is completely inconsistent with his image of a white-robed Liger. Anyway, he is also an amethyst Liger of the top bloodline of the demon clan, although he has not fully awakened because of his low demon cultivation. However, if he died here like this, or was tortured to death by other monsters, how could he not make him miserable? Ha ha ha. Mu Yuda looked at the white-robed Liger who had completely given up resistance and laughed wildly. Happy. This arrogant white-robed Liger has long been displeasing to the eye. In the past, Lord Tongtian protected him, and no one dared to do anything to him. But today, almost in front of Lord Tongtian, the 8 beasts tortured and killed the white-robed Ligers together, and even exterminated them for the clan. Liger, die. Xilanbing, Mu Yuda, Tong Tieli, and other beasts saw that the entire amethyst lion crystal of the white-robed Liger was densely covered with cracks, and the beast's body would burst in an instant, and they all laughed and became extremely excited. Today, there is definitely revenge for revenge, and revenge for hatred. What's more, without the bloodline of the Amethyst Lion Emperor, it will be much easier for them to compete with them in the Yaozu when they compete for the position of Yaozi in the future. Stop. At this moment, a thunderclap exploded in the sky. Xie Linbing, Mu Yuda, Tong Tieli, and other beasts were startled for a moment, and they all looked up. I saw that the elder of the Ligers, who followed the white-robed Ligers, fell from midair and stood in front of the Ligers. Clan elder, get out of the way. The white-robed Liger's face was blood-stained, seeing clearly that the person standing in front of him was the elder queen of the Liger tribe. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted loudly. On weekdays, because of his Amethyst Liger bloodline, the entire Liger clan, from the patriarch to any of the members below, are obedient to the white-robed Liger and dare not contradict the white-robed Liger in the slightest. So today, when the white-robed Liger saw that the clan elder was standing in front of him at this moment, he became anxious. He knows very well. Today he is doomed, but no matter what, he doesn't want to involve the Ligers and Tigers. After all, that is his mother clan. What are you doing? Do you know that what this Liger committed is a capital crime of treason? Xilanbing, Mu Yuda, Tong Tieli, and other beasts stared straight at the elder of the Lion and Tiger tribe with cold eyes, and asked sharply. Moreover, the 8 of them, full of monster power, did not restrain themselves at all, and seemed to be planning to kill even the elders of the Ligers and Tigers. After all, because of the relationship between the white-robed Ligers, the Ligers also committed serious crimes. Although the 3 demon gods have not spoken yet, at least they can be sure that the entire Ligers and Tigers are sinners. I know. Hearing the words, the elder of the Ligers and Tigers nodded. With a pair of lion eyes, he looked straight at the white-robed Ligers in front of him, and said, Bai Pao, after all, is a beast of our Ligers and Tigers, a disciple of Lord Tong Tian. Even if he commits a serious crime, he should be judged by Lord Tong Tian, and others are not qualified to kill him. When these words landed, Xie Linbing, Mu Wuda, Tong Tieli, and other beasts all looked down. Humph. Old guy, the crime of treason, don't talk about Master Tong Tian. What the white robe committed is a crime of treason, everyone can punish it. Now, get out of the way immediately, otherwise, you will die with him. Xilanbing, Mu Yuda, Tong Tieli, and other beasts all sneered. It was impossible for them to miss the opportunity to kill the white-robed Liger with their own hands. No. The elder of the Lion and Tiger clan shook his head and directly refused. Unless Lord Tong Tian speaks in person, we, the Liger clan, will never let anyone hurt our clan of beasts. Boom. The old man of the Ligers and Tigers stepped forward, his whole body full of demon power, and he and the white-robed Ligers behind him were firmly protected. Although, this time the white-robed Liger caused too much trouble. Not to mention their Ligers and Tigers, even Lord Tong Tian might not be able to protect him, but the white-robed Ligers are the only Amethyst Lion Emperor bloodline that has awakened in the Ligers and Tigers for millions of years. In him, the entire Lion and Tiger tribe saw the strength and revival of the Lion and Tiger tribe in the ancient times. Therefore, it was impossible for him to watch the white-robed Ligers die in front of him, and the hope of the Ligers and Tigers was cut off. Although the clan elder knew that what he did was meaningless, at most he was taking his own life in exchange for the white-robed Liger to live longer. However, even so, he will not back down. Clan elder, you. The whole body of the white-robed Liger trembled, and the blood-stained eyes of the lion completely froze. It's up to you. If you want to protect the white robe, it's a dream. Xie Linbing, Mu Wuda, Tong Tieli, and other beastmen's monster eyes became colder and colder, killing intent rushed out, and their faces were full of sneering. 8 beastmen, plus a large group of top demon cultivators from various demon races, and even a demon saint. What's the point of this act of sending to death? Since you want to die, then go die. A clan elder of the Ligers and Tigers is just an elder. If you kill them, you will be killed. Maybe in the future, if the entire Ligers and Tigers are ordered to be exterminated by the 3 demon gods, the whole clan will die. Therefore, it is nothing to kill a lion and tiger clan elder now. Rumble. A large area of demon power surged, and countless sorcerers rushed out, blasting towards the elders of the Ligers and Tigers and the white-robed Ligers. However, at this moment, a strange sound suddenly resounded throughout the sky of the Holy Sepulchre. You guys want to kill my brother? As these words landed, a dazzling sharp light suddenly lit up in the void above the sky. Call out. The sound of howling swords pierced through the air, and a flash of sword light completely lit up the entire holy tomb. #C2753 Kill it all. This sword light came suddenly, but it was so powerful. With the passing of a sword, all the demonic powers that blasted towards the white-robed Ligers and clan elders were instantly chopped into powder. Who? Xie Linbing, Mu Yuda, Tong Tieli, and other beasts suddenly raised their heads and looked at the sky. However, with a glance, everyone's eyes instantly widened, and their eyeballs almost flew out of shock. I saw, above the sky, in the void, a large piece of sunlight was rushing, and 2 figures were walking out of the large piece of sunlight. Exactly, Chu Yan and Emperor Xuan. Chu Yan and Emperor Xuan, who had just been sent away by the white-robed lion and tiger using the sky-reaching talisman, went back and forth, and appeared in front of all the monsters again. 1 person, 1 Xuan and 1 sword, facing the large group of demon cultivators and beasts, fell from the sky, and stood directly in front of the white-robed Liger. You guys. The white-robed Liger was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that at this time, Chu Yan and Emperor Xuan would come back. Although there were countless words of blame to say, the heart of the white-robed lion tiger was completely touched. In a pair of lion eyes that had just looked at death like home, 2 lines of hot tears, mixed with purple blood, flowed down. I can't leave brother behind. Chu Yan looked at the white-robed lion and tiger, with a light smile on his lips. Boy, I thought the heaven-reaching talisman was so powerful, but it sent us to a place where dogs don't lay eggs and birds don't shit. Fortunately, I have a Xuan who can travel thousands of miles. I didn't expect it. I'm back again. Ha ha ha. Emperor Xuan smiled very happily, and seemed to have no objection to Chu Yan's behavior of returning to die. Just now, they were sent away by the time-space gate of the Tongtian talisman. As soon as they landed, Chu Yan wanted to tear the void and rush back. Emperor Xuan was only stunned for a while, then smiled, waved his hands and used Xuan to travel thousands of miles, directly bringing Chu Yan and him back. However, this action stunned the ancestor of the Holy Xuan in the Holy Tomb, as well as all the demon cultivators. It was impossible for them to think that these 2 people escaped with great difficulty, and now they are back again. These 2 guys are either crazy or don't want to live. Ha ha ha, good. Great. Mu Yuda looked at Chu Yan and Emperor Xuan, his demonic eyes suddenly brightened, and he couldn't stop laughing wildly. It's really hard to find a place to go through the iron shoes, and it doesn't take much effort to get it. A great achievement just hit them directly on the head, and they couldn't avoid it even if they wanted to. This is the first time in the history of the Yaozu that the corpses of the ancestors of the Yaozu have been stolen. If anyone can take down these 2 guys, they will definitely become famous among the Yaozu. Sure enough, it's kind and righteous. It's a good job. To be honest, I was almost moved. Ha ha ha. Xie Linbing, Mu Wuda, Tongtieli, and other beasts all had smiles on their faces, but subconsciously moved around, faintly surrounding Chu Yan and the others. At the same time, all kinds of monster power surged into the void, completely covering and sealing the sky and the earth in the holy tomb. However, since we are here, then, let's die together. Mu Yuda's words represented the inner thoughts of the 8 beast men and all the demon cultivators present. It's up to you. Is that enough? Chu Yan laughed. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Xie Linbing, Mu Wuda, Tongtieli, and other beasts looked indifferent. Now they are full of thoughts about how to get the approval of the 3 demon gods after capturing these 2 guys, as well as the admiration of all the members of the entire demon clan. Is it enough? I'll know right away. Mu Yuda sneered. Joke. Here, not to mention the hundreds of powerful monster cultivators, but even the 8 beasts, which one is not a genius of the monster race, and if they deal with the 2 of them, even if they are piled up, they can be piled up to death. Oh really? Chu Yan's face was calm, and in a pair of eyes, 5-colored thunder flashed, sweeping across the first demon cultivator present. Then, let's have a good fight. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan turned his head and glanced at Emperor Kuan, and the 5-element Shinchi all over his body exploded directly. Boom! The air burst into the sky, and the Kunhuangzu aura that had enveloped Chu Yan's body was smashed to pieces in an instant, and the aura of Chu Yan himself exploded. His body was full of holy prestige, like a raging sea, rushing in all directions, sweeping past. The entire holy tombstone palace rumbled and trembled. If before, Chu Yan looked like an ordinary Kuan clansman because of the Kunhuangzu, then now he is like a monster clan supreme. In front of him, this group of demon cultivators are like ants. You are Chu Yan. That Chu Yan, from the human race. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan revealed his aura, the monster beasts present instantly recognized Chu Yan's identity. Chu Yan. This name, not to mention the beasts and demon cultivators present, even in the whole human monster clan, and even the entire 10 Directions starfield, all have a great reputation. This is a big man who dares to openly confront Xingtian Pavilion. Up to now, almost half of the forces in the entire 10 Directions starfield are still chasing and killing this Chu Yan. They never thought that Chu Yan would suddenly appear here. Almost instantly, their originally excited faces were covered by the same snow and ice, and they were instantly icy cold. Instead, it was all panic and trembling. They never imagined that the white-robed Liger would get involved with the public enemy of the 10 Directions starfield. What's more, the person who is also guilty of treason and wants to help is Chu Yan. Hurry up. Hurry up. Mu Yuda only felt that his whole body was trembling, and even his tongue was a little awkward. Quickly tell the 3 adults. Taking a deep breath and mustering all his strength, Mu Yuda finally uttered a complete sentence. Chu Yan's strength is not something they can deal with at all. Late. The 2 words were exported like a thunderbolt, and Chu Yan's figure was like a black lightning, rushing straight out, and the sky was filled with sword waves. Call out. Call out. Call out. The sword was startled by lightning, cutting straight to the sky and the earth, and where the sword energy came, one after another the powerful beasts were cut into flesh and blood powder by the sword energy in an instant, blooming directly like clusters of flesh and blood fireworks. When Chu Yan's figure rushed past and reappeared in front of everyone, there was a straight passage behind him, and blood rained all over the sky. This is too. A group of demon cultivators, whose eyeballs almost flew out of the monster's eyes, seemed to be petrified, and stood frozen on the spot, unable to move, not even daring to take a breath. This Chu Yan is 10 times more terrifying than the legendary Chu Yan. With just one strike, he beheaded 8 Xingzis. With such strength, how many people in the entire monster clan can match him? You guys, why, it's so easy for me. The white-robed liger looked at the lumps of flying flesh, and suddenly his face changed drastically, and he shouted sharply. You know, when Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan come back and start killing, then this situation will become impossible to deal with. You boy, although the Emperor's strength has not recovered, it is not your turn to save your life. Emperor Kuan glanced at the white-robed liger with a look of disdain on his face. But. The white-robed liger glanced at the hundreds of demon cultivators present, and wanted to say something, but couldn't speak. Just kill them all. Hearing the words of the white-robed lion and tiger, Chu Yan threw the sword in his hand, and the Haotian sword sank into the void like a silver light. When it appeared, clusters of blood sprayed continuously. In less than 3 breaths, more than 300 demon cultivators, none of whom survived, were all killed on the spot. Oh my God! Chu Yan, you! This time, the white-robed liger was really stupid. Wherever he looked, there were corpses all over the ground. The next moment, Chu Yan turned around and looked at the old liger who was still standing in front of the white-robed liger. #C2754 Heavenly Daoming Mantra. Beheaded 8 beasts and slaughtered all demon cultivators. Now, in the entire holy tomb, there are only the ancestor of the Holy Kuan and the elder of the Lion and Tiger clan. Chu Yan, what are you doing? Seeing Chu Yan's gaze, the white-robed lion and tiger stared straight at the clan elder in front of him, became anxious, and roared sharply. This is the elder of his liger clan, and when he was in danger just now, the clan elder stood in front of him, ready to use his life in exchange for his job. It is impossible for the lion and tiger to watch Chu Yan and kill him. Clan elder, please keep my affairs secret, thank you. Chu Yan bowed his hands and said to the lion and tiger clan elder. This, of course there is no problem. I will definitely not say it. The clan elder was also taken aback, and replied quickly when he heard Chu Yan's words. Call. Seeing this, the white-robed liger finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really scared, and Chu Yan's eyes turned red. Although Chu Yan is now the Holy Heaven Pavilion and is an enemy of half of the starfields of the 10 directions, what Chu Yan has done is nothing to them from the Tong Tian monster clan. Even under this circumstance, Lord Tong Tian praised Chu Yan several times. You too, are you going to scare me to death? It was only now that the white-robed lion and tiger finally came to their senses and roared at Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan. Although all his efforts were in vain, but for some reason, the white-robed liger was more than moved. Next, I should try it. Seemingly not hearing the words of the white-robed lion and tiger at all, Chu Yan and Emperor Kuan turned around at the same time, and looked up at the ancestor of the Holy Kuan who had been completely bound above the sky. On the way here, Chu Yan told Emperor Kuan about his thoughts and plans. And this includes smashing the seal of the gods and heaven. Chu Yan looked up at the Fengshen Tianyin that firmly suppressed the ancestor of the Holy Kuan in the sky. In his eyes, 5-colored lightning flashed, and the holy power surged all over his body. If this Fengshen Tianyin can be broken, the ancestor of Xingkuan will be completely free. This Kunshan holy tomb is difficult to get in, and even harder to get out. However, as long as the heavenly seal of conferred God is smashed and the ancestors of Saint Kuan regain their freedom, they can easily send them away. Rumble. As if sensing the powerful holy power of Chu Yan, the Fengshen Tianyin above the sky released myriads of divine light, and exploded towards the surrounding world, with overwhelming power. Although this Fengshen Tianyin has lived up to the prestige of the gods and lost its spirit, it is a treasure of the gods after all, and can easily detect any provocations and threats, and take the initiative to fight back. A sword in the sky. On Chu Yan's body, the holy power continued to rise, and he swung the Haotian sword in his hand, and the épée cut out. Although Chu Yan's cultivation has reached the Saint Emperor realm, and his soul possesses the power of the divine realm, but facing the treasures of the ancient gods, he is still much weaker. Fortunately, this ancient God race spirit treasure has changed hands several times, and in addition, he has lost his spiritual wisdom and cannot absorb the spiritual source of heaven and earth by himself. After countless years, the divine power in his body is no longer much. Rumble. In an instant, the sword in Tong Yan's hand exploded with terrifying sword power, and directly collided with Fengshen Tianin. The yin wei of Fengshen Tianin is definitely not weak. But Chu Yan's combat power is equally astonishing. If it was in the ancient times, the defense was just a collision, and Chu Yan would be completely suppressed into powder. But now, due to various reasons, Chu Yan and Fengshen Tianin are evenly matched. The entire stone hall of the Holy Tomb was collided by two powerful forces, and countless cracks were blown open. From the countless Kuan corpses around, a large number of Kunwai rushed out, rushing around in the stone hall. The spiritual formations and prohibitions densely covering the entire Holy Tomb began to operate crazily, releasing monstrous power, operating on their own, and guarding the Holy Tomb. Suddenly, a large amount of blue light exploded from Chu Yan's body, and a huge figure rushed out of Chu Yan's body. Damn it, why did he come out? When Emperor Kuan saw the appearance of the green-armored giant, his expression changed in shock. He didn't expect that the god of war in Chu Yan's body would suddenly run out. However, at this time, as long as he makes a move, it is not a problem at all to deal with this Fengshen Tianin. Chu Yan's hands froze, and he looked at the green-armored giant with a dazed expression on his face. God of war, why did he suddenly rush out? You know, although this is the Kunshan Holy Tomb, it is also within the scope of the 10 Directions Starfield. Chu Yan, leave quickly, it is not easy to stay here for a long time. The green-armored giant, whose whole body was shrouded in blue light, looked at Chu Yan, and said, When these words came out, Chu Yan's face tightened immediately. The blue-armored giant not only had a serious expression on his face, but also directly appeared in front of him to warn him. This was the first time this had happened. Suffice to say, the situation is extremely urgent. Dangerous? Chu Yan asked anxiously. However, Chu Yan doesn't understand, what is the danger that can make the green-armored giant, who is known as the Lord God of War, so nervous? Could it be that in this 10 Direction star field, there is still an existence that can threaten the God of War? Sky. The green-armored giant opened his mouth and only said a single word. Countless spirits in the sky suddenly erupted, and crashed towards the phantom of the green-armored giant, like a tsunami, constantly impacting his mountain body. This invisible force seemed to be so powerful that he couldn't even utter a single sentence. What's the situation? Chu Yan was stunned. Could it be? Compared with Chu Yan, Emperor Kuan and the Qingjia giant are big brothers of the same era, and they are also very clear about some secrets of the God of War. So, Emperor Kuan thought about it for a second, and suddenly understood something. Heaven's Daoming Curse. The 4 words were spoken. Even if it was Emperor Kuan, his eyes shrank instantly, and his whole body began to tremble. At this time, how could there be a heavenly Daoming Curse? If it really is the Tian Daoming Curse that appears, it will be too terrifying. Heaven's Daoming Curse. When Chu Yan heard these 4 words, he immediately became anxious, and then asked, What is this Tian Daoming mantra? After listening to it countless times, the green-armored giant repeatedly told himself the Tian Daoming Curse, but he never said clearly what the Tian Daoming Curse was. Chu Yan, this heavenly curse, the God of War back then. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Emperor Kuan gritted his teeth, glanced at the blue-armored giant who was fighting against the surrounding forces of heaven and earth, and immediately prepared to explain to Chu Yan through sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness. However, a word had just reached Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and a sudden change occurred. Rumble. In the next breath, in the entire Holy Tomb, an endless wave of spirits erupted instantly. Between the entire world, countless snowflakes fluttered, and a large amount of ice and snow suddenly appeared, turning the entire stone temple of the Holy Sepulchre into a sea of ice and snow. At the same time, without waiting for Chu Yan and the others to react, in the void, a snow shadow stepped forward, changed from blurred to clear, and walked from the void to the front of the eyes in a few steps, appearing vividly in front of everyone. This incomparably powerful figure, just the divine aura released from her body, is enough to make the world tremble. Found you, Dai. That snow shadow's cultivation base continued to condense, and her divine breath dropped rapidly. When her snow-white figure fully appeared, her cultivation base reached the peak of the 9 heavens of the Saint Emperor realm. She raised the jade to play, and a terrifying ice tide moved towards Chu. The flames came straight. Recommend the new book of Urban Master Lao Shi. #C2755 Snow Shadow Xiantian. Seeing the ice tide coming, Chu Yan reacted instantly, and countless 5 elements true qi erupted directly, raising his hand and punching out. Break it. Wan Lialong's strength is enough to destroy the world and destroy the world. Even if it is a strong person at the peak of the holy realm, it is impossible to resist it. Boom. The fist gang collided with the ice tide, blasting the sky waves, and the violent remaining energy scattered and rushed in all directions. In the airwaves all over the sky, the snow shadow floated upright, but it was not harmed at all. What's more, her snow skirt didn't even have a tear, it was blowing in the wind, and her white clothes were like snow. In the next breath, the snow shadow shot out like a sharp arrow, and rushed straight towards Chu Yan. Blocked. Chu Yan never thought that Wan Lialong, his move, would be blocked so easily by the opponent, and his eyes trembled. This woman's cultivation base, which is the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, is only 4 days higher than her own cultivation base. However, Chu Yan's current spiritual cultivation base has already broken through the divine realm. Under the ebb and flow, the cultivation base is not much different from the opponent. The most important thing is that Chu Yan's combat power has never met an opponent in the 10 directions starfield. Now, it is of course a little surprising that someone with similar cultivation can easily block his attack. What? Alright. Not only Chu Yan, but even Emperor Kuan's face suddenly changed. He has been with Chu Yan for a while, and he is naturally clear about Chu Yan's combat power. Even just now, the hundreds of monster cultivators of the monster clan, including the 8 beasts, are like ants to Chu Yan. With such combat power, there are still people who can match it in the 10 directions starfield. Who is this girl in the snow skirt? Although the Emperor Kuan kept urging his eyes, he wanted to catch up with the figure of the woman in the snow skirt and see who she was. After all, a strong man with such combat power can never be an unknown person. The most important thing is that this is the holy tomb of Kunshan, and those who can appear here probably have some relationship with the Yaozu. However, Emperor Kuan had never heard of such a powerful female demon saint among the demon clan. A sword in the sky. Seeing the other party rushing, Chu Yan waved the Haoyan sword in his hand, and the 5 elements in his body burst out like a majestic tide. The powerful 5-element Shinchi poured into the sword, turned into sword chi soaring to the sky, and slashed straight away. Chu Yan's eyes became extremely sharp, and the fighting spirit in his heart rose like a flame. You know, in the Yin-Yang realm, his Rakshasa true chi has been completely transformed into the 5 elements true chi. It stands to reason that the 5 elements true chi is already close to the true chi of a strong man in the divine realm, and its power has increased by more than 10 times compared to the original Rakshasa true chi. However, under such circumstances, he was blocked by this woman. So, who is this woman? Sky Ice. The snow shadow woman's whole body was icy cold, and even the aura of holy power carried a bone-chilling chill, like a goddess of ice and snow, descending from the sky, driving away and attacking Chu Yan with a monstrous attack. Wherever her snow shadow passed, even the sky was filled with ice crystals. The temperature of the entire void dropped rapidly. A sword in the sky. The sword in Chu Yan's hand swung like lightning, and the sword knife was like lightning, cutting towards the void, twisting the sky full of ice crystals into fine powder, and rushing out without any hesitation. Boom, boom. The powerful ice tide transformed by the sky filled with ice and snow collided with the sword light again, and exploded at the same time, sending sword energy and ice flying in all directions. Under the watchful eyes of Emperor Kuan and the white-robed Liger, the two fought directly in the sky. In less than 10 breaths, there were hundreds of moves in the confrontation, and they were all evenly matched, with no winner. However, due to the confrontation between the two, the entire stone palace of the Holy Tomb was full of cracks and endless air waves. Although Chu Yan's cultivation base is weaker than the opponent's 4 heavens, but the realm of the soul, including the 5 elements in his body, is not weaker than the opponent at all. Therefore, using the power of the Holy Rakshasa, every time Chu Yan made a sword move, he directly resolved the opponent's ice-tide attack, without losing the wind at all. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that none of the tricks used by this snow shadow girl seemed to be owned by the Shifeng starfield. What's more, her true energy seems to be incompatible with the world's spiritual energy in the 10 directions starfield. Who is this woman? Before the blue-armored giant suddenly issued a warning, he was extremely nervous. However, the moment the snow shadow just appeared, the green-armored giant flashed back into Chu Yan's body in an instant. His aura was so restrained that even Chu Yan could hardly feel the aura of the green-armored giant in the sea of consciousness. It seemed obvious that the green-armored giant was avoiding this woman on purpose. No, I have to find a way, first break the seal of the gods. At this time, Chu Yan has not forgotten in his heart that the ancestor of Xuanhuan was still suppressed. Now, the snow shadow woman who suddenly appeared is extremely powerful. If something happens again, he will be restrained by this snow shadow woman and lose his mobility. Therefore, the ancestor of the Holy Kuan must be released first. Even if something happens, the ancestor of the Holy Kuan can still deal with it. Swish. After making up his mind, Chu Yan's figure flashed, like a flash of lightning, flying into the air. What's more, they have already transmitted the sound to the Lord of the Forbidden God, and they must be trying to find a way to break into the ancestral land of the monster race. At this time, Chu Yan had to let the ancestor of Xuanhuan go first while he was still able to cope. Boom. 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 Almost when Chu Yan turned around and rushed towards the seal of the God of God in the sky, the seal of that day sensed Chu Yan's hostility in an instant, and immediately started to move. A large piece of light from the spirit seal shrouded down, covering both Chu Yan and Shuiying at the same time. As far as Fengshen Tianyin is concerned, no matter whether it is Chu Yan or that Shuiying, their power has reached the level of threatening it, so they are not differentiated at all, and they are all suppressed. You want to stop me too? The snow shadow in the midair uttered a soft shout, and the figure didn't stop at all. It waved its jade hand directly, and the ice tide fell from the sky, covering Chu Yan and Fengshen Tianyin at the same time. Huh. When Chu Yan saw Shuiying's person attacking himself and the Fengshen Tianyin at the same time, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this snow shadow clone was so reckless, regardless of the situation of the battle. Now, whether it is him, Shuiying, or Fengshen Tianyin, they are almost evenly matched. Under such circumstances, it is definitely not a wise move to attack the other two opponents at the same time with one's own strength. I am afraid that even a martial artist with the lowest level of cultivation will know this most basic combat experience. However, if a strong person like Shuiying, who was at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, didn't even have such basic combat experience, it could only mean that she was not the real deity descending at all, but a clone. Okay. Here's your chance. Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and his eyes were fixed on the Fengshen Tianyin, and the holy power of his whole body exploded infinitely. #C2756 Cultivation Change. Not only Chu Yan, but also the Emperor Kuan and the white-robed lion and tiger present also saw the problem. After all, even a demon cultivator in the imperial realm like the white-robed liger has experienced countless life and death battles. It is definitely stronger than that snow shadow clone without intelligence for a long time. Quick! Let's attack together and attack the seal of the gods. Xuanhuan let out a loud roar, and with a wave of his hand, a large cloud of Kungxia blasted out, rushing straight to the seal of Fengshen in the sky. The white-robed liger roared, and the purple on soared into the sky, including the elders of the liger and tiger who stood with him, also attacked Fengshen Tianyin together. The holy ancestor Tiankuan, known as the Emperor Tong, the Kunling is 10,000 mountains, and the sky is shattered. How could the ancestor of the holy Kuan under the seal of the gods take advantage of such an opportunity to erupt with the Kungxia all over his body, and at the same time condense the power of all the ancestors around him to frantically attack the seal of the gods that entangled him? Boom, boom. For a moment, the attacks all over the sky were like a torrent, bombarding towards the Fengshen Tianyin in the sky. The entire Fengshen Tianyin trembled violently, and the powerful power of Tianyin instantly became chaotic. If the spiritual wisdom of Fengshen Tianyin is still there, there is no need to be depressed. Suddenly, everyone is attacking it. Regardless of whether it is depressed or not, Chu Yan and others shot with all their strength, without a trace of stagnation, and kept bombarding the Fengshen Tianyin. That snow shadow seemed to be persistently attacking both Chu Yan and Fengshen Tianyin. And Chu Yan, with a sword in one hand and a fist in one hand, was only coping with swaying, while on the other side he was attacking Fengshen Tianyin with all his strength. The battle situation in the Holy Tomb has undergone great changes, while on the other side, among the deep-sea monsters, Lord Shanhai and Lord Demon God joined forces and finally opened the gate of the land of demon ancestors. A large group of demon cultivators rushed into the land of the demon ancestors like a tide. At the same time, Qingmu Sword God, Forbidden God Lord and other big bosses also took advantage of the opportunity to infiltrate the demon ancestors' land, and rushed towards the direction of the Holy Tomb. Boom, boom. In the Holy Tomb, there was a loud explosion, and the sky was full of rays of light, completely illuminating the entire Holy Tomb. At this moment, the ancestor of the Holy Kuan unleashed all his strength, and with the support of all the ancestor spirits in the Holy Tomb, he finally shook the Fengshen Tianyin. Boom! 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 The sky seal silk that was originally wrapped around his body burst open one after another, turning into strong energy and surging in all directions. The next moment, the ancestor of the Holy Kuan, who had regained his freedom, swept the entire Holy Tomb with powerful Kuan power. Roar! The ancestor of the Holy Kuan uttered a roar that shook the sky, and the entire Holy Tomb trembled, and countless clouds of Kungxia poured out, completely covering the entire Holy Tomb world. Tian Kuan, as one of the three supreme monster races, has his own dignity. Even among the monster clan, the race that utters the least amount of beast roars, once it uttered a shocking beast roar. It was the time when Tian Kuan was really angry. It's done. Emperor Kuan's face was full of joy. Open! As soon as the ancestor of the Holy Kuan was out of trouble, he swung a large piece of Kungxia, and directly hit a Kungxia timespace gate in front of him. Compared with Emperor Kuan, the Kuan power of the ancestor of the Holy Kuan is not known how many times stronger. Therefore, the natal skills of the Kuan clan, such as Kuan traveling thousands of miles, when used by the ancestor of the Holy Kuan, are much stronger than the Kuan Emperor. It's almost a wave of hands, and, in this world, there is almost no place that he can't reach. This clan elder, the situation is complicated now. Otherwise, you and the white-robed lion and tiger will go with us to go against the gods, okay? Seeing that the Kungxia gate was opening, Chu Yan turned around and said to the Lion-Tiger clan elder. Against the divine way. Well, yes. The clan elder's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he nodded immediately. Let's go, the ancestor of Xingkuan urged. Senior, thank you very much. Chu Yan bowed his body, and immediately, the 5 elements of true energy gushed out from his body, rolled up the Emperor Kuan, the white-robed lion and tiger, and the elders together, and rushed into the gate of Kungxia. Want to leave? Die. The snow shadow above the sky, with blurred eyes, let out a soft drink, and shot out 10,000 tied arrows, covering Chu Yan's figure. Humph. Bold. My ancestral land of St. Kuan, how could it be your presumptuous place? The ancestor of the Holy Kuan was furious, and the furious Kungxia, like a huge wave, swept past and crashed into the delicate body of the snow shadow falling down from the sky. Go away. Seeing the endless wave of Kungxia coming, Shuiying stopped, and a pair of cold eyes stared at the ancestor of the Holy Kuan. At this glance, the powerful power in her body, like a recovery, soared instantly, directly breaking through to above the divine realm. What? The face of the ancestor of the Holy Kuan changed instantly, and Kuan's eyes were full of shock. Isn't this snow shadow at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm? This cultivation base can be changed, directly surpassing the divine realm from the holy mirror. Boom. Before the ancestor of the Holy Kuan stopped, the majestic Kungxia had already bombarded Shuiying, knocking her body backwards and forwards. The power of the ancestor of Saint Kuan can be said to be the most powerful monster race in this 10-direction star field. Swish. The moment Shuiying was blasted back, a ripple opened in the void, and whooshing divine light gushed out, pouring all of it into that Shuiying's body. In an instant, Shuiying's body turned into an ice sculpture, motionless. Empress Xiantian, you're running fast. Chu Yan, we will meet again. The breath seemed to be a completely different snow shadow ice sculpture. After 2 words, it instantly burst, blasting countless ice and snow, flying in all directions. After a few breaths of time, all the ice and snow between the heaven and the earth of the holy tomb melted, and everything returned to its original state, and there was no trace of ice and snow, as if it had never appeared before. Swish. 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 On the other side, Chu Yan and the others rushed out of the Kungxia teleportation channel, and in front of them were the Qingmu sword god and the others. This is the real Kuan traveling thousands of miles. Emperor Kuan's face was full of complacency. The Kungxia spacetime channel just now is not only spacious and stable, but also extremely accurate in positioning, representing the highest level of his Kuan clan's natal skills. With his chin raised high, with an expression of coming to praise my Kuan clan, the Kuan emperor finally felt complacent. How about it, did you get the corpse? Seeing Chu Yan, Aoki sword god was startled for a moment, then asked. Chu Yan chuckled, then nodded, and with a wave of his hand, took out more than 20 complete skeletons of the gods. Boom, boom. Almost at the moment when the god corpses appeared, wisps of divine breath rushed out from these god corpse skeletons, and the void within a radius of 10 miles was completely frozen. Above the sky, as if summoned by some kind of powerful profound force, the endless sea of spiritual clouds rolled, causing a large area of muffled thunder. Hum. Above the 9 heavens, the rules of heaven and earth are running crazily, all rushing towards this side. Hiss. Even if they were as strong as the God Emperor of Tianji and the Lord of Forbidden God, when they saw these more than 20 god corpses, they all gasped. Damn, these are all god corpses above the middle god, how many high gods are there? Aoki sword god couldn't help it, his eyes widened and he uttered a foul word. This time, Xuanhuan can finally unleash the most powerful sword. The face of the Forbidden God Lord was full of excitement. The most powerful sword of Xuanhuan sword can definitely split the sky of God's domain in Xingtian Pavilion.